Last night, we witnessed sports history. One team did the impossible. Something that no one thought they could do, but they proved us all wrong. And that should be celebrated.
And Mickey hits this ball very well to left center field. Wood going back, and it's gone as well. The Rockies have tied their franchise record with 7 home runs tonight. That thing just kept carrying and carrying. It's a home run fest.
All you can eat tonight for the Rockies against this Nationals pitching staff. 10-1.
Wait, you weren't talking about the Rockies and their 7 home runs? What else happened last night? Was there something else that I missed?
Down to the final 5 seconds. Rats rain down. Lord Stanley staying in South Florida. Last year was greatness. This time it's historic. The Florida Panthers are back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. The Panthers have done it in 6 games. They take down the Edmonton Oilers. The Panthers have gone back-to-back in 24 and 25.
I mean, to be honest, on the scale of difficulty, going back-to-back Stanley Cup, yeah, it's kind of tough. You know, teams have done it before. Hitting 7 bombs in a game, though, as a 15-win team this far into the season, I think is more impressive.
Yeah.
We should start here, but I guess we'll start with the hockey. Florida dominates, doesn't even let this game sniff a game 6. They score a couple of minutes into the game, and you kind of knew, right? We kind of knew the entire series that the entire postseason, really, when Florida got rolling the way they did, they just weren't going to be stopped. And I think the addition that they made of Marchand to the roster just kind of took them to another level. They were already a really dominant team. And then, I mean, you get 4 out of Reinhart yesterday. Pretty unbelievable. They're really good. And they've been that way for the last few years. You know, they're going to have their own sort of issues in the offseason to deal with. They're going to have a few different problems as far as contractually who stays, who goes. But most of this team is going to stay together. You know, we've said it before, they're a wagon. When they want to put their head down and take it to you, there's really nothing you can do to stop them. The weakness on their team was kind of non-existent. There was nothing that you could point at and really poke. I mean, the only way that you were going to beat Florida was if Florida just kind of didn't have it for whatever reason. Like, we've seen them kind of mess around and play with their feud a couple of times this postseason, but there was just no opportunity. That game was going to 7. None. Not going back to Edmonton. So 2nd straight Stanley Cup for them. And I know that I've been annoyed when people do this a lot, where they make the story about the team who lost as opposed to the team who won. But I do feel like it's really interesting on the opposite side. Like Edmonton, who lost in the Stanley Cup final last year, returns this year only to have virtually the same result go down. And the difficulty of doing that, taking an L in the championship round of whatever sport we're talking about, taking the L and then coming back the following year to make it again takes substantial physical and mental fortitude. Especially if you remember the way that it happened last year. They lost the first 3, won the next, and then lost Game 7. this year. Little more back and forth. They win game 1, lose 2 and 3, win game 4, and then 5 and 6 were just out of their hands. But where does Edmonton go from here? I mean, you have the best player in the world. You have Connor McDavid. Him and Draisaitl, their line with Corey Perry was a -4 yesterday. And I don't know, I feel for him. Can only imagine, if we're in the position, let's say Edmonton was the Avs, and McKinnon is McDavid. I mean, what do you say today? What do you do? We have our own set of questions regarding the Avs and the Nuggets and our teams that we kind of follow that have been playoff contending teams that feel like they've fallen short. Perhaps we're getting in the territory now with the Broncos where they start to creep into that conversation where a season could end and you feel like it's disappointing because it ended shorter than you would have hoped or thought it would. But certainly that's happened with the Avs and Nuggets over the last couple of years. The point is, they don't have the hardware to show for it. In the cases of both of the teams here in town that have been at that championship level, you have at least, for the Avs, 3 years ago to lean on. For the Nuggets, 2 years ago to lean on. Saying, okay, don't like the way that this season ended, but, very recently we were just having parades in this town. Edmonton possesses the best player in the world and another one of the best players in the world. And they seem to hit this roadblock. And now, where do you go? You know how much more difficult it's going to be next year to keep this together again and make another run at a final? Like, very few teams can do it. And I understand that it's happened before. You have your cases of the Buffalo Bills back in the late 80s when they went 4 straight and lost all 4 in the Super Bowl.
Or how about the Tampa Bay Lightning? Made it to 3 straight Cup finals, won 2 in a row, and then lost that third. Go Avs, baby.
Well, but I'm saying at least they got the wins.
Oh, sure.
To get there and lose is a different kind of pain and turmoil.
We call that the Corey Perry special.
Yeah, I'm just like, I feel for him. I really do, and I feel for McDavid. I still can hearken back to that the year before the Avs won the Cup. And McKinnon's sitting there at the press conference, and it's the last place you'd rather be is in front of a microphone. And he had, he was the one who said, was it something like 10 years in this league and I haven't won bleep or whatever he said? You remember that video from, it was the show that the NHL was following around certain individuals, and it was McDavid last year in the locker room during the finals where they lost. I don't know if they lost or if it was intermission. I think they lost. And he just starts screaming, right bleeping now. Right. Like, that guy wants to win as much as anybody in the league and can't find a way to get there.
Brett, you know how the good thing about sports is we can pick and choose facts and stats that back up our argument. We don't have to be logical. So yesterday you were talking about how in the NBA, everybody incessantly talks about legacy. What if this guy can't get it done? What's his legacy? Blah, blah, blah. I'm with you. I usually don't like to buy into that until we're talking about McKinnon versus McDavid. I never want to hear that McDavid's legacy is going to be better than Nathan McKinnon ever again. Send that back to Canada with multiple tariffs where it belongs. Well, McKinnon's better, baby.
You know my stance on this, Nelly, and I think most people, if you listen to the show for more than like a week, kind of know where I stand on this stuff. I don't like using championship measurements as the gold standard for any sort of discussion when you're comparing two players, because in team sports, it matters who you play with and who you play for. But when you're talking about one of the greatest to ever do it that doesn't get one, there's There's only a few people in that category across all of these different major sports that we follow that kind of get there. And then, I mean, Texture says, Connor McNocups must not have cried as hard this year.
Got him.
What McNocups is funny.
Correct.
But what's the feeling here? I'm confused. Are we not McDavid people in this town? I'm not saying you have to be like a huge fan, but do you hate McDavid?
I'm confused.
I don't think it's a hatred. I just think when McKinnon and McDavid both had their meteoric rises around similar times. I mean, McDavid was literally called McJesus by Oilers fans because he was supposed to save the franchise. So these two have always been pitted against each other, at least in the narratives of who's better, who's the better Mick.
Here's the thing.
And so I'm just kind of, I think Avs fans just got sick of the comparison. They got sick of hearing the name.
Okay, that's fair. But textures, let me know what you think. I mean, what's your temperature on McDavid? Is he somebody you like, you hate, you are in the middle? I'm just curious. Because I found myself kind of pulling for him. And I don't think it's insulting to Nathan McKinnon to call him the best player in the world. I think Nathan McKinnon would call him that. Or McCarr. He would say that about one of the two. But McDavid is just like, he's remarkable. And to get there 2 straight years just to be kind of hit over, and this is what Edmonton faced. They don't want to hear this today, but they aren't as good as Florida. They have, I think, I mean, we can parse between this. They have the best player of the series, obviously. They probably have the best two in him and Draisaitl. But from top to bottom, Florida's better. And so there shouldn't be any shame in losing, but there is this sort of shame of, we've done this 2 years in a row, and now, where do you go? What do you do? So a few texts coming in here. Bleep them. McDavid and McKinnon is the modern-day Crosby and Ovechkin. McNocups can suck it. I have no problem with the actual player. Edmonton fans are kind of unbearable. Indifferent on McDavid. He's not the greatest player in the world. Somebody says, okay, I mean, fine. Pretty sure that most people would say he is. In fact, I know they would because we just saw that NHL player poll where I think he got like 73% of the vote or something like that, didn't he? Do you remember that, Nelly? We were reading that on the air a couple of months ago.
Yeah, the players voted him the best in the world, yes.
Yeah. And it wasn't particularly close with anybody else. Now, I think both McKinnon and McCarr were like 2 and 4 or something like that, or 3 and 5. But yeah, I don't know if there's many questions about it. I hate McDavid. He's Mahomes without a title. The media loves him for no reason. Well, they love him because he's fun to watch. I mean, I don't think anybody can deny that. He's fun to watch. But anyway, I'm just curious. You know, I don't like making the day after a championship about the team that loses, but I do think it's a really interesting place that Edmonton finds themselves in. And I think it benefits the Avs. If Edmonton wins a title this year, then that can reinvigorate your hunger and wanting to go back-to-back. But you lose 2 in a row, it's going to feel like you're pulling a tractor trailer through the season next year. It really is. So 303-5. You got something to say, Nelly? Go ahead.
I just wanted to, if I can I take you down memory lane for a second? So Sam Bennett won the Conn Smythe for Florida yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I will always remember Sam Bennett for one thing and one thing only. He used to be on the Calgary Flames. And my first season here producing Avalanche and Nuggets broadcasts, that was the year that the Avs snuck into the playoffs and grabbed the 8 seed by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah.
And they went against the number 1 seed Calgary Flames in the first round. So it was game 3. First game back at Ball Arena. Avs go up 4-0 in the second period. Long Beach native Matt Nieto from Long Beach had just gotten a shorthanded goal, 4-0. It's all going the Avs way. Then Sam Bennett scored a goal to kind of stop the bleeding, and he was so fired up that he let the loudest F-bomb rip in a quiet ball arena, and it picked up so crystal clear on our goal mics, and there was no way for me to edit around it. So it's the only time I've ever had to bleep a highlight. And I dug this up.
Yeah.
This is what it sounded like.
Flames trying to make them pay as the stick is broken, laying along the far side half while the linesman will clear it out. Here's a pass in front, and the Flames will score. We apologize for the F-bomb that was used by Sam Bennett in your ears. Seems a bit unnecessary.
I like it.
And I remember I was asking
Look,
Berto.
McKinnon didn't skip a beat. Good for him.
And I was asking Berto, is that the right thing to do? And he said, well, there's no way to edit around it.
Yeah.
So I guess that's just what we had to do.
On the far side half while the linesman will clear it out. Here's a pass in front, and the Flames will score.
Apologize for that F-bomb. That was not my color commentator. That was... You know what? I wish Moser could just say that instead of score. I wish he could just go...
Flames will score.
It gets the same point across. Anyway, all right, 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. By the way, the Panthers took a page out of the Avs book and then some. They broke the cup before it even got on the ice. See that giant sort of chip that they got in that thing before they even took it out there? I mean, who was it that fell and dented the cup?
I believe it was Obe Kubel.
Obe Kubel, that's right. Yeah, but that thing took a beating before it even got out there for him, essentially. But again, Florida wins back-to-back. Hell of a run. And I asked the questions, what allows teams to not just be contenders, but to make it to the end of the end, to make back-to-back finals runs, to make 3 straight, to win 2 in a row, to get there twice in a row. Like, what do you need to possess to do that? And I think in hockey, I pointed this out a couple weeks ago. But there's one stark contrast between what Tampa had and what Florida had and what Edmonton now had in 2 straight finals runs. There was consistency at the places that you needed the most. So obviously you need talent. That's got to be a given. And both of those teams are super talented. The Avs are super talented. But you need top-end players, you need depth, and you need goaltending. And for the Avs, what made it, I think, especially difficult in trying to get there back-to-back or 2 out of 3 years or whatever is that they had to change out goalies after they win, which is a pretty rare occurrence. I don't know how many times the team that hoists a Stanley Cup kind of starts over at that key of a position the following year. And you kind of had to do it on a discount. You had so much money tied up in your McKinnons and Mikos and McCarrs and Landeskog's and Val's and Taves and all these different guys that got you to that Stanley Cup level that you didn't have the ability to pay a goaltender in Darcy Kemper. And let's be honest, Darcy's a good goalie. Is he great? I don't know, but he was good enough for the Avs to win. But if you were to keep him here, it felt like you would have overpaid. So, you let him walk, and then you have to take a risk. You take a risk on a guy on a cheaper contract, hoping that when he gets the volume of starts, which he never got, that he would become a starting level goalie, and that's Georgiev. Obviously, that didn't work. Tried to make it work, tried to give it time. At times, Georgie was really good, and a lot of times he was really bad. But now you're in the position of Mackenzie Blackwood is long-term. You got another year of Wedgwood before his contract's up. You got Nabokov in Russia right now, waiting essentially one more year until that guy gets at least the opportunity to be a backup to Mackenzie Blackwood and incubate for a couple of seasons. But you had a difficult situation because you were missing stability at one of the most key spots. Think about what happened with the Panthers. The Panthers, for a moment, were panicking because they couldn't get rid of the Bobrovsky contract. Like, he was great, and then you paid him big money, and then he wasn't as great anymore. Like, before they won last year, the season before that, Bob was giving up over 3 goals a game. That is like Georgiev numbers. For all the stuff that drove you nuts about Alexander Georgiev, Bob was kind of living in the same world. So in the 23-24 season, so last year, Georgiev gave up 3.02 goals per game on an 897 save percentage. Bobrovsky, the year before they won the Cup, their first one, 3.07 on a 901. But he's making so much money that they couldn't make a move. But they stick with it, and then all of a sudden he finds it again.
So what was his nickname in Sunrise, Florida? Bob Four-Ski? Bob Five-Ski? What did they call him?
I guarantee it was something, because he was not good that year. But then he has the great year last year that leads to them winning the Cup, and they get the stability of having him year over year, and he does it again the following season. The years that Tampa was in it. Vasilevsky, every year, was their guy they could rely upon. Even in Edmonton, I know that they were kind of squirrely with Skinner here during this playoff run, but Skinner has been their goalie the last couple of years. The Avs had to restart. And then they restarted, gave it time, and realized it's not going to be good enough. Now, don't forget, Francouz being your backup during that Cup run, also a massive, massive deal. Without him, I don't know if you're hoisting a Stanley Cup at the end of it. Remember, he had to come in and play a whole bunch of games and play solid. Didn't lose out of, how many starts did he have? Like 5 or 6? 5 or 6 starts during that postseason run? Didn't lose. Now, not every game was a masterpiece. They won, I think, against Edmonton, one of those games like 7-6 or something, if I remember right. But did his job. And now I think you're in position with another year with Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood as the backup to have a lot more comfort there. You know, every team deals with injuries, but the Avs especially have dealt with a lot. They had to just keep things afloat early in the season. I mean, used a franchise record of most players on the ice. And they had to keep it afloat until they got to the postseason.
By the way, speaking of the Florida Panthers, can we give a shout out to Seth Jones?
Yes.
Son of Popeye Jones, who is now a Stanley Cup champion?
Yes, Popeye Jones, no longer with the Nuggets, but he has been a long-time Nugget over these last few years. So
and he was an
congrats.
assistant coach on the championship team. And, I mean, most people probably know the story, but Popeye Jones was playing for the Nuggets, and his sons were interested in hockey, and he had no idea what to do. So he went to his roommate in Ball Arena, Joe Sakic, and said, hey, my kid wants to play hockey. Can you help get him on the right track? So Super Joe told him what leagues to join. And now one of his 2 sons, Seth Jones, is a Stanley Cup champion. So the city of Denver can maybe claim just a fraction, one little glint on that cup.
Well, not to mention, I thought about this. Like, if I had a son or a daughter who wanted to play a sport, and I have a daughter. I don't think it's going to be as weird with this because they're different styles of sport. You know, whether if she plays softball, it's like baseball, but it is different from baseball. But if I had a son and I was a professional athlete, so let's say I played for the Rocks. So I had 2 sons that I both raised, they're athletes, and they said, Dad, I'm going to go professional in swimming. Like, they became Olympic swimmers. I would just be like, I can't help you in any of those. I mean, I know how to swim, but I more just know how to stay alive, right? I'm not talented. If you raced me, you probably win. I don't know.
Basically, you're not coaching up baby Jamal Cale in the Olympic doggy paddle races.
Yeah.
Because that's the one stroke you can do.
It's just one of those things like I can't help you with that. And that had to be how Popeye felt. Like, I'm a professional athlete. I get paid a good amount of money to play a professional sport. And you guys have chosen a sport that I know nothing about and cannot teach you anything.
God, I'll never forget. There was a video going around years ago when they were still the Phoenix Coyotes. The Phoenix Coyotes let Larry Fitzgerald join morning skate with them.
Oh, God.
And they put him on ice skates. And have you ever seen one of those nature documentaries where like a baby deer is trying to walk?
Oh, yeah.
And they just look like they're being electrocuted? That was one of the greatest wide receivers of all time on a pair of ice skates. Poor Larry Fitzgerald could barely move. And so they guided him out and put him, 3 feet in front of the net and handed him a hockey stick and said, just try to score. And that video really showed me just what a specialized skill skating is.
To know how to skate is obviously the prerequisite. But man, seeing athletes try to do that, like it's the same thing when I see, a super athlete throw a baseball and you're like, you really don't know how to do that. That's not a thing that you have in your arsenal. It feels like you should. Those are always awkward. By the way, speaking of guys who know how to skate. So, every show today. Remember yesterday when we said we got this contest coming up next week? That's going to be giving away the core 4 of autographed jerseys. So a Jokic, Murray, Porter, and Aaron Gordon all signed jerseys going to one winner next week. And I'm like, wow, what a cool gift. What a cool prize to give away. Well, how about today?
Wow, bro.
Every show has, hang on, Phil for me, Nelly. Phil.
And Brett Kane is walking towards the wall. What is he grabbing? He's grabbing something that he's going to show you. Phrasing. Tell them what they have a chance to win today.
If you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, this would be a game-used McKinnon stick. Every show has a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick to give away. And here's how we're going to do it.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
We're going to talk to Marvin Mims at 8:20 this morning. We are going to take something from that Marvin Mims interview at 8:20. And at 9:20, we're going to ask a question. And if you were listening properly during that interview, you should answer the question pretty easily. You'll text in the answer, and that gets you in the running to win this Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. Now, this is all a precursor to the Avs equipment sale at Ball Arena on Saturday, June 21st. So they're selling player sticks, helmets, skates, pants, goalie equipment, pucks, bags, all of the different stuff that the Avs and the Eagles have used this year. If you're just an Avs fan, you can get a game-specific warm-up puck for $10 or official game pucks for $20. Also, hockey socks, it's $10 for the pair. And if you play hockey, this is great top-level equipment for less than what you would pay at the store. You can get your free ticket for entry at Ticketmaster. Parking is free at Ball Arena. All proceeds from the equipment sale go to Kroenke Sports Charities. But just for the record, something like this Nathan McKinnon stick that I hold in my hands right now would probably sell for $400. And you have a chance to get it for free.
We should specify, though, disclaimer, if you win this stick and you grab the stick, you will not automatically get Nathan McKinnon's hockey talent via osmosis.
Yeah, this isn't, it's not that movie Like Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
Where you put on the shoes and then you get all the talents. But I will say this.
Like Mac.
Got the number 29 written there on the top. Pretty sick. Also, very sticky. Very sticky. I like it. So, we're giving this away at the end of the show. All you have to do is pay attention, essentially, to the Marvin Mims interview, and you should have a chance to win this pretty easy. So, stay tuned. 8:20 this morning to listen to the Mims interview, and then 9:20 to answer a question that happened during that interview for a chance to win this Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. Back after this. I try and tell everybody yesterday, just for a couple of minutes, that, the Rockies win and feels like they're playing a better brand of baseball as of late, that they're scoring more, the bats are waking up, and then I get met, at least by the two people I do the show with a...
Settle down just a little bit.
Get off our show!
Moser goes, oh, yeah, their bats are so much better. Look at their run differential. I'm like, well, that's a season stat. Over the last couple of weeks, their bats have gotten better, and I was shoot off. And then what happened last night? They tie a franchise record in homers. And I got to tell you, if the season started today, I think they would be as bad as the Nationals and the Marlins, but not all by themselves as the worst team in the MLB. Unfortunately, the season did not start today. But the Rockies do win again. It is their third straight. Or again, maybe the recipe here is to play bad baseball teams, and then you can rattle off a few wins in a row. But home runs last night for McMahon, Hilliard, Moniak, Estrada, Tolia had 2. It's a good sign for him after being called back up from the minors. And, of course, Hunter Goodman had another one, his 14th on the season. So, again, Rockies bats coming to life a little bit, showing mentioned this yesterday. I just said a more entertaining brand of baseball as of late. Most people don't care. That's fine. There's your 2 minutes on the rocks. Now, moving forward, Marvin Mims is going to join us at 8:20. I have a lot of questions for Marvin Mims. A lot about what he sees as his... A lot of what he sees as his goals for the upcoming season. Like, does he measure that success in the amount of touches he gets? Is it not the amount of touches, but is it what he does with the touches that he does get? Like, how does he measure that? Is it a team success thing? Is it I'm cool with having 40 catches next year if the offense is good and we're making the postseason? Like, what is it? So we'll talk to him at 8:20. But here's what's interesting. Article written yesterday by our own Jeff Legwald, or I guess this morning is when it dropped. At 4 a.m. Here's the headline. Denver Broncos defense strives to be even better in 2025. If there's one thing that is tried and true with any team striving to be Super Bowl contenders, it's this. We all point to quarterback, and you have to have a good quarterback to have a chance. Now, it's say, all right, that's probably right. I mean, you can find your outlier cases of Trent Dilfers and Brad Johnsons and Nick Foles and guys like that were okay. But you typically have to have a guy who's pretty damn good. So that's accepted. But you must have a good defense. If you want to be in that contender category, there's really no question about it. And I'll just give you an example, by the way. Last year, best defenses in the NFL and what they averaged. Here's your top 6. Chargers, Eagles, Broncos, Chiefs, Vikings, Lions. Followed by the Ravens. Those were your tops. Were the Chargers a contender? Maybe not as much as others, but they were. Eagles, obviously, they won. Chiefs, obviously, they were in the Super Bowl. Broncos weren't, but they didn't have any sort of offense, at least early in the year, to back things up. The Vikings were the 14-win team, and Detroit was a 15-win team. You can do this through every single year, and the teams that you find at the top of these are all Super Bowl contenders. The year before last year, your top 5 was Ravens, Chiefs, Niners, Bills. That was your top 4 anyway. All of them were competing for a Super Bowl. The year before that, Niners, Bills, Ravens, Jets, ironically. But your top three were all in that category. A solid defense is a must. The Broncos had that last year, and they've made this decision. Not exclusively, not at the expense of offense, but they've made the decision to kind of double down on it and say, yeah, that was good. Let's make it even better. And if you do that, you have a defense that was number 3 in scoring defense last year at the end of the regular season, and you improve on that, which feels like they did. Drafting Jahdae Barron, getting Hufanga, getting Dre Greenlaw, getting a healthy Alex Singleton. Feels like they've improved. Well, if that's the case, then you should be at least in the discussion for a team that could compete. And I consider competing for a championship making the postseason. Because at that point, it's 2 to 3 one-game samples, and you find yourself in the Super Bowl. Which any team with a good defense can rattle that off. Now, they've made improvements to the offense too, but Sean Payton has said this for a young quarterback. One of the biggest helps you can give them is a good defense, and I think he's absolutely right. Like, I think it's easier, instead of using the money that you did for Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, if they were to go out and add DK Metcalf. Like, that's going to help your offense. But is that the wisest way to spend your money? I think the way that they did it is better. Continue to make that better and better, the defense. Give your quarterback a running game. And then when you're holding teams to 14 to 17 points a game, go out, score a couple of touchdowns, rip off a couple of field goals, and that's all you need to win. But the hope is that the offense, which was better towards the end of the year last year, continues to improve. And then you're scoring, in the mid-20s. By the way, if you had to guess, and this gets a little bit screwy, because if you remember, there's a whole bunch of, straight-up defensive scores, pick sixes, fumble returns for touchdowns, or turnovers that led to easy scores. Where do you think the Broncos ranked? Everybody in your head, just take a guess. Broncos ranked last year in points per game in the league. I would have said somewhere, middle of the pack, maybe 17, 18. The Broncos were 10th. The 10th highest scoring team in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
Averaged 25 points per game. So doing that while improving on offense and adding to your defense, and I know every team's kind of under the assumption that they've done that. But I think it's really hard to dispute because the Broncos didn't lose all that much. The places they needed to improve, they improved. The guys that left the team felt like guys that were expendable. I mean, how many of the people who left in the offseason did you go, oh my God, how are we going to replace that? There really wasn't any. I think we all kind of liked Javonte Williams, but Javonte just felt like it wasn't working. You had to improve there. I think that J.K. Dobbins is immediately an improvement in his own, and then if R.J. Harvey can be a player, then you've improved in 2 different spots. Tight end. No question you improved at tight end. No question. Wide receiver is largely the same. If you want to throw Bryant in there as sort of a wild card, go ahead, but it's largely the same group. But defense, the spots that you needed to, linebacker, safety, corner depth, did all of that, kept the front of it together. It's a strong argument to be made that they took the right route this offseason. So again, you can have a chance to win that Nathan McKinnon stick Later in the show today, Marvin Mims will join us at 8:20 this morning. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Last night, we witnessed sports history. One team did the impossible. Something that no one thought they could do, but they proved us all wrong. And that should be celebrated.
And Mickey hits this ball very well to left center field. Wood going back, and it's gone as well. The Rockies have tied their franchise record with 7 home runs tonight. That thing just kept carrying and carrying. It's a home run fest.
All you can eat tonight for the Rockies against this Nationals pitching staff. 10-1.
Wait, you weren't talking about the Rockies and their 7 home runs? What else happened last night? Was there something else that I missed?
Down to the final 5 seconds. Rats rain down. Lord Stanley staying in South Florida. Last year was greatness. This time it's historic. The Florida Panthers are back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. The Panthers have done it in 6 games. They take down the Edmonton Oilers. The Panthers have gone back-to-back in 24 and 25.
Rocky Sports Network and Panthers Radio Network on the calls there. I mean, if I were to tell you the more impossible thing, is it winning the Stanley Cup back-to-back, Moj, or is it the Rocks with their 3rd straight and a franchise record 7 homers yesterday? I mean, you know,
huge, yeah. I would have bet Rockies. There's no doubt about it. That one was like, what?
Yeah.
What just happened? I mean, I think we all saw Florida winning.
Yeah, man, there was no chance that game was going back to Edmonton. 0. You knew it a few minutes into the game. It's the Panthers score. You're just like, all right, this is done and over with. And they are so impressive, just top to bottom. A team really without a weakness at all. And I hate to do this because I don't like when national TV shows do stuff like this. A team wins, and the conversation becomes about the team that lost. But I am really curious what happens with Edmonton now. I mean, think about the physical and mental fortitude when you lose the cup the year previous to come back to the final again.
That's
only
the Buffalo
to
Bills.
lose again. Well, that's what I'm saying, Vic. I don't know how many examples of teams that do this, that go to a championship round of whatever sport that they're in back-to-back years, lose in back-to-back years, and are still able to kind of keep it together. I mean, I know Edmonton's good, Moj, but I mean, where do they go?
I don't know where they go. And if you're Connor McDavid, and you do, well, I mean, listen, he was kind of shut down in the Cup final.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of shut down, had a goal. Now, he had more than a point a game, but he had a goal. At the same time, he's arguably the best player on the planet. I don't know what you do, man. You've been top heavy for a while. And you're still top heavy if you're Edmonton. You really are. You don't have solid goaltending. You don't have, obviously, the depth that the Florida Panthers have. You had a more fortunate route to get there as opposed to other teams in the Western Conference, and you ran into that club, which I told you is a monster. I told you they're a monster club. When they want to play, they'll wipe you out. When they're bored and they're playing with their food, you can stay in the game or stay in the series. But if you think about it, the Edmonton Oilers only led for like 35 minutes the entire series, dude.
Coach, I don't get it about Florida. I don't see that team and say, oh my God, look at all that rich talent. I mean, they're fine. But they don't come across as like, oh, my God, look, they do stuff I've never seen before.
Are you saying they don't have, like, McDavid, McKinnon, McCarr types on it?
Yeah, it's, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Bennett, okay.
Bennett, Marchand, Reinhardt,
like
all these.
All right, okay. They wouldn't be the best player here.
No, they wouldn't, but they have a combination.
They wouldn't be the 3rd best player here.
But they have a combination, Vic, that is really, really good.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what makes it so impressive, is that you don't have to have those kind of players. You know, if they wouldn't be the The best player on Florida would be the third best player for Edmonton.
That is correct. And for Colorado.
That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I got a stat for you. Maybe this helps support your point, and I don't know what to do with this. But Moj.
Yes, sir.
Is from Jesse Pollock, TSN.
Mm-hmm.
Friendly reminder that not a single player making over $10 million average annual value has ever won the Stanley Cup.
Really?
If anybody's making 10 per, at least won the cup at the time that they're making the money, right? Because McKinnon's won it.
Now we're getting into the topic of team construction.
Anybody making 10 mil or more per year has never won a cup.
That's wrong because Barkov is making 10, and so is Bob.
Well, that's what the guy said.
Well, the guy's wrong.
Bob is making 10. Am I not? Bob makes 10 and Barkov makes 10. What else do I need to know?
It's over 10, he said.
Over 10. Okay.
Over 10.
So at 10, they can do it. Over 10, they can't
over
do it.
10.
Well, and also, but Brett, yeah, you're right. At the same time, the salary cap is going up. So I'm sure you will see a team with a guy making more than 10 win sometime.
Well, yeah.
But as of right now, I mean, you had to spread the love around, spread the juice around.
But that's a great point, though. That tells you roster construction means everything. You got to have the depth. You got to have some of those second, third, fourth line guys that, wow, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
You have to.
But they also have some very good players, Vic, that perhaps you don't know about or you don't really pay attention to, like, and I don't blame you because they don't sound like super household names, that kind of thing. You know, the Carter Verhaeghes and guys of this nature. Yeah, guys
where would Carter Verhaeghe play with the Avalanche?
Well, he's a centerman, so I guess he would probably be your
what?
Second line center.
So he would take Brock Nelson's job.
Correct.
So he's better than Brock Nelson. Is what you're
Evan
saying.
Rodriguez is your third line center.
He played here.
Evan did, yeah.
What was Evan when he was here?
Is a fourth line center. What's that?
What was Evan when he was here?
Evan was a bottom six guy.
I mean, you keep giving me examples of guys that, would struggle to crack the top six at times.
Correct.
And yet, here they are.
Well,
back-to-back champs.
I agreed, but
the
they
Avs
also
have a lot of depth at the moment right now, too, which is, even though they're paying guys Moj, the Avs have depth on their team now.
Absolutely they do, which is why I'm telling you, dude, they could have battled Florida 7 games and won the whole thing. If you can just get by Dallas in that 7th game, dude. That's how close it is. Although Florida is a special animal, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the Avs would have won. I'm saying that they could have because they had depth too. When you go back to the Avs Stanley Cup championship and you look at some of their bottom 6 guys, you go, oh, where would he be on that team? Well, probably not in the top 6, but you know what? He fits his role here perfectly.
Yeah.
Does a great job. And they don't have any guys who are, getting 100 points a season. In fact, they only have one guy this year who had 80 points. You realize the Florida Panthers had less wins than the Avalanche in the regular season. They had less wins in the regular season than the Avs. But they found a way to get through their state mate. And then, listen, Toronto clearly not ready for prime time. Carolina got wiped out. So their path was a good path.
They're also just really solid everywhere. Again, when a team doesn't have a weakness, it's very hard to pinpoint things. When you look at Edmonton, because you're right, Moj, it's not like McDavid went crazy during this Cup final. It's not like he did it really last year either. They have the ability to kind of shut you down. And if they want to key on one guy and take him out of a game and you're built very top-heavy, well, then that's going to be a problem for you. I mean, it's something that we kind of saw with the Avs a little bit in this sense. It didn't feel like McCarr this year had, whatever that impact that he usually does. Just didn't feel that way in the playoffs. And you got burnt by it because you still, even though you filled out depth on that team, I think it came together so quickly that at least early in the postseason, you needed your big dogs to carry you, and one of them just wasn't quite himself.
Yeah.
I'm like Moj, though. Last night, the game was pretty much over, right? At 3-0, you're like, okay, whatever. So the game did not interest me that much. I had it on, but I didn't really watch closely. I watched to wait for the celebration because nobody misses a Stanley Cup celebration. It's just so cool. You're waiting to see, all right, who grabs it first, second, third? Who, the handshake line? What emerges there? I mean, what are the reactions? How do the coaches react? You just can't wait. It was cool seeing Popeye.
Yeah.
Popeye Jones out there with his son. Just on the ice, Seth Jones winning his first cup.
Was Seth traded mid-season, or did he go there before the season started? I can't remember.
Mid-season.
Moshe, it was interesting that they had guys who had never won a cup grab it first. They did they circled around the ice first before.
Well, like Nate Schmidt, guys like that. Yeah. Well, Nate Schmidt's in his 30s.
Yeah, but
he
I'm
never
just saying that was their manner.
I think that's kind of cool too. I mean, for guys who have never had it before, I think it's kind of a cool thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to get their piece. Everybody's going to get their photo ops and all kind of thing. Paul Maurice, the head coach, didn't take it for a long time. I never get tired of seeing it awarded. It's always a really cool thing.
I am tired of the Florida Panthers. Time to go away.
Okay, that's fine too.
Yeah, I think you guys had your fun. With that. Now I'm done.
All right, so let's go ahead and get back to.
I had no problem with them winning it for the second year in a row.
Yeah,
now it's enough.
I think because here's what I do. I mean, I lifted that thing right that night on the ice.
Yeah,
that was fun as hell.
How'd you get it over your head?
How much do you think the Stanley Cup weighs?
But I know, but you, as an elderly man, I mean, did you need help? Did you have people next to you? Do you have assistance? How did you not fall?
Careful, Vic. You're going to get close to that Moser body soon. You better.
Don't touch me.
You want some of this?
I'm an old man without a prostate. No, honest to God, I'm just wondering the physics of it. How did you get the cup over your head?
I grabbed the top. And I tilted it, and I grabbed the bottom, and I lifted it over my head.
Did Bear help you push it up?
She wasn't there. She did not help me lift it up. No, she did not.
Hey, much like Avs fashion, they immediately broke that cup. Immediately. See that giant, not a chip, I don't know how to say it.
No, I didn't see that. When did that happen?
Pretty quickly after they got it.
Really? I never saw that.
Look at it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Somebody messed up.
Now, Obi Kubel was the one who did it for the Avs. He had the old slip and
he
dent.
dented it.
Yeah. That dude who handles the cup every year, man, his hair, some other rendition of his hair. Now it's all long and flowy, that white hair that matches the gloves.
I got to say something real quick. So that guy I'm cool with. There's another guy who handles that cup. He's the one that we talked to once. Prickly for me.
Oh, I had a run-in with the cup handler once years ago when the Avs beat
Phil
the Devils.
Pritchard. Phil Pritchard is the guy with the. It's this guy is who you're thinking of, Brett. That guy. That's not the guy.
Wait,
or is it that guy?
I thought it was just one guy.
That's the guy right there.
I didn't
Phil
know there was.
Pritchard.
What are they, twins?
No, that is him.
What are they, twins?
No, that is him. I remember I asked that we had that guy, and I was asking, so like you go everywhere at the cup? He goes, yeah, I go everywhere. And I go, oh, so like you're always around when people are like. If you're with family, these people are with family and they want to hang out with their family, you're like just in the living room. He's like, I'm always with it. And I go, well, EJ was like naked with the cup. In bed.
Well, he wasn't.
And he goes, I'm always with it. And I go, all right relax, man. Jeez.
So they brought the cup over when I was at Channel 4. They brought the cup over to the station and they let us.
Hang on. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, so you're telling me you're in a room with Eric Johnson while he's nude with the thing? Is that what you're telling me?
He didn't want to tell you the truth. He's probably in the adjoining room with a camera on it. Whatever.
Yeah, he's not walking down the hall. Listen, when Gabe is walking down the hallway naked with the Stanley Cup in his hand, banging on EJ's door.
Yeah.
Phil's not walking down the hallway with him naked.
Phil gave me an attitude he was like, I'm always with it. I'm like, all right.
If your job, let's be honest, if your job was to walk around all day, 365, with a freaking trophy, you'd be a little prickly too.
Like, would I be like, this is the coolest job ever?
No, that job would suck.
You go all over the globe.
What do you mean that would suck? Am I to believe that Phil is in an adjoining bed right there next to EJ?
When do you live? I mean, you're always shepherding the cup around. I'd like to live a little bit. How do I play golf?
I don't. But Vic,
I don't think he has to have his hands on it the whole time.
Hey, EJ, I'm going to go play golf. You have to come with me because I have to watch. I mean, what do? I'm not going to sit there 24/7, high security for a inanimate object.
Okay, listen.
It's the dumbest thing in the world.
It's a very valuable thing. Like I said, when I'm looking at it last night, I'm going, wow. I had the opportunity and the fortune to throw it over my head and drink out of it, get poured stuff on me. And you've seen all the photos.
Yep.
It's so special just to see it. And you realize, okay, now these guys have it again, right? It's amazing, dude. And if you're a player, whether you've won it or not, and you see other dudes with it, you're like, man, I got to get me some of that back, or I've got to get me some of that. It's watching these guys hoist the cup over their head on the ice in a Game 6 victory. It's got to be the ultimate motivator for players. It has to be. Because, again, that is hockey that's just immortality, period.
I go back to
their names are always going to be on that, at least until they die, and probably their kids are long gone. Then that ring is going to be put in the Hall of Fame. In fact, the cup right now goes back to at least the top ring, I think the late 1950s,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
All right, so I go back to what Kane said earlier. What happens to Edmonton now?
I do not know.
Okay, that's my first question.
Because there are some things you just don't come back from, right?
All right, and that's why I want to set this question up, because I think the Avs are in better position than most teams in the Western Conference to win next year. I really do.
I don't disagree.
I think they're in great position. Dallas is not going to get better. Dallas is going to get worse.
That is correct.
Edmonton is still shell-shocked. 2 in a row.
That is correct.
Where do they go?
That is correct.
The Avs, this is their team. Now they have one playoff run behind them. I feel pretty damn good about it.
I said this earlier.
Winnipeg is a very good hockey club, but they keep folding in the postseason, man.
I said this earlier that if I could make a bet, I would do it, that the Avs season would last longer than Edmonton's. I think it's too much for Edmonton to try and do this third year in a row after losing like that twice. And all that, I mean, remember when Draymond Green, we played the clip, was it last week, 2 weeks ago? He said it's almost better as a player to lose in the first round than it is to lose in the finals. He goes, because it's all that wear and tear, it's shortening your off season, it's the mental tax that it takes. Like for fans, it's not the case, but
also you get to go to vacation earlier.
Yes, that too.
But the last point is clear. It also mentally, you have a lot more work to do. Sometimes when you get to the final, you're like, oh, we're right there. We just, we don't have to do anything else. Well, Edmonton was right there 2 years in a row. They were closer last year, for crying out loud.
Speaking of the Avs.
What? Oh, he's going to get the sticks. We got some stick work here in the studio.
What I hold in my hands right now is something that we are giving away at 9:20. This is a Nathan McKinnon used stick from last year.
How do we know which stick is ours to give away? We got 4 of them.
Well, they're all Nathan McKinnon sticks.
I understand. Let me.
We take the one that's nearest and dearest to our heart.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
So he had 29 on there. So he had 29 on the tape. So here's what's going to happen. Every show is going to give away Nathan McKinnon's stick.
This is the one.
Can I cross-check you? I just want to see what it feels like.
And how you win this stick is very simple. Yeah, you like that one?
Most cross-check me.
That's the one.
Most cross-check me.
The one.
I want to see what it feels
like. This
like.
is the one. So how you win this is at 8:20 this morning, we're going to talk to, hopefully, breakout star this year for the Broncos, Marvin Mims. 8:20 this morning. We will take something from that interview. We will play it at 9:20. And if you text in the correct answer, that gets you in the running to win this stick. So tune in at 8:20 for the Marvin Mims interview. Pay attention to it, and then we'll have a question at 9:20 regarding that, and that gives you the shot to win.
Okay, we'll have a question at 9:20.
Yes.
How much does a stick like that cost on the open market?
$400.
That's
the estimated value is $400 here that I hold in my hand.
I tell you what's awesome. There's a guy named Tom Reed, who's the radio analyst for the Minnesota Wild. Played a long, long time ago, right? He's got his original contract with the North Stars, Brett. He's got a restaurant there in St. Paul.
Really?
And it says on the contract, you can't.
No. No, I'm
it
listening.
says you can't give away your sticks, right? This is back in like 1970.
Yeah.
69, 70. You can't give away your sticks, and if you break a stick, you have to pay for it. $10,
Okay.
Brett.
All right.
$10.50.
$10.50.
Yeah. If you crack that,
Yeah,
dude, and you can't give it away.
You better not.
Yeah, I'll cross-check it over. Okay. No, I just
Okay.
wanted to see.
So anyway, tune in at 8:20, and we'll take something from the Marvin Mims interview, play it at 9:20, and then you must get the answer right. Now,
when you feel that, can you tell how much it hurts to get slashed?
I feel like this is me and Nelly were talking about this earlier. You ever see? Well, you guys wouldn't have seen it. There's a movie called Like Mike when I was a kid, just a little kid's movie. So this kid gets Michael Jordan's shoes. He puts them on, and he becomes Michael Jordan. I feel the power of Nathan McKinnon as I hold this. Feel it. Feel it down in my plums.
Gross.
So, gross. Chance to win that at 8:20.
Feel it down in my plums.
Stick around.
Yeah, where were you on Saturday night, man? You really blew it, dude. You really blew it.
Oh, I was.
I know where you were. I know what was going on. I know
I was playing golf and drinking beer and half in the bag in the mountains.
You should have planned a different weekend because that Earth, Wind, and Fire show was killer.
I know. And
this is not Earth, obviously, but it was.
You know, I would have gone. I know. What made you think of the concert with this?
I felt the funk.
Oh, okay.
The Earth show was.
You know, Earth, Wind, and Fire is one of my favorite bands ever.
So good.
Hey. Remember when I said something yesterday, and Moser, you said I was being stupid, and
if you're,
every day.
If you're going to, I know what you're going to discuss.
When I said that,
I'm going to excuse myself from the conversation.
When I said that the Rockies bats have turned around over the last couple of weeks,
I will not be doing my job.
And then they dropped 7 bombs last night, which ties a franchise record.
Totally had 2 of them.
Totally had 2, which actually was really good to see after he was struggling early in the year, got called back up. But McMahon, Hilliard, Moniak, Estrada, Tolia with 2, and of course Hunter Goodman with another one as he leads the way in the National League as far as catchers with 14 homers. That's 3 in a row for the Rocks.
I think they had more homers last night in that game than they had the month of May.
I think you're right, actually. I really do think you're right. Here's what's funny. I think the Rockies are as bad as the Nats and the Marlins now. Right now, this version of the Rockies is on par with the other worst teams in the league. They aren't on their own as the worst.
So they've jumped up a level.
They've jumped up to we are as bad as the bad are.
Okay, I think that's fair to say. So despite being 41 games under 500, and the Natties are 13
I'm
games
going to ignore
under
the first
500.
couple of months of the season. They didn't exist. I'm judging now.
Okay.
Now.
Well, I'll play your little game. I will play along with you. Okay?
Okay.
What does this mean?
Well, in what? A huge context or not? What it means right now is that they're playing better, more enjoyable baseball for the moment.
Awesome.
That's all it means to me.
Cool.
So, yeah, I don't have any big takeaways, but that's 3 in a row. And here's what I tell you. If they keep playing the Nats, if the Rockies played the Nats and the Marlins every series, I think the Rockies could be the best team in that 3-team baseball league.
That'd be a hell of a division.
They could be the best
if my
of that
had
3-team
league.
Exactly right.
See, here's the thing. You say, give me a minute and a half. Give me 2.
That was it. That's all I needed right there.
Okay, but then you say, but. So when you throw
What's a but?
in, or but if the Rockies played in you just got to throw in that little extra there.
I'm with Brett on this one. Just be happy for them.
I am happy. Yeah, I'm really happy.
Be happy.
I'm happy for Mickey Moniak. I mean, it's going to get him a brand new 7-year.
This is what I'm talking about.
See how you are.
$236 million contract to bomb the baseball.
Just be happy.
What's wrong with every once in a while in sports? You just see something and you say this. You just go like this. Neat.
Did you watch the game?
No, I didn't watch the game yesterday.
No, but I heard about the bombs, though. I could hear them.
I did hear about the bombs as well. I'm a huge Hunter Goodman guy. He continues to rake. I like that a lot. I mean, if this guy could ever hit he's only 1 for 5 last night, but if this guy could hit 300 and continue to bomb the ball,
there.
he's under. But if he could ever get to
285 in today's MLB is
pretty
a really damn
right?
good average.
Okay, let's say if he can get to 293 and continue to hit with power, he's going to get paid. That kid.
Hey, just how about one thing real quick, because I heard Raj and Coach talking about this. Jake Bird is probably going to be your all-star representative because Hunter Goodman, despite being totally worthy of it, I think he's 5th because all of the Dodgers fans are voting for their guy, Cubs fans voting for theirs, and it's just a numbers game.
And Jake Bird's numbers are pretty good.
And no, he's deserving.
They're pretty good, yeah.
Raj is adamant they should trade Jake Bird.
Well, they can get.
And I think he's probably right on this.
They could probably get some good stuff for him if you want to go that route.
But what good does that luxury do you right now? You have the luxury of a great guy that comes out of the pen, but winning games now. What does it do for you? That's a luxury item for a team that wants to go to the playoffs.
Yeah,
has playoff aspirations, right?
Yes. Well, that's the thing. Every playoff team, if you ask them, "Do you want another relief pitcher?" They'd be like, "Yeah." Every single one says yes.
Oh, you want especially one.
You want to hoard arms as much as you possibly can.
So what do you get for him?
I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Bird doesn't have, like, an extended run of success over his career, like, at least not this. You know, he's been all right. But this is the first year where he's been, like, sort of, oh, my God level good. Where I think this is where Raj is right. You flip that when that asset's here. Give that to somebody
minor
else.
league starter.
Get a couple of prospects and see what you can do with it. Yeah, that'd be my guess. So, anyway, going back to hockey for a second, because it is interesting when you have a guy like McDavid, and I remember the year before the Avs won the Cup, McKinnon sat at that post-game press conference as they lost again in the second round, and he said, I haven't won bleep in my career. Right? So he's talking overall, like the Stanley Cup. He also never won the Hart. He was always kind of in it, never won it. And you saw the pain on that guy's face.
It was excruciating.
He's one of the best players in the world, and he's playing his ass off, and he's got nothing to really show for it over, was he like 10 years in the league at that point? Or not quite 10?
No, not that long.
What did he say, 8 years? Whatever the number was. But if you're McDavid will go down as one of the best players that the NHL's ever seen. He's going to.
Absolutely, yes.
And if that guy doesn't have hardware to show for it, how many different people in sports as good as McDavid have that to their name?
You saw the exasperation in his face last night.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I felt for him. And I don't know. It's weird. I started talking about this earlier, and people, there's a lot of people here, I guess, that don't like McDavid. Call him Connor McNo-Cups. Which I actually thought was kind of clever.
We call him McPickles. You know, that's...
McNo-Cups it's a clever name, though. I mean, if you're going to do an insult, at least make it clever, and that is clever. But I don't know if it's because he was sort of battling with McKinnon for the Hart Trophy all those years and stuff like that. But I like McDavid. I like him, and I feel for him right now.
Did you see most of the betting apps, most of the betting companies, the favorites to win the Cup next year, 2 or 3 teams? Colorado Avalanche are among them. ESPN Bet has Colorado right there.
Yeah, I mean, they are that good. I don't know what else to tell you. A first-round exit is incredibly painful. This is a really good hockey club. I could argue they're one of the top 5 clubs in the entire league, and they lose in the first round because you're playing another top 5 club in the first round.
This betting guy says the Avs have 19 of 23 roster spots under contract, including a healthy Gabriel Landeskog and 2 of the best players in the world. And that's all you really need to hear.
That's pretty much it.
Because there aren't, we make the point about roster construction. How many teams out there contending have 19 spots already under contract?
The Florida Panthers, I know their GM Bill Zito he's hopeful that he can get everybody back under contract, talking about Sam Bennett and Aaron Ekblad and Brad Marchand. He's not going to be able to keep all 3. The numbers just cannot
One's
work.
going to have to go.
The Dallas Stars cannot keep some of their guys, including Duchesne. Probably, will they find a way with Jamie Benn? Probably will. But they're going to be tight. I'm reading what Matthew Tkachuk said about Connor McDavid. Quote, when you have a player that good and that talented, he's going to win the Stanley Cup one day, wherever it is. You've got to wonder, again, he is Edmonton through and through. But if you can't win there,
well, dude,
do you get to a point where you say, okay, enough is too much?
If Gretzky can get traded, ironically, from that same place, anybody can get traded.
Yeah, or what he says is, look, I want to go. Gretzky just got traded. He got traded. McDavid would get traded because he said, I'm not going to re-sign here, and you do whatever it is you want to do. And then you have to trade him, clearly. I don't know, man. It's tough. It really is tough.
Would you want to leave if you're McDavid?
I don't know that I would. I mean, you've got a really good hockey club.
Yeah.
You've got a wonderful market that adores you, right? I mean, that's all they got up there. And they love their Oilers. You've got an incredibly beautiful building. You don't want for anything in your life when you're there.
God, I'm telling you. Well, I asked, like, who else is in that category? And somebody says Marino. And I go, yeah.
Well, Dan Marino wasn't as good as football as Connor McDavid is.
That's
at
what
hockey.
I'm saying. Like, I think he's better than that.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's a great player.
McDavid is better at hockey than Marino was at quarterback, though.
That's correct.
Let's come up with who is the greatest hockey player never to have won a cup. The greatest hockey player never to have won a cup. Would you say it's Connor McDavid right now?
Yeah.
Who is the greatest basketball player never to have won an NBA championship?
Barkley.
I don't know if he's the greatest. He's among them, but there are a few in the NBA that have never won.
Who else?
But there are a few.
Maybe Stockton or Malone.
Yeah, those are two really good candidates.
Malone's got better numbers than Barkley, but I think I'd take Barkley over Malone. But there's a bunch in the NBA that stack up there that are going to be that are Hall of Famers that have never won a championship.
AI says it's Elgin Baylor.
Yes, he was an MVP candidate for many, many years. Allen Iverson responded.
Yeah, the answer. The answer.
You could say the answer is one of them.
Football player is too hard because there's too many spots.
Well,
quarterback's
Marino comes to mind.
Yeah, quarterback's Marino. I'm gonna trust AI with all of this.
I'm looking around here, just getting a reminder on the best players to never win a cup. Marcel Dion was a great player for the Los Angeles Kings. Great player. Jerome McGinley was a great player.
Yeah, he bounced around trying to find one, too.
Matt Sundin.
Yeah.
One-time Quebec Nordique. Never won a Stanley Cup.
Wasn't he a Maple Leaf at one?
For his entire career, yeah.
AI is giving you multiple options for baseball if you'd like to hear them.
Hold on. Let me think about this. Baseball players never to have won. Tony Gwynn never won.
Tony Gwynn did not. He is not on this list.
He's
though.
not on that list.
What?
You got Ted Williams.
Oh,
Ty Cobb.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Ken Griffey Jr.
That's a pretty good list.
Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Ernie Banks.
Hold on. Barry Bonds won with the Giants.
No, he didn't. He went to a World Series. They did not win that.
Are you sure?
They lost to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
That's right. That was that series where Pierce Brosnan was dancing in the luxury suite. That drove me so crazy.
And it was when
I'm like, you don't even know baseball, dude. What are you doing dancing?
Who played for the Angels that year?
They were stacked.
Was
it 2004?
It was 2002, and that was
2002.
the year that JT Snow saved Dusty Baker's kid from getting
Nelly, pull up the 2004 Angels. I want to see if I can get some of these.
Is it 2002 or 2004?
2002.
2002. Okay, let me see if I can get some of these. They had an outfielder. Gary Anderson?
That's a kicker that once kicked for the Minnesota Vikings.
You're thinking Gary Pettis?
No.
Garrett Anderson.
Garrett
Anderson.
Garrett Anderson. Okay, hang on. Did they have
It's a pretty damn good team, dude.
Kendrys Morales? Was he on that team?
I think he's too young.
No, he's too young.
He's too young.
Okay, hang on. Wait. Tim Salmon?
Yes.
Yep. Tim Salmon. Okay, hang on.
Was he a first bagger?
He played right field.
Right field?
You know what? The fact that I got two, I'm pretty proud of that.
You ready for this? As we get to break here.
Mm-hmm.
Their catcher was Benji Molina.
Oh, Benji.
Their first baseman, Scott Spezio.
Oh, jeez.
I don't remember Scott.
Yeah, I do.
Second baseman was Adam Kennedy.
Yep.
Okay.
Shortstop, David Eckstein.
David Eckstein. How
was
about
that? Was that pre-St. Louis or post-St. Louis?
That was pre.
Okay.
Hey, Tim Salmon was here to bang, man.
Third baseman, Troy Gloss.
Troy Gloss, another
Garrett
guy.
Anderson and left. Darren Erstad was their center fielder.
Former Nebraska.
Darren Erstad.
Was he a punter?
He was a punter.
Yeah.
He was. I think he won the, what is it called?
The punter award. That's what it's called.
Tim Salmon wasn't right. They had some players,
Give me some arms.
Ramon Ortiz, Kevin Appier, Aaron Saley.
No. Kevin, not Appier. What's
Appier?
Appier.
Whatever is, yeah. Appier is what I always called him. Aaron Seeley.
Great.
Jared Washburn. Troy Percival.
He was our closer.
What a
closer Troy Percival was.
Remember Scott Schoenweiss?
Yes.
Oh, my God, these guys.
Wait, who was the manager? Was it Soch?
I think it was Mike Scioscia,
Yeah, it was
wasn't
Mike
it?
Scioscia.
Yeah.
Boy, look at you guys get all giddy because you can name baseball players.
Yeah, what a fun game. What a fun game that is.
But people forget that's 23 years ago. Those were all really good players.
Yeah. All right, so if you had to name, you gave us that short list, the greatest baseball player never to have won a World Series, is it Ted Williams, Ty Cobb, or Barry?
It's Ted Williams.
I would have to say Ted Williams.
It's Ted
Barry
Williams.
Bonds.
I'd say Ted Williams.
That's recency bias. Barry Bonds is
Recency?
great.
What do you?
Dude,
What is recency bias?
In the annals of baseball history, Ted Williams will go down as a better player than Barry Bonds.
I'll give a slight
Ted
nod.
Williams, Ted
this
Williams ever
segment?
intentionally walked with the bases loaded because they were so scared of him?
Well, Ted Williams intentionally left this country to go to war for this country and came back and played.
okay,
Yeah, you
that's
want
fine.
He was a
intentionally.
mother trucking fighter pilot.
You want some of that?
What do you want?
Got his head taken off and frozen for life.
Yeah, he's currently in Arizona in a meat locker.
Okay. These arguments is. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Nelly.
It's supposed to be 100 this weekend. You heard me. 100. 100 degrees. AC better be working. Better not be leaking. AC needy. If you need your AC worked on, give our folks at AAA Services a call. AAA Services, for just $49, they will tune up your AC. You want more than that? For $79, they'll throw in a water heater flush. Feeling fancy now, are we? $99 gets you the AC tune up, the flush, and an electrical safety inspection. Call today, schedule an appointment. You can call at 303-313-3333 or online at aaa today.com.
Vic, how could we forget the greatest baseball player to never win a title is obviously Nolan Arenado.
He's up there.
It's a very, very obvious answer.
Obvious to some, right?
So, Moj, behind you, right behind your left shoulder on camera right now is 4 Nathan McKinnon hockey sticks that each show will give away today. So here's how ours is going to work. 8:20 this morning, so 30 minutes. We're talking to Marvin Mims of the Denver Broncos.
Actually, Brett, he's traveling out here for his youth football camp, and I believe he got a little bit delayed in his travel, so he's going to come on after 8:20, a little later in the show. I'm working on the specific time.
Okay.
But I was informed maybe closer to 9.
Maybe closer to 9. Whenever Marvin Mims joins this show, we will take something from that and ask a question that you must answer for a chance to win this Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. Now, the reason we have these is because of something else that Raj is in studio for. Hello, Raj.
What's up, guys?
Turn your microphone on, Raj.
Is it that mic or is it the other mic? I think it's the other one. Try that one.
Yeah.
We have too many
There you go.
microphones.
That's
here.
the
So
one.
I just spoke into a microphone that has a cord but actually doesn't work.
It's a prop.
All right, cool. It got me. Coming up on Saturday, a lot of teams do this and have done this for many years across the NHL. The Avs are having their inaugural Avalanche equipment sale on Saturday starting at 3 p.m. And what you guys can do is you can go down there to Ball Arena and you can buy very lightly used, if not brand new, top-of-the-line pro equipment. Some of this stuff has been used either in practice or in games by your favorite players. Obviously, you guys have been showing off the Nathan McKinnon sticks.
Why don't they take this home with them?
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of hockey sticks downstairs at Ball Arena. I went through it yesterday. It's borderline offensive.
Well, the players just leave them there?
They'll take home a bunch of sticks, but it's too many to bring home.
Gotcha. How many sticks does a random player go through in a game?
In a game?
Yeah.
Well, they have a game stick. Then they probably have 2 backups.
Okay.
That they've actually cut and wrapped and ready to go.
And they might use
Taped.
during a game if they feel like a stick gets gummy or
Correct.
soft or something like that.
Or you know what? Or that stick just, you ain't feeling the vibe.
Your stick gets soft?
And I go to Rocky Mountain.
Oh, yes! I was waiting for it.
Anyway.
I don't know. And pro players probably go through
how many sticks per
150 to
year?
200 sticks a year?
I mean, in practice, they're breaking them all the time. I mean, it's a lot of twigs, man. And all the proceeds, by the way, are going to Cronky Sports charities. So they're going to do good in the community by selling all this stuff.
They have sticks. What else do they have?
Everything.
Helmets, skates,
everything.
pants, goalie equipment,
Everything.
pucks, bags.
What about cups?
I did not see any cups, so no jocks. I apologize for the jock sniffers out there.
I mean, what are you if you don't have cups for sale?
I'm going to be down there on Saturday too, Raj.
So the cheapest thing that you can get there are $10
game-specific warm-up pucks.
Yes, that's the cheapest thing you can get there.
It has
However,
a logo on it, the whole 9 yards.
right, it's from assorted games.
Official game pucks are $20.
Now, the marquee sticks from your marquee players, McKinnon, Taves, Landeskog, and Makar, those are going to go for $400. Now, the reason why this is so cool is to outfit a hockey player with top-end equipment that fits into adult-sized equipment, pro-sized equipment, it can cost north of $3,000 from head to toe.
What?
To go from everything protective from head to toe.
If you want a brand new pair of Bauer,
I know the skates are expensive as hell.
Skates are $1,000. Now, you can go buy a pair of skates without steel in them, and steel costs another $175 coming up on Saturday. Again, prices are subject to change prior to Saturday. You can get a brand new set of skates or very, very lightly used set of skates for $600.
They don't take their skates home with them?
I saw like 20 some odd pairs of Cale Makar skates.
What's going on here? I thought those things are like.
So how many bats does Aaron Judge have?
No, but these are skates. These are a little more like I wear them on my feet.
How many backup gloves does Aaron
same,
Judge have?
I would think the same as Vic. Like, you're comfortable now in your thing.
Yeah, you break them in.
Well, they will.
Well, I guess, Vic, Joker's got a new pair of shoes on every single night that he takes the floor.
I think they're a little easier to go through sneakers and basketball shoes than skates. I think skates are more custom.
Hey, remember the old
Peter
stories?
Forsberg, it took him years to find skates that fit.
Not to fit. He was looking for something for his ankle.
Remember the old stories of Tiger Woods where they would bring him 20 sets of clubs and they would hide 0.5 gram of lead tape in a shaft, or they would go half of a wrap underneath the grip, and he would pick it up, and you'd see his face turn, and he'd go, I don't know. And he'd take one swing, and he would throw the club away. Hockey players are the same way. That's the reason why there's so many Nathan McKinnon sticks, is he'll pick one up and go, that's not right.
And you wonder now why I didn't play hockey growing up. It is a lot of money to play that sport.
Incredibly expensive. So, again, the reason why this is so cool is if you are a hockey player, an adult hockey player, or if you have a player that's 14, 15, 16, 18, again, these are all adult-sized equipment, you can save like $1,000 in protective.
Are Canadians all rich? How can they all afford to play hockey? Is everybody in Canada rich?
There's a lot of hand-me-down stuff, too.
I mean, it's one sport where, okay, you have to pay to get your kid all saddled up, right? That's going to cost how much? You got a kid that's going to play hockey. How much that cost?
To play on a top-end AAA hockey team at 18 years old, it is about $25,000.
Oh, my God.
$20,000 to $25,000 a year in organization fees and flights and hotels and stuff like that. And that's before equipment.
Well, you can get yourself a little discount then with some of this stuff out there. So, again, it's Saturday. It's a free ticket that you can get on Ticketmaster.
Yep.
The parking is free at Ball Arena, and all the proceeds from the sale go to Kroenke Sports Charities.
I will be there.
Yeah, get on out there.
I'll be there a little bit earlier than that.
It's sweet. I walked away with a brand new pair of shin pads yesterday. I've needed them for years. Got them for like $100.
What are your skates right now?
My skates? Bauer MX3s and Vapor APX2s.
What'd you do with those parent toes I gave you?
I still have them.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are my coaching skates.
What do you need shin pads for? What are you doing? You on your knees a lot? What do you need shin pads?
Big shot blocker, Vic.
Okay.
Let me look at him. He looks like a shot blocker.
Bye, guys.
See you, Raj.
See you, buddy.
Thanks, Raj. So, again, that's Saturday. Free ticket on Ticketmaster. Parking's free at Ball Arena. And so go check it out. Again, it's the sticks like this, the one that we're giving away in all the shows today. These will go for about $400 at this thing.
My mind is, I can't get wrapped around the fact how much it costs to play hockey.
Well, it's kind of what you said. I kind of was under the impression you get something that's just kind of yours for like until
forever.
It falls apart, right? Like when I got a baseball glove, that was my glove for 7 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, if the webbing fell apart or it just got all too beat up, then I go get a new one.
You have it repaired.
Yeah, this is the same reason why I never skied as a kid. I ain't paying for all that.
I actually agree with you. That's why
my parents ain't paying for all that crap.
I've lived here for 6.5 years. Never skied in my life. I'm like, well, why not? You're right there. And I go, dude, I don't have the money for a new hobby like that. Okay? I don't have the money nor the time to go do that. I don't.
Well, I don't know, man. I always, how much does it cost like to rent ice too? You have to rent the place where you play.
It's expensive. I mean, there's ice rinks around, but it's not like there's one on every corner.
So, reminder to you guys, we will have the winner of this. How you win the Nathan McKinnon stick for our show is when we talk to Marvin Mims. Sounds like around 9 o'clock now. We'll have a question after that interview in which you answer, and we'll draw the winning answer from the text line from one of the people who get that answer right. So we'll do that a little bit later to win that McKinnon signed stick. Again, Marvin Mims. Later in the show, around 9-ish. So a lot to look forward to. Stick around.
Barkov to the corner for Reinhardt, tapped on Ekblad to Verhaeghe, now to Reinhardt again, to the empty net. Does it have the distance? It does! 4 for Sam Reinhardt. He scores to make it 5-0 Panthers. Another empty netter with 5:05 to play here in the third.
Stanley Cup champion has been crowned for the second year in a row. It is the Florida Panthers, as they make pretty light work of Edmonton in that game yesterday, which I think we all kind of expected, I think. And we had every game, as you guys know, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Stanley Cup playoffs were powered by Mountain Hyundai. Get to the opening of Mountain Hyundai, Colorado's largest Hyundai dealership, locally owned and operated, Colorado proud, located at the Boulder Turnpike and the Denver Mousetrap.
It wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. But what did I tell you when you asked me? Who asked me? I think it was Vic.
What was the question?
How many goals will Edmonton need to win?
What's the question?
You said it had to be a high-scoring game, 4, 5, 6.
I said 5. Yeah. And if they get to 5, then you probably don't have, both empty netters.
Yeah.
So, fine. You got 1.
That's not going to do it.
Podkolzin scored with about 4.5 minutes left in the game. I mean, it's all over but the shout. He'll be able to say, I scored a Stanley Cup goal, but yeah, they just don't have enough, dude. Florida, when they got on their roll. Again, once I saw what they did against Toronto at the end of that series, I'm like, okay, they're ready to go, and they just wiped out Carolina. They essentially wiped out Edmonton. I mean, Edmonton led for less than a minute or less than an hour the entire series.
Okay, fellas, I want you to listen to this. Everybody driving around, listening online and on their radios, stop what you're doing and listen to this. When I give you this statement, what comes to mind? Here's the statement. It's been 32 years
since a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup.
It's been 32 years.
You do sound like that old lady.
It's pretty remarkable.
I mean, that's beyond remarkable.
It's been 84 years.
It's preposterous how long it's been since a team from Canada, America's top hat, has won a championship in the sport it invented.
How is it, like, the odds of it, by the way?
Okay, how about this? Let me add a wrinkle.
Well, I mean, you've got 32 teams and 25 of them are in America.
I don't care.
Okay, but Moj, so that's 7 different teams over the course of 32 years. 7. If I took a random draw of 7 teams in any league, I bet you one of those 7 would have a championship in the last 32.
You're probably right.
You know what I mean?
Just so you know, I was pulling for Edmonton. I want this streak to end.
We know you were.
I want the streak to. I want a Canadian team to win. I think it's just ridiculous that a city in Canada cannot celebrate a Stanley Cup championship. It hasn't celebrated one since Montreal. So I'm going to ask you, 32 years since Patty Waugh and company raised the cup. Where were you 32 years ago?
32 years ago, believe it or not, I was at Disneyland.
All right, that's very specific. I was more general comment. What were you doing 32 years? I didn't say like to the day.
Oh,
this
okay.
Guy, he pulled
How
out
do
his
you
diary.
know that?
He pulled out his diary
Because I was listening
Dear
to Nick.
Diary.
I was listening to Nick Nixon talk. Call the series, McSorley's curve and everything. Man, I listened to the whole damn thing.
Dear Diary.
Hang on. If somebody said, where were you 32 years ago? You're like, I was at King Soopers, actually, is where I was at.
Because I was listening on the radio.
That's
listening
crazy.
to Nick Nixon. Yeah.
All right. How about you, Brett? 32 years ago.
I was 2.
32 years ago, 1993, I was in my third and final year of my...
No, wait. I was 3.
Okay. Thanks for acknowledging.
I had to clarify.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares about how old you were or where you were or who you are, frankly. 32 years ago, I was working in Austin, Texas, following the Dallas Cowboys at training camp in Austin. That's how long it's been. 32 years since a Canadian team won a freaking cup. If you're a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, I mean, they may never be. Is there a bigger choking team than Toronto in any sport right now? Like what? I asked that with total
respect.
Total respect. 'Cause I root for Toronto. Listen,
with all due respect,
I got
choke
family.
better than you, huh?
I got family in Toronto. I want them to win.
We know that
I want
too.
them.
Yes,
but is there a bigger choker in all team sports than Toronto?
I just don't think they're built to win. When they signed Tavares, I'm like, you don't need him. The smartest thing to do would have been to keep Kadri and use some of that bread at other places.
Nelly, can you pull up this website behind us, please?
They acted emotionally. It just was silly.
Because I want to play a game.
Nelly, where were you 32 years ago?
32 years ago, I did not exist.
I like you better then.
Go ahead, Nelly. Pull this up behind me. I'm going to play a game here. This is a website that is called pickerwheel.com. It has all 32 teams on it, NFL teams. We're going to spin this seven times. And we're going to see how many times we land on somebody who's won a Super Bowl in the last 32 years.
All right.
So, Nelly, go ahead. Give it a spin. Spin.
How do I?
You click the
wheel.
middle.
Click the middle.
Where it
Just
says
the middle.
spin.
Oh, there
Yeah,
we go.
just click it.
Here we go.
All right, so big spin here, and it lands on the
Summer radio, everybody. Spinning a wheel.
Well, the Eagles. Yeah,
The
that's
Eagles.
pretty.
Yeah, the Eagles have won, yes, in the last 32 years. Let's try this again, Nelly.
Very apropos.
Give it another spin, and let's see if we can find a team.
We're looking for a team that's never won a Super Bowl?
I want to see how many of these that we would land on have won in the last 32 years. Well, the Niners,
They have.
They
did,
won,
yeah.
but not in 32. Wait.
Yeah, they did.
1995. Yes,
That's right.
they did.
That's right.
Steve Young.
That's right.
They beat the Chargers and Stan Humphries.
So we're 2 for 2 on champions right now. Remember, these are just random teams in the NFL that we are picking.
This is your NHL point. Then.
This
You're
is the
trying-
NHL point I'm trying to make. That 7 teams in Canada haven't won in 32 years.
Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo, all right, we finally got one. Okay. So
Buffalo,
2-1.
Let's be honest. Buffalo might as well be Canada. In fact, I consider Buffalo a Canadian city.
It's
Pretty
very
much.
close.
Pretty much, yep. So 4th spin here, and we have landed on the... it's the Patriots. Yeah, I think they've won 1 or 2.
So that's 3 out of 4 have won.
3 out of 4 of winners. Yes, the next team is the Panthers. The Panthers did not.
They
All
did
right,
not.
3 and 2. We got 2 more spins, Nelly. Let's play the game.
What are you trying to prove here?
Remember when I said take 7 random teams in any sport to see if they've won
San
in the
Francisco again.
last... that was close enough to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh counts. And then finally, one last spin there, please, Nelly.
I don't understand the point of this
Here's the
experiment.
point. Now that we get this one done here, the final team is the Green Bay Packers, and they have as well.
Yep.
So 5 out of our 7 spins landed on teams that have won championships.
So what you're saying is that you just throw all the NHL teams on this little thing here. And
they have 7 teams, Vic, in Canada. 7 of them.
Okay.
And not one of them has randomly won in the last 32 years. And I did that to be like, if I just chose 7 teams at random, 5 in the NFL have won championships in the last 32
Couple teams
years.
have come close. I mean, Vancouver went to a Game 7. Edmonton went to a Game 7. They've come close. They just can't get it done. I don't know what to tell you.
Ottawa's been there.
I mean, just win.
Yeah.
If I'm Canadian, I'm looking at that saying, all of our players are playing for these cities, and we can't win one.
Calgary's been there. They lost to the Lightning when the Lightning won their first one. They've been there. Just can't get over the hump.
It's pretty mind-blowing. 32 2 years, no team from Canada has won. By the way, confirmation now. Marvin Mims will join the show at 9 o'clock this morning. So at 9 o'clock, Marvin Mims will be on the show, and you should pay attention for a number of reasons. First of all, it's a really good player for the Broncos. That's one. Number two, we're going to ask a question after the interview, and if you get the question right, you win a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick, which also sounds cool. Think about what we've been doing over the last couple of days. So next week, we're giving away Jokic, Murray, AG, and Michael Porter Jr. signed jerseys to a winner. And today we're giving away Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. Name another sports radio show or station in the country that's doing that in succession. You can't. Some of the best players in the world.
You're sounding all defiant right now.
Yeah. I don't like
you sound like you're trying to sound tough.
You sound like
you thought me somebody else who's doing that.
Sound like a game show host.
Yeah, you sound kind of dumb.
You really do.
I was kind of doing a game show a second ago. I had to find a way to spin that wheel at some point. I can't spin it for quarterbacks anymore because we don't have that game.
Speaking of, we haven't played the feud in forever. You know what? We finally, after 1,000 tries, we finally win the feud, and you don't want to do it anymore. I don't get that at all, man.
We can do it again.
Because the listeners want it. When you put it out to the text line a month or two ago, overwhelmingly, people want the feud. But you guys want to make like the show Seinfeld and go out on top. So I'm kind of stuck here.
We'll do the game.
I'm all for playing.
Okay, well then I guess the feud will have to come back this summer.
I mean, yeah, we'll do it. Look. It did sour me when you guys won. It kind of took the sting out of it for me. It was a game to watch you struggle. It was a game.
Well, Brett,
it was a game like name a word that starts with Z. Vic says xylophone. Like that kind of stuff is what I lived for.
Well, can I educate you a little bit on the matter here? The odds of us ever winning again are very,
You're
very
probably
slim.
right.
I mean, the fact that, listen, we only won because it's like everybody else suffered knee injuries. That's the only reason that we won. I mean, we typically, one of us typically struggles mightily.
What?
And don't look at me. It's.
I don't want to point any fingers, but you're a problem. You're a real problem.
Did you see the numbers? And I don't take too much stock of these numbers because games are being watched in different forms now. But did you see the U.S. ratings numbers for the NHL Stanley Cup Finals?
I did not. Were they bad?
2.5 million people.
That's it
per game.
Wow, it's crap
on TNT. That cannot be true. That can't be true.
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
That can't be true.
There is no starker contrast than TNT's coverage of both the NBA and the NHL compared to ESPN's. It is night and day on both, by the way. TNT's hockey coverage, Moj, I think is fantastic.
Why don't I like ESPN's coverage of the NBA? What is it? Why don't I like it? Is it just me?
They do it in a very basketball for sure. They make the coverage of that more about the personalities on the show than they do the actual game sometimes.
It's just it seems vanilla to me. I don't know what that is or why that is, but I don't like it.
Well, reminder, Marvin Mims is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around.
On the road again. I know you're getting on the road again. Summertime. You're going to road trip, right? You're going to do it in that old jalopy. Maybe your AC's not working right, overheat, whatever. Get to where you're going in a brand new ride from Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Amazing deals right now. Employee pricing all the way until July 7th. You're going to get the most for your trade. Over 1,100 new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs are there right now. Get to where you're going and do it in style. Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield, or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Greg Larson and his crew are going to hook you up. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey, got a question for you. In this world of sports betting that we reside and exist in. So, Vic, let me take you through a scenario, please. Marvin Mims will join the show at 9 o'clock. In which you listen to the interview, we'll have a question afterwards, and you have a chance to win a Nathan McKinnon hockey sticks. We're doing all the sports all at once. So I'm going to say a kid. He looks like he's in his low to mid 20s. Okay. So he's got on one of these sports books. It's a $13 wager that he made a long time ago. $13 for the Dodgers to win the World Series, for the New York Liberty to win the WNBA championship, for the Philadelphia Eagles to win the Super Bowl, for the Oklahoma City Thunder to win the NBA Finals.
Wow.
And for the Edmonton Oilers to win the Stanley Cup.
Ay, ay, ay.
13
Mamma mia, Papa Pia.
A $13 bet would have won him $271,000.
Oh, my Lord, Mamma mia, Papa Pia.
So he went to the game yesterday. And I think the story is, and Nelly, if you could fact check some of this for me. Is Nelly even there? Is nobody here? Who's making sure the show's on the air?
We're
Nelly,
without a leash.
If you could look this up for me and see if he hedged on this, because he didn't take the cash out, which I think before the series started was something like $100,000 maybe. How do you not do that, or at least hedge heavily? If I entered what is essentially the last leg of this parlay,
When are you
OKC
allowed to hedge?
Well, OKC is still a bet that he hasn't won yet,
Yes.
but it looks like OKC is going to win, right? What do you mean when you allowed to?
Like, could he have hedged?
Anytime. I mean, you just
they
bet.
have cash out options on there always.
Could he have done it 2 periods in the last night's game?
Well, he could have bet.
But that cash out number, so here's
it's obviously lower,
so
but
here's
when
what
you
it looks
hedge
like
out?
right now. Here's what it looks like right now. So this video that he has, it's when the game was 2-0.
Yeah.
The cash out option when it was 2-0 last night in favor of Florida was $39,000.
Should have done it.
He didn't. They scored their third goal, and I don't know what it dropped to
Well, he's
afterwards.
done then.
Probably like 10 grand, maybe.
The game was over after 1-0. You could just feel it.
Dude, I told you what was going to happen.
Okay, so a texter says, I read something that the dude profited around $75,000 in hedge bets.
Okay, that's
so
a smart way to
fine.
do it.
I
Yeah.
think I just would have taken out a loan for $135,000, split it down the middle, been like, you know what? I'm a huge winner still. We're going to take that.
100%.
I don't like the for something that large, I'm like, I don't want to leave that to chance at all.
Question.
Hedge, by the way, somebody says explain hedge. Hedge just means you bet on the opposite thing
on the other side.
just to make sure you come out somewhere
Either way,
in the middle.
you win something.
Right. So let's say I had a bet between Vic and Moser playing golf, and I bet on Vic to win, and Vic's up 5 strokes with 3 holes left. And
No, you bet on me to win.
I don't think he'd be that dumb.
Either scenario.
Okay.
I bet on Moj to win. He's up 5 strokes with 3 holes left, and I bet $1,000. And I go, you know what? I'm going to put $300 on Vic just to make sure I leave with some money now.
Right.
What would be really interesting is if the Oilers had forced another game and then the Thunder won the title, and like now it's a game 7, you're in whole bets on the line, you just need the Oilers to win game 7. Like that would have been the most nail biter of all nail biters.
That's the thing. What if Edmonton wins that game? That's the ultimate question, right? Edmonton wins, they force a game 7, it goes to Edmonton. So that cash out's probably going to be around half. Then what do you do?
I take the 140 G's and I run.
Basically, here's the question. You're on Deal or No Deal. You got the dollar suitcase, and you got the $1 million still left. And the banker goes, how's 450 sound?
Sounds pretty good.
Are you taking 450?
No deal.
This is why I'm not mathematically proficient enough to be good at this stuff.
Well, everybody's going to lose, dude.
I'm just not there. You know, math guy. Yeah, you have friends who can do math in their head, and they're just so good at it. Those are the people that normally win stuff like this. You know guys. Like that, right?
Yeah, Phil Mickelson. Yeah.
I'm talking about math guys.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Hey, part of the reason winning the Stanley Cup is so awesome. Right now, the Florida Panthers are at the Elbow Room in Fort Lauderdale, which is right on the strip on the beach. And the Elbow Room's kind of how do I describe the Elbow Room?
How much sleep do they get?
How much sleep?
They didn't sleep.
I don't know. Maybe an hour or two, maybe.
Yeah.
And the Elbow Room is already lit this morning. It's lit. It's kind of a famous land. I mean, we go there and have beers when we're in Florida. But it's the level of celebration that is way more than any other sport. Because the players and everybody's on the cup, they get to have a party with the cup. So the celebrations last all summer long, Vic. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, Tom Brady can drop the Lombardi trophy in the drink in Tampa, I guess. Or what did he threw it from? What did he do? He threw it from a boat or something?
He threw it from a boat to another boat.
Okay. But it's not the same. It's not the same. The Larry O'Brien trophy, the players don't take it home with them and have a party.
Get it.
It's not,
I get it.
The Stanley Cup is the best by a mile.
When the Avs won every week, somebody was holding a party in honor of the cup. Everybody on the team. I get it.
I went to 2 of them.
Great.
It's great.
By the way, little update to this story. When I told you it was 39,000 when they were at 2-0, that's not the case. It was 39,000 cash out before the game started. So by the time it was 2-0, it's probably down to like single-digit thousands.
Yeah.
And
better than nothing.
Then I think I would let something roll, right? I'm not going to cash out $9,000, have a comeback 3-2 win for Edmonton, and then you're like, oh no.
But dude hedged, so he got $75K.
This is the time of year, Moj, as we know very well, after Stanley Cup, where all the injury stuff comes out. Tkachuk said post-game, I don't know if you guys heard this.
Did you hear this?
Remember when all of the Nuggets...
Which Tkachuk?
Matthew. Well, he's the one that just won the Stanley Cup.
I know, but Brady was there last night. So was his dad. They were all the Tkachuks were there, so I don't know what...
They were Tkachucking around?
There was Tkachuks everywhere.
All right, look, this is why honky honk. That's me. I'm a hockey honk.
Yeah.
Did I say honky honk? Hockey honk.
You said honky honk.
Honky tonk?
Honky
honk?
You are a honky honk.
I'm a honky honk, hockey tonk.
I saw a bar in Japan that was a Texas-themed honky tonk
I saw
bar.
that. Yeah, I saw
and
that.
it looks amazing. It looks so cool.
I want to go to Japan. I want to go to Japan just to go to the country bar in Japan.
Just to go to something I could go to at home. Anyway.
So
go ahead, honky honk. What do you got?
I don't have to this is why hockey players are different. Built different. Aleskiewicz, built different.
Can I read this?
Now dig this.
Remember that year that the Nuggets had a real problem with adductors?
Oh yeah, I saw the interview after the game.
That Matthew Tkachuk revealed in the post game as they're on the ice celebrating. He's talking to somebody from TNT. He's been dealing with a torn adductor muscle that's off the bone.
Yeah.
It's off the bone.
And a hernia.
There's a hernia in there too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And a hernia.
What?
Yeah. He had.
Do you remember when he only played 50? How many games did he play this year? 50-something.
Well, didn't it happen at the 6 nations? 5 nations? 4 nations? How many nations were involved? 3 nations? 4 nations. Didn't it happen there?
I don't know. No, maybe it did. I don't really recall.
The 7-Nation Army tournament?
Yeah, that was a really good one. He almost, it's like he almost can't go for the playoffs. And, he missed a lot of time toward the end of the year. He's got this muscle off the bone with a hernia. And I don't know what they're doing on a daily basis, but he specifically credited the team trainers and doctors for keeping him actually a human being to be able to play hockey.
We've learned.
And he was a point-a-game guy in the postseason, dude.
That's crazy.
It's insane.
Where is the adductor again? Which one is that?
It's the one, it's in your leg.
Okay, yeah, but is it the outside or the inside? Remember,
I think
there's
that's the outside
there's
one.
the abductor, and then there's the adductor.
The term adductor muscle refers to a group of muscles located on the inner thigh responsible for bringing the legs toward the midline of the body, or what's known as adduction.
Yeah. You know what it is? When you go to the gym, and it's usually the ladies doing that with the, you know that one weight?
So
the thigh master.
Thigh master one, yeah. That's the adductor, right?
Yeah, but you would think for a hockey player, it's probably the adductor muscle's probably...
It connects the pelvis to the femur, and in the case of the gracilis, the tibia.
I thought that was, what's the difference between the adductor and the groin muscle? Is it the same thing?
I guess pretty much, yeah. I would think that
to hip flexion and stabilization of the pelvis and trunk during movement.
It would seem to me that you probably need that in order to play hockey. I don't have to sit here and again, glaze all these hockey guys, but it's just different, Vic. Maybe it's because that's my vibe, that's my thing, that's my chosen sport. But when you're there and you're in it, it's just totally different. Bro, what did I tell you? I've said it a billion times. When the cup is awarded, you'll see all these guys go off for surgeries and procedures and whatever else is. I mean, how long will it take Matthew Tkachuk to get his hernias? I mean, he's going to have it operated on, obviously, because you got to tuck that thing back in. And then you've got to attach the adductor back to the bone.
So after the Toradol shots and the adrenaline and everything else that they're on wears off with these, they win the cup, and then they go, ah!
I mean, it's pretty amazing what these guys do and the kind of sacrifice they make. Again, Andrew Cogliano had what?
He had a broken neck.
Yeah.
Not that bad.
Yes, he did.
And a hand.
I was kidding. Relax.
And a hand. And Kadri had screw sticking out. I mean, these guys.
Val had a broken foot.
His foot was in half, bro.
Yeah.
Not his whole foot, but the big, long inside bone on your foot.
Sam Girard had a broken chest.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Well, and he couldn't play anymore.
I know.
His sternum exploded, bro. I mean, that's what you got to do. Now, I know that Tyrese Halliburton's got a calf. I understand that. Got a bad calf. 4 points. Got a bad calf.
Okay, don't try to minimize injuries from one sport to the other
I'm
because
not
it's
gonna do
a
it.
different deal.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not going to do it. No.
Well, you were going to do it.
I'm not doing it.
You were going to.
I'm not doing it. I'm just
So
pointing out
I want you
injuries.
to try. I want you to try to play basketball with a strained calf.
I want you to try to play hockey with your adductor torn off.
Different sports. If you have a strained muscle,
Try and play baseball with a blister, bro.
Oh,
yeah, that's a different story with pitchers and blisters. The fact that Aaron Gordon played Game 7 of that series with a grade 2 hamstring.
Listen, you can't do it.
Is unfathomable.
The fact that MPJ, if you can't raise your arm to shoulder level, even to put your jersey on, and you're playing, that's pretty. I mean, that's pretty heavy duty, dude. I'm not Vic. I'm teasing.
Try doing a radio show with nasal polyps.
I thought you got those fixed.
I did, but
There's
I
a
had
couple of different things.
I had to live through that for a couple of years. Oh, they've been gone, dude. Since I've been taking the good stuff.
You feeling good?
I mean, listen. When's the last time I could do that?
Yeah, it's pretty
When is
impressive.
the last time I could do that?
It's been quite a while. I don't know what it is, but I live in an area with a lot of cottonwoods, and I drive down the road.
You in this cottonwood every day, Mose. You've told me
well,
about
they
cottonwood.
drive me
Cut it
crazy.
down.
No, dude, there's like about hundreds of them. Anyway, it's just, I think back to the Avs winning the Cup again, and there's just, the Nuggets was great. That was a great celebration. Great. There's just nothing like winning the Stanley Cup. I wish,
don't disagree.
Hey,
with
listen,
you.
man, I'm not a Florida Panthers fan, right? But to be in Fort Lauderdale on the beach at the Elbow Room right now, you guys would have the time of your life.
Moshe, it's to each his own. I get it. I've celebrated Stanley Cups. I was at the Chop House when they won the year Ray Bork was here. I get it. But every celebration is equally I mean, Brett and I were in the Nuggets locker room until the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, I know.
And it was absolute craziness.
I know. Every
Random
championship
people coming up to you. How about the randomness, Brett, of people saying, "You want another stogie?"
Yeah.
Sure. Who are you? Doesn't matter. You want one? Yeah.
I'd love one, actually.
Dude, how many stogies do you think you smoked in one night in a crowded locker room?
I think it was at least 3.
I think I had 10.
Really?
It just kept going.
There was something about, look, I've told you guys this. It's a bad thing to want and to pine for. And I don't mean
lost
forever.
9 of them.
I don't mean forever. But I want to be on an airplane with a cigarette and a glass of whiskey and call the air hostess Toots. That's all I want. And it's the closest feeling I got was I was ashing a cigar in the middle of a room, like it was the 1950s.
On the carpet of a locker room.
Yeah, on the carpet. Just like, who cares? Here.
The roof of the ceiling was full of champagne.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kaz was gurgling.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
That was awesome.
Katie was gone.
Oh.
She was lights out.
Remember, did we try and call her the next day?
Yeah.
And she was so hammered, it was like.
She couldn't move.
Yep.
Jesse, I
remember Jesse at the Stanley Cup. Jesse was featured in all the videos.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to describe it. Landeskog is standing on the table in the middle of the room. And here's Alfonso with his goggles on, like the front row, he's like, and he's.
Did McKinnon think he was like a Make-A-Wish kid in the locker room or something? Like, hey, come here, buddy.
And we're all covered head to toe in booze
days.
and
okay.
It was just, dude. I mean, it's just
spins.
It's when you finally get there, man. It's unbelievable.
So I'm not a parade rainer, but let me ask you a fundamental question.
Here we go.
Because in basketball and in hockey, you wait till you win it all. But in baseball, in baseball, because I was in those clubhouses. I was in the Rockies clubhouse when they won their division series and then the NLCS. It's just different.
It's a tie between cottonwood trees and baseball teams celebrating division wins with champagne.
How do you feel about that, baseball guy?
It's a tie between things I despise in this planet the most.
I would say that like celebrating a wild card or division win is probably divisional round win
with champagne
is probably unnecessary.
You want to
hammer? Look,
it's embarrassing.
They got some 24 packs in there. You guys want to crush some brews afterwards?
Well,
I'm totally cool with that.
But for the goggles and
it's a little
much. All the plastic up and the spraying and all that when you haven't won jack squat.
When did that start?
I don't
know.
By the way, it's stupid.
By the way,
if I was the captain of a baseball team or I was the head guy, like I was Derek Jeter of the Yankees, I'd say ain't nobody touching nothing.
Okay. So you're
not. You don't get to drink anything until we win it all.
When the Nuggets beat the Lakers, swept the Lakers to go to the finals. There was celebration, right? Hugs, group hugs.
Yeah, there
was no real public celebration.
No, of course not.
However, on that plane ride home, it was all.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
It was drinky.
Well, of course, but you don't celebrate in the room with the champagne
Public
and the
celebration
goggles and the plastic and all that crap.
That's why I said, get some 24 racks. Have a good time that night, but there should be no need for goggles.
See, I think that comes from the old days when there weren't this many playoff teams, and it was just that much harder to advance, right?
Yeah. Probably.
Maybe it's from that.
Probably.
Donovan just chimed in. Donovan Webb. Oh, man. Calling it next year. Avs Panther. Avs win. Florida keep another Florida team from a three-peat. Donovan, I like the way you're thinking.
Marvin Mims is going to join us in 20 minutes, and for two reasons tune in. One, because it's Marvin Mims, and he's awesome, and we want to talk to him and see what's going to happen. I'm most interested to see what his goals are for himself this year. Is he looking for volume? Is he looking just for impact? And secondly, we're going to ask a question after that interview, and if you get it correct, you win a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick, as each show has one of those to give away, so stay tuned.
You're up 2-0. What's the story? Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished.
Hey, you want the truth? You want things to be true? Truth wins. Dan Kaplan's Law understands that. And in high-stakes personal injury cases, it takes a lot of skill, experience, resources, man-hours, ferocious determination to find and prove the truth. Dan Kaplan's Law has proven that it's very good at finding and proving the truth, which is why it wins the big cases. It wins a lot. Just take a look at Dan's track record. Record-setting results, including an unheard of five straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Dan Kaplan's Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche, serious firm for serious cases. Offices, Denver Tech Center, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Greeley. If you need Dan's help, call him today, 303-770-5551, or hit him up online, dankapleslaw.com. That's Kaplis, C-A-P-L-I-S, law.com. FLA.com.
All right, Marvin Mims in 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got to tell you, let me tell you something, Vic, right now. You've done 3 things over the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
One was a Rob Riggle pow.
Mm-hmm.
Another was Old Grandma from Titanic.
Mm-hmm.
And then you did a Gia
Mm-hmm.
from Jay-Z. All of them,
boom,
passable.
Accurate.
Which, for you to go 3 for your last 3 as far as just, I'm not saying they were great, but passable impressions is pretty incredible.
Turn in a new leaf.
If you want to go 4 for 4.
You know what you are? Hey, he's the Rockies. The bats are picking up a little
Bats
bit.
are picking
You know
up.
what I mean?
Big time win. Now give me an Armenian accent.
Do you want to buy my cat?
That's just okay. Pretty easy to get. You can get him.
Anywho, so I was reading this article from our very own Jeff Legwold yesterday as we are awaiting talking to Marvin Mims. Said Broncos defense strives to be even better in 2025. That's the title of the headline. I encourage you to read this entire article because it's very, very good, but I'll put it in sort of a Cliff Notes version. Sean Payton has committed, interestingly, more to the the defensive side, it feels like, than the offensive side this offseason. In a year that we thought, hey, go get Bo Nix more weapons. Mm-hmm. So he gets Evan Ingram. They bring in a running back that they're hoping RJ Harvey can be really good. They sign J.K. Dobbins. But the most impactful players, I think, are Hufanga. I think are Greenlaw. And the first-round draft pick you've invested in is a corner. And he said the best help for a young quarterback is a good defense.
100%.
And I totally agree with this approach.
You know why? A great defense gives you more shots at the pinata. A great defense gives you better field position. A great defense allows you to do things offensively that normally you wouldn't risk.
Yeah.
Because you have a great defense that can take care of a lot of your inefficiencies.
That's actually, Vic, a fantastic point.
I know it
is. That, Moshe, if you're 4th and 2 at the 43-yard line, right? Maybe you would be more inclined to go for it in that situation because you're like, you know what? I trust my defense to get a 3 and out afterwards. I trust them.
How many times have you seen coaches say, "No, we just can't do it. Defense, this defense can't hold anyone."
Right.
Like if you're Cincinnati, you have to approach a game way differently. You have to go for broke offensively because you know your defense can't hold water.
Yep. I think it's a very, very smart move in his way of thinking. And not to mention, it's the one tried and true formula if you want to be a legitimate Super Bowl contender, which I don't know if that is totally on the mind of Sean Payton, but it's certainly got to be somewhere in there. The Broncos made the playoffs last year. And with a defense like that, go back through the numbers.
I agree. I completely agree. Before you get to the numbers, here's where my gut is right now. We'll get to camp. We'll assess this team and so on and so forth. But here's where my gut is. It feels they should. I think they're going to be better than I think they are. The more I look at them, the more I think, you know what? They're probably going to be pretty dang good. I always want to be fearful of Kansas City winning again. The Chargers had one more win than you did last year. Mm-hmm. What they've put together here and what they're building, they've got backup plans. They've got, you want to talk about hedging?
They've got depth.
They've done a good job of hedging.
A little more depth.
Yeah, of hedging situations that might just be a little bit iffy. They've done a pretty dang good job of it, Brad. Okay, go ahead now.
Well, the last 2 years, the teams that were in the Super Bowl, Philadelphia, Kansas City, this last year, those are the number 2 and 4 scoring defenses in the NFL. The year before that, it was Kansas City and the Niners, the number 2 and 3 scoring defenses in the NFL. The one tried and true formula more than anything else, having a great quarterback obviously helps you. Obviously. But if you have a solid defense, you are almost automatically in contention. A defense that's like top 5, automatically in the
the only
discussion.
Pause I bring, the only caution I have is this. Last year, let's be honest, the Nuggets benefited from relatively good. The Broncos, they benefited from great health.
Yes.
They didn't have that stunning, oh my goodness, what are we going to do now type of injury. They did not.
Singleton was your leading tackler, and he went down. But other than that,
that wasn't like the year Von Miller went down before the season ever started.
But they were able to mitigate it.
Yes.
And maybe that's the word I'm looking for that is most appropriate. It feels like if they thought they had issues someplace or they're going to have issues, they've done their best to mitigate those issues like they did last year with Singleton. That defense just it never missed a beat.
There have been seasons where an injury derailed everything. When Terrell Davis went down on the Broncos sideline, season was over.
That stunk.
Season was over.
That was horrible.
Right? You know those seasons. It's done. It's over.
Horrible.
And knock on wood, the Nuggets avoided that. So that's the only caution I have right now.
Keep saying Nuggets.
Oh, my God. The Bruggets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
If the Broncos can avoid injury and serious injury, I
how can this team not compete?
I know.
I feel the same way. Now, I don't know that they have. Here's where I get into the iffy part, Brett. I don't know how much top-end talent you have overall. I think you have a lot of good players, which may be enough. But you don't have super over-the-top talent on the offensive side of the ball. You just don't.
They got a couple on defense, but yeah,
you got a couple on defense, but on offense,
not so much.
You don't.
Maybe you don't have to.
And that's my point, is maybe you do not have to. You've fortified that other side of the ball so much that on the offensive side, you can get by with having a good offense.
I mean,
just out of curiosity, by the way, where do you think the Broncos ranked in scoring offense last year?
I think they were like 18th, 19th. No, scoring offense. I know in yards they were like 18th or 19th.
Where did they rank last year in scoring offense?
Yeah.
Middle of the pack.
They were 10th last year.
Okay.
25 points a game. Now,
so what that means is
there were some
cashed
defensive
in.
scores.
Yeah.
There was Marvin Mims doing some returning stuff that helped them along the way, but still 10th in the league in scoring offense. So
that means I look at yards, look at total yards.
Yeah, yards they were right around I would say 18th, 17th, something.
Okay, so they cashed in defensively and they cashed in on these drives where they're not chewing up a ton of yards.
Bo Nix was excellent in the red zone, which really made a difference.
Because
by
the red zone has been a problem for years. Hopefully that's gone away. But the defense also gave them some good field position. They didn't have to chew up a ton of yards to put the ball in the end zone or to knock it through the uprights. So it feels like they should be pretty dang good, dude.
So what do you want from me?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Brett, what do you want from me?
I want you to tell me that this team...
In what sense?
Like in this conversation, what exactly do you want from me? What are you asking?
You tell me that this team can stay healthy, and I got you battling for the AFC West. How's that sound?
Well, I just think making even more of an investment on the defensive side. I mean, I always have this thought. There are exceptions to this. But I think if you make the playoffs, you are a Super Bowl contender. Because all it takes is a couple of hot games, and you're right there in the mix.
Well, they made the playoffs last year, and they were not. We all knew they were not a Super Bowl
There's a few
contender.
exceptions, but for the most part, if you're making the postseason, I think you're a contender. And if the Broncos get an even higher level, if that's even possible, from their defense this following season with some offensive improvements, I mean, why wouldn't you think they could get to that point? Why not?
Let me follow up that question with this. At what point last year did you guys believe that the Philadelphia Eagles were a Super Bowl championship contender? Because I did
NFC championship
after they won the NFC championship game.
Honest to God, all the way through.
That's kind of what it was.
I remember having this conversation with you guys, and we talked about the Eagles, and we said, that'll fall apart. That's fake.
Well, I remember I was just saying this all the time. I'm like, it might be the most talented team in the league, and it surely was on paper. On paper, they're the most talented. And it just didn't look that way. It looked like Saquon Barkley had to have an 80-yard run every fourth quarter for them to win. And then they took the Chiefs, held them up by the back of their shirt, and ripped the head off Patrick Mahomes.
What's crazy is they barely beat the Rams in the playoffs.
That's
Remember that game?
Yes.
The Rams had a chance to win that playoff game.
That was a snow game from the LA Rams going on the road, and Stafford was this close to coming back and beating him. Yeah, I know. It's wild. By the way.
But again, the last thing, the injury factor is where it's at. You got to stay healthy.
Talk a little bit more about this with a member of that team, Marvin Mims, who joins the show next. Circus Sports. I mean, the NHL, I'm sorry, Moser, the Stanley Cup playoffs are now done. So you can look at some futures. They're always fun to look at the day after somebody wins a championship. You can check that out on the Circus Sportsbook for next year. But in the case of the NBA Finals, well, that's still happening. Game 6 is tomorrow. The Thunder are 6.5-point favorites to close it out and win their first NBA championship. You can find that with all the game odds and everything else right there on that Circa Sportsbook, because there's no one better than Circa. So download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bo Nix, son of a coach. Biggest NFL game he's played in, 1st and 10. Good time. McClinchy a block. Going deep. Oh, he's got him. He's got Mims. Touchdown. The Broncos have come back again.
I think maybe the highlight of the year, as we head out to the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by that man right there and Pro Bowler, Marvin Mims. Marvin, thank you for joining the program. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. And we're going to talk to you about this youth camp that you got coming up this weekend in just a couple of minutes. But can you walk me through that play right there? When I remember watching the reverse angle of it, it looked like there were about 18 fingertips that were this close to getting a hand on that ball. Did you think just get it over the top and this thing's money?
No, literally, just get over the top. I mean, it was in the air from my point of view just for so long. I just wanted it to get to me.
I think in the huddle, Bo goes, hey, Marvin, run fast down the field as fast as you can, and I'm just going to throw it up top the best. I mean, it's obviously one of the most memorable plays offensively for you guys all of last year, and I think we're excited about that, Marvin. We're looking for more of that. How much more of that do you feel is to come for your football team on that side of the ball?
Yeah, I think everyone's excited, with Bo taking the huge steps he did last year throughout the season. And, when we're closing out the season, I mean, he's easily one of the best quarterbacks, one of the most I want to say, just his ability to run and throw and extend plays and keep his eyes downfield. And that's one thing that he brought with him from college, and just watching him grow and grow and grow throughout the year and just going into year two and coming from OTAs and minicamp. I'm really excited for, what this offense has coming this season.
When he takes off and runs, I think he's got way more athleticism than people originally realized. But for you, when you're running a route, how many times are you looking back, taking a look where he's at and just being like, find open space, get open space for him?
Yeah, literally. That's the thing. Just get open space for him, because, he'll roll out left and throw it right, and he'll throw it across his body, just crazy arming. I mean, that's kind of how, the quarterback is nowadays. You don't really have, the pocket passers, like the Brady's and the Peyton Mannings anymore. Most of these guys can get out of the pocket, extend plays, and I think Bo is one of the best extenders in the NFL right now. And just his confidence in us, and we have a system, to get open and all that stuff and what he likes. And, we try to do as much as we can for him, because, he's grown a lot. His eyes are strictly downfield. He's not trying to run until he has to.
Marvin, they've certainly opened things up for you more than they did in your rookie season. And again, we talk about it all the time. I just think there's so much potential there with you inside this offense. Without giving anything away to us or anybody else, do you feel like that could be coming for you personally, that you have a lot to offer in a unique way for this football team?
Yeah, for sure. And I think we've had, some moving around with the coaching staff, and, just after good year, guys, be able to get higher jobs in other places. And so now all types of, I'm doing stuff now that I haven't done in the past 2 years since I've been here. And it's been great, and it's been cool, and just be able to learn from, Cortland Sutton, who might have done it, and all these other guys in the room. And we have a talented young group, and, Cortland being oldest, and then we brought in Trent Sherfield too. And, it's just being able to learn from these guys every day, go out there and just try new stuff. And Kerry Colbert, our receiver coach, he encourages us to try new stuff right now and see what works for us. But this offense is, open right now. And everyone's trying to, compete for a spot and do what they can. But, just being out there and watching each other compete. And, against the secondary we have in practice, and those guys are incredible at secondary. They're probably one of the best secondaries in the league right now. So just see what we got up against them and just keep going.
Marvin Mims with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Speaking of using you in different ways, you're lining up in the backfield last year, taking handoffs. Do you like getting your nose a little dirty in the backfield a few times a game as well?
It's a crazy thing. When Coach Payton told me that going into the Kansas City week, we played at Kansas City, I thought he was joking. I didn't take him seriously at all. And next thing you know, I'm back there taking handoffs and in practice, and then I take 2 in the game. And his big thing was just getting the ball in my hands, trying to make it, allowed me to make a play. And I think that part of it just opened up so much for our offense. Defenses really had to study me being in the backfield, and me, running routes out of the backfield and stuff like that. So I think it opened up a lot for us. And I was able to make a lot of explosive plays last year by being back there.
What if the coach said, hey, Marvin, we need you to run through between the tackles. Just give us a couple between the tackles per game and stick your nose in there. That's not quite so fun, is it?
That's the part I wasn't looking forward to at all. We had a flea flicker play, and I think it was when we played the Chargers that Thursday night. And, they're like, hey, if Bo tells you a keep call, then you got to keep the ball and go right through. And the Chargers are probably the biggest team we play. Those guys are huge. You got Khalil Mack, you got Joey Bosa at the time, you had dudes on that defense. And I'm like, okay, like there's no way like Bo says to keep calling. Like all week I'm just listening for it. And in the game he didn't say it, so thank goodness. But
you're the most elite punt returner in the NFL. And I'm just curious. I've heard from punt returners before that they have to like convince themselves as the ball's in the air. One said, I can't remember who said it. He goes, I have to say, I don't care if I die. I don't care if I die. What's going through your head when all you hear is footsteps storming towards you and that ball is hanging up in the air?
I mean, it's really like a huge game of trust. And in the NFL, to me, it's way easier than college. College, everyone can go. NFL is just really two gunners. If you handle those two guys, then you have like a chance to make a play. And I think we've been really successful out of my 2 years being here, and I've been successful personally, and we just want to keep that going.
If I was a young football player, I wanted to learn the game. I wanted to learn from hopefully Hall of Famer one day, but certainly an all-pro. I would get to Loveland this weekend. This is pretty cool, man. An opportunity for these kids to get some hands-on work with you and your staff and talk about the fundamentals of the game of football and do it the right way. And it seems like a really cool thing you got going on up in Loveland.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, I've won in Loveland, and then whether it's Saturday, Sunday, one or the other, I've won in Colorado Springs and one in Loveland. So I want to go a little bit north, and south of Denver, just to show some love to those areas. But yeah, it'll be a fun day, have some kids come out, enjoy that, and just enjoy the day with them, just for them to be able to meet somebody who's, achieved probably what a lot of their dreams are, and, tell them they can do it and just try to help them find their way to that.
Youth football camp that he is hosting. You can find more information at flexworksports.com/camps for this Friday and Saturday. A couple more for you, Marvin. We'll let you go and appreciate your time. Individually, for you, you've taken a jump every year in the NFL. Do you have an individual set of goals, like a number of receptions, yards, anything like that? Or is it just more about overall offense and how you guys do?
Yeah, for me, it's just overall offense. Of course, as a player, you always want to see your numbers progress. And, that's another thing for me, too, as a receiver. Just want to see my numbers progress. And, I've been a All-Pro and I've been a Pro Bowler 2 times in my career in my 2 years. So that's great. But, at the end of the day, as an athlete, you just always want more, And so just seeing my role progress, just seeing me progress as a player and help the team more and more and more, with me still being our returner, why not? Let's go for the 3-time, in a row. That'd be sweet, too. But, with the team we have this year, I mean, we have some unbelievable guys on this team, and we're going to do exceptional things. So I'm just looking more forward to that.
I got to find out about you before we let you go. Are you a Texas guy in the offseason still?
No, not this year. Last year I was, but this year I just stayed local.
You're from Frisco, Texas. You go to Lone Star High School. I don't know that it gets more Texas than that. I mean, that's serious Texas. How many cowboy hats you own?
I don't own any. None. I mean, Frisco is very suburb, so I'm just
how many Starbucks you go to in Frisco?
Oh, if you go out there, there's a Starbucks on every corner.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that.
Marvin, last thing for you. Can you help us out? Give me a story about Bo Nix. Could be a funny story or whatever that nobody's heard before. Give us something on your QB.
Funny story. It's hard because Bo's such a serious guy. And he can have fun sometimes, but he's so serious. I think it'd be hard for y'all to see it. It's funny, but let's do this. We're in Seattle first game, right? And Sean's play calls are really long. I mean, if you search up, I've seen a video recently of Drew Brees saying a phone call and I want to say it's the Tonight Show or something. Or I said phone. I was saying a play call on the Tonight Show. So Sean's saying this play call in Bo's ear, and then the whole thing, the headset just goes south. And so we have these little quick one-word calls, and Bo says it, and he's like, "Hey, can y'all flip this?" And mind you, clock's ticking. We don't have time at all. And Bo's this is his first game. We're in Seattle, 12th man. They're getting rowdy. And he just is he's just freestyling at this point. And it's he did not, he didn't freeze up at all. That's just who Bo is. I mean, he's not going to freeze up. He's not going to do anything. I mean, he's locked in every single moment. If a football is out there, Bo's taking 100% serious.
Yeah. That's Marvin Mims. Again, youth camps this Friday and Saturday. You can find more information for it at flexworksports.com. And again, Marvin, one more time, what can they expect at these camps?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a lot of fun. A chance for these kids to get outside, play against each other, play with each other, and just, to see me, I'll be out there doing some stuff too. So it'll just be a good all around thing. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to meeting these kids and just playing football with them. And, it's about fun, even to in practice recently, I'm like, where's the fun? Because we all started playing this game is fun. I don't want these kids to forget that.
It's Marvin Mims, all pro for your Denver Broncos. Marvin, appreciate the time. Thank you so much, buddy.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
There you go. Marvin Mims of your Denver Broncos. Again, those youth camps Friday and Saturday. Find more information, flexworksports.com/camps.
Not one cowboy hat. Now,
Yeah, you thought he was Brucey being it?
Yeah, I don't have. Well, I mean, I thought it was a law in Texas. You had to have at least one cowboy hat.
Yeah.
I don't have one, but again, I didn't grow up in Texas and play football at Oklahoma. Do you have one?
I don't. I want one though. I want the cowboy hat that's flat brim, that's kind of pared down a little bit. That's the one I want.
That's like a Yellowstone hat.
More like think Gary Clark Jr. hat.
Oh yeah,
sort of feel to it.
He's got style.
I know he's cool.
Yeah.
I would try it. I can't pull it off the same way he can, but I would try.
You certainly
I want to try.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, listen, I'm expecting big things out of Marvin this year. Obviously, he's got talent. He's just got.
I saw he was 100% on E470. He passed right by my house. I know exactly where he was. Every bridge he went underneath, I was like, I know where this is.
I know exactly where he's at.
Did he just get off a flight?
Yeah, he
had
did.
to just get off a flight, right? Yeah.
Because
I live in the food court of the airport.
Absolutely. His skill set for this particular team is unique. Man, I hope they find a way to utilize his talents.
Yeah.
Maximize. Put it this way: I know they'll utilize them, maximize them.
Well, he said it, man. He's like, I asked him how he felt about playing in the backfield, and he's like, hey, man, it gave us unique looks. It made the defense think about it. It made them aware of where I was at all times, opened some things up in the playbook. Like, he's the kind of guy where he's so athletic that you should be doing that. Like, think about this for a second. Whether it's Dobbins or Harvey or whoever. Think about it. You got like a shotgun set with Mims on one side and Harvey on the other. Defense is going to be like,
oh boy.
Okay,
yep.
I have no idea what's coming my way now. Like, it just gives you a very, very different sort of look at what they could do. But that was Marvin Mims. If you missed any of that, check it out on the podcast. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find them. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. And with that, told you, if you paid attention to the interview, we are going to have a question that succeeds that interview, which is, or I'm sorry, if you get the answer right, you win a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. How's that sound?
Well, somebody will. I mean,
somebody will, yes.
A lot of people are going to get it right, I'm sure.
I'm just saying, it puts you in the running.
Correct.
So that is coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Summertime.
Why did you do that on that wall? What's the purpose of that?
Well, Moser drew his rendering of DMac, and I just put him riding a bicycle underneath it.
How was Marvin?
Marvin was good. Yeah.
He was in the back of a vehicle that had like some really cool, like you could see through the roof.
A sunroof? A sunroof?
It wasn't like a sunroof. It was more like one of those, I don't know, like super sunroofs. I don't know how to describe it, you know?
No, he was great. Here's the thing. That guy, and I'm glad we kind of got into the versatility that he brings to the table, because he kind of noted out when they put him in the backfield for those few games, like it brought such a unique thing to their offense that the defense was confused by.
Does he like lining up in the backfield?
Didn't necessarily like going between the tackles, but he liked getting in the backfield and having a different look on offense. Yeah.
Well, he said if Bo calls for, to keep the football, you got to run through the tackles.
Yeah.
You going to get hit.
You going to get it.
Then he talked about it was against the Chargers. Sorry, Nelly.
Oh.
What happened?
I just blew the question. Got to think of another one now. I didn't know that you could have clued me in.
Oh, you're going to ask this question to the audience for a chance
well,
to
Nelly, you got to find a new one now.
Way to go, Moj.
Well, now you can finish it because we can't run the question anyway. So go ahead. Or actually, Nelly, I think we can. Bleep out what he said in front of it instead of that. That makes sense?
Here, you talk to Nelly, and Vic and I will. Anyway, he said that some teams have some big old dudes. And so if you get between the tackles, you know that you're going against some big old dudes, and you have to just suck it up.
Okay. Sounds good.
Unless Moser just said it as we were talking, then I have no idea if that's going to work or
He's
not.
going against big old dudes.
Okay. Gotcha. And we found out that he is from Texas, and he owns no cowboy hats. So that too.
I lived in Texas.
Who asked that question?
There's a lot of people, Moshe, obviously. There's a lot of people who live in Texas who don't own cowboy hats. You mean a random question that has nothing to do with anything?
Yeah,
that would be Mark Moser.
I said I want to know about him a little bit. You're from Texas. You want to,
Where's he from, Texas? Where?
Frisco.
Okay.
Although Frisco is like
that's basically Dallas.
It's a suburb. Well, it's part of the Metroplex. Yeah. I mean, you can go all the way to Fort Worth and all that kind of thing.
I tried to squeeze like a funny Bo Nix story out of him. He said Bo Nix really is just, he's business. He's all business all the time. Like he's not.
Was like Peyton Manning then?
I mean, Peyton seems like he would joke around a little bit.
But he's business on the football field. When it comes to football.
Anyway, if you missed any of that, you can check it on the podcast. It will be up shortly. Nelly will have the question for you for a chance to win a Nathan McKinnon
I'm just gonna shut
hockey
up.
stick
I didn't
in
know.
just a couple of minutes.
Dadgummit.
Why did you stop? Did Nelly yell at you no when you were talking?
As right as I was saying, he says, "Don't say the team," in my ear. I'm like, "Why? You could have let me in on it." It doesn't matter.
Anywho. All right, we got it, Nelly. Let's play the question for the people. Here's how it's going to work. If you know what is bleeped out, you text it in. If you get it right, then you are in the running for the Nathan McKinnon hockey stick we will give away at the end of the show, as all shows are giving away a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. But go ahead, Nelly.
We had like a thing, and I think it was when we played the Chargers that Thursday night. And, they're like, hey, if Bo tells you a keep call, then you got to keep the ball and go right through.
So again, listen for the bleep. What was missing?
Oh, I know what the answer is. I didn't even hear the interview.
Go
we
ahead.
had like a thing, and I think I think it was when we played the Chargers that Thursday night. And, they're like, hey, if Bo tells you a keep call, then you got to keep the ball and go right through.
So there you go.
Guys.
Text it in. What?
All you have to know is football to understand what he meant. I know exactly what he said there.
Oh, well, don't say the answer.
Do people call in?
No, it's texting in. Text in the answer. Text in the answer.
Give them the number.
303-504-0925. Do that in your first and last name, and if you get this right, you will be in the running for this McKinnon hockey stick.
But we've all been trained as human beings over the years. If something is bleeped out, you think it's foul.
Yeah.
You could have Martha Stewart gutting a chicken or doing a flower arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
And if you bleep stuff out, you're going to think that Martha Stewart is the filthiest woman on the planet.
Correct. So one more time, Nelly, we'll move on for the people one more time.
We had like a thing. And I think I think it was when we played the Chargers that Thursday night. And, they're like, hey, if Bo tells you a keep call, then you got to keep the ball and go right through.
That was that Chargers game. That was in LA, right? It was a crazy game where the Broncos had the early lead, big advantage. What happened at halftime of that game? What is going on? Why is everybody walking away from me? You weren't.
What happened? I was talking to Nelly. What just happened?
What? The Chargers game that the Broncos had the early lead.
Yeah.
Was it that crazy game where at halftime something crazy happened? What happened at halftime of that game? Right before halftime with the kick, the field goal. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it was if you have a punt as the clock hits 0 and you get a free kick from the punt spot or something.
That?
Yeah, I didn't know, and we didn't know the rules. I didn't know that rule.
So
why did you wake
Harbaugh
up
knew the rule.
Yeah, why did you walk away
and do that?
Never mind.
Okay. So it was a you fair catch with no time on the clock, you get a free kick.
Play, right?
Yes,
you get a free kick.
That's right. Was that the first time that was run in like 30 years or something like that?
I remember Harbaugh was all proud of himself.
I would be
too.
He
should have been proud of himself. Nobody knew what the heck was going on.
If I thought of that, I'd be like, I'm a genius. Look at me. Did they end up hitting that?
Yeah.
Yes. And it proved to be
they hit it from like midfield.
Yeah, that was like momentum.
It was like a 6. It was like a 60
there was no rush.
The
guy
stole the momentum.
No, he could just. There was no rush.
Kick it.
There was no rush. There was nobody.
Didn't
was
he get
allowed
a
on the line of
tee?
scrimmage.
He got a tee to kick it off. Too, didn't he?
No. You needed a holder.
Yeah, he had a holder, and it was like from midfield.
But theoretically, could he have started running from the goal line all the way up to the ball? Right?
Probably.
Do whatever you want. What? That doesn't help you. What do you think? Sprinting at the football makes you kick it farther?
Momentum.
It's all physics, Vic.
I watched Happy Gilmore. Obviously, he drove the ball 400 yards because he did the little hop and skip into it.
Yeah.
Don't be stupid, okay?
So it was right at halftime.
This is actually...
Dicker hit a 57-yarder right at halftime with no time on the clock.
Just for the record, a whole bunch of people are getting this wrong. This was a great question. I wanted this to be difficult. It's difficult. Vic, you think you have it. I don't think you do.
Oh, I got it.
I don't think you do. I don't think you have any idea what that missing thing is. I don't think you know. So 30 minutes left here, Moj. Florida wins back-to-back. I'm kind of with Vic. Vic said this earlier. On board. Good for Florida. Way to go. Back-to-back's nice. Now I'm done with you.
Yeah. Stop.
All done.
Stop.
No more.
I have no
winning.
problem. I have no problem with that. No problem. Hey, look, what do I again, I think you guys listen to what I say. I hope you do sometimes. Maybe you don't.
Not really.
They've played now a lot of hockey.
A lot.
A lot of hockey in the last 3 years.
A lot.
A cup final and then 2 wins. Dude, that is a lot of hockey on those bodies.
Well, part of this...
Three-peat's going to be virtually impossible. You just can't... You had some new guys come in, like Marchand and Seth Jones, and you had some guys who hadn't won it before, so you got some motivating factor there. But they've played a lot of hockey, man. A lot.
So you think that the drive, the urgency, the motivation, they're done? Because last night it was Tkachuk who said, last night he said was more redeeming than the year before, than the first.
Might have been.
More gratifying for some reason.
You know,
and they keep, I always hear this. Oh, this room. Oh, this group is something. This group.
What's wrong with that?
But every time a team wins, it always goes back. Are they alluding to just team chemistry and that's it? Because you can have all the chemistry you want. You better have talent before chemistry.
They've got both.
Yeah, I know.
They've got both.
Talent trumps chemistry.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that he actually. I don't know if he was specifically talking about the Edmonton Oilers, but he said we are an absolute team. We're not a group of individuals. We are an
He also said
we're a team.
He goes, we're a dynasty now.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said that. We're a dynasty.
I guess we'll see.
I mean, 3 finals, 2 wins.
Pretty awesome.
That's
not dynastic.
I'm just telling you what he said. You can disagree with it.
Well, what about dynastical?
Dynasticality?
Here was my main takeaway, and I said this before. Like, I don't like when people after a champion is crowned or somebody wins a playoff series or whatever, and they make the conversation about the loser. But I am far more interested in the loser of that series than I am the winner, because Edmonton's made it twice in a row to the final as well, and they've lost both times, and I don't know how you recover from that. The physical and mental tax that you pay to get to that point, to not have the ultimate hardware, makes me think that them being remotely close to a finals team again next year is going to be almost impossible. Like, you're talking about that for winners, Moj. That's hard enough too. But the pain of the second straight year, God, I remember that clip the NHL was doing. Was it their own sort of version of Quarterback or all these different sort of Full Swing show, where they had that video of McDavid in the locker room. I don't know if it was intermission or after a game in the finals last year, where he was like, right bleeping now, right, yelling.
Yeah.
That was last year.
Right now.
Now, take that times two, and I can only imagine what's going through his head, because we saw it when you're one of the best players in the league with Nathan McKinnon the year before they won the Cup. That post-game press conference as they exited the postseason that year, he looked like he was about to take a long trip.
Eventually you get to a point where you go, you know what? We just can't do it. I mean, there's a certain reality and a certain, how do I even put it, Vic? There's a certain just distress of we can't get over the hump with this team, right? There's a certain knowledge that comes your way and a feeling that, listen, we've gone to 2 conference finals and now 2 Stanley Cup finals.
Whatever the makeup is in this room, it's not working.
We can't. This team cannot get it done.
My favorite McKinnon bite was it after the Vegas series?
How about a certain resignation?
Resignation, I like it. After the Vegas series, was it when McKinnon said, "I've not won any. I haven't won anything.
Yeah,
I haven't won bleep." Yeah.
And then when you say that out loud, it's almost a motivator.
And it was,
but
obviously.
Doesn't this just goes to show how hard it is to stay motivated enough to win 2 in a row, to repeat? How hard that really is. Like, deep in their hearts, Florida, who came into this playoff run, not favored.
Well, it's also good fortune with injuries and a whole bunch of other things that goes into it. I mean, maybe they win it anyway, Moj, but the Marchand trade, I think, gave them extra kick.
That's why I think you need that spurt of energy from
something
elsewhere to energize the room.
Yep.
Right? To energize the room.
Because Marchand brought a pretty huge dynamic to that team.
If they don't have him, maybe they don't win at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe that little infusions here and there just to get an extra kick of motivation, like this guy wasn't here last year, but he's a big-time player sort of thing.
Yeah, they all said, see if I can find the perfect quote. They basically said that it was his will to win that pulled the whole team through.
Yeah.
So
talking about Marchand?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I forget who said it, but it was the Panthers basically acknowledged that his will to win fueled their Cup run. Because, again, he won back in 2011. So that's 14 years ago. He was just a pup on the Bruins. Just a pup. And now he's a total stud.
Joe Boo says Reinhart said that.
Okay, there you go. So Sam Reinhart said it.
How about 4 goals? I know 2 are empty netters, but still 4 goals in the
that ain't
closer.
Shabby.
Closer to win the Stanley Cup. Pretty nice.
Pretty awesome.
Texture says, McDavid is giving Embiid I can't do it all myself vibes. I'll take the leadership of McKinnon and Jokic. I never heard McDavid say something like that.
Not like that. He didn't say it. But again, listening to him, he realizes how good Florida is. And sometimes
Florida was straight up better. You know what I mean?
I told you the story a billion times about the late, great Peter McNabb and those Boston Bruins teams, which were awesome. Probably the second best hockey club in the league. And you know who they faced every year? The very best team in the league in the Montreal Canadiens with 11 Hall of Famers. I mean, sometimes you're just not as good, and it sucks.
This is, and that's where, again, I like McDavid. I think he's totally fine guy. Obviously an unbelievable player. I think it'd be a real shame if he never got to hoist a cup by the end of his career with how good that he is. But this is what I was talking about, referring to from last year. Go ahead, Nelly.
Right now. Right now. Right now. It's not ideal, but it's happened so many times. But that's not good enough. It's finals. Dig the in right now. Whatever the you have.
All right, well, there's only so much of that you can do.
Right.
Right? I mean, if he did that again this year, I'm sure players would be like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Volcanoes erupted. You can't do that again. That's a once. You got one of those shots.
Wait, remember we were talking about this with Malone over the course of the season? How many times he said it was something along the lines of, I can't motivate these guys. They got to do it themselves. They got to bring their own effort. Like, this isn't good enough. Like, all that. At some point, you hit the 5th, 6th, 7th time you say that over the course of a season. It's like, all right, well, then there's a problem.
Yeah, so maybe there is some resignation for him. Like, these opportunities don't come around too often. Now we've blown 2 of them.
To Moser's point, though, like McDavid, it's not. Well, what's funny, didn't he win the Conn Smythe last year despite losing?
Correct.
He didn't have that argument this year.
No. But if you just look at the odds.
Right now!
If you just look at the odds, because things have to go your way as well. Injury-wise, puck bouncing-wise.
Sure.
You got to have puck luck in there. Even the best teams need some puck luck. I mean, it's the odds of them getting back there are they're not good. And honestly, the odds of Florida with a three-peat are not good.
Yep.
So I know that the top 3 teams right now, Vic, say it again, the top 3 teams to win the Cup next year are?
Florida, Edmonton, and the Avs.
Correct. I can tell you right now, the odds of 2 of those teams being there are not good.
Mm-hmm.
I know Florida is a wagon. I get that. But I just know how difficult it is to do it. And so you want to try to do it 3 years in a row, go to 4 straight Cup finals? Good luck with that. That's incredibly hard.
One last reminder to you guys. We're going to draw a winner of this Nathan McKinnon hockey stick in just a second. And there are going to be 3 more of these to give out for each show. Not 3 for each show, 1 for each show, but 3 more throughout the course of the day to give away on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And this is all courtesy of the Avs equipment sale. It's happening this Saturday. They're selling player sticks, helmets, skates, pants, goalie equipment, pucks, bags, everything. And they're all adult-sized, so you can get this for either if you're playing or you just want a little keepsake. The least expensive thing I think they have there is a warm-up puck for a game-specific warm-up puck for $10 or an official game puck for $20. Also, hockey player socks are $10 a pair. You can get one of those as well. But that is on Saturday. It's a free ticket to entry at Ticketmaster. There's free parking at Ball Arena. All proceeds from the equipment sale go to support Kroenke Sports Charities.
And you think that they just, socks get cut, uniforms get cut and whatnot. They just plow through those. They don't. The equipment guys, Donnie and Brad and Bryce, they sew. They've got a sewing machine. And they'll sew things up, man. You can't just plow through 50 pairs of socks during the course of a season and practice jerseys and all that. Those things get cut open. They get holes in. They sew.
Well, all of that's available on Saturday. One last time, though, if you want a chance to win this, find the missing thing in this bleep from the Marvin Mims interview.
We had like a thing, and I think it was when we played the Chargers that Thursday night. And, they're like, hey, if Bo tells you a keep call, then you got to keep the ball and go right through.
So if you can find the missing bleep, you have a chance to win that Nathan McKinnon stick that we'll give away in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
We had like a thing, and I think
Dudes, summer is about feeling your best. More energy, more time outdoors, more time with the one that you love. But erectile dysfunction can quietly steal all of that confidence and connection unless you do something about it. Again, think about what summer should be: relaxed, romantic, unforgettable. Don't let ED keep you from making the most of it. Not when help is super easy to get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They are professionals and they are awesome. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, I've told you, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult if you're dealing with any form of ED. Don't be embarrassed. Don't slough it off. Get it done. Your initial visit's only $99. You got the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if it doesn't work, your appointment's free. But it's going to work because their expert staff is fantastic. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, so there's one by you. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Bum, 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 ba-da, bum, ba. Hey, the Rocks, before we're out of here today,
Oh, you want to talk Rockies?
Just for a second.
Okay.
Because there's only one.
The bats are turning around? Is that what you wanted to say?
Yeah.
Do you want to say you agree with me now that I was right on that take?
You were right on that take.
Thank you.
Their run differential is now down to minus 197, which is good. I mean, if you're plus 200 in the middle of June, it's a total disaster.
But lately,
it's come down by 4, which is great.
Again, the Rockies, they had a historically worst team ever start to the season, and now I think they're as bad as the bad teams in the league.
Hey, Vic, the Cleveland Spiders in the 1800s, their run differential, that's the old era, was like minus 739. It's a disaster. The modern record is the Bo Sox. In, I think, 32, they were minus 389. So if the Rockies can avoid that record as well, being minus 389 for the season, good.
Wait a minute, Nelly, what was the year was it the Louisville Colonels and the Cleveland Spiders? Did they have the same owner who traded all the good players?
Yes, I think that was 1899.
Was it 99 or 95?
It may have been 1889.
No, you're right.
For years, Coors Field was considered almost illegal because it's too easy to hit home runs here, right? Oh, the long ball. Leave it to the Rockies then to go to Washington to hit 7 dongs.
7. And Hunter Goodman with another one. It's 14th of the year, by the way.
They're catching these teams at just the right time. I mean, then when they caught the Marlins stink. We know that. Going into this series, the Nationals had lost 8 in a row. Now it's 10. They caught the Nats right at the right time. When they play a good club, you know what happens? They get drilled. Okay, fine, whatever.
Got one against the Giants.
Hey! Little getaway.
So we'll reveal the winner in just a second of the Marvin Mims interview that will lead to the Nathan McKinnon hockey stick, because I want all sports involved in this. Just quickly, this was Tyler Mahn, who was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday, his take on the Rockies.
They don't do the analytics stuff. They are light years behind of every other organization in Major League Baseball in terms of information available to players, the player development philosophies, and there just does not seem to be a whole lot of cohesion. There are a lot of really good people who work in that organization, but they don't have the resources to be competitive. And when you talk to people around baseball, they're like the North Korea of Major League Baseball. Nobody knows what goes on behind the public face. No one knows how to dissect what goes on behind the public face. Even the limited glimpses of the public face that you do get are baffling. It's a franchise that is really, really difficult to discern any sort of cohesive future pathway or philosophy for.
What do you think about the Rockies being North Korea? Nobody knows what happens there. Nobody really knows. You catch a glimpse every once in a while, you're like, that looks not good. But you don't really know anything.
Tyler, that's a pretty darn good way to put it.
I like it.
I never really would quantify it in terms of international dictatorial seclusive countries.
They could also be Greenland.
Dude, I remember...
Greenland's pretty open. Do we know what goes on in Greenland?
Yeah, but I mean, Greenland's just there.
I remember years ago, I was listening to a Joel Klatt podcast, and he was talking about something in college football. And he started off his point. He was talking to Cowherd, actually. And he goes, when Germany signed the Treaty of Versailles, and I was like, where's this one going here? But his whole thing was like unintended consequences and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, some of the history stuff, I do my best. Have a tough time connecting dots. I like this one. Very easy for me. North Korea, I agree. Weird stuff going on down there. Don't really know what's happening.
Don't really know, man.
Would you like to hear what the missing audio was, along with our winner of the Nathan McKinnon hockey stick?
I was wrong, by the way. I thought I had that nailed, and I was completely wrong.
Yeah, I would love to go back and hear how boastful you were. If you know football, you know the answer to this question.
Yeah, it seemed obvious, but nope.
So, are we going bleeped first and then unedited second, Nelly?
Bleeped
Do that
first.
Yeah, bleeped first. In case you guys missed it, this is what we played.
We had like a play in. I think we're playing. I think it was when we played the Chargers that Thursday night, and they're like, "Hey, if Bo tells you a keep call, then you got to keep the ball and go right through."
I thought he just meant audible. We have this audible. I thought that's all it was.
Moj, what was your guess?
My guess is what it was.
No, it wasn't. Because we just went through this in the break, and you said it wasn't what you guessed it was.
Oh, I thought it was option.
Option. Here is the answer.
We had like a flea flicker play, and I think we're playing. I think it was when we played the Chargers that Thursday night.
Flea flicker is the correct answer. So we had a whole bunch of different submissions in here. There's a whole bunch of game plans and check runs and formation and gimmick and trick play and all that different stuff. The answer, flea flicker, which makes our winner of this Nathan McKinnon hockey stick Riley Miller. Congratulations to Riley. That is, by the way, these are going for $400, by the way, these McKinnon sticks at this equipment sale at Ball Arena on Saturday. 400 bones. So congratulations. Or, as Moser would say, clams.
Clams. They're worth 400 clams.
Which I got to tell you, if you're looking for a place with some good deals, this equipment sale is a lot of bang for your clam.
When does the sale?
You get a lot of bang for your claim if you're going to go get some Avs equipment down there.
When is that?
Saturday.
So again,
Ball
free
Arena.
ticket for entry at Ticketmaster. Parking is free. You just go there and you check out all the stuff. You get all adult size things. But all of these either practice with, game used, whatever, from all the Avs players and Eagles players as well, I believe.
Yep.
So all of that available for you this Saturday.
Did you guys see in that trade that was consummated for Desmond Bain? Did you see what Orlando did on the back end of that trade to fit the Bain contract? They're not picking up the options of Corey Joseph and Gary Harris.
Yeah.
Ooh, Gary.
Now, listen, Gary's not the same player he was several years ago.
How did he lose his jumper?
I don't know, dude. It went away. He went from. Do you know he was the highest scoring player on the team like 9 years ago? 10 years ago?
You remember the
highest scoring player
Remember the
on
commercials
team.
he did with Landeskog? Those were so cool.
Those were funny.
How did he lose his jumper?
But if he were to come back, let's say that you had an open vet minimum job, because that'd really be the only thing that he could fulfill here. Would you take him back as maybe just a No? I'm just asking. No?
He can't shoot, man. Like a lot of people said Russ couldn't shoot.
He's a shooting guard who can't shoot. He
can defend, though.
Yeah, he can. He's only 30 years of age.
He can defend.
He shot 38% from the field last year. From the
field.
field.
Yeah, there was a time where you remember he shot down OKC, ironically enough, and Russell Westbrook. Remember that last second shot he hit from three to win that game on national television at Ball Arena? You remember that?
His second, third, and fourth years, he was a 50% from the field and about a 40% from three
and
guy.
It just went away.
And then,
he seriously just lost it.
I don't know. You asked the question how. Maybe he was injury induced because he did have some serious hamstring issues. Maybe then. I don't know. Again,
confidence
anybody who has shooting woes in the NBA, my prescription is simple. Do an Aaron Gordon. Get yourself a court in your house.
Buy a warehouse, put a bed in it, and build a basketball court. There you go.
Pretty much.
And then all of a sudden you shoot 43% from three-point range. Still one of the most insane things.
Love it.
So what was he the year before? Like 33 or something? To make that sizable jump? Crazy. Nelly, got a fact checker for us? Nelly's talking to Berto. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
With Florida winning the Stanley Cup yesterday, that means that, as we said earlier, the last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup was the Montreal Canadiens in 1993. Pop quiz. Can you name for me the last time an American team won the Grey Cup in the CFL?
Yes, I can. It was the
Birmingham
Baltimore
Stallions.
Close.
It was Baltimore.
That's correct. It was the Baltimore Stallions in 1995. So, Canada, we won your football league more recently than you won our hockey league.
That's actually great. That's
Put
a
that
nice
in your
stat.
Trudeau pipe and smoke it.
Didn't you call those games?
Yeah, it was in the CFL.
Wait, Trudeau's not the guy anymore, right? They got a new guy, don't they?
Yeah, why?
Well, he said put that in your Trudeau's pipe and smoke it.
Trudeau's gone.
So you were
his name Carney or something?
Sacramento Gold Miners.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Canadian. PM. Carney, yeah. Small hands. Oh, come on, Mose. You don't like a good Austin Powers reference?
Sure.
It's like cabbage?
That's great.
All right. Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you search. Just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, and we will be right there. Again, 3 more Nathan McKinnon hockey sticks to give away throughout the course of the day today, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Small hands.
Thank you. Somebody got the reference. Have a wonderful Wednesday. We will talk to you all tomorrow. Love you very much. Goodbye.
Sure was wrong yesterday. Back-to-back Cup championships for the Cats as they win in 6 games over the Edmonton Oilers. 4 goals in a decisive Game 6 victory at home for Sam Reinert. Sergei Bobrovsky makes 28 saves in the game. He gives up one little garbage time, feel good about yourself goal as the Oilers have now lost 2 straight Stanley Cup finals in that building in Sunrise, Florida. As we welcome you to the Morning Sprint. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. Join us if you'd like to do so on the Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925. One price, one person, and 1 hour. We've been giving away a bunch of stuff all week. We are not done with that. An awesome giveaway later on in the program that will let you know how you can win that thing. And you're going to have to work a little bit harder for this one than you have in the past.
Are the rumors true?
What?
Today is a McKinnon Sticks Day?
Use your eyes. Look around, use your context clues.
I see McKinnon Sticks. All I see is Nathan McKinnon Sticks hanging around the studio here today.
Yeah, so we are giving away a free Nathan McKinnon stick, a used Nathan McKinnon twig.
Game used? Practice used? We don't know.
Used either game or practice, touched by Nathan McKinnon.
Nathan McKinnon's hands were on his sticks.
Yes.
Right here in the studio.
So they are in studio right now. We're giving away 1 per show. And the way that you can do that is typically we have you guys text in. But this is a pretty cool thing, right? These are top-of-the-line twigs. A top-of-the-line stick
Is it Bauer guy?
Bauer, CCM. A lot of those are like wrapped, but he's a Bauer guy. In terms of his sticks. He's played CCM in the past. He's played a couple of anything I could get my hands on, anything the team issued to me.
You never had
anything
preference.
That the team issued. No, I had preferences, but anything that the team issued to me.
Were you an Easton stick guy?
Growing up, I was an Easton stick guy.
So you like the Chargers backups.
Yep. Easton SE16.
Easton stick.
Thank you, Kim.
We love you, Kim.
I loved an Easton Synergy. Those are great sticks. And then when Easton started to go by the wayside, I then became a Bauer guy pretty much. But it was whatever stick deal that we got through the team.
Landy is a Warrior stick guy?
I think he's a Warrior dude.
I don't Warrior, know. Tell me about Warrior. Is that a newer to the scene type of stick?
No, Warrior's been around for a while. Okay. It's a longtime lacrosse company, Warrior. And they got into the hockey stick game somewhere in the mid 2000s or early 2010s. No, whenever someone gave me a free stick or a discounted stick, I was then loyal to that brand until someone gave me a different stick.
Mm-hmm.
That was the way to do it. It costs a lot of money.
Raj, you like my hat?
I do like your hat. We'll get into your hat in a little bit. Hold on. Settle down there, Sparky. Settle down. The way that you can win those Nathan McKinnon sticks is this way. You have to go onto the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app and hit the microphone button and use the voice of the people. And what I want you to do is give me your best Nathan McKinnon goal call, right? Do your best Moj, do your best McGahey. Keep it short, keep it to 10 seconds. And we're going to play those things on the air, and we are going to arbitrarily pick our favorite Nathan McKinnon goal call. And at the end of the show, if you win, that's your stick. Deal?
Deal.
All right, Sparky, what about your hat?
I got my Columbia blue, baby blue, Rockies City Connect hat on.
It's a good-looking hat.
It's a good-looking lid, man. Got it for Father's Day. It was an ask. I wanted a Rockies City Connect baby blue. I like calling it Columbia blue lid. And today's the debut voyage with her.
It's a good lid. It's a good-looking hat.
Pretty solid.
You look good in baby blue.
Yeah, it works. It's pretty good. Rockies are sizzling hot right now, Raj.
The key to the Rockies is this. Play bad baseball teams, and you can find a way to win games.
They're so good right now against
They
bad
are
baseball
so good
teams.
against bad teams.
Are they going to double sweep over the course of 10 days? It'd be about 15 days.
The Marlins are garbage. The Nationals are garbage.
The Nationals are a dumpster fire.
The Braves are, comparative to who the Braves should be,
they're not
garbage.
Not playing well.
That's all you have to do. Play bad teams, and the Rockies find a way to win games. They hit the ball all over the field yesterday. That's a good feeling for that team. Now, unfortunately, we're running a promo about trading Kyle Freeland. He goes to the IL with back soreness. That doesn't help. It's retroactive a week or two. but that does not help. You still need to find a way to parlay these good stretches, these offensive outbursts into trading players. And I've seen the top 30 in terms of the Athletics trade board. Number 13 right now is Ryan McMahon. That's your guy.
He's hot.
That's your guy.
Swinging
now,
hot.
He's hot. Does he strike out a lot? Yeah, he does. That's
does.
who Ryan McMahon is. But he's swinging a better bat.
He had a monumentally bad start to the season, though.
He is still right, but he still strikes out a lot. He has been hot, but I think he's struck out 10 times in the last 6 games, maybe more than that. 11 times?
Was it 34 strikeouts in back-to-back games? I think McMahon he played his part.
There's a handful of those.
He played his part.
Handful of those. You can find a way to trade him. He's still very good defensively. He can play as a utility infielder. You don't have to just spot him at third base. You can play him at third. You can play him at short or at second, rather. I wouldn't say in a pinch you could play him at short, but if you have a bunch of injuries, I'm sure he could fill in just fine. But there's going to be a team out there that looks for a bench bat or a utility defensive infielder that's going to see Ryan McMahon and go, that's enticing for a middling prospect. And those are the things that you have to do. Yes, I was wrong last night, Coach, or rather yesterday during the middle of the day. The Panthers got it done. They are
you were
inevitable.
You knew that. You did know that. You just thought in the back of your mind this isn't really how Connor McDavid's going to go down, is it?
And it was.
Oh, it was bad. Dude, the Panthers,
they're just so good.
In the modern era of sport, and I know hockey allows you to repeat as champions a little bit more than, say, as the NBA does, where you got to pay your players and you get into the second apron and becomes very prohibitive for dynastic runs now, as we've seen in the last nearly decade. But to win back-to-back, it takes some dogs.
And to be there 3 straight years.
3 years you were in the dance, you win back-to-back. Panthers are loaded, and they're built the right way,
They're not going anywhere either.
They're not.
They've got cap space. They have guys they have to re-sign. You have to find a way to get Conn Smythe winner Sam Bennett back into the fold.
How about his postseason?
Amazing.
Crazy.
A guy who has never topped more than 50 points in a regular season comes out and scores 15 goals. He plays the right way. He's mean. He scores big goals. He's in the fight. He's solid defensively. They are King Rat. That is what the Florida Panthers are. They are King Rat.
They even have a rat-like netminder.
Sure,
Bobrovsky
he does kind of look ratty.
He is, and he just gets it done in the postseason.
And he's 37.
Think about what he
will
saw,
be 37.
What he saw over the course of 6 games in terms of the quality of the opponent. I know they didn't play great hockey, especially in the last several games, but you still got 2 of the top 5 offensive players in the National Hockey League, and you stymied him. He was phenomenal.
It was a masterclass in depth wins out. And while Edmonton has got there in back-to-back years, and they were a game from winning it last year, 2 games from winning it this year, their lack of depth, it showed. Florida didn't have to worry about lines 2 through 4 scoring on them. All they had to do was look at 29 and 97, Draisaitl and McDavid, and go, we are going to put all of our energies into making sure those 2 dudes don't beat us. And when they shut them down, they shut the Oilers down. That's what happens when next year, when the Draisaitl $14 million extension kicks in, Draisaitl, McDavid, and Darnell Nurse will combine for 41% of the team salary cap. They also have to re-sign Evan Bouchard, who's going to be like a $9 to an $11 million defenseman next year. And he's coming off of a bridge deal that pays him $3.9.
Which is that makeup of a roster of being 4 guys that comprise nearly half of your total cap. It's really where the Avalanche were headed.
Ask the Avs. Ask the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Well, I'm saying,
ask
especially
the Pittsburgh Penguins.
If you had paid big money for Mikko Rantanen, you would have been in that space with your top.
Makar, McKinnon, Rantanen, and then
Landeskog?
Yeah, Landy at 7. You would have thrown Devon Taves in there probably. Those would have been your four big contracts.
You would have been, and then Val's just shy of.
Val is 6.125.
Still in the conversation.
Yeah, a little bit. Now, the overarching conversation about these teams and how they're comprised are, you have to pay the right guys, right? Edmonton wouldn't be in this situation if Darnell Nurse wasn't the guy making $9.25 million with the full no movement.
How'd that happen?
He had a good season. He was young, and they went, we're going to bet on him, and the bet has gone drastically wrong.
Do you think that bet in and of itself is going to prevent Connor McDavid from ever reaching the pinnacle that he probably needs to reach to be considered one of the top 5 players of all time?
He's well on his way. He's a freak. He's amazing.
He's a freak, but if he is without Cup, you can't say he's a top 5 player if he finishes his career.
You're right. You're right. You wouldn't be. He's going to put up the numbers that would put him into that conversation, but no, he would be, Marcel Dion, Joe Thornton, Jerome McGinley, those types of all-time greats that never got there. Now, and we've had this conversation more often than not, the greats in the NHL get their Cup. As long as you have Draisaitl and McDavid on a team, you're always going to be relevant. You're always going to have a chance. That is evidenced in the fact that they have gone to back-to-back finals and have been in Game 7 and Game 6 against, quite honestly, the perfect team, right? Florida feels like the perfect team. They push all the right buttons. They're fast. They're skilled. Their stars are willing to do the gross things. They're big and rangy on the back end. Not just big and thick. They're rangy. They're long on the back end. And that's where I think the Avs are 75% of the way there. Florida kills you on the front end with depth down the middle. The Avs have the best depth down the middle in the Western Conference. They may have the best forward depth in the entire West. Mm-hmm. What they don't
have the defensive depth, though.
Right. They don't have the length. I don't care so much
about you would
about
consider that
size.
Down the middle, correct? The defensemen are down the middle.
No. Down the middle centers. Down the middle centers back. No. Down the middle centers. Center for me.
So just one player.
4 players.
I'm saying it on the ice at one time. When you say down the middle, when I'm thinking about football, down the middle defensively is nose tackle, Mike linebacker, safeties.
Down the middle in hockey is centers. Yeah. They don't have, for me, it's length. Not so much size and girth. I would rather have, Seth Jones was awesome for them. And it's because he is so long. And that's where I think the Avs, while they're 75% of the way towards being the Panthers, they still have to make moves to get there. You have to move Sam Girard out. You have to move Ross Colton out and bring back longer, rangier D-men to get to how the Panthers are actively rostered. Because you're not going to move the big contracts out. You can't do that. That's crazy. You've already done that. You've already done that moving the Rantanen contract out to make yourself a little bit deeper on the front end and a little bit more cap compliant, but you're not there yet. If the Avs were playing in this Cup final, if they get through Dallas, I think they get to the final. I can't guarantee you that they beat Florida. I just can't. They're too good.
How many years do you give McDavid before he is demanding a trade?
I mean, he's got one more year left on his contract. Next year, he's a $12.5 million player next year. Now, his former agent, longtime agent, he's either the GM or the director of player personnel with the Oilers. So I don't think he's going to demand out. They're close, but they need to find a way to move on from the Nurse contract, and that's not going to happen. No one's going to take that for $9.25.
Got to pay Bouchard, and they still don't really have a true number one netminder.
Hell no, they don't. Their goaltending has been atrocious. I've got some crazy numbers on that. We'll continue to break down how the Avs can become the Panthers. Again, we are giving away a Nathan McKinnon stick. It's not signed, but it is a used Nathan McKinnon stick. And all you have to do is go to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app and hit the little microphone button and give me your best Nathan McKinnon goal, right? 10 seconds or less. Give me your best Moser impression. Give me your best McGahey impression. Maybe even a Cuthbert. I'll take a Cuthbert.
Oh.
Yeah. And if you guys win that, it will be arbitrarily chosen by me and Coach and KJ.
Love it.
You'll walk away with a used Nathan McKinnon game stick.
And not signed with an autograph. It's not signed with an autograph. No, it's not. You know what it is signed with? With Nate's DNA. It's got his sweat on there. Gross. Sorry.
That's the coach. I'm Raj. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
McKinnon cuts off the puck. He heads down the middle, weaving through traffic. Upper right corner. Goal! Nathan McKinnon, maybe the greatest goal call ever. Thank you.
He goes coast to coast, forehand, backhand, top shelf where mom hides the cookies. The Mac attack is back, Jack.
The Stars slap it down. Nathan McKinnon, goal!
And here comes McKinnon now, wheels turning, picking up speed through center ice. He's alone. McKinnon fires. He scores. Nathan McKinnon, are you kidding me? Lightning in his skates, soak on his hands. That puck had no chance. 3-2, Colorado.
He scores! Throw the chapeau! It's snowing hats inside Ball Arena for the Mac attack, Jack!
Keep it up, guys. I love it.
Let's go.
I love it. The reason
What was that, smooth as silk?
Smooth,
that was good.
hands like silk. I don't know. Skates of lightning. Guys, I loved it. If you're just joining the program, the Morning Sprint, Alex Ryan, Coach Mike Sanford, and you guys, the reason why you're hearing all of those Nathan McKinnon goal calls is because we're giving away a used Nathan McKinnon stick on every single one of our shows. The way that you can enter on the Morning Sprint is by going to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app and hitting the little microphone button that is at the bottom of your screen and give us your best Nathan McKinnon goal. You can give us your Moser impression, your McGahee impression.
The McGahee stand was
You can do
elite.
a Cuthbert. You can do
scores!
You can do
The
whatever
Mac
you want.
attack is back, Jack!
Do what Coach is doing there, and at the end of the show, we will arbitrarily choose our winner to walk away with a used Nathan McKinnon stick. And the reason why we're doing this is because coming up on Saturday, the Avs are having their inaugural Avalanche equipment sale at Ball Arena starting at 3 p.m. You guys can go and purchase used professional top-end equipment. Like this is, I was there yesterday taking video and looking at the inventory. There are hundreds of of the line sticks. And the reason why I think this is so cool is because if you're a hockey player yourself, this is all adult-sized equipment. Now, it ranges in various different sizes. Like there is Sam Girard equipment there that fits guys like me at 5'8" and 160 something pounds. There is equipment that Val Nichushkin has worn that will fit a guy who is 6'4" and 220 something pounds. So there's something for everyone as long as you are adult sized. Pee-wees, squirts, U12, U10 players, I'm sorry, it's not for you guys. Now, there are some fun things for kids. The cheapest thing you can get there is like a $10 warm-up puck that is from certain games. You'll have logos on them, assorted warm-up pucks. You can get game-used hockey socks for $10 or practice-used hockey socks for $10 as well. The reason why I think this is so awesome is because if you have an adult-sized player, whether it is you or a high school player, a collegiate player, a junior hockey player, it can cost, you want to guess how much money it costs to outfit a player from head to toe in protective equipment?
$1,500.
About $3,000.
Jeez.
In top-end equipment from your helmet, shoulder pads, elbow pads, gloves, 2 sticks to start the season. Skates, pants, shin pads. It'll cost just north of $3,000 to have top-of-the-line equipment. Now, it's not, you can have other things that are not top of the line, but top of the line equipment is going to run you north of $3,000. And that's just to start the season, right? Like the U18 players that I coach go through 12 sticks, and those are $350 a pop. Now, the ones that they're selling at the equipment sale on Saturday, Taves, McKinnon, McCarr, and Landeskog, their used sticks are going for $400.
Jeez.
Everyone else, which again, top of the line sticks, $250. You can essentially save $100 on basically brand new sticks. So if you're looking, I think it's 6 sticks per person who show up, and you have to register. You have to have a ticket to get there. Just make sure you guys go to the Avalanche website to make sure that you register. You can walk out of there and save a whole bunch of money. Skates right now, top of the line skates, cost $1,000. They're selling them for $600. Lightly used, $600 skates. Steel goes for $190. They're selling them for $175. Like, you guys can walk out of there with some amazing stuff. And if you're not a player, but you are a memorabilia person, you can go there, buy something that your player has worn or used. It's not going to be signed, but you'll have that in your possession. You know what you do? You show up to Family Sports Center during training camp, and if you buy a Nathan McKinnon stick or if you win the one that we're giving away here, bring that thing to training camp. The guys will sign it there. It's a really cool thing. Again, that is Saturday at Ball Arena at 3 p.m.
It's going to be a cool event. That's awesome.
I did the math. Again, just north of $3,000 to have top-of-the-line equipment for an adult-sized player. I did the math yesterday. You can walk out of there with that same top-of-the-level equipment for about $2,000.
It's a good deal.
Good deal.
Save a G.
Yeah. It's a lot of stuff, man. Really, really cool.
Think about the amount of one beers that you could continue to have if you save $1,000 as a hockey player.
And someone says 727, way too much effort for a hockey stick that we don't know if it's even McKinnon's. Guys, I was there yesterday in the cage. All of these are packaged with their name. They are pro stock sticks and they are lightly, like these are the player's twigs. Now, I don't know if they were used in a game, but they were used by the player at some point. A lot of these players, the reason why there's so many sticks is much like golfers. There's this really awesome story about how much of a lunatic Tiger Woods was with his equipment. They used to send him, 50 sets of irons that were all the same exact thing, same specs. And he would throw things out that just didn't feel right. And his guys would hide a little extra 0.5 gram of lead tape underneath an iron head. They would do an extra half wrap underneath his grip. And a wrap is essentially like the size of a piece of paper. Yep. They would do a half wrap. Tiger would pick up the club with the half wrap, not knowing what it was, and go, this doesn't feel right. Hit one shot, throw the club away. Hockey players are the same way. Yeah. All of these things are manufactured the same way, but there's little intricacies that they don't like.
And also the brain is telling you there are certain things you don't like.
Of course.
You miss one early on, you're like, yeah, I hate that stick.
Yeah, so
it's the worst.
Guys, these are, it's legit. These are the right things. They are player equipment. I would go there and make sure you guys take a peek at it. Really cool. Again, if you guys want to win the McKinnon stick, just give us your best goal call on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app using the voice of the people. I have the NFL All-Quarter Century team, Coach.
I didn't even know it came out.
It came out this morning on ESPN, part of the NFL offseason. You think there's any Broncos players in this 53-man roster? Last 25 years.
I mean, obviously, is Peyton Manning considered a Bronco?
Peyton Manning is considered a Bronco.
Yet he's not on the All-Century team.
He is on the All-Quarter Century team. He is the second quarterback listed
behind Brady,
and ahead of Patrick Mahomes. Manning's your first player.
Von Miller's on the roster.
Von Miller is not on the roster. The edge rushers that have made the quarter century team, I think it's nuts that he's not on it. There's a Bronco on there.
Really?
DeMarcus Ware.
Okay.
DeMarcus Ware, Jared Allen, Myles Garrett makes the quarter century team, and Julius Peppers. But Super Bowl 50 champion Von Miller does not make the team.
Dumb.
Von doesn't make it. There is a cornerback that makes the team. Champ Bailey. He's the number 1 or the number 2 listed cornerback after Darrelle Revis and ahead of Rondé Barber, Richard Sherman, and Patrick Peterson. There's also a Bronco that makes safety. Didn't play a long time here. Played 2 full seasons.
No.
Brian Dawkins.
Oh, gosh, great player.
Your safeties, Ed Reed, Troy Polamalu, Brian Dawkins, Earl Thomas III.
I still think of Dawkins exclusively as an Eagle. I was really into Madden during that era. Like playing Madden, and Dawkins was a beast.
Freak.
Would just decapitate humans and get his hands on footballs, and great player.
Also, Wade Phillips makes it as a defensive coordinator.
There you go.
Von Miller not making the quarter century team as an edge rusher? Like, the fact that Myles Garrett is on there before Von Miller is a...
Give me the receivers.
The receivers?
No, Demaryius Thomas, obviously.
No. Your receivers on
Randy
the
Moss.
NFL all quarter century team are as follows. Randy Moss.
Okay, let me think if I can get some of these. So we got Randy Moss.
Mm-hmm. He's number 1.
Is Devontae Adams?
Devontae Adams is not on the list.
Go ahead.
You're just going to guess once?
I got Randy Moss.
Calvin Johnson is number 2.
Oh, yeah.
Julio Jones, number 3. T.O., number 4. Marvin Harrison, number 5.
Ooh.
Justin Jefferson, number 6. Your practice squad players, Antonio Brown and Andre Johnson. Tight ends.
Did AB get arrested? Or is he just still
I
out
have
there?
no idea. Is
he just posting social media stuff?
I don't know. I'm not following.
As somebody who's a
I think
fugitive.
that's crazy.
It's wild.
In terms of edge rushers, Vaughn doesn't even make the practice squad. They have TJ Watt and Michael Strahan ahead of Vaughn.
The one that I don't fully agree with on that was, is DeMarcus Ware a better edge rusher than Von Miller?
He's got 138 sacks, so all-time sacks leaders in NFL history are as follows. The official leaders, Bruce Smith, Reggie White, Kevin Green, Julius Peppers, Chris Dolman. Vaughn has 129.5 sacks. DeMarcus has 138.5. So he's just shy of it. But again, Vaughn has one of the most dominant MVP performances of all time.
Putnam from the Shot Mazda text line brings up a very good point. Larry Fitzgerald, not listed.
Larry Fitzgerald should be on there.
That's crazy.
That's a mistake. Larry Fitzgerald should be on there. Your running backs look like this. Priest Holmes was a freak, man. You forget how good Priest Holmes was.
Did it at Baltimore and at KC, right?
Man, he was good. Yeah, 3 full seasons in Baltimore and then 6 or 7 in Kansas City. Priest Holmes, Christian McCaffrey, number 2.
Yeah, yes.
Derrick Henry, 3, practice squad, LaDainian Tomlinson. I think it's a little crazy that LT is not on and McCaffrey is. With how hurt Christian McCaffrey has been. LaDainian Tomlinson had one of the most impressive seasons in the history of the NFL. That guy was unstoppable for the better part of a decade.
He was really good. I actually think that Priest Holmes is the one that shouldn't belong in that crew. I do. So you said LT, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, and Priest Holmes. Those are your 4?
Priest Holmes, 9,256 all-purpose yards, 85 all-purpose touchdowns, and a Super Bowl champion. McCaffrey, 10,853 all-purpose yards, 81 touchdowns.
Still playing.
Offensive player of the year. Right, still playing.
But I'm saying those stat lines are going to
No, they
grow.
don't. 25 years, quarter century. 2000 to 2000, or
But I'm saying
2000
Priest Holmes had his entire career fit in that century.
That is correct, yes.
Whereas Christian McCaffrey's entire career is yet to be
Priest
written.
Holmes started before that, 97.
Really?
Yep. 97.
God, that ages me.
Derrick Henry, 13,000 all-purpose yards, 111 all-purpose touchdowns, offensive player of the year, and a 4-time All-Pro.
Yeah.
LaDainian Tomlinson, over the course, dude, he is what an absolute freak. 13,684 yards on the ground, 145 touchdowns, and all of these come within the decade of 2001 to 2011. He is a 3-time first-team All-Pro. He's an MVP, an Offensive Player of the Year. He had a season in which he rushed for 28 touchdowns. Did he ever have a 2,000-yard season? No, but he had, count it, 1, 2, 3, 4 seasons north of 1,600 yards.
3756 is asking, where the hell is Barry Sanders? To be clear, for anybody who's listening right now, this is the all quarter century team, so it would go from 2000 to 2025. Barry Sanders not a part of that.
Right, so the years of 2000 to 2025. The biggest omission, it's not even close, is Von Miller.
Adrian Peterson?
Oh, AP's a good one, man. Adrian Peterson, his entire career comes between 2007 and 2021. 14,916 yards, 120 touchdowns. He was a 4-time AP All-Pro first team. He has an MVP. He has a Rookie of the Year, an Offensive Player of the Year, a season in which he rushed for 2,097 yards, a season in which he had 18 touchdowns. He has 9 seasons with double-digit rushing touchdowns. AP not being on that list is ridiculous.
Tight ends. Travis Kelce's got to be on there.
Tight ends are Kyle Juszczyk is the best fullback.
Fullback. All right. Good job. Okay, so Travis Kelce,
number 2.
Zach Ertz?
Not on the team.
Really?
Not mentioned. You're missing the best one. It's not even close.
Antonio Gates?
Antonio Gates mentioned as a practice squad player. You're missing the best one, and it's not even close. The most productive guy, and it's not close.
I don't know.
Rob Gronkowski.
Oh,
Gronkowski, Travis Kelce, and then another Chief. Maybe one of the best
Tony
players.
Gonzalez.
Right, maybe one of the best players in the history of the NFL to not win a Super Bowl.
Tony Gonzalez, probably 2-3 years in this quarter century.
Tony
old.
Gonzalez.
I bet his last year was 2004, 2005.
2013.
Oh, really?
Yeah. His last year in Kansas City was 2008, but then he played another 5 seasons with the Falcons.
It's wild because Tony Gonzalez, he went to a high school in my high school's league. He went to Huntington Beach High School, and I felt like he was like at least 10 years older than me.
A lot of those guys feel way older. I can't get over the Von Miller thing. That's one of the best pass rushers of all time.
Tony Gonzalez, born in 1976.
That is a dominant player left off of an all-quarters. Again, this is ESPN's all-quarter century team between the years 2000 and 2025. He is left off. There are 4 Broncos on this list, and Von Miller isn't one of them. Brian Dawkins, DeMarcus Ware, Peyton Manning, Champ Bailey, and then defensive coordinator Wade Phillips. But Von Miller, he ain't on that list. That's crazy town. Join us wherever you guys go in the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com.
Nathan McKinnon has the puck, goes past to the blue line, blows past Rhiannon. He goes for a backhand, scores!
Keep them coming, people. I love it. Your best Nathan McKinnon goal calls, and we're going to pick a winner in about an hour from right now to give away a used Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. And all you have to do is go to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, hit the little microphone, and give us your best goal call like you just heard.
Did we just get an arena foghorn created by vocal cords?
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. You had to ruin it. You just had to ruin it, didn't you? You couldn't let me have my fun. It is a hump day, so I suppose it's kind of like it's on par with where that sound comes from.
Don't get mad at me because I love a whoop whoop. I love me a whoop whoop.
You think the Avs can beat the Florida Panthers, man? Do you think they could have beaten them in a 7-game series? If they get through Dallas, Colorado gets to the final. Because I heard Moser talking about this, and he was like, I don't know if they would, but I'd be really confident in them. I don't think Colorado can beat Florida right now. I don't know if anyone can beat Florida right now.
They're a wagon.
They're mean.
Physical.
They're big. They're fast.
They score.
They do the right things.
They don't give up. They don't give the puck up. They don't give up the puck.
They just come in waves. I don't think Colorado would have beaten them. I think it would have been a very good series. I think it would have been better than this series. Honestly, this Stanley Cup final between Florida and Edmonton, the first few games going to overtime, it shrouded what was a bad series. The first few games went, this is really good. It's exciting. It's going to go 6.
It's going to go 7. It did go 6, right?
It went 6.
It didn't feel like it, though.
The overtime
like
games at the beginning, yes,
series.
it did.
Raj, let me ask you a question.
Yes, it did.
It's something that we've been talking about for quite some time as it relates to the Avs and the flawed format of the NHL playoffs. Divisional rivals. Got to get them in the first couple rounds. Blah, blah, blah. Stupid. Gary Bettman, you stink. But the Avs have been a better series for hockey fans to watch against the Florida Panthers than the Edmonton Oilers.
Yes, but again, I still think Florida beats them.
Better series. Would have been a little bit more appetizing to watch.
Yes.
Would the Avs have beaten the Edmonton Oilers in a Western Conference Finals?
I believe they would have.
I do too.
Because if you get through Dallas, what does that mean? It means one of these things would have happened. Cale Makar wasn't ice cold. And a not ice cold Cale Makar probably means 3 or 4 goals in a playoff series, not just one meaningless empty netter.
Kind of an ice cold Val Nichushkin too.
That was going to be my next one. Val Nichushkin is half the player that he was in the previous postseason when he went out for the second consecutive postseason. If you get half of that Val Nichushkin, 1 or 2 extra goals in big-time moments from Val probably means you get through Dallas. If that doesn't happen, Brock Nelson doesn't go goalless. And I think that's the reason why the Avs are running this thing back. I think they look at the ouster to Dallas and go, it feels, even though the Avs have lost in early playoff rounds in many years outside of winning the Cup, I think they look at this one, they go, that feels a little anomalous. Let's try it one more time. And if we get one of these 3 things to happen, we get past Dallas in round 1. We've got a little bit of momentum rolling, and more games together allows us to start to unlock what Florida has built over the last 3 years. I think they get through Edmonton. I don't believe they beat Florida. They're not long enough to beat Florida, and that's what they have to do in the offseason is find a way to get a little bit bigger and a little bit longer on the back end. The forward unit is good enough, is without a doubt, right now, the forward unit is good enough to compete with them. The back end is not.
Raj, would you agree with me that both conference finals and the Stanley Cup finals were not made for television?
No, the best series that you saw was Colorado and Dallas in round 1 or Tampa and Florida in round 1.
Would you have taken Toronto versus Florida in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Oh, yeah.
Way over Carolina.
Yeah. 100%.
But once again, we get back to the problem of the NHL.
Can't get out of their own way.
The seeding isn't the seeding. It's not real seeding. It's fictitious seeding. You're not getting the 8th best team against the 1st best team and the 2nd versus the 7th. you're getting all of these teams that are bunched up and you are cannibalizing the product. It's not a good product.
No, and unfortunately, like their numbers took a dip from last year. Last year, the Stanley Cup final was on like ABC and ESPN. They averaged just north of like 3.5 million viewers. And then when you go to cable on TNT, where the product is infinitely better, like the actual product on TNT is awesome from start to finish. The pageantry, the panel that they have, like they did the best possible version of carbon copying inside the NBA and giving it to the NHL, right? You've got Biz on there, Wayne, you have the greatest player of all time on the panel, right? Like the NBA or inside the NBA doesn't have the greatest player of all time, but they have two of the greatest players in Charles Barkley and Shaq. So the NHL does that on TNT, but it's cable. So you lose those numbers and they're averaging like 2.5 million viewers per in the United States. Not great numbers, but that's what happens when you go to cable, where not a lot of people have the access to either TNT or HBO.
Hey,
the
Raj,
product was good, but they are cannibalizing themselves. I agree.
Raj, how long has it been since a Canadian team won?
1993.
Okay.
32 years.
You,
The Montreal Canadiens.
Want to hear something wild?
Of course.
Have you ever heard of a league called the Canadian Football League?
The CFL, I sure have.
You know, right now, like the CFL.
The Grey Cup.
Yeah, the Grey Cup is the championship. Right now, are there any American teams that could win a Grey Cup currently in the CFL?
I don't think so.
There are not.
Okay.
You realize that it has been more recent that an American team has won the Grey Cup in the CFL.
There have been
than
American
a Canadian
teams?
team that has won the Stanley Cup Finals.
Come on. That's a thing?
Oh, yeah. There were quite a few. The last American team to win the CFL's Grey Cup was the 1995 Baltimore Stallions.
That is amazing. The last Canadian team to win in Major League Baseball was when? The Blue Jays in 93? When they went back to back, right?
Yep.
Blue Jays go 92, 93. So there's been a more recent Major League Baseball champion out of Canada, right? Because that would have happened in October of 93.
Later in the year.
Right? More recent baseball champion in Canada, a more recent American CFL champion than there has been a Canadian hockey team to win the cup.
In what is really widely viewed as Canada's game. Canada's game.
Losers? You losers? Come on. How is that possible? That's incredible. I have another question for you regarding the Avs. This will be the last I dwell on Florida. Next year, let's just say the Avs run it back and they don't change anything, right? They still have to have like 3 roster players signed, so they might have to make a move. But like, let's say for the sake of argument, the team that is currently rostered right now is the team that plays the entire season. The Avs are in the Stanley Cup final against Florida, but they lose in 5 games. Or they lose in 6 games in the fashion that Edmonton did, where it was like, were you really in the series?
Inevitability.
Are you okay with it? Do you take that season right now? Much like there were a lot of people asking the guys in the PGA Tour before Oakmont happened, they went, would you take even par right now? Most of those guys went, yes, I'll take even par. Some said, no, I'll take my chances, and they got beaten up and down to a bloody pulp.
Is it wrong of me to say that I'd be yelling at the clouds if that's the case?
No.
Because I think you're good enough in your superstar, your star power, where if you get to that point, which you should get to that point, that you should get over the hump because you do have Nathan McKinnon.
And
you do have Cale Makar. And I would say that at that point, there'd probably be something, either it could be injury based or there could be something that you didn't, say Chris McFarland, Joe Sakic, didn't properly support that core with the acquisitions at the deadline and or in the offseason.
And that's what I'm saying. What that tells you is I believe the fan base, most of the media around here, you need to make some more moves. You're not done. You're good enough to get there. You're not good enough to beat those guys.
You need a rat.
You need a rat. You need a big rat. You need a long, lanky rat.
You need a guy that's willing to mix it up.
July 1st, free agency, man. They're not done. They have like no picks until the 4th round, but they need to make some moves and get a little bit longer. Again, Florida wins back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. They have been there 3 straight years. The Avs looking to get back for the first time since 2022. We're coming to you guys live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. A reminder, we are giving away a used Nathan McKinnon hockey stick, and all you have to do is go to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, hit the microphone on the bottom of your screen, and give us your best Nathan McKinnon goal call. We'll give away a twig in 45 minutes.
What's good, Colorado? Coach Mike Sanford here. And if you're like me, you might be looking to get away for a weekend, maybe take your gal, take your wife, or just take a buddy's trip out to Las Vegas, Nevada. And I got the perfect place for you, whether you're taking a guy's trip or you want to take your wife or gal. Circa is the conduit between the Las Vegas of yesterday and the Las Vegas of tomorrow. You can't find better opportunities to watch every sporting event, both indoor and outdoor, where you have the largest indoor sports book in the world at Circa Sports Casino in Las Vegas. But you also have the world's largest outdoor viewing experience with Stadium Swim. You need to up your pool game with the best viewing experience. Raj and I did it just a few months ago watching the Masters. So make sure you elevate your pool game and get your perfect getaway trip to Circa Las Vegas. Check out circalasvegas.com. They have deals and room rates that you can find that are very affordable. You're right in the heart of Fremont Street Experience. That is the crown jewel property of Las Vegas. So get to circalasvegas.com to book your trip today.
McKinnon's on the far wall. He takes the pass from Landeskog. He splits 2 defenders. He's on his own. He shoots and scores. Glove high. Oh, my God. Check your vaccine records because the Nate Dog is one sick puppy.
Here's Marty. Dumps it off to McCarr, who whips it over. One-timer score. McKinnon. Take that L on the way out, Minnesota. Woohoo!
Poked out of the corner, and McKinnon has it behind the net. McKinnon is coming up ice. He's got speed. He comes up. He passes 3 players. He's coming up past the D. Dekes to the left. Shoots. Score! The Mac attack goes back to back to back, Jack. Throw the chapeau.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, you are here for the goal of a lifetime. Nathan McKinnon!
Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. You can win a Nathan McKinnon stick. The Cuthbert one is good.
Banger.
The Cuthbert one was good.
So, I mean, you want to talk about northern accent right there. That was ripping it.
It's tough to really do the Cuthbert with McKinnon. If it was a Cale Makar goal, it'd be a lot easier, or a Carter Hart save, although Carter Hart is not playing hockey right now. Cuthbert's easier to do with an R at the end of a name. So
Where's Cuthbert from?
Somewhere in Canada.
Yeah.
It has to be. That's my guess.
Somewhere up north.
Chris Cuthbert. Yeah, we love Cuthbert. Sam Gerard. Those are just too. It's too good, man. Gerard. Thank you. I needed it. I've been begging for it. I needed it, man. Big conversation yesterday across our airwaves was the Kevin Durant thing, which may or may not happen over the next couple of days. It's probably going to happen after the finals is over. And Shams was giving like these weird cryptic looks at the camera every time that Durant's name was being mentioned about Houston or San Antonio. And then when when San Antonio was mentioned, like Shams would like look at the camera, kind of a wry smile, and people were trying to go, oh, he's going there. He's likely going to San Antonio.
It's where allegedly Durant wants to play.
As I continued to think about it, right? Like as the Avs try and emulate the Florida Panthers, and that's what you should do. That's what sports are all about, is you find the team that is at the mountaintop, unless it is a fluke championship team, which I don't think any of the champions right now are fluke champion teams, correct? Florida, no. Very obviously no. The Dodgers, very obviously no. The Eagles, no.
NBA Finals.
OKC is going to be is going to win, and the answer is no.
Okay.
Not fluky at all. One of the most dominant overall seasons that we have seen in the modern NBA. So the answer is no.
Doesn't change the fact that they're built on the premise of searching for fouls.
They're built on the premise of being able to play 10 guys and maximizing cheaper contracts before you have to pay the guys. That's what they're built on.
Mm-hmm.
And as you try and emulate these teams, right? Like the NFL will emulate the offensive and defensive lines of the Eagles. Look at the premium that has been placed on running backs just in this year's NFL draft, right? It's like it's 1996 all over again that guys actually care about running backs. Why? Well, because
Thurman Thomas, Barry Sanders, we're back.
Thank you. Right. So it is a flattery.
Walter Payton, the era of the running back.
It is a flattery type of job. When you look at the Avs, how do you get longer and meaner on the defensive end to emulate Florida? For the Nuggets, I don't know if you can emulate OKC, because the way to do that is by having prospects.
The only way you do it is
picks,
you got to blow it up.
And you have to blow it up.
If that's what you want to do. But you can't do that.
You can't do it, because I think blowing it up means trading everyone but Joker. How many picks are you really going to get back for everyone other than Joker?
And even then, you wouldn't, if Joker is the only piece that's here, you wouldn't emulate OKC.
Right. So I don't think there's a way for the Nuggets to play the copycat game that everyone else is trying to do in all of their other sports, which is why the Kevin Durant conversation the other day, while it is very pie in the sky, likely 0% chance that it would ever happen, do you lean even farther in the other direction? find the mismatch that OKC would have a really tough time defending. It is Kevin Durant. Spot-up shooter, can make his own shot. I know he's getting older, but still has 2 or 3 elite years likely left in him if he stays healthy. Maybe you lean so far in the other direction that you go, we know we don't have depth because we can't build it internally, and that's the only way that you can build it in the NBA is internally. The draft picks are gone. The prospect pool is dry. Do you lean so far in the other direction that you go, screw it? We'll just have 6 awesome players, and if you can get another elite superstar, you can find a way to stagger the starts where like Joker and KD are always, one of them is always on the floor. Maybe you do that because you can't emulate them. You can't do it. Not without blowing everything up and taking a giant step back.
If you were to go out and get KD, are you parting ways with 2 of your current starters?
Yes.
Is that worth it for a player that is 36, will be 37?
Will be 37. Depends how long you think the Joker prime is. How long is Joker's prime?
Which star, and I'd love to hear from you, Shampmaz, the text line, 303-504-0925, the Safeway Twitch feed. Which star would you be willing to part with for a talent like Kevin Durant?
Christian Brown, Jamal Murray, and a pick.
It's really, I think it's between 2 players. Because it's going to probably be, I think that Christian Brown's probably included in that.
If you want to get any type of impact player, Christian Brown has to be in the trade.
I think it's going to be Christian Brown plus either Michael Porter Jr. or Jamal Murray. You're losing 2/5 of your starting lineup. Is that worth it?
It'd be a tough sell, a really tough sell, but you do get a better shooter. KD is a markedly better shooter than either one of those 2 guys.
Consistent, known shooter of the basketball.
He averaged 27 in his late 30s.
And man, if you were just, is there anybody on the Nuggets roster, not named Nikola Jokic, that you feel like is a consistent shooter?
No.
It hasn't felt that way in a while, has it?
No. I felt that way about Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I knew what I was getting out of Kenny Pope.
22-23, did you feel like you knew what you were getting out of Jamal Murray?
More so than now, but he was always one of those guys that you were just waiting for him to go off. There were a couple of games where he kind of disappeared. Definitely more so than the last 2 full seasons.
Michael Porter Jr.?
No idea what he's going to give you. Heck of a shooter.
Aaron Gordon, known shooter, improving shooter.
Aaron Gordon, his season last year was awesome from 3.
Very improved shooter.
But you are asking him to do way more.
Is it night in, night out as a shooting threat?
I mean, he shot damn near 44% last year from 3. If that's there to stay, man, sure. I don't think he's going to shoot 44% next year, but is he going to be a 29 or a 26% shooter like he was 2 years ago or the first year that he got to Denver? The answer is no. I think he probably lives somewhere between 35 and 40 next season. I still think that's very good for that player, primarily sitting at the number 4.
What's the ceiling for Christian Brown in the NBA?
Kenny Pope.
You think so?
Yeah. Pope's a greater scorer. Brown has the ability to defend just like he does. Now, Brown can play above the rim more so than Pope could when he was here. I think that is about his ceiling. He has a very, very hard capped offensive ceiling as it stands right now. Talk about an inconsistent shooter. Great player all around outside of that, but
58% from the field. Great transition score.
Yes.
Great transition score. 39.7% from behind the arc. And he hovers between 35 and 40 and 39.7 in his 3 years as an NBA player as a 3-point shooter. And he averaged 15.4 points per game. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who his best basketball was as a Denver Nugget. There's no doubting that. KCP, who's bounced around like crazy since he was a Nugget. KCP, his career split, this past season, he was a 43.9% field goal percentage shooter and a 34% three-point shooter. Pretty down. Pretty down from him.
I mean, not that much down. He's a career 37% from beyond the arc. He averages north of 11 over his career. That's more than Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is if you get KCP's career out of Christian Brown, you're pretty happy.
I think he's got a higher ceiling than KCP. KCP never in his entire career averaged what Christian Brown averaged this year. Points per game. Christian Brown was nearly a 16 points per game player. And I think can Christian Brown's ceiling be could it be Derek White?
A different player. He's a drastically different player.
But in terms of being able to show up every couple nights as a guy that could score 20 plus as his offensive game continues to develop and he gets more confident. If there's one thing that I saw from Christian Brown is that he is capable of taking the basketball to the cup. He is capable of shooting three-pointers, but there's times where he's just clutching. And that's what I saw in the postseason this year was there was a lack of just real deeply rooted conviction as a scorer, even though I think it's in there.
So again, let's bring it back to the original conversation. Is the hope that Christian Brown can reach that level of offensive output and from a consistent standpoint, is the hope of that enough to tell you I'm not adding him in a trade for a star? You can throw Giannis into this equation as well, right?
I just don't know how that fits.
Giannis doesn't fit as a shooter.
Fit? How does that fit? I mean, I know he's a tremendous talent.
He's a mismatch.
Yeah.
Who's going to guard him on OKC? When you have him and Joker out there, again, he doesn't help you from a shooting standpoint, but who is going to guard him when he's coming?
How would that look?
I mean, Joker just continues to play center points and opens up space for a guy who literally can't be stopped by anyone on that team. Who defends him? Chet's going to defend Giannis? Then who defends Joker? Are you going to put Lou Dort on him? That's tough. Yeah. Dort's giving up 8 inches on Giannis. That's what Hartenstein could, but I don't think he has the foot speed to keep up with Giannis. So that is the question, is does Christian's ceiling tell you, oh, I really believe in this guy enough to go, I'm not going to try and entice a player to ring chase with Denver to play with Joker? Because that's the reason I think that's the only way that you can go up and battle against the Thunder. You are never going to be as deep as them. It's not going to happen. You literally can't do it.
Are they going to be as deep going forward?
Next year they are.
2026 they won't.
2026 is the question.
You see that contract that's going to end up having to be doled out to SGA in 26?
But they still have all of the draft picks.
Do you realize that the contract he will sign, SGA, in 2026, will be a higher annual average value than Shohei Ohtani? That's insane.
They still have 2 first-round draft picks this year, 3 first-round draft picks in 2026, 2 first-round draft picks in 2027, 2 picks, including Denver's pick, in 2029. So, yeah, they're going to be paying all that money.
Okay, so how did they get in this position?
Continuing to draft like that and then making trades and fleecing teams.
They did what really we're begging the Rockies to do, is that if you have any big-time value, deal it. Because
when you suck.
OKC was just they were going to watch Kevin Durant, James Harden, Russell Westbrook not win championships. Yep. And they decided we can get crazy return on investment.
And we're going to be horrible for 5 years. And they were horrible.
Bad.
But now, who's Sam Presti is like Joe Sakic. If I'm an NBA GM and Sam Presti's name comes up on my phone, I'm not answering the phone.
Nope.
No.
Not talking to you.
I'm not going to give you 7 first-round picks for a guy that's just going to turn around and become an MVP on your team. I'm not doing that. I'm not picking up the phone. You are right. It's what the Rockies have to do. Denver's in a really tough spot. You either have to commit to taking a step back this year and getting deeper over the course of 2 seasons and hope that a big-time team in the West isn't healthy and you get an amazing season out of Jamal Murray and you catch lightning in a bottle. Or you have to lean so far in the other direction of getting another superstar and thinking that you can just do it based off of a 6-man rotation and keeping aging stars on the court against a deep team. But the 2 deepest teams in the NBA are going 6 or 7 right now.
Denver has a successful offseason, in my opinion, if they part ways with players that are middle of the bench to the end of the bench that give you nothing. And that's what we've seen too much of. And you have to replace those with players that can give you just something. Vlatko Čančar has given you nothing. DeAndre Jordan, for all intents and purposes, right now, giving you nothing.
Nothing.
Zeke Naji, I'm just telling you, man, it's been a long experience, and he really gives you nothing. Dario Saric, nothing. Hunter Tyson, nothing. You've got to part ways with the players that don't give David Adelman the option of looking at his bench and saying, oh, I can do that. Oh, I can do that. Oh, this guy's a shooter. You've had no value out of the middle to the end of your bench. You can successfully transform this offseason's roster with those types of moves.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. Continue to head on over to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app and hit the microphone button and give us your best Nathan McKinnon goal call. Make sure you give us a Moser, a McGahee, and maybe even an original one. The best goal call wins a used Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. That's coming up in just about 30 minutes from right now.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Again, if you guys want to win a signed Nathan McKinnon, or not signed, a used Nathan McKinnon hockey stick, all you have to do is give us your best Nathan McKinnon goal impression. I am struggling through this one, KJ. Give us your best impression on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Just hit the little microphone when you go into the app and give us a Nathan McKinnon goal call. If someone gives me a Doc Emmerich version, I'll be very impressed. If you can give me Mike Emmerich calling Nathan McKinnon, you might be the leader in the clubhouse.
Could you do that right now, Rob?
I'm not good. We know I'm terrible at impressions.
I don't even know if you've really shot your shot.
I don't need to shoot. I know I'm bad. Like if I knew this about myself in my previous life as a single man, I knew what my ceiling was.
Huh.
I knew what my ballpark was.
Wow, you're really selling your absolutely lovely wife, beautiful wife, very short right now.
No.
Yeah, you are.
What
You're
I'm
saying that you had a ceiling.
No, what I'm saying is that, like, if there was a supermodel at a bar, I was not shooting my shot with the supermodel.
Raj, did you not marry a supermodel at a bar? Come on, man.
My wife is beautiful.
Yes,
I love her.
End of story. Do not finish the sentence. Let's get to some NFL notes.
For the sake of your marriage.
What is happening right now?
I don't know. And I'm going
You're talking yourself into a bad place, Raj. That's what's happening.
I'm going
right
to
now.
jump in and save you right here. We got some breaking news out of the NFL.
Okay,
What
thank you.
is happening with you two? I wasn't going to put myself into a corner.
You kind of started down a bad road, man, and I saved you. I saved you from a bad summer.
Was it that bad?
Yeah, it was going down a bad path. You basically were saying that, like, I don't.
I have to go meet her for an ultrasound appointment in like 3 hours.
I know my league. You know what's good about your wife, though?
She doesn't listen to the show.
100%.
That's what I can tell. I can tell by the way he started that sentence. Breaking news out of the NFL. All-pro cornerback Jair Alexander signs a 1-year, $6 million deal with the Baltimore Ravens. So he gets a chance to go to the team that is competing to come out of the AFC next year. Let me ask you guys quickly. We'll hit this and then we'll get to Marvin Mims. Do you guys think this move gives them a little bit more of an edge to potentially get over the hump over the Bills or Kansas City?
I don't know, maybe. Jair Alexander, I've been following the Chargers gosh dang it, now I'm brain rotting. The Packers very closely for the last couple of years. And Jair Alexander is a bit of a headache. He's also not consistently available. He's been a banged up player, at times a malcontented player. The interesting part of this Jair Alexander to Baltimore story is that Lamar Jackson was publicly stumping for the organization to bring in Jair Alexander because they were teammates in college at University of Louisville. I don't know that the Ravens culturally took a step in the right direction with the signing of Jair Alexander. He's a headache, man. He is a headache. He is a prima donna.
Isn't Lamar Jackson kind of a headache too?
That's my point, though.
That whole situation with won't they sign him, and then he's in. I do think that they kind of like yanked Lamar Jackson around a lot for all those years.
Yeah, for sure.
But it was headachy, and the Harbaughs can deal with headaches. They've proven that at multiple levels of the game.
You're right. You're 100% right.
If there are any organizations that are allowed to take on headaches, like the Steelers are one, Aaron Rodgers is a headache. I would feel way more comfortable as a Steeler fan with the Rodgers thing.
On the Twitch feed right here, most likely a Packers fan. I'll miss Jair. He's world class, but for 3 games this season. That's what he's been. Not exactly 3 games. That's being a little bit embellished, but yeah, the best ability for a player is availability. And for whatever reason, Jair Alexander has to be perfectly healthy to even compete.
KJ, what's next?
Oh, brother.
Broncos All-Pro and Pro Bowl wide receiver / kick returner Marvin Mims joined Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. Marvin was asked about what does the next step look like for him and the Broncos wide receiving corps in 2025.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we've had, some moving around with the coaching staff and, just after a good year, guys, be able to get higher jobs in other places. And so now all types of, I'm doing stuff now that I haven't done in the past 2 years since I've been here. And it's been great and it's been cool and just be able to learn from, Cortland Sutton who might have done it and all these other guys in the room. And we have a talented young group and, Cortland being oldest, and we brought in Trent Sherfield too. And, it's just being able to learn from these guys every day, go out there and just try new stuff. And Kerry Colbert, our receiver coach, he encourages us to try new stuff right now and see what works for us. But this offense is, open right now. And everyone's trying to, compete for a spot and do what they can. But, just being out there and watching each other compete. And, against the secondary we have in practice, those guys are incredible at secondary. They're probably one of the best secondaries in the league right now. So just see what we got up against them and just keep going.
65 touches last year on offense for Marvin Mims. He needs 20 more.
20 more is a perfect
You need to be
number.
in the 85 range, and he also needs to continue being a first-team All-Pro returner.
Who are the touchdown makers on the Denver Broncos? When you get the ball in their hands, they can go make a touchdown. You don't have to schematically create the touchdown, or Bo Nix doesn't have to make the touchdown with his legs and find somebody wide open.
Bo is one of them.
He is. Bo is a touchdown maker.
Bo's a touchdown maker.
Marvin Mims, touchdown maker. Speed. Can make a guy miss.
Can you only be a touchdown maker as a speed guy, or can you be a touchdown maker as a catch radius guy?
Yes.
Cortland Sutton.
Okay.
That might be it. That might be the end of the conversation. And now
J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins.
Running through people's faces like Marshawn Lynch once did, famously.
He's a rookie, but R.J. Harvey is a home run
He
hitter.
has the touchdown maker potential. And we'll see how it ends up playing out in the National Football League.
Pat Surtain.
He is. Nick Benito.
Nick Benito.
Those two
touchdown
guys,
makers.
they were touchdown makers on that side of the football. There's no doubt about it. Evan Ingram, we'll find out.
Is he a touchdown maker?
I don't know about that at this stage of his career. Man, you get 7 from him this year?
I think 7 is your partying in the streets.
You are.
I think 7's awesome.
You're probably really pleased with your overall offensive output.
Yes.
If you get 7.
Your touchdown makers on offense are Sutton, Mims, Nix, Dobbins, if healthy, Harvey. And that's where the conversation ends.
The most known, take a 5-yard throw and turn it into a potential 25 or 50-yard touchdown.
Tunnel screen.
It's probably Marvin Mims.
Yep.
That's why he requires 20-plus
Dude, that
touches.
When they had that run, and we were talking about the all-quarter century team that ESPN came out with, and Manning is on there. Famously, Von Miller doesn't get on there. The play that they utilized the most to a guy that shouldn't really have been utilized in that situation, like Demaryius Thomas being a bubble or tunnel screen savant, with how he looked, that shouldn't have worked that way. He's not that type of guy. That just shows you how damn good Demaryius Thomas was. At his size, with his special skill set of being catch radius and red zone and over-the-top threat, his most fun plays were these little ones behind the line of scrimmage. A little 7-yard slant in the wild card round to beat the Steelers. DT was awesome. What's next?
Oh, brother. You guys brought up J.K. Dobbins earlier. He spoke to the media last week, and he talked about his presence to the running back room and how that is something that, most people would agree is important for the off-the-field purposes, grooming and growing this group, helping them to understand what it means to be a professional. Here's Dobbins on what he brings to that room.
I want to bring some leadership to them, help them grow as NFL players, because it can be tough. Especially like you got the young rookie RJ, he's going to be really good. And it's my job as a 6-year vet now, going on 6 years. I'm still 26 though, I'm young. But it's my job to help him grow and pass the game along to him, and hopefully he has a great career.
I loved this liner right here from J.K. Dobbins. He wants to remind you
I'm not really old. I'm not like 32.
I'm basically the same age as your second-year starting quarterback, okay?
Is he younger than Devon Vele?
Yeah, Devon Vele's 27. He's younger than second-year wide receiver Devon Vele. And he feels like a veteran's vet. The ultimate veteran player. If you allow me to, I might digress real quickly.
Be my guest.
I'm looking at Marvin Mims Jr. in the conversation of touchdown makers. Marvin Mims Jr., he was 97th of all wide receivers on pass snaps on pass game. He was 83rd in targets in the National Football League. He was 97th in routes run. You want to know what he was in the entire National Football League? Yards after catch per reception.
32nd.
Number 1 in the National Football League. 12.3 yards after catch per reception.
Who are the next 2 through 5? If you can find that for me. Marvin Mims being number 1 overall in yards after reception.
So yards after catch per reception.
Per reception.
I know that's an insane stat.
It's basically a lot of numbers.
What it is,
a lot of words.
What it is who is the best run after catch guy in the National Football League? NFL yards after catch. This is from PFF, so it's not like I just dug this out in some insane.
I would not have thought he was number 1 overall. That's awesome. That guy needs to have the ball in his hands close to 100 times this year. And that's not even counting punt and kick returns. So 85 touches between running and catching, as I said earlier, not enough.
Jamar Chase, Khalil Shakir, Brock Bowers, Jahmyr Gibbs.
That is a heck of a list.
Brian Thomas Jr.
Heck of a list.
Alvin Kamara, CeeDee Lamb, Bijan Robinson.
And your guy, Marvin Mims.
Number 1 in the National Football League.
65 touches? What are we doing? How are you not designing the offense around this guy?
It's something that
85 is not enough. I want 100.
I've never seen that stat, but I felt it. Like I've really felt this yard. Like who is really good after catching the football? Like the play just starts. It's Marvin Mims Jr.
Dude.
Wait a minute. He's the best in the National Football League. And the only reason he's number 1 in that stat and not in overall total yak is because he doesn't touch the ball enough. Yards after catch per reception, he's the best there is in the game.
The other guys around him scream to you, you need to double his utilization. KJ, keep it going.
Oh, brother. ESPN released their NFL all-quarterly team this morning. That includes the years of 2000 up to the year of 2025. You guys crushed it earlier talking about the Broncos that are on the list. Now it's time to predict who will be on the next all-quarter team for the Broncos. So who do you guys think that is currently on the team or was recently on the team that will make the next all-quarter team for the Broncos?
Between 2025 and 2050,
Number
Pat
1,
Surtain.
Pat Surtain the second. Absolutely.
100%. Pat Surtain has to be there.
With their Super Bowl, I think Garrett Bowles could make it as left tackle.
Hold on, so are we starting in 2025?
Yep.
Yeah.
Got to start in 25.
I don't think Bowles can get there because I don't think he's got enough years left in it.
He'll probably only be a four-year guy.
Quinn Miners could be that guy. If you get to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl, Quinn Miners could be that guy.
The belly could be that guy. Nick Benito might be
If you win a Super Bowl, Bo Nix would be in that conversation very clearly. But your only guy right now that is for sure is Pat Surtain. That's it. There's not another player. There isn't. Nick Benito, maybe.
Benito, maybe.
But Benito, you have to take a look at Benito's best season. All of his sacks. How many sacks last year?
15 and a half.
He was 3rd in the league.
I know he's behind Trey Hendrickson.
Nick Benito's best.
If I remember correctly, I think it was 13 and a half.
Nick Benito's best season came before this cutoff, so he has to have multiple best seasons ever to be in that conversation. It's so funny. We're talking about a big step forward and how
13 and a half sacks.
And how the Broncos can get to a championship, and there's only one player on the roster that you can guarantee will be a next quarter century player. That's it. And honestly, if we're making the cutoff 2024, Pat Surtain has to have his next best season. So that's not even a guarantee.
In the age of the nickel being a normal starter.
Oh, Jade Barron?
Jade Barron.
He hasn't played a game in the NFL. You can't really put him in there, though.
Candidates.
But he's a candidate.
Candidates.
How much more does Zach Allen have to do to potentially be a candidate down the road?
I don't think he's got enough years left in him. These type of guys have to be in their first 3 seasons in the NFL for me to go, oh yeah, over the next 25 years, you'll put up enough numbers and have enough longevity. If you're 30, you can't be that guy.
Although Zach Allen's, what, is he only 28? I think he's turning 28.
I don't know. I don't think he's got enough runway.
He's 27 right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think you're at the peak of Zach Allen right now. You're at the mountaintop of his career. And that's okay. Mountaintops can last for 2 or 3 seasons, but they're not 10-year mountaintops. NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at MountainHighAppliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. On the other side, we will give away a used Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. You still have some chances to get in on the Voice of the People. Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Hit the microphone button and give us your best Nathan McKinnon goal call. We will arbitrarily pick a winner in about 7 minutes from right now.
Shot by McDavid, stoned by Blackwood. McCarr ahead to McKinnon. Nick Nurse fell down. McKinnon out the open by himself. He shoots and scores.
Welcome, everybody. We're here on a 2K Tuesday. McKinnon steals the puck, sprints down the ice. He shoots and scores. Nathan McKinnon.
Landeskog enters the zone. Nice little sauce pass over to McKinnon. He shoots. He scores. Nathan McKinnon. You know, Riker, it's been 69 days since McKinnon scored a goal after Raj guaranteed a 3-point night from him back in November.
Yes!
All right. You cool it.
Yes!
You cool it.
You come after my partner, and I'll support you in that endeavor.
I won't fight you. I want that entry thrown out, and Mike wants that entry to win.
I mean, there's KJ, can we form a majority here? It's pretty simple.
Is that a finalist?
I don't know.
All right, that's a finalist. We're going to play our 3 finalists coming up in just a couple of minutes from right now, and we will choose our winner from those 3 finalists. Is that your choice?
That's
Is that
a real knower of the show and a knower of stick and puck.
All right, fine.
There.
You can be a finalist. You're not getting my vote, but you're a finalist. Cool it over there. My favorite part of one of those ones that came back was I heard a McKinnon goal call that he made Nick Nurse fall down, the head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers, which I think is hilarious.
It should be
Darnell Nurse.
Nurse.
Nick Nurse, I think, is a way funnier visual. I love
McCarr ahead to McKinnon. Nick Nurse fell down. McKinnon.
Oh,
Nick Nurse
great
fell
energy
down.
too.
McKinnon.
You guys have been great
I'll
today.
tell you what that's called right there.
Great today.
In the coaching vernacular, I call that a full speed mistake. And as a coach, you're always looking for a full speed mistake. I'd rather that, just all energy, all grit, all tenacity, and just dead wrong, man. Just dead wrong.
Again, the reason why we're doing this, we are giving away a used Nathan McKinnon stick on all of our shows today because the inaugural Avalanche equipment sale is happening on Saturday at Ball Arena from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. They're selling player sticks, helmets, skates, pants, goalie equipment, pucks, bags, and so much more.
Any girdles?
No cups.
Okay,
Sorry,
no cups.
no cups. So for all of you jock sniffers out there, tough go.
Mm-hmm.
You can still go sniff some stuff. It is pungent, but no jocks.
Will there be some pungent stuff there?
I walked away with a set of shin pads. I needed new shin pads yesterday.
Little
when
rank.
I went down and saw them, there's a little bit of a smell to them.
They weren't like gonna get up on their own and crawl away.
No, there's
quite
nothing
there?
down there that's quite that bad.
Yep.
There is. Most of it is very lightly used. Some of it is brand new.
Do you know whose stinky shins they belong to?
I mean, there's only like 2 or 3 dudes who have the size shins that I do. So it's likely a set of Sam Girard shin pads.
I think Sam Girard would have very good smelling shins.
The French Canadians smell good to you?
I think they put a lot of parfum on their shins.
Yves Saint Laurent. I think it's a French perfume, I think. And if you're just
Dracar Noir,
if you're looking for just like memorabilia, the cheapest thing that you can walk out of there with are pre-game warm-up pucks that have logos on them, and they're assorted games from throughout the season. Those are $10, $20 game pucks that you can walk away with. None of this is signed. It's just Avs memorabilia. So if you're not a player and you're looking to get something signed, you can find a set of like Cale Makar skates and buy those and then show up to Family Sports when they have training camp later on in September. And like maybe Cale will sign those skates a little bit later.
Question for you, for a real hockey memorabilia collector.
What's up?
What's the number one item to get signed?
I'm not a memorabilia guy.
But if you were like those that consider themselves NHL memorabilia people, would it be a set of skates?
Sticks, jerseys, gloves are pretty good, but those are sneaky.
I think skates is pretty sweet.
Skates are dope. So skates, top of the line hockey skates are $1,000 right now. And again, these are very lightly used skates. Top of the line. They're going for $600. If you have a set of steel in them, they'll go for $775. The prices are subject to change before Saturday, but these are the prices that I was quoted yesterday when I talked to the team. They're in really good condition. Like I got a set of PA Parento, if you guys remember that name, PA Parento skates a handful of years ago, and they were used, but very, very lightly used. they were basically brand new out of the box. There's a few things that you can walk out of there that are sensational, man. Again, it costs just north of about $3,000 to put a player of adult size in top-of-the-line equipment. If you were to do the very same thing with equipment gotten on Saturday, I did the math. You can walk around $2,100, $2,000. Like, you can save a lot of money. Really, really cool stuff. So get on out there to Ball Arena at 3 p.m. on Saturday. It's first come, first serve. You do have to register, so go to the Avalanche website and take a look for the Avalanche equipment sale. Get there early and make sure you walk away with some stuff. I think they're capping it at like 2 sets of skates per person, 2 sets of gloves. I think 6 sticks are the most sticks that you can walk away with per person. Marquee sticks, so the McKinnon stick, Taves, Makar, and Landeskog are all going for $400. All of the other sticks, anyone else, $250, which is $100 off of a top end twig. Pretty good, pretty solid. I'd get on down there. You guys have been awesome though with all of these goal calls. Very impressive. Can you give me your best? You're not afraid to do this, and you're good at impersonations. I am not.
This one's intimidating to me. I love live broadcasts. I accept most challenges with regards to live broadcast.
Oh.
The one really intimidating sport to live broadcast to me.
It's because it's so fast.
It is.
It's amazing what McGahee and Moser do. It's nuts.
Especially like radio live broadcast. Oh. Connor McGahee's like a living legend in my eyes.
All of the proceeds from this Avalanche equipment sale the inaugural Avs equipment sale coming up on Saturday at Ball Arena at 3 p.m. All of those proceeds go to support Kroenke sports charities. No games tonight. Feels a little bit of a cheat that we don't get game 6 of the NBA Finals.
We do have Rockies.
Oh, we do have the Rockies are still hot, man.
Sweeping.
Are they going to sweep the Nats?
I think so.
The Rockies play tonight at 6:45 Eastern, 4:45 Mountain against Washington. That is the key for the Rockies. Play bad teams. They hit a franchise record 7 home runs yesterday.
7 bombs. And Goodman, yet again, shows up. How about Tolia? After leading the world in striking out and getting just sent down, get out of it. He hits 2 bombs yesterday. 2 home runs for Michael Tolia. And it's a 10-run game. Is that their second 10-run game in a row? 2 of their last 3 games. So really, 2 of their last 3 games, the Rockies have scored.
But they had to come from behind to beat the Nats in game 1. You had to have that 3-run top of the 9th inning with the Hunter Goodman homer. You had to come from behind.
Mickey Moniak again, another bomb.
Moniak puts one out.
Is it Moniak or Moniak?
I believe it's Mickey Moniak.
Yep.
Moniak. Although I was getting raked yesterday for Raphael Devers.
Who made his San Francisco Giants debut last night in a loss.
Hold on. How brutal is it for Red Sox fans that Devers comes out and says,
I'll play anything.
I'll play anywhere you want.
You want me to play first base? I'd love to. And so now the story coming out of Devers' camp is it wasn't that Boston just asked him to play first base and I refused to. It's that Devers wanted to know, am I your first baseman or am I your third baseman?
Give me
I don't
something.
want to go back and forth. The Giants are like, hey, you're a DH and you're a first baseman. Cool. Sounds good. Let's go win a title.
Thank you, Buster
Let's
Posey.
take down the evil empire, the Los Angeles Dodgers.
All right, it's time to give away a Nathan McKinnon used stick. Our 3 finalists are whom, KJ?
Number 1 will be Dustin Flesher. Number 2 will be Dominic Kaputska. And number 3 will be Justin Narant.
All right, let's hear them. First up.
Nathan McKinnon takes a pass across the blue line from Cale Makar. Between the legs of Connor McDavid. Shoots, 5-hole, score! Nathan McKinnon! Woo, woo!
Pretty good. I'll give it to him. You lost me with the whoop whoop, but you got coach with the
You got
whoop
me.
whoop. All right, number 2.
Here's Marty. Dumps it off to McCarr, who whips it over. One-timer score. McKinnon. Take that L on the way on Minnesota. Woohoo!
All right, a little bit of Denver Nuggets basketball in there too.
Sound a little Riker-ish too.
A little Rikery, but Chris Cuthbert. I asked for
Cuthbert,
a Cuthbert.
Riker.
So I like that. That's a good one for me.
It was a Cuthker.
Number 3.
Landeskog enters the zone. Nice little sauce pass over to McKinnon. He shoots. He scores. Nathan McKinnon. You know, Riker, it's been 69 days since McKinnon scored a goal after Raj guaranteed a 3-point night from him back in November.
Guys, I think that's got to be it. I think that's our winner.
It's number 3.
It's number 3. Who's our winner? Number 3, KJ Granderson?
Justin Nuran.
Let's go, Justin.
Congratulations, man. You are walking away with a used Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. This is not the last time that you can win these today. PhD is giving away a twig. Kreckman and Lindahl will give away a stick as well. Thank you guys so much for all of you who added in your Nathan McKinnon goal calls. It was so much fun today. Great effort from all of you. Here's a key to win more things. Just make fun of me, and Mike and KJ will force you to win free stuff.
You might want to tune in tomorrow. Altitude Sports Radio. It's going to be a fun day.
For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryan. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Congratulations, Nick. You're walking away with a Nathan McKinnon twig.
Coach Stafford looks KJ in the eye. Looks left, looks right, looks at Alex Ryan, stares down, and meat gazes. Go, go, meat gazers!
Down to the final 5 seconds. Rats rain down. Lord Stanley staying in South Florida. Last year was greatness. This time it's historic. The Florida Panthers are back-to-back Stanley Cup champions.
Congratulations to the Florida Panthers. I've learned a few things watching the Stanley Cup. I know where to go drink now. It's a place called the Elbow Room. When I saw Keith Kachuk there, is that Keith, right? Well, not Keith. What's the brother there? It's Matthew. He won the thing. Brady. Right. So he's got this weird like hat on. And I'm like, what the hell? It's not a Nordiques hat. He's the captain of that team. I'm like, what? It's
Nordiques.
Senators. Oh my Lord, that's one of them teams up there. Details. Senators, right though. And I'm looking at them. Nordiques, that'd be funny. And it says Elbow Room. I'm like, what? Elbow Room? I mean, there's no W on the Elbow Room. Just Elbow.
Elbow.
Room.
Elbow. That'd be a Spanish restaurant. Elbow.
I don't know what the hell it is, but I know this. When I woke up this morning and they were having videos from like 8:45 a.m. with the Stanley Cup, the entire team was in some joint called the Elbow Room getting hammered.
That's where you got to be. It's still going. Yeah. Well, the game probably didn't end, what, at 1 Eastern time?
Shoot, man. I saw one dude was out on the ice raising the cup at 1:45 a.m. to like the workers in the arena.
1:45 our time or their time?
Their time. Yeah. No, so I learned that Elbow Room, that's the place to be. Like, who would have thought?
You know, the closing time in Florida is 2, except for some certain cities that allow you to stay until 5 a.m.
I'm going to guess there was a certain city and a certain night last night because it just didn't stop.
Well, you could also call it a private party.
Well, okay. Yeah. And then in Tampa, they had this place called Hat-Tricks, which I was there twice, and I thought it was just an Irish name, and then I was like, oh, wait, Hat-Tricks, because I'm an idiot.
Got it. Hockey.
Unbelievable hockey bar in Tampa.
I'm just so happy that the state of Florida,
Me too.
the state of Florida,
They deserve it.
gets to enjoy
owns the NHL.
all of this great hockey. I mean, isn't that just great for them?
There was I think it was, on the morning show, Steve Nelson is kind of hanging in here for a little bit as we do the Dan Tanner replacement tryouts. And I heard on the morning show.
Is it a permanent replacement tryouts?
Well, we'll see how it goes. That the United States of America, this is a great stat, has won a Grey Cup sooner than a Canadian team recently has won the Stanley Cup.
Wow.
Steve, am I right about that? It's something like that, right?
It was
what was it?
The Baltimore. I'm blanking on what the team was, but Baltimore had a CFL team, and they won the Grey Cup in 1995. Montreal was the last Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup. They did it in 1993. So we're better at your own sports than you are, Canada.
That was a great stat. Whoever found that one, kudos on that.
I might be making this up, but at one point, wasn't there a CFL team in like Alabama or something like that?
Mark Moser, again, I listen to the morning show, I find out. He used to call in Sacramento a CFL team.
Is that right?
So I think there's been a variety of American CFL teams
I
throughout
think there was one way down south.
Okay. Well, Baltimore's not exactly north. It's kind of north, I guess.
It's pretty north.
Mason-Dixon line is right there.
It was the Baltimore Stallions.
Baltimore Stallions. So a team from America has won a Grey Cup quicker than a Canadian team has won a Stanley Cup.
6 American cities have had CFL teams. Sacramento Gold Miners, the Las Vegas Posse, Baltimore Stallions, this must be what I was thinking of. Shreveport Pirates.
Wow.
Memphis, Mad Dogs.
Okay.
Oh, and Birmingham Barracudas.
Look at that. A good memory. I'm pretty weak on
how
CFL
much of those
trivia.
American CFL teams are left?
0.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. There's only so many teams Chad Kelly can rip up and dominate MVP. Why doesn't
Chad
he get
Kelly,
another shot?
he out of his suspension yet?
I don't know did he get suspended by Canada?
Oh, yeah, it was a serious one, too.
Oh, okay, all right. I don't want to mess around.
PEDs, wasn't it?
No, it was like
All right, something like that.
You afraid to say it?
I'm not afraid to say it. I'm just going down Bummer Hill. He was a former MVP. Anyways, hockey. Any other hockey thoughts here, boys? I mean, you guys watch the game at all? It's kind of a blowout.
Yeah.
I did start to. Go ahead, Scott.
I was going to say it kind of ended how we predicted.
Yeah, kind
Which is why I wanted Dallas or somebody else in there to just at least bring the faces.
Here's what I want to know: how do you play with a torn adductor?
Yeah.
Do you guys know what your adductor is?
Yeah.
It's like your groin. Think like interior of your thigh.
That's what Matthew Tkachuk had.
How the hell do you play hockey with a torn adductor?
Ripped from the bone. Who knows? These hockey guys are sick. I don't know how they're all in
Toradol's a hell of a drug now.
No doubt. They do whatever it takes.
Pre-wrapped tape and Flexol.
Dude, it was something.
Ooh, that's dangerously close, though, Scott.
Man,
be careful where you're putting that Flexol down there.
Being around for some of the end of the Avs games in the Stanley Cup final, like in the arenas, dude, it was like, how are these guys doing this? Like after every game, I mean, we kept a lot of the media kept their mouths shut, but seriously, I don't know how Nathan McKinnon was doing it. He could barely walk after some of those games.
Go back to the Stanley Cup winning year. You had a dude that had surgery on a thumb or a wrist.
Kadri, you're right.
And played 2 weeks later. Cogliano had a broken thumb. He played.
Yeah, Kadri and Cogs both had surgery right before the finals.
I think Nichushkin was in really rough shape. And I said, McKinnon, nobody even talked about him. He was all busted up, too. Kale was...
Nathan McKinnon, heard of him?
What? It's... And with that, look at the sticks. There's a Nathan McKinnon stick. It's signed. It's autographed. We have a big giveaway today. It's the Avs equipment sale at Ball Arena on Saturday. So they're selling player sticks, helmets, skates, breezers, goalie equipment, pucks, bags, and more, all of it adult size. So you can check it out. Get your free ticket entry at Ticketmaster. Parking is free. Proceeds go from the equipment sale to support Kroenke Sports Charity. So that is a good deal.
Are they selling this for some guy who plays in a men's league to equip themselves up with a better equipment?
Basically.
Or is this all collectible?
Well, I suppose it's how you look at it. I doubt every pair of breezers is signed, but I think it's probably a little bit of both. I think there's some autographed. It's a good, you know what? I shouldn't even answer that question. That is a good damn question.
That's just a dumb question. What's a breezer?
There you go.
Sounds like a jockstrap to me.
Yeah,
all right, I love it, Tyler. Do you know what a breezer is?
I'm gonna go with the thigh pads. Not the thigh pads, but the you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Damn close.
What do I call? It's a breezer. It's yeah.
It's a steak on a grill.
That's
a brazier.
It's basically your pants, and that's held up with
suspenders.
Suspenders, yeah.
Yeah, but don't they end
Do
your
you get
thighs?
the suspenders?
They go from your hips and your butt and your front toe down to your kneecap, basically.
So, like I said, your thighs.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Why was that so complicated?
Well, they cover it. It's your pants.
It's your pants.
It's your pants. It's
Why
your
don't
hockey
they just say
pants.
pants?
I don't know. They say breezers.
Why do they say knickers? They're short.
Don't know.
What do they call the pants that football players wear?
Raj is here to clarify.
Why do we call them breezers?
Raj is a big breezer sniffer, so
I need to clarify here. Also, screw off with that. Nothing is signed.
Well, I'm glad you clarified. See, I told you it was a good question.
Nothing is signed.
Nothing is
So
signed.
it's guys like you that want to upgrade their equipment, maybe.
He just wants to wear Nathan McKinnon's breezer.
Get some professional gear.
Head to toe to equip an adult-sized player in top-end equipment is just north of $3,000. You can walk out tomorrow for about $2,000.
So you said adult size. So do they have kid size for you? Can you go in
They have
there?
Sam Girard size for me.
Well,
okay. Right.
Dude, you got to go and breeze that.
Nothing signed.
Hockey pad? Goalie pads?
Goalie pad. That is the best deal that they have.
Yeah.
Goalie pads can cost upwards of $3,500.
Yeah, they're ridiculous.
They are selling leg pads for $700, and then glove and blocker combos for $400. Like that's the best deal in there.
That's a great deal. I remember as a hockey dad when our kids were playing, anytime a kid broke a stick, all the dads would look over at the one dad and be like, because we're like, it's a $150 at least.
So the McKinnon twigs that are behind you right now, McKinnon, Taves, Makar and Landeskog sticks are going for 400 because those are like marquee players. All other sticks in there, and there are hundreds of them.
That's awesome.
Are going for 250. Top end stick, which all of those are, if you walk into a store today, 350 before taxes.
Yeah.
So you're saving $100 a stick.
That's cool, man. Thank you for the clarification.
Nothing signed.
Gotcha.
But it does say 29 on it.
Huh?
It's got 29 on the stick.
Oh, okay. All right, I gotcha. Because it's Nathan McKinnon's stick.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what he uses.
Well, now you have it. Now you just find a way to get it signed.
Now, Scott?
Or you could play with the top end stick.
We have had 3 amazing days of you coming up with different contests.
Wow, can I ask a really dumb hockey question? Is it, what's the summer, what are we calling this?
The summer of dumb?
The summer of dumb?
The summer of dumb, just ask it. Just
Is
throw
there
it out
ever a situation, like, based off the game that you would play a different type of stick?
That's a pretty good question. Probably not, but you may have a different curve on your blade.
Well,
Yeah,
like you've all got your own
different-
curve,
Yeah.
but I mean, you would change your curve?
You can, yeah. You take a
up
little
to
like
a limit, right? Because they got
Yeah.
a limit on how
Correct.
much a can curve.
Correct. So
well, that's when that little hockey trivia.
Yeah.
When did goaltenders start putting a face mask on?
When they start curving the stick?
When they curve the stick, because that's when you got the puck off the in the air.
There are sticks that are more stiff or more flexible than others. So,
like golf clubs.
But
That's what she said.
But I don't think the conditions would change. I think a player's feel for the game or what he may want to get out of his game may change. So that might impact things.
I mean, is it like a 9-iron?
Let me ask you this: 2 things.
Kinda, yeah.
Summer of dumb question then.
Yeah.
If you watched any of the playoffs, is there any Makar sticks still left after all he broke so many? And B, as much as he broke sticks during the playoffs, do you really want a Makar stick?
Well, there you go. You get a McKinnon stick. These guys, of course, none.
And there's right and left-handed sticks too now.
There are right and left-handed sticks.
'Cause these
You
are
are
obviously
correct.
right,
Yeah, there probably are a few Miko sticks that are just hanging around, just collecting dust. But there you go. Nathan McKinnon sticks for you. And Scott, I don't know. We could do the same thing. We could change it up. I'm looking for your level of genius for such an amazing prize
we
here
do
today.
the third day of trivia. I know I can come up with some great hockey trivia.
It's up to you. Do you want to think about it a little bit, or you just want to make an announcement?
Just tell me when you're going to do it, then I'll think of it right before I do it.
Well, I mean,
We have 1 stick to give away or 4?
1. Every show's giving away 6. So far, 2 of those sticks have been given away. But we saved the best stick for us, the blue stick.
Was that ours?
Well, I'm claiming it right now.
Well, it's the prettiest one.
It's the 3 black ones, and then there's a blue one. So
I guarantee the morning show already gave the blue one away.
I'm guaranteed they don't even pay attention and didn't care.
Well, Vic is colorblind.
Exactly. I guarantee you, I saw what they were wearing this morning. Every tick of the clock was another tick closer to a tea time for those guys today.
Oh, I just had a meeting, and Vic was in a meeting. I'm like, well, I know you didn't go play golf, but you're probably going to go play golf.
You guys having TV meetings already?
Yeah.
If Brett shows up wearing any clothes that are nicer than like pit stains and ranch dressing, that means he has a tea time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, Vic had a meeting because he looked like he was ready to go.
I got a collared shirt on.
You, very, very quiet, did something very, very cool.
I did?
With Joel Dreesen, kind of at the same time as Joel Dreesen. Do you not know what I'm talking about?
I have no clue.
We'll find out.
What did I do with Joel?
I'll tell you what you did. We'll figure out the hockey stick, and we'll chill out for the next couple hours. Because all of a sudden, the WNBA is awesome.
Right?
Right? It's PHC on 92.5. Beautiful day today. A temperature in the mid-80s. Gorgeous sunshine. Summer season for romance. Vacations. Beach nights. Rooftop dinners. Spontaneous weekend getaways. But if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, come on, that's no good. I can feel like you're missing out on what should be the best part of summer. So this is what the summer should be. Relaxed, having fun, and at the end of the night or whenever, just, do your thing. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will get you back to that. Schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's only $99. It includes a medical consult, T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today, 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. There you go. By the way, core song, by the way, for Yacht Rock Review. Just a couple weeks ago at Fiddler's.
That's a Yacht Rock song?
Ride Like the Wind? Ride Like the Wind is like, this song is like in the pocket of Yacht Rock. Like, you can't have Yacht Rock without...
So Christopher Cross is Yacht Rock.
Big time.
Okay.
Big time.
Trying to figure out what exactly is Yacht Rock.
There's a whole documentary on it. You should check it out. It's really good.
Really?
Bill Simmons produced it.
I watched one last night on Teddy Roosevelt.
There's kind of modern Yacht Rock, though, right?
I don't know.
Like, if I put Yacht Rock into my Apple Music, I'm getting more modern music than that.
I don't know, bro.
Let's try it. Let's see. Get it real fast.
It may end.
I'm not gonna. I was told not to do that, Scott. I listen, unlike you.
It may end around 1990 something or other. Who's the artist doing the depiction of me over there, Nelly, on the whiteboard behind Tyler?
That whiteboard is. I can't see what's on there, and I guess after what you said, I don't want to know what happened.
That looks like Moser.
Somebody's making fun of me.
Well, Vic can't draw, so it's probably Moj.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what that's all about. I don't know if there's a story behind the caricature. I'm not saying it's far off.
Although you got a drawn football play on there, and there's only one guy that can actually
Sanford
to draw a football play between the start of the
Sanford
morning and us.
Oh, okay.
You know, so you got a big hole between morning and Tyler. There's only one guy. So did he draw the play and then? Boom, boom, boom. There's DMac.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to know who's up in my chili. It's all right. It's okay. I'm not complaining about it.
Tyler, is that a legit play that you got up on there?
Yeah, I don't like running out a gun, but that's legit.
All right. That's something nobody knows what you're talking about. By the way, speaking of football, Tyler.
Yeah. What did I do?
You did something.
I was thinking about it. I'm like, Joel Dreesen. Joel's my guy. I couldn't tell you last time I saw Joel.
Well, you got some pub from the Denver Broncos yesterday.
I did.
Do you not know
I
what
swear,
it's about?
I swear to you, I have no clue what you're talking
Congratulations on the Ring of Fame.
Thank you. It's about damn time.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been eligible now for at least 3 or 4 years.
Congratulations.
I mean, good Lord, what took him so long?
Yeah, it ain't that.
Oh.
Broncos off field. Broncos alum Joel Dreesen, Nate Irving, and Tyler Polumbus.
Oh, I know.
Now coaching high school football in Colorado.
Said Nate, I know.
Hand-delivered all-in, all-covered helmets to their teams at Castleview and Ponderosa High School. And there's a awesome picture of you, Tyler, with, I'm assuming, your team.
Yeah. That's not technically my team. That's the varsity team.
Oh, that's the varsity team? Okay.
But,
but that means their helmets go down a group. Everybody's helmets go up.
No, the varsity, all these helmets are sticking with varsity.
Well, I'm saying, but the varsity's old helmets go down to the next level and the next level. So
there's Dreesen with the fine fellows from Castleview.
So you know what Joel and I are both doing is, Joel did that with Castleview, where he's coaching. I did that with Ponderosa, where I'm coaching.
Right.
Then Joel's going to do it with Fort Morgan, where he went to high school.
Very cool.
And then I'll go over to Creek and do it with Creek.
You're going to give Creek helmets?
You know. You're going to help out Creek?
When's Valor get theirs?
Listen, guys. Kids grow up quick over at Creek. They need some nice things every now and then.
Listen, when I think of those scrappy dudes over there in Greenwood Village, I mean, God forbid you go across the lake to like Smoky Hill and help out that football. But no. Make sure you just dial it in with Creek. That's the way to go.
Yeah.
They need the help.
Well,
it's pretty amazing though.
What are the helmets? Yeah, what's the story?
I don't know why every team in the NFL is not doing this. I hope that this now becomes a NFL standard.
Mm-hmm.
What the Walton Penner Group has done with these helmets, what they're giving away. I forget what the dollar figure was, but do you remember what it was, DMac?
It doesn't say here. So I remember they did this last year too, I believe.
Yeah.
Didn't they give helmets to like everybody in Colorado?
So it's like every high school.
It was something like that, right?
That's their goal, but it wasn't delivered every high school last year. I think that's eventually
so it's
going
to take some time.
Oh, okay.
And each school's getting like, I forget what it is, but I think they're getting like 20 helmets at a time.
Okay.
So it'll happen over a handful of years.
So not your full varsity. How'd you like to be that 21st guy on?
Well, you know what's funny about
a starter
that?
and you don't get one.
You know what's funny about that? We had a list of guys that were getting helmets.
Oh boy!
And the coach is like, "Hey, if you're not on that list, you can get out of here."
Kid number 21 had a tough day.
Yeah.
Somebody had to be kid 21. So awesome, Walton Penner Group. Why are these helmets a little bit better?
Well, I mean, first off, they're brand new. okay? And they should last at least 5 years, if not more. They're probably, I'm going to guess, $700 to $800 helmets.
Wow.
Every single one of them. So this is a really, really significant investment for the Denver Broncos.
Look at this. Mike Sanford chiming in. He's making funny pictures of me. He's chiming in here. No famous Broncos delivered our helmets. Well, that's because they're all probably already on your coaching staff at Valor. But
Mike's
so they
complaining.
got there.
Valor is complaining. Let's just get that out there. Valor High School is complaining.
Well, he wanted you to come over there and hand him.
Hey, I would have been happy to. He didn't ask me. He knows a guy.
Too funny.
I'm already doing 2 high schools. I'd be happy to do 3.
Okay.
I did that. I remember back in the 90s. It didn't fly as well.
I'm not Christian McCaffrey, though.
It had a little.
If anybody's going to do it.
It had a little masochism written to it, but we passed out jocks. And
I heard they were used jocks.
Well, no, they were new. They were brand new bicycles. Problem is, they just fell flat when you went to the girls' varsity. It just didn't work.
Steve, it's another
bum.
room shot. Just
play it. Hey, another producer didn't listen to the show.
Hey, he's right on path with Dan.
Now we're on 3 for 3. Thanks, Nelly.
I got twice the hair and half the talent of Dan Tanner, so you better strap in.
You have twice the hair. Don't sell yourself short.
Just want to let people know we have spies out there. Brett Kane was spotted. Here's a listener. Brett Kane was spotted at the driving range at Murphy Creek about an hour ago.
Well, there you go. So he's playing Murphy Creek.
That's not true because I was doing a show with him an hour ago.
I just left Murphy Creek. Golf, Brett is not playing, but he's on the range. Would he have had time? Is that just a flat-out lie?
Well, he must have just rolled in if he did.
Okay.
We may have got there. But
okay.
So that's what we do. Maybe that's what we do today. Give us a spy.
Well, just rat out our coworkers?
Yeah, where are the coworkers playing golf today? So where's Moser at? So somebody needs to,
Yeah, what mini putt-putt is Lindahl at right now?
Oh, he's not. He's like at a barbecue place. Well, it's Wednesday, and he's having lunch with Leggy.
All right. Okay, do you have an idea for your contest?
So someone on the text line said $14 million was the Broncos' investment in those helmets.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
I mean, why doesn't every team do this, though? I mean, it's such an incredible deal because if you think about it,
agree.
The biggest concern with football moving forward, even though it's the most popular sport in the world in terms of at the professional level, it's by far the biggest concern from moms and dads because they don't want Jimmy and Joe playing it at a young age because they're all worried about head trauma. Right? Well, you want to secure the future of this beautiful game. Let's give these kids gear that's going to protect them.
I agree.
Well,
100%.
Here's a bigger question because they could. Why don't you get an investment from each club to do that locally? Now, probably you got to think in Nashville or in some other place. You may not need as many helmets as you would say in Houston or New York, even. I don't know. But why wouldn't every team put that kind of investment in, and then the investment matched by the NFL?
There you go.
Now that you're making sure every single varsity kid, you've got, I don't know how many kids make varsity, 45, 40 in bigger schools, 50 maybe, all get a helmet. Maybe you got 2 or 3 left over in case one breaks.
All a really good idea. I don't know why they don't do it. They should.
Because I think that'd be a good thing for the league to get behind too, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Why don't Major League Baseball teams build facilities for kids in their neighborhoods where their ballparks are to play baseball?
Because I told you yesterday, and then you never list anybody else's opinion when you got yours set.
Well, I got set on that one.
But where's Coors Field?
The Lodo.
So you're going to build a $2 million kids facility down there on real estate that you can put a hot dog stand and make $5 million a year.
I would, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the idea.
But you're rich of spirit.
Oh, there you go. And not every lot down there is worth $2 billion. There's some neighborhoods down there in Coors Field that could use a good scrubbing. Oh, yeah. Do I think? Are they worth $2 million? I don't know. Maybe you're right. But I know what's on some of them properties right now, and you could level it to the ground, clean it up, put a field down there.
Yeah, they just sold all those warehouses to the Broncos for about $12 million.
Well, that's going in the other direction, but you're not wrong about that either.
Well, maybe they'll put a helmet manufacturer down there by the stadium.
How about that? Make it all happen, Scott.
Yeah.
You got an idea for the stick yet or not?
Well, no, I could come up with hockey trivia. I can do all sorts of things. I could have the first person that finds where Moser's playing golf calls us, and we could give that stick to that person. I mean, he is the voice. How about this? Is there any way, Nelly, that somebody could take a picture and send us the picture?
I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
So I'm thinking either Moser or Connor. If you can get a picture of either one of those two guys. What, today? Yeah, the next whatever.
That is kind of borderline creepy.
It's a Nathan McKinnon stick.
Whatever, they got paparazzi out there in L.A.
So you want your we might have to run that one up the flagpole.
Why? Somebody's out on a golf course.
I don't know. You're making me nervous about people running around or doing something else, that could get, people in cars chasing after people gets me nervous.
Well, don't we know they have to be at the golf course?
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Look, it's not like they're going to know. It's not like they know where they're at. They can't chase them down. You just happen to come across them.
Yeah, where Vic plays golf, you ain't getting on that course.
Really?
Oh, yeah, he's a foo-foo course.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Ooh, big clubber. He's a country clubber.
Rolling Hills.
Difference when you're playing at a golf club or a country club.
I'm leaning way more towards just like trivia.
Well, that's fine too.
Let's just do trivia.
Listen, here's what
How about this? For fun, if you come across one of those
just
guys.
accidentally.
Yeah, but no prize for it, so don't kill yourself. But I like the guy ratting out Brett Kane. And if you just see our guys on a course, just for fun, let's just do trivia at 1:30.
I mean, if we really wanted to take it to extreme, which obviously sounds like you don't, we get the voice of the people, and you get whoever, you Moser, Brett, or Vic, you get him to say hello on the voice of the people with you. Hi, this is Tom. Brett, say hello. Hey, this is Brett Kane. And then,
of course, that's an unbelievable idea, filled with all the stockiness and danger of your other idea.
Yeah, well,
but listen, of course, it's a brilliant idea.
I should be on Madison Avenue.
Yeah.
Corner office, making about 1.5 a year.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to throw ideas out there, and it's up to everybody else to accept.
All right, we'll do the trivia at 1:30, but sure. Those are all really good ideas for fun. If it happens, it'd be a fun thing today. That would be a fun thing. You get a photo and get Moser or McGahee or Lombardi, those guys on Voice of the People. It's a fun idea. We'll just do the stick with, the trivia. You're making me nervous.
Gosh, for a guy who
I know.
high school kids come in cheerleading outfits.
I know.
You've really
it's
evolved.
changed. Oh, yeah. How many times have I been fired, Scott? Right. The WNBA, real quick. I'm here for all of it. I don't love how they really are beating up Caitlin Clark. I don't know if they understand where their financial bread is buttered. But more games like the Sun against the Fever last night, and you got me. And maybe Caitlin Clark is just like Tiger Woods. Like, I think I like golf. Like, I think I like the WNBA. And maybe I really just like one player and everything that player brings to the table. But, I mean, you want to talk about, vicious hits, blindsides, fouls, fights, ejections, shizzle talk afterwards.
It's like the ABA.
Oh, my God. For something called the Commissioner's Cup, which I don't know what the hell the Commissioner's Cup is, but okay.
I'll just say this. I'll tell you a quick story, and I want you to tell me if maybe Caitlin Clark is in this, having watched some of her stuff. I sat down and Willis Reed, who one of my all-time favorite players, loved him as a kid growing up, the limp in for Game 7, blah, 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 big, famous for New York, Hall of Famer. And I always liked the history of the game. So I asked him, I said, hey, Willis, how'd you guard Kareem? He goes, man, as soon as the jump ball went up, I hit him in the chest with the elbow. I bumped him up and down the court. I tried to just beat the snot out of him because I knew if he got mad, he couldn't play. I go, whoa. And I'm like, whoa, because I was playing against Kareem. Kareem's still in the league, right? I said, what about Wilt? Nice shot, Mr. Chamberlain. That's a great pass, Mr. Chamberlain. Wow, you're really dominating.
Didn't want to piss him off.
And he goes, you did not want to make Wilt mad.
Yeah.
He said, if Wilt wasn't mad, he just wanted to play and have fun and everything was cool. But he said, I think he said Zelmo Beatty. Zelmo Beatty made him mad one time and got in his chili, and Wilt went off for like 60, dunked on him, about broke his arm. And he said, I'm saying that every time they beat Caitlin Clark up in all these games I've watched the past 2 years, it seems like she comes back and just lights them up.
Yeah.
I think she was 4 or 5 and 3 or 5 and 6 and 3.
Her shooting and ball handling is next level. She's
I actually
amazing.
didn't even think the incident was that big of a deal. I honestly didn't. I feel like we see this in the NBA all the time. It was a hard foul on.
Well, the foul was a foul. It was the big chick, if she was pretty good size, come up and chested her.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. That was way out of line and dangerous.
Yeah, but we see that all the time in the NBA.
Yeah.
We do, but it's dangerous. Like, hey, man, Nicole's our guy. But when he did that to the Morris brother there, that dude was out for a good chunk of time because of that.
Couldn't have him do better.
Fine. But it's not that he wasn't hurt. He was. He missed a ton of games. If he was faking it, that's one hell of a fake out. You're rolling your eyes at me, but you tell me why he was missing all those games.
Because he wasn't any good, wasn't playing a whole lot, and he got to sit there and
All right. Okay. If he was faking, he was faking it.
I don't know.
But I'll tell you this, Caitlin Clark got hit hard from a blind side.
Yeah, and she snapped her neck a little bit.
Yeah, man.
But like I said,
I'm glad she's all right.
And Tyler probably knows this in football. There's probably certain guys, right, that you played against you didn't want to make mad.
Dude.
Right? But there's certain guys, if they got PO'd, they were stammering and snot coming out and they couldn't do anything.
That's true. I always took the approach of trying to be buddy-buddy with my opponents.
Right.
I'm serious. And Trent Williams would always be over there on the left side, like dominating his dude. He'd pancake 3 guys. He'd run over and start talking trash to my guy. I'm like, hey, Trent, I got a good working relationship going on over here, buddy. like don't mess up my relationship.
Who was the one guy either you played against or that you ever saw play that you don't think you'd ever want them mad at you?
Boy.
And I got one name that I got 2 names that come to mind for me watching years of football.
Okay.
Don't want him mad at you. And Ndamukong Suh is on that list.
Because he'd step on your head.
Or whatever.
And Albert Hainsworth. Both guys that I played.
Yeah.
Both guys that had a temper. Both guys that if you didn't piss them off, you might be able to survive, but if you did piss him off, it was all over.
How was Vaughn when he got frustrated?
Frustrated or mad?
Okay, mad.
I don't know. Vaughn didn't really get mad.
Okay.
Ever.
It wasn't really his thing.
I couldn't even tell you a single time I ever saw Vaughn mad.
Okay.
Ever.
All right, he wasn't one of those guys.
Except when DMac asked if he likes marijuana.
He wasn't even mad about that.
Yeah.
He just said no.
The guys, and this is all my perception.
How about Aaron Donald?
Aaron Donald could be up in that, but it seemed like I wouldn't necessarily want him mad at me.
He went 2 helmets at a guy in training camp.
Yeah. John Randall for the Vikings.
Yeah.
They always watch him. I'm like, you want to get him mad. And then the guy that played for Pittsburgh, the silverback, they called him the silverback, short, squatty linebacker that was still strong as snot.
Had the 99 yards. Harrison.
Yeah. Harrison, to me, I mean,
he's scary.
He's like a guy that I'm like, if I played against him on the line where you were,
looks scary at least.
I wouldn't want him mad at me.
Hey, I had a brief pit stop in Detroit, and in that very, very brief
7
pit
days
stop,
in a hotel, you ought to write a book.
That's right.
That's right. 6 days in Detroit.
Yeah, 6 days in Detroit. I pissed off Ndamukong Suh at practice.
That is a riot.
It was a non-padded day. I'm the new guy. I'm trying to impress the folks, I'm trying to make the squad out here. I was going hard, and Ndamukong Suh did not appreciate that I was going hard. Called me a racial slur.
Oh my God.
And turned into a full-on brawl. But I held my own, and I didn't back down from Ndamukong Suh.
There you go.
And there were punches thrown to the face, helmets taken off.
Wow.
And that day, I had the respect of that offensive line room.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Day.
Got a little CU Nebraska there going on, too. That's awesome. Did you guys play against each other?
Definitely called me multiple racial slurs.
Did you guys play against each other in college, or did you miss each other?
I don't think we played in college.
No, it wasn't. Well, didn't quite line up like that.
I think he was younger.
This we got to go break, but this brings up a great question. Guys that were really great players that we kind of, either because of their attitudes or they got upset, that you almost forget about now. And I put Ndamukong Suh. I mean, he was as dominant of a D lineman as there was for a while.
Hey, that's a scary human being.
But then everybody forgets about him now.
Well, Tyler brought up Hainsworth, and he's more memorable for just giving up and kind of quitting on the field. But there was a time.
Do you remember when he stomped on Andre Guerrero's forehead?
Absolutely.
From CU.
Yeah, he's another one. All right, cool. Well, we're rolling with this. We'll do the trivia at 1:30. We just got a text. Moser is at Castle Pines right now. Moser, Castle Pines right now. Do I win? That's from Jeff. And then he sent in a photo of Moser from like his high school yearbook. No, you do not win, wise guy. I got something for you guys that I think is cool, but I think you guys will hate. Details next. Like, get on a boat. Get the yacht rock going. All right, 1:30 we'll do some Scott Hastings trivia for the Nathan McKinnon autograph stick. And don't forget that the Avs equipment sale is happening this Saturday. Get your free ticket entry at Ticketmaster. Parking is free at Ball Arena. All proceeds from the equipment sale go to support Kroenke Sports Charities. All sorts of amazing stuff there. Official game pucks for $20. Player hockey socks for $10 a pair. Great top-level equipment. So 1:30 we give away.
Well,
yes.
Then like Small Raj came in and said that.
Small Raj.
Isn't that your nickname for him?
Yeah, sure.
They're discounted from what you would normally go pay right, for a thing. And it's all going to charity.
There you go.
And they do some good charity stuff, too.
All right. Now, I know, because you guys know I'm going on a little vacation next week and the week after, and who knows? Seriously. Really.
Glad you care.
So this may be the last time that, left to your own vices, the Rockies talk might even come up.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Okay.
They won, though.
I was going to give you some details.
Oh, that's what this is.
I mean, I was going to give you a little like, hey, does this got your interest?
That's baseball, right?
Who pitched?
You know what we need? We need the Lego movie Everything is Awesome when DMac talks about the Rockies.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be good, too.
That's a good one.
Well, remarkably, Sensatella took the bump, and I thought that's a loss.
Although, yeah.
But he actually did all right. He got through 5 innings, only gave up 1 run, and they were more than fine.
That's a quality start for him.
For him, it's unbelievable. Yeah. So, yes. And then they had an assortment of other guys. They got to a guy, Molina, and he was terrible. And he gave up 5 runs in the 8th and 9th innings, and he had to be taken out despite starting the inning with a 8-run lead. Now, do I have your attention about Rockies and 8-run leads in the 9th inning?
So what's the score now when they take him out?
Sadly, they did have to take him out instead of just, you got an 8-run lead. You think you could hammer that down and not be taken out of the game, but they had to take him out for Vodnik, who immediately gave up a hit, but then got a fly ball out, and that's fine. The Rockies in the 7th inning, fellas, hit 4 home runs in 1 inning.
Wow.
They had 2 back-to-back jacks. They hit 7 home runs on the game, which ties a club record. They've actually done that a couple of times. They have won 3 games in a row. They've won 4 of their last 6, and they are up there with the Red Sox for extra base hits in June.
Yeah! Everything is cool when you're part of a team.
Second dick shot.
I'm sorry?
4-game win streak, right? Or something like that?
3-game win streak. They've won 4 of their last 6, including a win against Nelly's San Francisco Giants. Now,
they got a chance to sweep a series.
They have 4 games against the Nationals, so they'd have to win today and tomorrow. But sure,
they got a chance.
They got a chance. And at the worst, it's a push in a series. They're not going to lose a series.
And Washington's now lost 10 games in a row?
10 in a row. So as I'm excited, I'm having people chime in and say, hey, Kreckman and Lindahl spent a remarkable amount of time telling everybody, don't be fooled by this. They're just as bad as they've always been. And I'm trying to figure out how you come up with that analysis of the Rockies, that they're just as bad as they've always been, when they're far more successful in the month of June than they were in April and May. So I do not know.
7-7 in the last 14.
It's pretty good.
You're helping my case.
That's a 500 team.
It's the month of June.
Yeah, good they had a month.
Now, what I hear is people say, well, they're beating bad teams. The Rockies arguably were the worst team ever. So not only is every team better than the Rockies this year, every team ever was better than the Rockies. So you can't just be losing to bad teams when you are literally the worst team of all time. Or are they not the worst team of all time? In fact, are they not even the worst team this year?
Well, I told you, I think your walk is off. I think
you think they're going to go on a roll?
Yeah, that walk is on, buddy.
I think they.
I think they're still on to be bad.
Now they're still going to win like 50 games.
Do you think the Rockies are the worst team in baseball right now? Yes or no?
You are not going to convince me that the Rockies are going to win 1 out of every 3 games for the rest of the season.
Okay.
I think the Rockies are the worst organization in baseball.
That's different.
I know.
That's different, and I'm not even going to argue about that. You win that argument, and you got plenty of proof. But are they the worst team in baseball right now, this year?
Well, I would say Washington, even though they got double your wins.
They look worse than the Rockies,
They
don't
look
they?
worse.
Marlins don't look too good, do they? We sure the Rockies aren't better than the White
Except
Sox?
that their records are literally twice as good.
Correct.
So I don't know how the hell you're going to make an argument that they are not the worst team when it's literally twice as good.
Because it was Bud Black's fault.
Boy, zing, zang. Mic drop, yes, 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 and yes. Guys are knocking it out of the virtual park like the Rockies did.
The only team...
Boy, did you just kill that right there.
That you might be able to beat in record would be the White Sox. That'd be the only one.
No, but what you just said is their record is so bad, and the real reason their record is so bad, they just did not have a good manager. I'm not saying they're a great team, but Bud Black was taking them down the wrong path.
But I don't actually believe that. Maybe Scott does. I don't. I do not believe
that. Proof is in the 7-7 pudding in the last 14 games.
No, the proof will be in the pudding when the season's done.
You also got people back from injury, and he is making subtle changes in lineups here and there.
Yes, he is.
And if you come out of spring training with that, maybe started instead of starting 2-17 or 3-17, whatever it was, maybe you're 8-11.
Here's what
I'll tell you this though: if the Rockies were really going to continue something like this, where they would win every other game, I could get behind rooting for the Rockies. I could get behind an epic comeback, like a really significant progress. What I cannot get behind is 1 out of every 3. I will not root for you if you're winning 1 out of every 3. I will not celebrate it when you're winning 1 out of every 3 because that's just going to be confusing when the season's all said and done about what the right thing to do is.
And it gets DMac out of the walk.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, this month, 7-7, they've won 1 out of every other game.
Right.
Not 1 out of 3, 1 out of 2.
All right, do that for a month and I'll be impressed.
Well, okay. It's June 18th. They're doing it right
17th.
now.
18th.
My computer says 18th, yeah.
Oh, I'm a day behind in my reading.
Okay. All right, I'll play this.
No wonder all my news is old.
This is the Eeyore show, like It's Always Raining in Philadelphia. Tyler Mon, who's some sort of baseball nerd.
They don't do the analytics stuff. They are light years behind of every other organization in Major League Baseball in terms of information available to players, the player development philosophies, and there just does not seem to be a whole lot of cohesion. There are a lot of really good people who work in that organization, but they don't have the resources to be competitive. And when you talk to people around baseball, they're like the North Korea of Major League Baseball. Nobody knows what goes on behind the public face. No one knows how to dissect what goes on behind the public face. Even the limited glimpses of the public face that you do get are baffling. It's just it's a franchise that is really, really difficult to discern any sort of cohesive future pathway or philosophy for.
Well, would you disagree with anything he said?
Not really, because he's talking about the organization, which is poor. But there's a lot of promise in some of the players. And by the way, let me give you one last little factoid before we go out. There was a mock draft, and the Rockies draft 4 in the draft. They won't be in the top 10 next year because of the quirky rules, like you can't suck 4 consecutive years, that sort of thing. But they are drafting 4. And I saw in a mock draft, Scott, Tyler, Ethan Holiday projected to the Rockies.
Oh,
now, tell me that wouldn't be cool at number 4 overall.
Can't wait to see him in 4 or 5 years.
Well, okay. Well, I agree. I agree because that's how you need to do it. You need to get guys who will develop so you will see them in 4 or 5 years and they'll be productive players. So listen, I'm not trying to let the organization off the hook. But I'll just tell you that they have been more competitive and they have been better.
I think I'm down with the North Korea analogy though.
Well,
that's pretty good. I haven't heard that one before.
That's fine. And listen, I'm not again, and by the way, there was news today that Tampa is selling their team. But you know what? You know why? Because they just can't get anybody to go to games. They just cannot make money. And Tampa's actually had some really good teams over the years.
No, they've won a championship, haven't they? Did they win one?
They've
No, that Marlins did.
The Marlins have won twice. Gosh, I don't think Tampa has. But they've had some good teams. They've been in the World Series for sure. But your Rockies, they're rolling right now, and we got Marquez on the mound tonight. So there you go.
Where's the team in the United States? Think about this going to break. Where's the team in the United States or a town in the United States that should have a baseball team?
Vegas. Vegas is number 1 to me. Well,
the Athletics are going there.
Eventually, yeah. All right, so you want to, okay, I see what you're saying. I wouldn't put one in Oakland. They got San Fran. That's good enough. San Antonio? Would you put a baseball team in San Antonio? You already got 2 there in Texas already. Maybe you don't need a third. Tampa, you don't need. You really don't need it. They got one, but you really don't.
I got a really good idea.
Yeah.
Colorado.
There you go. Is that what you're saying? Ending on a high spot there, Steve. Appreciate it. In terms of giving away that Nathan McKinnon stick, details coming up next. All right. Congratulations to the Florida Panthers, and we have our own hockey stuff to give away, and that's a Nathan McKinnon signed stick that we'll do at 1:30. A little Scott Hastings trivia. If you want to stalk our coworkers as they assemble it, an assortment
just
of golf
good, clean
courses.
fun.
Yeah. But there's nothing on the line for that. Just general stalking. That's just what we would enjoy. So yeah, hockey's over now, huh? Any deep thoughts on now that the Avs lost to a team that beat a team that lost to a team that lost to a team? How you feeling about the Avs this season as you see the Florida Panthers skate around back-to-back championships like we all thought the Avs were going to be doing?
Well, I do feel differently about the Avs than I do about the Nuggets and watching the two finals that are going on, right? Like, you look at that Avalanche team, you don't really know why. Like, okay, power play issues. Power play, special teams coach gets fired. But you don't really know why the Avalanche weren't capable of winning a championship this year. They were. That was a team that you could see doing it. You know? And that's why when if you said you could guarantee one of the two teams gets out of the first round, you'd probably be like, okay, but which team is it? Because you didn't really feel like the Nuggets had a fighting chance in reality.
Who had a better year, the Avs or the Nuggets this year?
I think they're pretty similar, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you put them in a bag, shake them up, and whoever came out.
Well, I would say the Nuggets had a better season.
Why?
They went further in the playoffs, and they were more competitive against a championship team. Because I think the Thunder are going to win, and the Nuggets took them to the extreme. The Avalanche gave away a 2-0 lead in Game 7 to the Stars, who did beat Winnipeg, but then lost to Edmonton, who just got schooled by Florida. I think the Nuggets had a better season. They did less, but they got more out of it. And the big change the Nuggets made, which nobody saw coming, was with the GM and coach in the final 3 games. And that made in my opinion, that made a big difference. I think the Avs, it's a rougher offseason. It's a rougher offseason, in my opinion. And I think last night kind of put a stamp on it. Like, hey man, you couldn't get over Dallas. Never mind getting over Florida. I mean, Florida didn't look like just a little better than the Avs. They looked a lot better. I don't think the Avs were anywhere close to Florida.
Oh, listen, I'm not sure that the right team won the Stanley Cup. If you watched any of the Eastern playoff, Florida was pretty dominant. I mean,
hell yeah, they did.
And then in the finals, I mean, there was the first 4 games. The first 3 of the first 4 games were outstanding.
And so, how did they do it in back-to-back years? They had all the exhaustion, all the same stuff the Avs had when the Avs won their cup. How the hell did they just do it?
They didn't lose Kadri. Well, and think about it. You lost.
They picked up Marchand late. I mean, that was their big acquisition.
But they lost Kadri and Landeskog after the Avalanche won. You had 2 primo and Val for the playoffs.
Correct.
But you had 2 primo players your regular season that didn't play at all, and then Val. Now you got those 2 guys out and Val in the playoffs that first year. They haven't been whole.
So what's your excuse this year? I'm rolling with you.
Can I say
I'm
something?
rolling with you.
They're I think either tied for first. I think they're actually tied with Florida and Edmonton for the best odds to win it next year right now.
Okay.
So to be honest with you, there's no excuse. Right now, on paper, you made the trade. Now you've extended the guy. You've gotten the trade. You're deeper. I think we all agree with that. We think they're a deeper team than they've been in the last couple of years. So, to be honest with you, there's no excuse.
See, I personally don't see much of a difference in making it 1 extra round in terms of, like, which team had a better season. But fine. I mean, if you want to make that argument, the Nuggets went 1 round further, okay, cool. But I don't think there's even any comparison when you look at the rosters that these 2 teams have got right now. One team feels like, yeah, that looks like a championship team. The other team feels like you got to do something insane and get insanely lucky to become a championship team again. And the better team is clearly the Avalanche.
Oh, let me give you another one. What team right now, today, is set up better to win next year, the Avalanche or Nuggets?
I think that's what I was just saying. It's not even close. It's not even comparable. The Avalanche have got a far superior roster to the Nuggets.
As of June 18th, I would say the Avalanche.
So, should.
And the funny thing is, listen, we talked about too. Here's what both teams. Both teams are going to have to contend with their own Western Conference, and both Western Conference in the NHL, in the NBA, heck, in the AFC West, even for the Broncos, they're beasts.
So, under that logic, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all, by that logic, should there be a hotter seat under Jared Bednar than he's ever had as head coach of the Avalanche?
Well, the answer is already yes. It's already a hot seat. Yeah, it was a hot seat when the season was over. He survived it. The special teams coach did not, and he has got to be one of the hottest seats in the NHL.
Schedule my trivia.
Okay. All right, well, I agree with you on that, too. I agree with you on all those things. I think the Nuggets are a lot closer.
There's two ways, and I think Scott said this yesterday. There's two ways you get on the hot seat. You've got a terrible team. You suck. You are one of the worst teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Or you got a great team and you're underperforming. And right now, I think you could look at this Avalanche team and say you got a great team that's underperforming.
And I would say that may be the case also for the Nuggets in the regular season.
When I was watching that game last night, and I'm watching the Pacers and OKC, just to keep it real, I felt like, wow, I think the Nuggets are a lot closer to winning a championship than the Avs right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I could not disagree more firmly.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking.
Like on a confidence scale with these two teams out of 10, I'm at like a 6.5 for the Nuggets. Avalanche, I don't know, 8.
See, and I'm with you. I look at the finals, and I look at the Nuggets. I said there's not a whole lot separates the Nuggets from those two teams.
Mm-hmm.
You know, add
with
a piece
the
here or
starters.
there. Well, you got to play the starters.
Nature of basketball.
When I look at the Avalanche, I watched part of the Florida game last night, and I'm like, I'll be honest with you, they ain't close to Florida.
They ain't close to Florida.
They ain't close to Florida.
No.
And if you go back to game.
But talent-wise, is that true? I don't think that's true talent-wise. Maybe that's true just cohesion. Maybe that's true about the way they play.
Matthew,
but if you want to make the argument about talent, Colorado Avalanche just had 4 dudes named to Olympic rosters.
I understand that, but I'm watching style of play and how they perform and the toughness and the intensity, and I don't feel the Avs match what I watched last night.
And Matthew Tkachuk made a comment. He was taking a dig at the Oilers, but what he said was basically we're a team they're not. You know, they're really talented individuals, but nobody can match us as a team. And Marchand, who they all hated, of course, Boston, Florida, they hated each other for a long time. But he comes down there and he fits in like a glove, of course. You know, he's one of those guys. And that's a key addition. He's an addition that worked out for them. Did the additions for the Avs really work out for them?
I'm not sure Florida wins.
Well, the goalies worked out. The goalies worked out for sure.
The goalies, though, you realize the goalies were a change early in the season.
I guess they're telling us Brock Nelson worked out because they brought him back.
Yeah.
So, yes. I think so.
Yeah, there's just something a little bit off, unfortunately.
Well, clearly you're right on that. I'm not even debating that. I'm just looking at it purely from a talent perspective. That roster is freaking loaded.
Well, let me ask this. Did you feel the Nuggets underperformed in the regular season last year?
Absolutely.
Would you say they underperformed in the postseason?
No.
See, I wouldn't either. Avs, did they underperform the regular season? They had a lot more turnover.
They were a roller coaster. I'll say at the end of the day, no, because they were kind of locked into their playoff spot for the last 3 weeks of the season, and there's just not a lot you could have done. So I guess I'll say no.
But did they underperform in the postseason?
100%. After they won how they won early, what was it, game
1?
No, it wasn't game 1. They did win game 1. I think it was game 3.
Should have won game 2 and lost in overtime.
I think it was game 3 where they won 4-0 at home, and they were just so much better than the Stars. I mean, so much better than them. It was like, okay, we'll take care of this. And, hey, the Mikko deal was a good deal, and we did improve ourselves at goalie. We're up 2-1. This is over, right? And then just it all away. And, I mean, it is embarrassing, in all honesty, guys. Third period, you're up 2-0, man. Somehow you figured out how to get through 2 periods and you're winning 2-0, and you give that game away like you did? Come on. And Mikko gets a hat trick? You want to put some salt in the wound? Something's missing. And the power play was terrible. It was terrible. It was lousy.
In the playoffs. It was
it was terrible in the playoffs.
It was not lousy in the regular season.
It was not. It was lousy in the playoffs. And then I'm looking at Florida, and they're at the elbow room, and, the cup is all you see how banged up the cup already is? It's got a chip on the cup. The base of it's already dented up. It is a riot. They take such good care of that thing. And then when it's won, it's just like, whatever. We'll fix it later. They were pouring beer. The elbow room has a deck. They were pouring beer in the cup and just dumping the beer off the side to the fans underneath, who had a smaller cup underneath.
Nice.
The celebrations are, and they didn't shut it down, man. So, hey, good for Florida, right? Good for Florida. They did it. And good for Tampa. They've done it. Now Florida's done it, and Canada can't do it. And all I'm left is wondering how the Avs are going to get back there. That's all.
It is kind of comical. Canada can't get it done, but Florida can.
It's unbelievable.
Florida can get it done, but Canada can't.
I mean, they're all Canadians on the team for the most part, but, Well, Matthew Tkachuk's American. There's that. How great is it for those guys, though, when you think about it? We get to play hockey. We get to be on a championship team. We have no state tax, and we get to live in Florida, as opposed to,
And they'll keep the bars open for us all night
you know
long,
what I'm saying?
going into the morning.
Like, hey, I get it. The fan base may be fair-weathered at times, but their fan base was awesome.
All right, the Summer of Dumb?
Yeah.
No dumb question. Of course, never mind. I'm trying to think where Miami has their parade. Is it downtown, or do they do?
That's a great question.
Or do they do an intercoastal too? I don't remember last year.
I don't know. That'd be tricky getting across the bridges there to South Beach. They probably just do it downtown, don't you think? Which is not that awesome. I don't know. That's a great question.
Because I was thinking Tampa Bay. Because I was thinking, does the Stanley Cup get tossed like the Super Bowl trophy?
Tyler, do you remember how Tampa does their parades?
Well, I remember Tom Brady's.
They do all their parades
on the water.
On the water. In that canal, whatever thing.
Yeah.
That was pretty
But
cool.
no one tossed the Stanley Cup from boat to boat like they did the
Lombardi Trophy.
Lombardi Trophy.
No, they've had some championships there in Tampa in the Intercoastal or whatever it's called. Well, there you go, Florida. And in terms of what we're doing today, we're not quite done with hockey. We have a Nathan McKinnon autograph stick. Details on that. And we'll start playing that game at 1:30. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys, gals, hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They're the best car dealership in Colorado. They've got the best prices. They've got the best inventory. They've got the best customer service. You will walk away a happy customer, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Because when you go to Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or whether you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford, and they've got the best prices. Keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to love that ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Couple of Broncos notes for you, and we will do our little contest for the Nathan McKinnon stick here at 1:30. So I'd say right now, if you want to call to be in, you'd have to wait a little bit.
It's Game Show June.
It's Game Show June. 303-504-0925. If you want to get in the mix right now, if you just want to wait online, or you could take your chance and just call a little bit later, you can. Marvin Mims was on the morning show today.
With us?
He's on with the morning show today.
With our station, I mean?
Our station, yes, our morning show.
I count us, not individually.
That's right.
Us. He was on the...
DMac doesn't know about that. Yeah.
Us.
PhD.
Masters.
Us. The history of us.
Us.
Okay. Here's Marvin Mims, excited for year 2.
Yeah, I think everyone's excited, with Bo taking the huge steps he did last year throughout the season. And, when we're closing out the season, I mean, he's easily one of the best quarterbacks, one of the most I want to say, just his ability to run and throw and extend plays and keep his eyes downfield. And that's one thing that we brought with him from college, and just watching him grow and grow throughout the year, and just going into year 2 and coming from OTAs and minicamp. I'm really excited for, what this offense has coming this season.
Mike Sanford, I remember this stat because of doing football stuff with Mike last year. Marvin Mims was one of the least targeted guys. His targeted 80th or something really probably overall terrible. However, per catch, he averaged number 1 in the NFL in yards after catch. So he didn't have the most catches, but when he did catch the ball, he was arguably the most productive guy with the ball in his hands.
Yak.
That's a pretty surprising stat to me, to be honest.
It's a wild one. Mike loves it. I heard him break it out earlier today. I remember it from last fall. It goes to show you
he's a weapon.
You got to get Marvin Mims the ball more. Period. The end. Right?
Do you know what he averaged?
I don't know specifically what it was.
Okay.
No.
Like per catch?
Well, yeah, the yards after catch. Yeah. I mean, it's no big deal. Obviously, it was good. It was number 1 in the NFL. That's a surprising stat to me. It probably has something to do with the amount of targets that he got and, the creativity of the play caller. When Sean figured it out with Marvin Mims, he figured it out and starts putting him in the backfield. Probably had at least 3 catches on just a simple wheel route out of the backfield that went for, 30 or 40 yards, something like that. They were all significant plays. There just weren't a ton of them.
How would you get him the ball more?
How many yards did he have last year?
Let me guess.
He averaged 12.2 yards per reception. 477 of his receiving yards came after the catch. So if you see how many yards he had.
Maybe, I'm going to say still less than 700.
Well, he was eighth in the NFL in yards after the catch.
Oh, I thought you had to pull that up.
477 yards after the catch. Pretty good, right?
Absolutely. I mean, every number that you can pull out about Marvin Mims basically leads to you coaches got to get this guy the ball more in positions on the field. And maybe they realize that.
Ooh.
It says in 2 seasons he only has 880 yards total.
According to last year's numbers, he had 503 yards in receptions. And according to the other side I just showed you, 477 of those after the catch.
Okay.
That's
pretty good.
Get him
pretty
the ball.
good.
That's a heck of a ratio.
But
isn't it?
How do you get him the ball more often, DMac?
And you got to throw him the ball. You can't just hand it
where
off.
I'm going. How do you get him the ball more often? He needs to become a better wide receiver.
Okay, how do you do that?
That's what he has to do. That's on him.
What's he lacking?
He has to become a more complete wide receiver, not a jack of all trades, not the utility knife. He needs to become a receiver, right? Like he has to get his ass open on the routes and be able to run the traditional route tree. That's how you get him the ball more often, because the only time he gets the ball right now is when you do something super creative for him.
Are you seeing something that's lacking in his route running and the things that he's doing, or is he getting better at it? Or
I don't know that I've necessarily got something off the top of my mind, but I know that what the evidence would tell me, and the evidence would tell me he only gets the ball when he's doing something super creative.
How much is this on Bo that his whoopee, his go-to guy is Cortland for a lot of right reasons, that Bo has to take a few more chances on Mims?
Well, Bo Nix, I think I saw a stat recently, his last half of the season anyway, led the league, and maybe for the entire season, led the league in passes behind the line of scrimmage. Well, that to me is either if you hit Mims, it's a bubble screen and you hope he breaks a tackle and picks up 15 or 20 yards, right? DT was the king of the bubble screen with Peyton Manning, right?
I don't see Mims as really that guy, though.
Yeah, I don't either. So
I think you got to get him the ball down the field.
You got to get him crossing the zone up, getting guys going one way, too slow to catch him the other way, and you got to put it out in front of him.
Something. Like Tyreek Hill doesn't get all of his yards on, bubble screens. He's just getting open. One way or the other.
Did you see that race? He's supposed to race that
I heard.
guy. And the
Noah Lyles?
Yeah,
and
the guy pulled out.
Lyles pulled out.
Lyles pulled out.
Yeah. And Tyreek
he probably started getting some things that, dude,
So for context, Cortland Sutton had 132 targets on the season. Marvin Mims had 50.
Well, there you go. That's kind of the bottom line, isn't it? Bo Nix, again, for the right reasons, just trust Cortland Sutton far more than Marvin Mims.
Well, bigger target, bigger body.
Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of right reasons.
Well, and also, let's be honest, if you're getting Mims down there, if you're using his total package, you got to let that speed come into play. That means you're going to hold on the ball longer than maybe he was doing late in the season.
I'm going to guess the Broncos coaches know that this has to be a priority, and they really like him. I think they probably like Franklin, too. I think they think the security with Vele and Sutton, and look at who they got. Pat Bryant in terms of another bigger possession sort of guy.
Let me tell you my biggest fear.
They like what they got.
Biggest fear about the Broncos?
What's that?
We have overrated the offensive line.
We've overrated the offensive line. All right, talk to me.
Well, I'll just go on pure numbers. They have one of the worst running games in the league. Now, is that on the offensive line, no quality backs, or scheme, or availability?
Okay.
Don't know. But they didn't run the ball.
All right.
And Bo Nix, as I said a while ago, I think led the league on passes behind the line of scrimmage. How much time does the offensive line have to give you if you're always passing the ball in the short outs and things like that?
Wasn't Bo one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the league last year too?
But okay. So if he leads the league in passes behind the line of scrimmage, would I not figure that he'd be the least sacked?
Look, you got a damn good O-line. How good are they? You probably could have that debate, but they're damn good. They are. I just pulled it up a list just out of curiosity, best offensive lines in the NFL. They've got the Denver Broncos ranked as the number one offensive line in the NFL. Now, am I telling you they're the best offensive line in the NFL? No, I'm not. Are they a top 5 offensive line in the NFL? I think they're pretty close. I do. But I cannot argue with you on this. Your running game was not good. Now, how much of that was a coach that wouldn't commit to it? How much of that was a coach that was given 5 different running backs, 4 carries per game? And how much of that was that you just didn't have a running back? Well, it's a little bit of all of it. And we're fixing to find out, as Gary Kubiak would say, because you now have got the running back. You drafted him high. You should be committed to the guy. You should believe in the guy. And I think now's the year where we find out, is Sean Payton committed to running the football or not?
Yeah. All right, and then I think we learn more about the offensive line. But again, I think that tied least sacked and most pass behind line of scrimmage go hand in hand.
We'll get back to the Broncos in a little bit. It's time for Scott Hastings trivia. Go ahead, KJ. And this is for a Nathan McKinnon stick.
Let me get one?
Sure. Now, it's not autographed, but it definitely is 100% a Nathan.
But it does have the number 29 on it.
It does have 29 on it. I think it's got a label on it that says McKinnon as well, maybe.
One of them does.
One of them does. Okay. These are verified, and, they're the real deal. Beautiful Bauer stick that Scott's holding in his hand right now. And here's how the trivia contest works. Got to get 4 questions right. And obviously, if you're the 4th contestant, it's probably a lot easier than being the 1st contestant. However, like we had yesterday, we had contestant number 1 just step up and drill 4 in a row. I still can't believe that actually happened.
Because they weren't super easy ones.
That was impressive. So we're gonna start with Gabe, and I hand it over to Scott Hastings.
All right, Gabe, how are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. So you're a hockey guy. You know a little bit about hockey, right? Because this is all going to be Avalanche hockey trivia. You ready?
I'm screwed. Go ahead.
The Avalanche have had 3 in their history, and these are probably since the Avs. I'm not going back to Nordiques. But since they become the Avs, 3 Lady Byng Memorial Trophy winners, which consists of basically being a good sport and a good player.
Gentlemanly play.
Gentlemanly play.
Yes.
They've had 3 winners in their history since coming to Colorado. Give me 2 of the 3 that have won a Lady Byng trophy here for the Avalanche.
Wow, tough one. Right off the bat, a tough one.
Is that a tough one?
I think that is. Well, I know one of the guys, but I don't know the other 2. What do you think, Gabe?
Oh, man, I have no idea, so I'm going to make a dumb guess. I'm going to say Patrick Waugh and Joe Sakic.
Well, you got one of the 2 right. There was 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think Patrick Waugh got a trophy for gentlemanly play?
Yeah, good point.
My Lord, Gabe.
Yeah, but
all right.
So you did
like
get.
I said, I don't have a chance, but go ahead.
All right, we're good. Well, you could have won a thing. Well,
you lose.
Go ahead.
Move on.
We send you home.
Yeah. Okay. We go to Eugene. Gabe's like, hold on. I'm like, well, you're done.
Hey, Eugene, you ready?
Ready,
you've got one of the 2 that you got to get already. Lady Byng Memorial Trophy. There's been 3 in the Avalanche history. Can you name me 2 of the 3?
Yep, I'll give you the other 2. That's Ryan O'Reilly and then Nathan McKinnon.
That's right.
Wow,
Ryan.
very
Nathan
good.
McKinnon in 1920, Ryan O'Reilly 13-14 season, and Joe Sakic in 2000, 2001.
I would have never. Tyler, would you have got that?
No, I thought Ryan O'Reilly was the tricky one for me.
I thought
I didn't realize. Good. All right, so there you go, tricky. Eugene. There's one. You got it right.
Okay.
McKinnon, O'Reilly, and Sakic. For anybody, listen, because the questions still come.
Yeah.
Do you know what the Maurice Rocket Richard Trophy is?
Yep.
Okay, there's only been one Avalanche to ever win the Rocket Richard Trophy.
What's it for?
Most score, the biggest scorer in the league.
Okay.
Number 1 scorer in the league.
Okay.
Only one Avalanche has ever done that. Who would you say that was?
I believe it is Peter Forsberg.
Incorrect.
Buzzer.
Felt like a good guess to me.
Good guess.
There's only got to be one other, right?
God, I thought that was kind of an obvious one.
It ain't obvious.
Oh, another little hint.
I don't know for you.
A little
All
hint.
right, who we got next?
Derek,
here we go. Can you name me the Lady Byng Trophy winners? Give me 2 of the 3.
Sakic and O'Reilly.
Okay, Sakic and O'Reilly. Boom, good. Now, can you tell me the only Avalanche to win a Rocket Richard Trophy?
How about Hayduk?
Milan Hayduk.
Wow.
Milan Hayduk is the question.
Dude, I am impressed.
For sure would not have got that either.
Never would have got that.
If I said only one Av, you're thinking McKinnon or Sakic.
I would have just said McKinnon or Sakic.
Yeah, okay.
Hayduk, wow, okay.
The Avalanche have won 3 Stanley Cups, right? And they've had 3 Conn Smythe MVPs. Besides Cale Makar, who won the last one, who were the other 2 Conn Smythe Trophy winners in 01 and
96
and
97?
Yeah, 96, 96, 95, 96.
Okay.
Let's say you said besides Makar?
Besides Makar, who won it in the last go round, who are the other 2 Conn Smythe Trophy winners in their other 2 Stanley Cups?
Patrick Waugh.
Correct.
And let's say Sakic.
Yeah, correct.
Gotta be.
Waugh's. I thought Waugh was the one that surprised me.
That surprised me.
That was a good get right there.
But he won it when they won Game 7 against New Jersey. Remember Game 6? He was phenomenal in New Jersey.
All right, this is for the stick, Derek. This is it. You got to get this one right. If not, we've got Seth on hold, and we go from there. But
Hard or easy, I can make it either way. Again, three Stanley Cup trophies. Give me their opponents in their wins, and what would the series score in the wins?
For the 3 championships.
For the 3 championship
series
season.
score, that's tough.
Opponent series score.
Opponents and series score start with 96, their first one.
Oh, gosh. So it would be 96 is the Panthers, and I think they swept them.
Yep, Panthers 4-0.
Nice.
01 was the Devils.
Absolutely, and I just gave you a clue on that one.
What was the score? It was the series.
4-3.
4-3 is correct.
Right.
And the last trophy was?
Yeah, 4-2 for the against Tampa Bay.
Very well done. Extremely well. I am so impressed by our callers.
That's good job there, Derek. Way to go. You win a Nathan McKinnon stick. And that's a cool prize.
We
That's
get
for
to
sure.
do this 3 more times.
Yeah. Hey, Derek, what's your favorite radio station?
Oh, that would be Altitude Sports Radio, boys.
Hold on the line. We're going to get your info from you.
Back with No Dumb Questions next. Well, we have the correction police out, the Rocket Richard Trophy. This does not impact our game, but it's for the most goals, not points. So,
goals. I had it written down too.
I mean, it doesn't matter. That was just a detail.
There was still only one Avalanche.
Correct. That was the question, so it doesn't impact the answer. But it does, I was definitely thinking of the McKinnon thing more than Haydu, but
if somebody
that's awesome.
brings 3 boxes of donuts to work.
Yeah. We're into no dumb questions here.
How many donuts are you allowed to personally eat without just being an a-hole?
Well,
out of 3 boxes?
Are they 12 per box?
Yeah.
So 36 donuts.
Yeah.
One?
Let me ask a weird question. What day of the week is it?
Today.
How big is the company?
Ooh, that's another good question,
too. How many people show up is a different question.
Correct. So out of how many total personages?
I would say in this building that any given time there's less than 15.
Okay, so 15 people, 36 donuts. How many donuts would be a pig?
Yeah.
3.
And I would say here's your variable, though.
Three's okay?
No. 3 is a pig because I think if you got 15 people, 2 donuts a people, and maybe like a quarter or a half is all right. But once you get that full third one, you're officially taking more than your theoretical share of the 15 people.
And I would say this, by the time we get in here, if in fact, like if it's an FM, these things are brought in at 6 a.m. in the morning. And if there's 14 donuts left by the time
it's
you
open
get here.
Season?
Oh, that's true. There could be a sliding scale depending on the time of day.
I think by the like right now, 1:45, and I don't know how many is left. I can't see them, but there's also cupcakes. I would say, boom, free game.
There would be 0 donuts left, so Nate and Andy will have 0 donuts.
I'll just be careful that you don't all of a sudden get the Polaroid picture of the donut holder tomorrow.
That's true. I had 4.
That is
4 now?
That's
Yeah, I just had my 4th.
That's today. You had 4 today.
I just had my 4th donut of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, that's super piggy. But who's going to stop you?
Well, I knew it was piggy.
Like, who's going to stop you?
I could tell you that it was an offensive lineman move. I know that I'm fat for doing it. It's just I was just debating how big of a jerk I was for doing it.
At 146, no.
Okay.
At 146, no? But there are literally no donuts left for Nate and Andy.
Well,
none.
Sure?
0.
First of all,
hold on. When I had my 4th, there were still 3 donuts left.
It's out.
Does Nate look like he's ever ate a donut?
Not really.
The only guy that's going to be mad might be Andy.
Andy could be pissed.
I apologize to Andy because I had at least 2 that he could have had. I mean, 2 is okay, but I mean 4, that was a lot. I got to admit, 4 was a lot.
I think once you get to lunchtime and that came in for breakfast, it's boom. You should have brought a box in here.
The question is, how much weight will I gain from 4 donuts?
Well,
have you worked out yet?
That's a different
Not
question.
today.
Yeah, you'll work out.
Yeah, you'll take care of that, no problem. But the question is, what kind of lousy coworker are you? That's really where you were going.
Yeah,
but there are. It's a weird question because there are other cupcakes. There's other dessert flavors. Wait, I think there are. Are there not? Are they?
Oh, there's still boxes of cupcakes out there.
No, there's a cup and a half.
Oh, all right.
A box and a half of coffee left, and I had filled a cup up.
Yeah,
cold.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could just stick that in the microwave and you're fine.
Really? I got a Yeti.
You could get a different cup.
But I put it in this one.
No, that's plenty of sugar for Andy for later. He's fine. He'll be good on that.
Got another one. Do you guys drink, when you drink water at home, do you drink filtered water or tap water?
Tap. Both.
I'm not against tap, and I have, especially like at night, if I don't want to go downstairs and just fill it up. But in general, it's filtered water.
I always drink straight out of the tap. I've always felt like Colorado's had good water.
You don't have a little water thing in your fridge?
I go to the exactly. That's exactly right.
All right.
I go to the sink and I just drink straight out of the faucet. Right.
All right.
I filled this up.
I'm not gonna hate you on that one, but
I've sat there at the.
We can't hear you.
Forever. Oh, sorry about that, dude.
First day.
How many years has this man done radio,
dude? All right. Well, I wanted to be able to see my thing, and I've sat and filled it up with that filter thing. It takes forever.
Yeah.
So now I just put ice in and go to sink.
Okay,
it takes a few
we're on
seconds.
the same page, but I don't even like ice in my water. I'm actually convinced if you put ice in your water, you don't like water. You just like the idea of water.
Exactly right. That you hit my nail right on the head. I don't really like water, but I know I need to drink water if it's good for me.
Yeah.
I'll try to drink
Something is
4
going.
of these a
I'm going to
day.
tell you right now. Something's going on with Parker Water because the last 3 or 4 days, my water has tasted like significantly different.
Bodies.
Are there dead bodies in the water?
Could be. Or someone took a dump upstream.
I don't know what is going on, but all I know is that I've always thought Parker's had good water. People tell me it's not good water. It's always tastes fine to me. Last 3 or 4 days, I feel like I'm drinking straight chlorine.
Okay, no dumb question. You got to make an adjustment, or are you just going to drink water that tastes like chlorine?
No, it's much faster out of the sink, so I'm going to keep drinking the chlorine.
So you'll keep drinking the bad tasting water.
Here's what I suggest.
Yeah.
No dumb question. Would this work? Take a coffee cup filter.
Yeah.
Put in your water and just turn the water on. Let it run through the coffee cup filter into your
Way
into
too
your
much work. Way too much
Might
work.
take the taste out.
Yeah. I'd rather die.
You still get the steam.
You'd rather die?
Convenience.
Wow.
I mean, take 3 minutes to filter the water or maybe drink
Just
too much
death.
chlorine.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
Right, then I got a question. Fill it up, drop of iodine in it, close the lid, shake it, and you're good.
Okay.
Just
Is that what you drop if like you're going hiking?
Yeah, you got spare tablets around?
Oh, I do.
You do?
Oh, I got plenty.
Why?
End of the world.
Okay. I should have known that. My bad. I definitely should have known that.
I got the sippy straws.
Of course you do.
I've got the iodine.
You got a go pack? You got a,
Hey.
Hey, he's got something else in that go pack too.
You do you?
Oh yeah, you ain't gonna take it from me.
I didn't suggest they would. Be the last person
Well, they
to
probably
try.
could, but
Well, no. When that day comes for me, I'm just I'll be the first person to give up.
You're gonna sit on.
Oh, I'll walk outside. I'll just be like, here I am. Hi. Yeah, I have no interest in survival. Zero. That looks too hard. Forget it. It's been a good run.
Be a nice challenge.
You've
got the bike and the bike.
I know all the
equipment, you'll have
biking you
travel.
do.
I mean,
Yeah, no. I would be the first. Listen, in all these things, like every survival thing you see, like the survival this and survival that, or like guys in a war movie and somehow they also, I'd be the first one done. I'd be in Saving Private Ryan. As soon as they put the door down, I'd be the first guy to take the bullet in the helmet and just be there. Saving Private Ryan, isn't it kind of remarkable, like how much stuff all those guys survived just to try to save Private Ryan? I would make it out of the boat.
As they started their journey, and it was when they got into that city that was still occupied by the Germans. That's when the wall collapsed.
Yeah.
Who was the first guy, the actor, that got hit by the sniper?
It was Fast and Furious dude, Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot Vin Diesel.
I just watched it the other day. I went,
Yeah.
That's Vin Diesel.
Yeah, Vin Diesel. It was stupid too because he was doing dumb things.
Yeah.
He's
acting like a New Yorker.
He was acting like an idiot. He didn't need to be doing what he was doing.
He was being Vin Diesel.
Well, he's trying to help the little girl who's trying to, get out of the half bombed out house. Like, well, stop. I mean, she'll either go back up the house or run to safety, or what do you care? You're there to save Private Ryan. Not save this little 6-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Who's a dumbass running away from her parents in the house. How stupid is she?
Her name's not Ryan.
Is her name Ryan?
Okay.
Is this Ryan? Good thing to die for.
Good reminder on the text line,
Yeah.
real quickly before I get there. Best zombie movie of all time.
28 Days.
It's coming out this week.
And
it's 28 years later.
28
I
years,
think.
yeah.
What's the Brad Pitt one?
Oh, that's Z Nation.
Z Nation.
I love that one.
It was a 10 times better book.
Oh,
all right.
Really, you got to be book guy.
Yeah, I'm the
You
book
really
guy.
got to be book guy.
That movie
Really?
was really just one chapter of the book.
Okay, all right, book guy. Tell me how crappy House of Dragons was for George R.R.R.R. Martin. Like which was I know I didn't see the TV show the right way.
Yeah, the book was pretty good.
You're being book guy.
Well,
no offense, but you're being book guy.
Yeah, you haven't read the book. Is that like you haven't
You haven't
played
played the game. Yeah. You haven't, yeah. The book was better. The book is better, maybe more annoying than you didn't play the game.
Well,
The book was better guy is almost as annoying as softball guy.
no,
I mean, it's,
no.
It's up there, bro.
Softball guy's just annoying.
What do you think the book was better guy is?
Well,
the book was better.
Educated. Jaws. Did you guys like Jaws?
But everybody's been. See, I actually don't buy DMac on this because I'm with you. You're that guy until you read the book first, and then you're that guy.
Dude,
as soon as you've read the book first, you are not officially that guy.
Yeah, but you can keep it to yourself. You don't have to say the book was better. By the way, the book is always better. Give me an example of where the movie was better than the book. Because that means you would have had to read the book, the whole book, and thought the movie was better.
I thought Mary Shelley's Frankenstein was a little long.
Oh, dear.
And
Maze
I thought
Runner.
Gulliver's Travels. I will say the Odyssey was a better book than the movie. That was better.
I read all the Maze Runner. I read all the Hunger Games.
Those are very good books.
Yep.
You know, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is based off of the Odyssey.
Yeah.
So you could make the argument, even though it's a classic piece of literature, the movie was better than the book.
Hey, if you like those books, you got to read the series I'm reading that the listeners put me on. I'm on the 3rd book now, Red Rising. It's good. It's like a space dystopian thriller.
Okay. Welcome to Book Chat.
How about this? Tyler knows the word dystopian.
Yeah. Multiple syllables.
Well, Tyler's
really good.
you're looking to survive. He's looking to survive.
I'm just trying to survive these 4
You're
donuts.
just trying to get eaten.
It's just take me. Really, it's enough.
What do you mean? Like you should be the fastest dude on the bike?
No. I'll ride my bike, ring, right into it,
So
wherever it's coming.
you won't be the guy that if someone's chasing you.
You're the weirdest looking bike rider I've ever seen.
Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that.
But you're not the guy that's riding into the bike with the wife that's trying to get away. That's going to put something in her spokes so she falls so you can get away. Then
hell no. I'll do that. Here's what I definitely would do.
I'll do that.
I would definitely
I'll sacrifice my wife.
Oh no, I'll sacrifice myself. I'll give up. I'll be the first one to give up. Now I'll be brave because it's just the easier way out. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Because I would just say, well, the end's here for me anyway, so whatever. Besides, who's going to pay my bills if that happens?
Well, there probably ain't no bills to come.
You know what?
It's
a good point.
That is a fair point. Like I'm looking at what's the HBO movie?
And bike parts would probably be currency.
What was the one in Seattle? The one we were just watching, The Last of Us. Last of Us. Yeah. Like, why are these people trying so hard? I just get eaten by the zombie and become a zombie, and that'd be that. The zombies look like they're doing all right.
I don't know, but those zombies are on meth. I mean, like how is anybody surviving those zombies?
Well, I don't know, but
they make it seem like it's so easy. Nobody is surviving against the zombies in Last of Us.
28 Days to me is one of the best zombie movies because it was the first one where they could run.
Yeah, but like
that was like the first real zombie movie they could
Prime
run.
Featured in the top 10 right now is the first 2 movies. I'm going to go back and watch them before I go to the theater and see the new one.
But don't you think a zombie life is a pretty good life? I mean, you have one mission to go around and chase non-zombies.
And eat brains.
Yeah, that's it. But that's all you have to do in your whole life is run around and chase non-zombies. I mean, they don't.
Isn't that all we do right now? You chase food and sex.
No.
It's a fair point. And try to figure out how to win the Stanley Cup. Big question of the day comes up next. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Summer is here, and if you're having issues that aren't in line with summer, and that's issues with ED, erectile dysfunction, the nights are warm and everything feels a little bit more alive, but you're just feeling all bummed out and down in the dumps and like, what is going on? What is wrong with me? Take me, zombie apocalypse. If you're feeling like that, no. Survive the zombies and ED with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're there where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Take that, zombies. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're there for you. You start with a $99 visit, get a consult and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we have hockey wrapping up with the Panthers, and I don't know, are we going to have basketball wrapped up tonight? Maybe I'll just start there for the big question. Are we, is this it for the NBA season, you think, tonight?
I think it falls down to what Halliburton does. If he has a game similar to Game 5, it's
Or it's not. I'm sorry, it's not tonight. It's tomorrow night. My bad. My bad. Sorry. Do you think it's over on Thursday?
If he's still hurt and can't play and gives you 0 field goals, I don't see how they can beat him.
We're going to 7.
You think so?
I do.
Without Halliburton?
I do. Maybe I just wanted to.
Yeah, I would.
Hey, this is the last Sebastian, folks. So if you enjoy sports, be rooting for a Game 7.
I will tell you, it's way too spread out at this point. It's so funny because we just are so annoyed by the condensed schedule during the regular season. And even during the playoffs, we had like a moment of like, what are we doing here? This is
nobody
ridiculous.
has as much condensed schedule in the playoffs as Denver did.
Yeah, it just was ridiculous. I mean, Game 7 is Sunday? Yikes. We just celebrated the anniversary of the parade a couple days ago. Sunday? When's their parade? Like, when's that happening?
Was their championship year the first year of the Cup thing?
Golly.
Might have been. No, this year was the second year. No, I think
but that didn't extend the season.
Well, I think it helped with the condensation a little bit, and I think it extended at least a week.
Oh, okay. I don't know. You could be right. Anyways, what did we learn last night? What was your big takeaway from watching Florida skate around at the elbow room and keeping that joint open and just all of it?
Then I don't know how they get worse if they keep everybody around.
Florida?
Yeah.
They're going to be exhausted. If they can make it back again, they'll be so wiped out. That was what happened with Tampa, by the way. They were still
Tampa made it 3, though, didn't they?
Well, they did, but they were exhausted the third time. I mean, they got there, though. They got there. And then they just, I mean, listen, the Avs had a great team.
Well, who in the
but
East
it was
do you
a
think
combo.
could catch them?
Wait, okay. So the year that we beat them, that was their 3rd time there.
That's
but
right.
But they lost.
And they had previously won 2 in a row.
Correct. It was amazing to see how they got back there.
No dumb question. Do you realize that Tampa Bay Lightning has as many Stanley Cups as the Avalanche?
They got 3?
I believe so. Didn't they win one in the 90s?
Oh, boy. I'll take your word for it. I don't recall that off the top of my head, though.
Maybe they didn't. I thought they did.
Good question, though.
But if they've got 3, right? How about
Hey, the fact they got 2 is remarkable. The fact Florida
2004, 2020, 2021.
Look at you. Look at you. Good memory.
So they got 3.
Wow, 2004 too. That's interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, think about that. So they got 3 in Florida there, Tampa Bay. And I mean, we can argue all we want. I guess Florida's now a hockey state.
Well, you play hockey inside.
True.
No matter where you are.
And there's air conditioning and refrigeration.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually not really that incredible.
Well, then why can Florida, as hot as it is there, get the ice right and Boston can't?
Well, it's because of where it's located. For example, I don't know exactly where the Miami arena where the Panthers play is, but I do know in Tampa, because we went all through this, it's right there, that Amelia Arena. It's right by the waterways, intercoastal, whatever it is. It's right there, and that's salt water, and that's humidity. So it's not a lake. It's high humidity salt water, and it really messes with the ice when it gets warm.
What are you, a scientist now?
We went through this. Oh, dude, it was like a whole thing. It was like such a big deal.
Because they did have slushy ice. And
they have people out there with little buckets to fix it. They're every time out there fixing it up.
And supposedly, Bo, if you remember during those playoffs, the Avs fans saying they kept the temperature down a little bit to try to slow the Avs speed. Make the ice a little slushier so it can't,
They say, listen, again, they were all sensitive about it. They say they're doing the best they can, and they're not trying to use like home ice because they'll make the same argument. It impacts us just as much as the other team. Boston is right on the water too, so I don't know about the Fleet Center if that's an issue with them late in the year. Maybe it is.
Well, the old Boston Garden used to be. Remember, that's back when they.
But if you put an ice rink like in Arizona and there's no water around, nothing, it could be 1,000 degrees outside. That don't matter. It's about the humidity.
It's just
and
will
everything
anybody come?
Listen, according to a quick Google search, it says the Florida Panthers are widely considered to have the worst ice.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Then there you go.
Do you know Miami's the
Scientist DMac
only
over here?
Well, it's still got to do with where I don't know where they are located to the ocean.
Well,
if it's close enough, then fine.
Miami is the only considered city in the United States that has a tropical climate. And when you think tropical, don't you think humidity?
Yes.
You got to like Bill Nye Science guy on that one.
Well, I knew that because when I got drafted by Miami, I looked up Miami and,
Say that again. It's the only city that has a tropical climate in the United States?
That is considered a tropical climate in the United States.
Interesting. So nothing in the Gulf of America? Like in New Orleans or along Mississippi, any of that
I think
stuff?
they just call that swamp.
Okay, so there's a difference between that
I'm
and
assuming
tropical?
so. Well, you can look it up.
No, I trust you. I'm just trying to figure out what the difference is because I've been in both places. It's sweaty.
Alexa, what's the difference between a tropical
boy.
climate and a swamp?
Oh, Lord. Gators?
Well, they got gators in Florida, though.
Hell yeah, they got gators in Florida.
Right. In Gainesville, too.
My big takeaway after watching that last night is the Avs weren't as close as we wanted them to be. And I'm not exactly sure what they got to do, but sitting still with what they got probably isn't the trick. And I think it's probably going to have to be a big move. But I don't know how many big moves the Avs have left in them because of everything they did last year.
Well, I think they sit because in reality, you're going to get a full season with Coyle and
Nelson.
Natchez and Nelson.
Are we going to get a full season from Natchez?
Well, if they don't trade him.
He's signed up.
Landeskog. I mean, you're going to get full seasons with guys, so you would hope, and to quote Kachuk, that wasn't a team, we were a team. So now you got all off season and the regular season to build this team, see if they can do something. Again, coming across the 4-letter network screen a while ago, they're tied with Florida and Edmonton as the odds-on favorite to win the Stanley Cup next year.
I do think that's the question, right? Did these guys did they just not have enough time to become a team? Is that what it was? There were a lot of changes. There weren't a lot of new bodies that were brought in, but it feels like it was all pretty damn good additions. They just told you they love Brock Nelson. They're bringing him back at a significant deal. Talent-wise, the roster is freaking loaded. So what did prevent them from becoming a team? Just time?
Well, and we say that,
maybe,
Tyler, and if you remember down the stretch or leading up to once they kind of, solidify themselves in that third spot, they were pretty good for a while. I mean, they had a month leading into April. I think in February, they were pretty good.
We're going to get to Let's Football Go here in a second. And
you okay?
Nate and Andy, I do have a quirky trivia question. I'll get to that in a little bit about this college baseball stuff. I do want to turn to KJ. KJ's helping us out today.
Yeah.
Do you realize KJ is a WNBA savant?
Oh, yeah. He and I have talked.
Like KJ, last night, between Caitlin Clark and the Fever going against the Connecticut Sun, named after a casino, talk to me about Sophia Cunningham.
I've been there, by the way.
The Mohegan Sun?
Mohegan.
Talk to me about Sophia Cunningham, KJ, because she seemed to be, besides Caitlin Clark, the focus and fighting in the WNBA.
Sophia Clark, I'm sorry, I messed up the name. Sophia Cunningham, she's an absolute dog. So, that's one of the things that makes her in the WNBA is, she'll fight for her teammates, hands down, no matter what type of game she's having.
She's fought before in a WNBA game?
She's fought before. She's known for fighting.
She's known for fighting?
Go back and look up, I don't know, you guys probably won't, but go back and look up Sophie Cunningham versus Kalia Copper. One of the most infamous, little scuffles that has happened here within the last decade.
Okay.
And so she's just she's gained that reputation around the league. And so she stepped up for Caitlin. Now, here's the weird part. On social media, the way they look at each other like more than friends if you kind of catch the camera angles just right. So I think there's a little bit more
I'm sorry,
to it.
what?
I'm just telling you.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm just trying to explain it to you, DMac.
I didn't have that one in the I did not have that in my bingo card, KJ.
Listen, I'm just trying to give you the full rundown so you can know the real reason why she's defending Caitlin.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Right.
Hey, apparently she is known for fights because I just typed in Sophia Cunningham verse, And you know how it fills in the rest of the search. You got Sophia Cunningham versus J.C. Sheldon. You got Sophia Cunningham versus Lexi Hull. You got Sophia Cunningham versus Caitlin Clark. And they're all fights.
That's hysterical. Didn't know that. Certainly didn't know the other stuff. Is J.C. Sheldon, who's the one who poked Caitlin Clark in the eye and was mixing it up, is she the equivalent of like a Dennis Rodman type of player, or
she shoots it pretty good though?
Who is she?
Oh man!
Or give me a comparable, Scott, KJ.
She's more like goodness, man. I gotta go back a little bit here because her game doesn't equate to today's NBA.
All right, but she was getting very physical with Caitlin Clark.
Have you Googled Sophia?
Oh
yes,
yeah.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, she does good fashion shows on her. They do like fashion shows on the way into stadiums, and she does good fashion show. But she also fights. Kind of becoming are you becoming a Sophia Cunningham fan?
I think I'm in love.
J.C. Sheldon is like a mix of Tony Allen and Klay Thompson.
Tony Allen and Klay Thompson. Oh, that's a pretty high compliment. So she's just not kind of like a WNBA thug then. She's got real talent.
Is it Sophia or Sophie?
Oh, Tyler, I thought I was getting close enough with Sophia.
It's Sophie.
It's Sophie.
I mean, semantics.
Yes, it's great. Yeah.
Look at Scott over there.
Yeah. Listen, I'm just trying to gauge what's going on here. I thought it was an exceptional and an entertaining and exciting game, and I liked all the shizzle talk afterwards, and I love Caitlin Clark draining threes and then giving you the flex sort of thing going down the court. During a timeout, she is trying to get the crowd up on their feet. Caitlin Clark is box office, but she definitely needs rivals, and I love the fact that there's other rivals out there besides Angel Reese, who can't even jump. And by the way, I was going through a very weird wormhole of the 7'5", 18-year-old girl from China who's coming up. Have you seen some highlights of her?
No.
7'5". She'll be WNBA eligible in like 2 years.
Oh, there you go. Where is she going to go to college here? She
ain't going to college. College.
Here's all I know.
What the hell she said? Did you not hear me? She's 7'5". College. What do you got, Tyler?
All I know is Caitlin Clark's in the wrong. I'm definitely Team Sophie.
Okay. Who? Well, no, Sophie's on her team.
They're teammates.
I'm such a fan that she was like at her back and stuff.
Yeah,
they're running buddies now.
Yeah.
No, she's sticking up for Caitlin.
Got it. See.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
But Sophie's 6'1". She don't look 6'1" on the floor.
Biting my tongue. All right, KJ. Any other insights?
They're telling us on the text line, Sophie Cunningham is the youngest black belt at 6 years old in the history of the state of Missouri.
6 years old? I'm calling BS on that.
So she's 6'1", 170 pounds, and a black belt?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, D-Mac, she'd crush you.
Well, of course. Oh. Treated like sports. It's just sports.
Well, you're the one who brought it up. I will say this. You asked
like
this question
sports.
2 days ago. What are we going to watch? Are you not intrigued to maybe be watching a little more WNBA in
Absolutely.
the next 5 weeks?
I'm telling you, July 1st.
What's July 1st?
Fever versus Lynx for the WNBA Commissioner Cup. Got to watch it.
All right,
must-see TV.
What is the Commissioner Cup? In-season tournament?
It's a better version of the in-season tournament in the NBA.
Well, they seem to really care. Like
it means everything to them because they need those cash prizes. Unfortunately, the NBA doesn't.
Right, like this in-season tournament all of a sudden is meaningful. It's a lot of attention. It's TV. It's more money where they could probably need it.
They play like a regular tournament. They just don't do regular season games and count it, right?
No, it counts as a regular season game as well.
Oh, and you saw where the Fever Liberty's first loss, defending champs.
They sure did.
Went in there and beat the Liberty.
So here's how I knew that it was going to be that type of game. The Indiana, Caitlin Clark, she said pregame, she was like, it kind of feels like my first game again. And that's when I kind of knew. I was like, I think she got something in store here. So that's when I knew Caitlin was going to go off at 30 points.
She misses 5 games, come out and drops 32.
Easy.
All right, real last thought here. Are they, that being the WNBA players, doing themselves a disservice by being overly physical with Caitlin Clark? Or is that just basketball?
Nope, they're not doing it to service. They're actually making the storyline more compelling.
Well, the old adage a million years ago, no pub is bad pub.
Okay. Because it could get her hurt.
Yeah. Well, they beat her up.
Yeah.
And
so you're good. You're good.
And last year they said the reason was because she was a rookie. She ain't a rookie no more.
Yeah, because she's just kind of – listen, she's a great athlete, Caitlin Clark, but she's a little frail. Let's face it. And it's unlikely she's going to get a lot more muscular. She's just who she is. That's just her body type. She's an unbelievable athlete, but she's not bulking up or anything. And she's not the biggest of people.
Well, she's a point guard.
No, yeah, that's right. So you are not a little bit nervous that they're going to beat her up. She's going to get injured, and they're going to, don't care about that.
She'll be okay.
She'll be okay. All right, cool. Let's football go. We'll get into some Broncos news coming up next.
Okay, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, maybe you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, make the commitment to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. You're going to get your hair back. It's as simple as that. All you got to do is commit to make the phone call, and they will take care of the rest for you. Call Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. You deserve to be the next one, so call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is flat out phenomenal. You're going to love them all. And what I love about Advanced Hair is they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com. Let's football go. All right, story number 1. The Broncos have announced some reporting dates for training camp.
Okay.
Boy, it's going to happen quick. Rookies report July 16th, so we're here at June 18th. It's just a month from now, and the veterans report July 22nd. So here we go. That feels a little earlier than normal. I don't know if it is or it's not, but it feels a little earlier.
Usually about the last week of July.
So, okay, it's going to
maybe a couple days early.
Happen quick. The Broncos.
We're not in the Hall of Fame game, are we?
No, we're not.
It does seem quick.
It does feel like a few
July
days.
22nd?
July 20. That, yeah. Well, I mean, and the rookies there July 16th.
Well, when was the last day of camp? Was it last Thursday? A week
Yes.
ago? A week ago tomorrow?
Yes.
So it would have been the 12th?
Yes. Yeah.
A month and 10 days.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Broncos will host joint practices with the Niners in San Fran August 7th and host Arizona for a joint practice in Denver August 14th. What do we think about the summer? How quickly it goes? And where the Broncos are at. You don't get much of a break. Happens before you know it. How you feeling about the season in general? Like, hey, can't wait? Like, let's go, or we need a little bit of a break, and we'll see you in a month, and, we'll worry about it then.
What day is the first game?
First game is September 7th against Tennessee.
I'll be ready to go August 31st.
I think training camp's going to be a little tricky this year. I know what you're saying. You're being facetious and you're being Scott Hastings funny, I get. But I do understand where this could, Tyler, possibly drag a little bit because there aren't the training camp battles that we're used to. It ain't going to be like that.
Yeah, but drama's going to come. Don't get it twisted. There might not be battles right now, but there's going to be injuries. There's going to be concern. God forbid something happens to a starter on day one, but it usually does happen. Right. And we've had the years where Von Miller gets hurt out of nowhere. So drama will happen. I'm excited about it. These guys, remember training camp's weird not this year. Now, training camp's weird because you've got like a 2-week break after it's over before the first game.
Correct.
Whereas previously it used to always be like 10 total days. It's like a full 2 weeks. Where you've got nothing going on.
Yeah, it is weird. And they're mandated over that Labor Day time. Nobody's allowed to do anything. It's, that's in the contract now, so you can't mess around with it. It'll be an interesting training camp. It'll be interesting for some quirky reasons. Like construction will be a big story of training camp, how the fans perceive it and watch it. It probably will, I would suspect, impact how we are allowed to broadcast and do certain things.
Or lack thereof.
Well, yeah. I mean, any chance Sean can have to restrict things, he will.
Well, and then 2 of your 3 games are on the road preseason.
Correct.
So take that Friday the 8th and Friday the 22nd away from
it's going to be weird
availability.
Are we going to London or what?
Oh, I'd love to go to London.
I'd love to go to London too.
That would be amazing. I mean, I think
we are taking paid sponsors to take us over to London if anybody wants to participate in that.
Are you making those announcements right now? Throwing that out there?
I'm
just doing the job.
Somebody wants to pay for us to go over.
In other words, some sponsor wants to pay you to go over there.
Well, not me, the station. And I get a free trip out of it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can get a Southwest flight to San Diego.
Hmm.
Even get to Oklahoma City was tricky, as it turns out. Next story there, KJ. All right, I got Dan Orlovsky, who was on with Pat McAfee, and making some comparisons. And I wonder if this will catch people by surprise or how people feel about it. But a comparison between the Broncos and the Steelers.
The Denver Broncos have added offensive talent. The Cincinnati Bengals, we know. So it's like, as far as Pittsburgh goes, you got 2 guys in the pass game that you really have to focus on. And then everyone else is like, okay, we're going to make you beat us.
Seems like you don't want to say the Steelers are going to be good. And I want to let you know, people in Pittsburgh have heard that. As soon as you started talking, Tone over there started getting his little evil eye. And when you said the Denver Broncos the first time, he said, did he just say the Denver Broncos. And then whenever you reiterate the Denver Broncos again.
The Broncos are going to be better than the Steelers.
Thank you, Dan Orlovsky. Will the Broncos be better than the Steelers?
Hope so.
Well, listen, you look at the schedule. You don't have Pittsburgh on there, right? But you have Kansas City, Vegas, Houston, Jets, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Tennessee, Jacksonville, Kansas City, obviously, Chargers. How many of those teams you have to beat out?
Well, they're both going to be wild card teams, and they're both probably going to lose in the first round of the playoffs because they're both going to have to go play a really tough team on the road. How simple can I make it?
You think it's going to be a push?
Yeah. I think it's going to be a very, very similar season.
I think Orlovsky's right. I think the Broncos are going to be better than the Steelers, and I think the Broncos will win their wild card game.
So they go to Buffalo, they're going to win this time?
Yes. Whoever they go to, they're going to win. They're going to be an 11-win team, and they're going to win that game.
Well, that'd be great. I mean, that'd be serious progress. I would certainly take that in a heartbeat.
For the record, I don't think they're going to be playing Buffalo in that
game. I would take one win in the playoffs in a heartbeat.
I think the Buffalo Bills are going to be like a 14-3 team and have the number 1 seed. So I don't think
right, whatever. I mean, you know what I meant.
Okay, I got you, but I think more likely the Broncos will be playing, say, like the Bengals or that AFC North.
All right, so you got Buffalo
or 14, AFC South, maybe
14-3, number 1 seed. Who's your number 2 seed?
2 seed is the Ravens. Yeah, I think they're going to have a heck of a year. 3 seed will be the Chiefs. 4 seed will be the Texans.
So Cincinnati's just a wild card team too.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, they'd have to be a wild card team too. So you got the AFC South. That's your weak link right there. AFC South. Gosh, do you think Jacksonville could actually do that? Think they could really? Or do you think Daniel Jones with the Colts, or it's probably the Texans, right? Though with Stroud.
Yeah, if they can stay healthy, they got to fix their offensive line issues, and they did lose Stephon Diggs, but that might be an addition through subtraction.
Well, I tell you what, I'll root for. I'll root for Jacksonville, though. I think that would be the most exciting story because of Travis Hunter.
Well, your AFC South still is on your schedule this year. Kind of like last year, you had the NFC South.
I like that.
So you've got Indy. The second game of the year, you've got Houston, November 2nd. Both those on the road, which means your next 2 games will be at home, right?
If
Jacksonville's at home.
Well, how about this? How do you think the Broncos would fare against the winner of the AFC South in the playoffs if they had to go on the road, and say that game was either in Houston or Jacksonville?
Well, it'd be the best scenario you could possibly get, that's
right?
For sure.
And I think that's a more likely scenario for the Broncos based on what kind of year they're about to have, in my opinion. I don't think they're facing the Bills. They may face the Chiefs, which would be interesting. If the Chiefs are slightly down but still win, that could possibly happen. But I think the more likely scenario is the Broncos will have the best wild card record, and they'll play the winner of the AFC South will have the worst division record. And they'll win.
Okay.
How about that?
Well, you'd rather have that than the AFC East or North, right?
Yes. Yes, because you're likely talking about the Ravens or the Bills, and that would be bad news. I wouldn't hate, though, Broncos Chiefs in the first round. I wouldn't hate that. You know, nobody knows the Chiefs better than the Broncos. You know, I mean,
so
been there, done that many times.
Where did the Chargers finish in this? Where are the Steelers finishing this?
I think the Steelers don't make the playoffs.
Okay.
And I think the Chargers are the other wild card team. I think you get 3 teams from the AFC West in the playoffs. How's that for a hot take?
Are we discounting the Raiders this year already?
I am.
DMac is.
I am, yeah.
I'm not.
I think Raiders are going to be good.
I do too.
Sure.
They're going to be real good. For the Broncos to win the wild card, they got to sweep probably both those teams, though. I mean, for them to be as good as what you're saying, they got to sweep both the Chargers and the Raiders.
First-year coach.
Which they lost both to the Chargers last year, won both against the Raiders. Okay.
Hey, bring it on. Bring it on. Why be afraid of anybody? Seriously. And I like Orlovsky's confidence. I think the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers are going to be a train wreck. I think Tomlin's going to get fired by the end of the season or when the season's over. I think his time there is done. Their approach to quarterback, to me, makes no sense. I think it's just a train wreck organization who's done squad douche in the playoffs even though they've made it year after year. I think they're toast. So,
As a Steelers fan, I hope everything you said is correct.
Yeah, because at some point, you got to just make some significant changes. It ain't working the way it's going right now. All right, last story here, KJ. Jair Alexander signs a deal. Now, it's a $4 million base contract with $2 million in incentives to go to Baltimore. I guess this actually leads me into, the Ravens itself. What do you expect out of the Ravens? I mean, we kind of just went through it, but what are your expectations here with the Ravens?
Well, they added DeAndre Hopkins also, so that'll be an interesting addition. See how much DeAndre's got left in the tank. You put him in the right situation, it's probably going to be pretty good. They are always going to be good. They're just always going to be good. I don't know what to say. I mean, they're always a really good football team that I'm never scared of in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's a good point. Is this a dumb question or a dumb statement?
Okay.
If the Ravens and the Bills can't win a Super Bowl this year, they may never win a Super Bowl with these two quarterbacks.
That's a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, that might have been true last year for the Ravens.
Well,
remember how hot they were going into the playoffs?
Will Josh Allen have a John Elway-like trajectory? Meaning lots of shots early, didn't work out, takes a different approach, and closes a career with the championships that he missed out on.
I mean, I do think Josh Allen is too talented to not walk away with the championship at some point. Yeah. So, where that happens, I don't know. He'll get one.
Would you say the same thing for Cincinnati?
No.
Burrows?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Absolutely.
I would.
How about Herbert?
No.
Jackson?
Are you talking about Baltimore?
Yeah.
No. You guys know how I feel about Lamar. I don't think Lamar's going to ever win one.
Yeah, Tyler's a Lamar hater on that stuff. I think the same about Lamar as Josh Allen. I think he'll have less time to do it, but his career's been a lot longer than a lot of people were going to give him credit for anyway. Well, a lot of people thought Lamar Jackson would be hurt, injured, and just done by now.
On the record, I was pushed for them to draft Jackson the year he got drafted.
Oh, means preaching to the choir.
Okay. But I'm almost to the point now, and you're right. It feels like Josh Allen may have to have a career like Elway, where all of a sudden he just gets a monster defense and a great running game behind him.
I don't think he has to have it, but it wouldn't surprise me if it does happen like that.
And it might require some luck. It might require a Patrick Mahomes injury at some point.
Well, has Kansas City done enough the last 2 years to get better? They're just showing highlights of Kelsey, and
I don't know.
I guess the team picked up their second place rings last week. He goes, I don't care about it. I just want change.
They did give him second place rings.
Well,
seriously,
because they won the AFC.
If you win the AFC but you don't win the Super Bowl, you get a ring.
You get AFC.
If you win the AFC and you win the Super Bowl, you only get a Super Bowl ring.
Okay.
Yeah, Jim Ryan told me that one. Said, I got 3 second place rings. So, but they were showing highlights of Kelsey. He ain't the same guy as he was 3 years ago.
No, he's clearly he ain't the same.
So what have they done that's made them better?
I'm Scott. Every time we say that, and we've said it for years now, they come up and still win. But I agree with you inherently.
I'm not going to be that guy though. I mean, you got Mahomes, you got Andy Reid. That's good enough.
Andy Reid's a big thing. I'll just say this. I'm going to blaspheme a little bit. I think this year it's Kansas City to see if Mahomes, because I think Mahomes is going to have to carry the team by himself. Is he that good of a quarterback? Justin Herbert, he might be set up like Elway now with a guy who's going to run the hell out of the football, try to build a pretty good defense, and does that save him? I mean, only 24 touchdown passes last year, only 3 picks. Yeah, that's pretty efficient.
He's great too. Well, listen, I wouldn't be surprised by any success the Chargers have with who they have, okay? And yes, you're right. You can't be surprised by the Chiefs anymore, no matter what the scenario is, even if it doesn't look great. I just don't believe in the Raiders and Geno Smith and Pete Carroll and everything they got going on there. But on paper, the Raiders look pretty dangerous. It's just like, I don't know, man.
What don't you believe about Pete Carroll?
I really just don't believe in the Raiders. And the things.
It's hard for him to get over. He hates the Raiders.
Yeah, I hate the Raiders, and just the Raiders do Raiders things.
All right,
that seem to be part of their culture.
Off the cuff, you can't think about it. We got 40 seconds to the end of this segment. You got 40 seconds to answer this off the cuff. You think a dark horse team that not a lot of people are talking about to win the Super Bowl this year, right now. In your boom, first thing on your mind, first team come to your mind.
I mean, I'd say the first team that always pops up to my mind, and this is like a super dark horse, but I'd say Miami.
Miami.
Denver Broncos.
Who you got, KJ?
Call me crazy, New England Patriots.
Who?
Oh, my God.
New England Patriots?
Stop.
I'm going the Rams.
It's not terrible.
The Rams.
I don't think the Rams are ever a dark horse, though.
Are the Lions a dark horse still?
No.
Right?
They're
They're
a blue blood.
You lose two.
The Rams are a dark horse?
What did they do in the playoffs last year? They got a 50-year-old.
They won a game.
Look how bad the NFC West is,
dude. They got one of the better quarterbacks.
They
in the
won
game.
one game in the playoffs, right?
I think
they
so.
did. They did.
Yeah, they beat Minnesota.
They got unbelievable receivers. Their defense is pretty solid.
Yeah, they beat Minnesota on the road, didn't they?
Yeah,
I don't know.
They had to go to that Arizona thing because of the fires.
I'm thinking dark horse, like nobody's expecting anything. I won't be surprised.
Well, I don't
if the
think
Rams
anybody's
are good.
picking them to win it.
Who are people picking this year? Who's the? How about this? Who's the obvious choice to win the Super Bowl this year?
I think a lot of people picking Buffalo and Detroit.
See, to me, the most obvious team right now is still the Eagles. Like, how did they get any worse?
Chiefs are never going anywhere, boys. They're always going to be in that conversation. I mean, I don't know if they're the most obvious, but
Chiefs lucky to win 11 games.
Hey, by the way, there's Andy looking circling
donuts.
the cupcakes right
they're
there, right now.
all in my belly, buddy.
Right. No. Look.
Get in my belly.
He's by the cupcakes right now. This is like watching Sasquatch in the wild. It's natural environment.
Two Sasquatches.
All right, Andy coming up next. Scott, I want to wish you luck today. Your Arkansas Razorbacks are taking on LSU. They got to beat them a couple of times to get to the College World Series.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, you can't hear me? I can't hear myself. Well, that doesn't count that they beat UCLA last night.
They did. They hung in there. They've already lost one game, so they're coming now.
Well, they lost to LSU. Yeah. Like the first game of the tournament or something like that.
Yeah, so they're coming a long way from the losers bracket in their side of the division. But they got a great shot, and they got to win a couple of games. But they got a shot. They got a chance, which is exciting.
They get four more wins in a row. They'll be all right.
They get 4 more wins in a row. You will be national champions.
Yeah.
And I know how much baseball actually means in the land of the University of Arkansas. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
I love how they treat it. I love what it means.
Have you been down to campus and seen their facilities?
I have, and I hear it's incredible.
It looks insane.
It's unbelievable, their stadium.
How awesome is that? Why is baseball such a big deal there?
Well, all sports. We're SEC.
Okay.
Just big time down there.
Yeah, right.
Big time money.
Okay.
Big time NIL. Big time no hitters. You see that guy that threw the no hitter released that T-shirt. Apparently, he's made like an insane amount of money. On it.
What was his T-shirt?
Oh, it said Nomaha on it.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
So now kids could do that, right?
Yeah,
right?
Totally legal.
No big deal.
He could release his own T-shirt, make money.
Somewhere Johnny Manziel.
I know. I was just thinking that.
Somewhere Johnny Manziel saw a T-shirt and looked up and went, God dang it.
That's so funny. Johnny Manziel gets castigated for being like the worst person in the world. You realize the thing that he did that broke the rules was signing shirts.
Yeah.
He was making maybe like 10 to 15 grand a weekend, something like that.
Yeah, that and a whole lot
of memorabilia.
He was on drugs and stuff, and he was a drug addict and alcoholic. But that had nothing to. That was just his personal behavior. But what he was, Johnny Manziel, bad guy.
Who was the quarterback back in the day for Ohio State? Was it Terrell Pryor that got in trouble for getting tattoos?
Yes.
Some quarterback from Ohio State.
There was a couple guys that were trading tickets for tattoos.
Yes. And they got suspended for getting a freaking tattoo.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, right? Stupid.
That was the dude that the coach had always wore like the tie.
Jim Tressel.
Yes.
Tressel.
Jim Tressel,
yeah, they got in trouble. Well, I will say this. Everybody in there's got tattoos, right? Right? Some more elaborate than others.
No doubt. LaMelo Ball just had 5 tattoo artists working on him at the same time.
Well, there you go. Well, they ain't cheap, right? You're spending a few $100 to $1,000 on depending on how big your tattoos are.
Yeah.
I'm watching these drafts and the NBA draft and these guys coming up and they got full body sleeves and blah, blah. I'm like,
how do they afford
dude,
that?
you've got $15,000, and this is before the NIL. And I'm like, dog, you got $15,000 worth of tattoos. You've got, and I know I understand that they lend it now, but I said, dude, you got $100,000 worth of jewelry around your neck.
That's funny.
And you were in college last year, before the NILs.
Yep.
You got that new suit.
Let me give you. Don't get distracted. Focus.
My bad.
I know.
Cunningham.
What is a Chanticleer?
Chanticleer.
The Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. And they've won 26 games in a row, something like that. Coastal Carolina, which has had a very long history of great baseball for this school that nobody else. You've not heard of Coastal Carolina except for baseball.
Well,
but they're the Chanticleers.
Didn't Coastal Carolina get to a Final Four a couple years ago, or a sweet Elite Eight?
Coastal Carolina won the national championship a few years ago.
No, I'm talking about in basketball.
Oh, I don't know. You tell me.
I thought they either got to the Elite Eight or.
I'll take your word for it. But they've won a national championship in baseball.
They're playing good right now.
They're playing really good. They're up on Louisville right now, 9-3.
It's on a boat.
A Chanticleer?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer, by the way. Somebody's gonna have to help look. My phone's all messed up. But I don't know what a Chanticleer is, but that
Siri,
is their nickname.
What's a Chanticleer?
I was just going off in everybody's car right now.
Thinking. A Chanticleer? No problem. It's a rooster.
A Chanticleer's a rooster?
Yeah.
Wow.
Could you be so sure?
I thought it was like a pirate or something on a boat. I thought it was in that direction.
I thought they were I thought Coastal Carolina was the Pirates.
Well, they're the Chanticleers. That's their nickname.
Huh. There's another Carolina team that's the Pirates.
Okay.
You know what? I was thinking of Florida Atlantic basketball.
Oh, okay.
When that Florida Atlantic went to like the Final
FAU,
Four.
yeah, they were a huge they went on an unbelievable run.
Yeah. Coastal Carolina's been to 4 tournaments, never won a game.
By the way, your series set for a dude?
Yeah.
You have a dude talk to
you?
you?
I got a dude series. East Carolina Pirates.
East Carolina Pirates, that's right.
So he just talked to Siri.
He's got a guy.
Why can't you just, if you can change the voice, why don't you just make him a dude?
I did.
Did. Tyler did.
No, but I mean like, hey, Sammy.
Well, I mean, it's got to respond to something, so you still got to call it Siri.
I made Siri a dude.
But you have to, if you're going to make it a dude, you actually have to go into the settings and change something.
Yeah.
Or it came like that and he just never changed it back.
No, it doesn't. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it doesn't come like that.
One day I went into it and I played with the Siri voices.
Yeah.
And I liked that dude's voice.
You wanted a guy talking.
Is it an English guy?
You can make it an English guy.
Hey Siri, talk to me in an English accent.
Yeah, you get, but no, because my son translated his into an Australian female. For Friday,
I once got blasted by a Australian blackjack dealer once on a boat.
KJ changed his to Sophie Cunningham.
What? No, I would do that if I could.
Yeah, I hear you, dog.
I'm just teasing.
It's good.
Oh, you got some breaking news? We got something, KJ?
Oh,
well, you can just talk to us, KJ. You're depending on Scott reading? All right, what do you got?
Ooh.
What's going on?
Well, that's pretty crazy.
Well, you got to tell us.
Oh, you want to talk about? According to Shams, the Buss family is entering an agreement to sell majority ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Wow.
What?
To Mark Walter, the CEO and chairman of Diversified Holding Company, TWG Global. Source tell AMN, Jenny Buss will continue to serve in her role as governor of the after the sale.
They're selling the Lakers?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the group that owns the Dodgers.
Why would you sell the Lakers?
Wow, that's wild.
I guess there's a certain amount of money for everyone.
Holy cow.
Well, listen, Phil's not getting around as good as he once did. This is a chance to...
Well, I saw Tampa was being sold, and the projected value price is $1.7 billion. What in the world would the Lakers be worth? They're selling the Lakers. Is that it? Not just
the majority ownership,
stake.
yeah.
So the Buss family's getting out of basketball.
Except Jeannie's still going to be the governor of the team.
Okay. All right. I kind of get that.
Says the Lakers are valued at $7 billion.
Holy cow.
What did the Broncos go for? 3.6 or something?
4.65, I believe.
4.65?
Yeah. Holy cow. Wow, that is huge news. Why?
What did the Dodgers...
That's interesting.
Ask Kreckman what the Dodgers sold for a few years ago to this group. Does he remember that?
Dodgers value, Nate, do you remember?
Is it the same group?
KJ seems to think it's the same group.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
In that group, didn't they include in a minority setting Magic Johnson?
Yeah.
Yes. They were sold in 2012.
$2 billion.
Yep.
$2 billion was ultimately that sale.
That's a bargain.
Dodgers went for $2 billion. I mean, today they would go for what?
Oh God!
Again, that's another $8 or $9 billion sale.
Absolutely, $2 billion is a steal.
Hold on, the Buss family is selling their stake in the Lakers.
That's just coming out. Is that right?
I mean, literally just coming
out.
Huh?
Wow,
that's disappointing.
Why would they keep her on?
Well, no more.
Well, it might just be for
Playboy's not what it once was.
A short period of time too. It might not be a permanent.
I always had a thing for Jeannie Buss.
Right?
Well, so did the players.
So did Jay Moore.
Yeah, good for him. By the way,
I know. Talk about that. Jay Moore's about to be a billionaire.
That's a score. Did you? There was a great because Jay Moore was on SNL back in the day, so they did the big SNL 50th, and apparently Jay Moore and Jeannie they went to the 50th anniversary, and they were chatting with Tracy Morgan, and she had said something too, like, oh, we'll have you come to a Laker game or something. Like Jeannie Buss said that to Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
And he said, what are you, one of the dancers? He did not know who Jeannie Buss was.
I don't know know if many people know that.
My God.
Wait, are Jeannie Buss and Jay Moore married, or do they just kind of?
I believe they
live together.
I believe they're married and they live in separate homes.
No, they live in the same home.
Different floors.
Different floors.
Different floors.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
that.
what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. That's whatever setup works for you.
Sounds fine to me.
Like having your own bedroom, your own bed isn't enough. We need our own floor.
Hey, Jay Moore's done okay for himself because his first wife was the girl that started in the WB, the redhead that.
She was married to Bobcat Goldthwait, and she left him for Jay Moore. Yes, and I can't think of what her name is right now.
One of the most underappreciated comedians that no one talks about anymore.
Bobcat
Goldthwait.
He's genius, man. Really nice guy too.
From Syracuse.
Oh, there you go.
We were back in the day. We were a big like Bobcat.
He was doing a radio show in Miami when I was there. I was on their show a couple times. Yeah, he was always, and I'd always go. That's my totality of my Bobcat Goldthwait commercial.
That's good. Now remember some Police Academy guys today here on the show. Anybody got any Michael Winslow impressions they can do? Can you do the sound effects?
No, he was incredible.
Guy was absolutely amazing.
Why do you think they're doing this? I mean, aside from it's just a ton of money.
$9 billion.
Is that it? Is that just it? The money's like ridiculous.
That's what they're talking about, selling a portion. $9 billion.
Well, I don't know. I don't see any dollar figures here.
We're good. We're out.
Why did what's his name sell the Mavericks? $4.2 billion.
Mark
Cuban.
Yeah, Cuban got out on that, and then the Adelson family they want because they want to build a casino empire down there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess there's just a dollar figure for everybody.
But I guess that's. I mean, think about it though. Like the really where the money is made in sports ownership today, it is in the investment
Resale.
and then the sale. Like. Not to say if you own an NFL team, you're doing great for yourself, but think of the Bolins, the purchase price versus the eventual sale price. I think didn't all the kids get like $800 million or something like that?
I think it was like 300 to 350. But whatever. I mean, a ton.
I wouldn't do it for that. Then are you kidding me? Unbelievable. No, it's
but there were a lot of kids that had to split it.
Exactly, but that's where the earnings then come from. Like people all the time will be like, the Montforts don't really make all that much money. And it's like, yeah, but look at what they paid for the thing. And then look what they could sell it for today.
Back in the day.
They should look into that.
Back in the day, Players Association, I know they did at least in the NBA, would argue that fact. He said, well, we're only making, $10 million a year profit. But he said, yeah, but how about when you sell the team?
Right.
Then you're talking in the billions, especially nowadays. You're talking in the billions. In fact, it's probably easy to look up. What did Jerry Buss initially buy the Lakers from?
Oh my God!
Oh, what's his name? I got
Jerry Buss. Do you think it was more than $100 million?
Oh God, no.
Probably not even.
I bet
much,
it wasn't even that much.
What do you think
67.
it was? Was it 67?
Yeah. And he didn't. And remember, as I learned from Winning Time, he didn't even have the money.
No,
it was borrowed from all over the place, and his mom, and yes,
it's like Pat Bowlen.
Yeah, Wasn't his mom Sally Field?
His mom was Sally Fields.
So Sally Field sprung for
it.
That
was a weird TV series because I kind of like really, really got into it. And then they ran out of money.
Yeah.
And it wasn't continued. So they decided to wrap it up just like.
It was also
in one episode. Like
here was the thing about that show
I thought it was good.
It was good. It was over the top. It was divorced from reality. And
he bought him, by the way, $67.5 million.
That's what he
crazy.
got. If you watched Winning Time,
Scott hated it though
as a TV. Well, right, because it and I remember him talking to me about this. Like he didn't like the portrayal of Jerry West.
Yeah.
Which again, it was an over the top retelling of what actually happened in real life. Because if it would have been accurate, it wouldn't have been nearly as good of a show.
Oh, they made Jerry West look like a
psycho,
total psycho.
Yeah,
like you're just dysfunctional,
an alcoholic a-hole,
alcoholic, self-obsessed. I mean, it
was not a good portrayal.
Hey, Sky, they made Chick Hearn look like a big jerk. Was Chick Hearn a big jerk?
Well, I can only talk about the times I ever spoke to him. He was always sweet and nice to me.
Okay.
You didn't have to be his broadcast partner who he'd hold a hand up and tell you to quiet down.
Oh no, but listen, I've had that.
You've had that guy before?
I've worked with that guy. Oh, yeah.
Who?
Dave Armstrong was good at that. We were calling college games together. We're calling the ESPN Plus package. And he goes, "Oh, let's just crowd. And he'd stiff arm me. He'd give me the stiff arm. I'm like, dude, I know. I got you, dog.
Also, you can hear the crowd behind the broadcaster.
That's all right.
You can add commentary and still hear the ambient noise inside the arena.
Now, hold on. Are we just going to kumbaya this thing, or when somebody wants to do a different take, are we actually going to talk about certain things? Because DMac, despite empirical evidence, thinks it's a bad take that the Rockies are he thinks the Rockies are glorious.
Oh, it's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
The Rockies.
No, let's stir this pot. That's why we got this crossover time.
Certainly can get
Let's
into
go.
it.
They hit 7 home runs last night.
Let's put baseball on baseball. Let's do it.
I'll tell you what happened. I'm doing my little thing on the old digital if you want to bring it up, and all of a sudden I'm getting messages. Nate and Andy on the digital, little comments. Nate and Andy spent a ton of time just saying things aren't any better.
He's got the numbers to prove it. Would you like to hear it? Why don't you hear it?
Sure.
Well,
do you like numbers?
They're better.
Yeah, sure.
They're better in that the team is winning ball games, but like
okay, so we are gonna use that metric, winning.
But are they playing better? And
wow. So are we using wins as a metric or not?
No.
We're not. So to judge whether a team is doing better, we're not using wins, Andy.
Well, it does help that you're finally going against the Nationals and not the Mets. And
okay, all right. Now here's my argument to this real quick. You say that the Rockies are just beating bad teams.
They are.
Okay.
To be clear,
the Rockies are the worst team, not only compared to the 29 other major league teams, all of them, but the worst team ever since 1901.
Right.
So when you say they're only beating bad teams, not only are they literally the worst, they're literally worst ever. So you theoretically can never beat a worse team than you are.
Fair enough. Here are the numbers.
So you can't tell me you cannot use that as an argument that they're only beating bad teams.
You love your guy Warren Schaefer. You love that they've listened to you. So let's hear the let's hear the numbers.
Wait,
let's
the
hear
Shape
how it's
Dog?
going. Shape Dog is his guy.
I thought you were out on the Shape Dog.
I was for a little bit.
You're back in.
I'm doing better because he's doing things differently.
He and Shape Dog are going to go lifting together. Have you seen that commercial?
By the way, I liked it that Schaefer, I have seen it, was pissed off in his post-game presser because Molina and what the Rockies did is unacceptable. So he didn't come out there with rainbows, puppies, and sunshine after you gave up 5 runs in an inning and 2/3 and had to be replaced by Vodnik to close the game. That wasn't good. So instead of coming out and just being all whatever, he has set the bar of expectations that winning matters and closing games matters. It's a different tone than Bud Black.
You should say that.
Here are the numbers.
Bud Black would have been getting water dumped on him for winning a game 10-6 and smoking cigars.
Well, Schaefer did get the ride in the laundry cart when he won his first game.
He got that because it took forever
and it took 7
to finally
games
get it.
or whatever.
But
Carter.
They are 7-7 in their last 14. It's June 18th. They have as many extra base hits as anybody in the league compared to the Red Sox.
All right.
And tied a record with 7 home runs last night. And they've won 4 out of 6 games.
Go ahead.
So I can't wait to hear about how they're doing just as bad as when they were the worst team ever.
Speaking of the Red Sox, by the way,
yes,
think about this, okay? Mookie Betts, former Red Sox, star for the Dodgers, right?
Yes.
Xander Bogaerts, former Boston Red Sox, now star for the Padres.
Yes.
Rafael Devers goes to San Francisco.
Playing first base.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Eduardo Rodriguez is now in Arizona. When are the Rockies going to get a good former Red Sox? Instead, they have Trevor Story, who is on the Boston Red Sox.
That's a good question.
They gotta go in the other direction on this. No, I broke it down and I was like, okay, the winning percentage is better. They're 9-24 now under Warren Schaefer.
Better than Bud Black.
And
yes, especially in June.
Yes, but as I broke down yesterday, and again, like I just looked up some metrics, and I'm like, okay, how are they? If we're gonna break it up, what were they the first 40 games under Bud Black, and what have they been in the now 33 games under Warren Schaefer? So it's a relatively even split, and the answer is they're not really that much better.
They're not hitting better. They're not fielding better.
They're still basically bottom 5 in baseball in like every
but you're not
metric.
being fair though, because if you're
not being fair,
if you were really being fair, you would give Warren Schaefer at least 20 games to just get his feet under him.
Okay.
Well, you would.
Okay.
And you would say,
I mean, he was there.
Yeah, he was there, barely there as a third base coach. It's not like he was running the team in spring training, and they're still fored to start Antonio
He's been a part of
Senzatella.
this thing at all levels.
How about this? They got a win with Antonio Senzatella actually starting a baseball game yesterday.
He did.
He's got a great stat, by the way, Senzatella. He's got 2 wins on the year. They're both against the Nationals. Maybe that helps your argument, actually, a little bit.
That's not bad, actually. But, yeah, no, if you look across the board at the numbers, like, they're not I bet, you know what? I didn't update my list from yesterday. They did hit 7 home runs last night.
Did.
So I'm sure things are better.
And they scored 10 runs.
You know, they're
How about
still,
this time?
But at
it
the
was
time-
only the second team in baseball history to score 7 runs on 10 or less hits.
That's not bad.
That's amazing. They
That's
also
sufficient.
almost went for 40 strikeouts in back-to-back games.
They did, and that's not good. But the game that they struck out 16 times, they put up 10 runs.
That's pretty good.
We can do this all day if you want, Andy.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Look, it's fine. I'm not with you. I want disaster.
Yeah, but
we need disaster.
But you're assuming this is kind of an interesting case. You're assuming disaster will bring change that you want. Why?
Because if disaster, I'm not big sell the team guy because you don't know what the next owners are going to do.
Okay.
But if this goes as bad as it looks like it's going to go, and that still doesn't bring about change, then sell the team's the last thing we have.
But all right. So
they're not selling the team.
It would stun me if they were sell a team, and I don't care if they lost every game the rest of the year. I don't think they would sell the team.
Nope.
So I'm not exactly sure what we're all rooting for
I
here.
am rooting for this to be in the national magnifying glass all season long.
You realize it's going to take everything they've got to not have the worst record since the White Sox last year in 1901.
Yeah.
Like to get to 42 wins is going to be a practical
I heard you talking
miracle.
about it yesterday. 1 of 3. They got to win one every 3 games, and that doesn't. Now listen,
it's getting better now.
This
but yes.
National Series is helping.
It's not
they're
hurting.
they're getting ahead of a few series.
But
and the White Sox come in over the 4th of July. Get your tickets now.
Well,
fireworks.
they're going to
and
face
2 crappy teams
again. Every team is better than them. There is no such thing as a crappy team.
But the White Sox is the record they're going for.
Well, listen, man. There's like 6 or 7 teams that are also lousy that
the
they'll
Nationals
play.
are bad. I mean, they've lost 10 games in a
Nationals
row.
suck.
They're terrible.
Yes, but they still have almost twice as many wins as the Rockies.
Yeah, they're still a terrible ball club. I mean, right now what is happening is basically if you look at performance, they're not really playing better. Some of this is simply like they lost so many coin flip games
in
the
lot of close
early
games.
part of the year that it's like there was just no way that could continue. They're starting to get things to go their way. Now, I will say this. Ryan McMahon is starting to hit home runs when he's not striking out.
Yes.
It was good to see Tolia come back and hit a couple of home runs yesterday for him more than anything else. My God, that dude, that's just like to have to internalize that level of futility.
Made a couple slick plays at first, too.
Every single day. He's very good defensively.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about that.
Ritter's struggling, by the way, at short.
He's
having a hard time.
But didn't he jump 2 levels?
And
Shouldn't we not be shocked? Wasn't he double A?
They had to bring him up.
I
What
agree, but
he was doing in AAA was like ridiculous.
Was he in AAA? I thought he came double A.
No. He was killing it in AAA.
How long was he in AAA?
He was in Albuquerque.
I don't know, but he hit like 14 home runs in 16 games or something.
He had been hitting very well. I think he's the second baseman of the future. For the ball club, he's going to have his struggles swinging the bat a little bit.
Yeah.
So this is not terribly surprising.
He'll probably go back down when Tovar gets healthy, I would assume.
Yes.
Like Bean wasn't quite ready either.
Mm-hmm.
But Beck has turned into a pretty solid dude.
Jordan Beck's a good player.
I can't believe
Hunter Goodman's a good player.
I can't believe how good Tyler Freeman has recently been.
Yes.
Doyle he had a rough one yesterday.
Dropped
in the
a fly
fields.
ball.
I know, and his whole family was
That was
there.
wild.
Yeah,
he never does that.
He doesn't, and he had his family and friends there.
I like how you randomly threw the family.
His family was
Well,
there.
the family was there. I feel bad for the
Failed
dude.
in front of his dad.
And Hunter Goodman's an all-star. Hunter Goodman is an all-star. And there's actually a lot of teams Hunter Goodman could start for. Not all of them.
As a catcher, though, full-time?
Yes, he
full
could.
Full-time?
He's not great throwing guys out.
Yeah, here's what I'm curious
they
about.
Call him green light.
I got you, but he hits triples as a catcher.
Here's what I'm curious about with him
there's a
is
DH
his
position for a
future
reason.
as a designated hitter or like Tolley is going to be your first baseman. Like, what can you do with him? Because I don't think he's good enough defensively to be your catcher of the future. But also, the Rockies are a good 5 years away from being competitive.
Sadly, you know what his real future is with the Rockies. Being traded as he's about to come into his own in his career.
But that's just it. Is like
that's probably the future.
That's the question. Is will they be aggressive in the trade market this year? Like, there needs to be an admission of this is so far away. We have to collect more prospects.
Marquez.
I believe.
Get rid of Marquez before it blows up.
I believe Freeland.
Your guy Goodman, frankly.
I believe Freeland has value. I believe Marquez has value. I don't know what Ryan McMahon's value is right now. It's just
low.
plummeted in recent years.
Yeah, he's too inconsistent at the plate.
What about Jake Bird? There's
Maybe.
always
Jake Bird's
people
very
looking for
tradable.
relief pitching at the deadline.
I would say, Bird, Vodnik, Halverson, Kinley, every one of those guys you got to make available.
You know, Kinley will go to the Cubs and be wearing a ring.
Fixed.
Yo, it'll happen.
Yeah.
It'll happen. But are you saying what Estevez is doing, by the way? Estevez is fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, what about, you know what? I had a weird night last night. I'm not normally out-of-market baseball guy, but the hockey gets done. I flipped it up one channel on TBS. There's Pods and Dodgers. Elias Diaz. I had no idea it was a Padre. He's out there. He's getting some. He got a good at bat. He didn't get a good hit, but he got a good at bat.
You know, his team though has the most exciting player in baseball right now.
PCA, man.
You see what that dude's doing?
He is so fun.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's when he first came up to the bigs too. I was like, oh man, is this guy ever going to be able to hit? And he has figured it out. Holy crap, that dude is fun.
You still want to yell at me, or you got
no? I
system?
just wanted to. Who cares how much rich guy's going to make off the sale of his team? I thought we'd have a little fun.
I'm glad to have fun.
I actually thought he might get spicy with his numbers. I'm disappointed the numbers debate didn't break out between the two true baseball guys.
I'm happy to hear some more if you want to give it to me.
Here's the story. Their numbers still suck. They're still a terrible team.
By the way,
here's the thing, Andy.
Bigger question.
In all seriousness, though, like I can delve into this and be like, okay, they're 8-24 under Warren Schaefer.
I mean, you had a guest on yesterday comparing them to North Korea.
That was pretty funny.
Which is also
come on, that was really fun.
He did
a great job explaining it.
Which is also
Tyler
accurate.
Mon is great.
Which is also accurate.
Did you not like it? I thought it was
course.
an apt description. He's right.
Great. You know,
there's one kind of face, and we don't know what the hell else is going on around it.
Our dear leader, Dick Modford. Yes.
In all seriousness, their metrics still suck. They are winning some games. Last night, again, I don't need to crap all over the team the day after they hit 7 home runs. That's kind of fun, right?
I thought so. Here's the big question with the Rockies. At what point do you say, okay, let's just, whatever that was, we're going to start kind of fresh and look at the team from now on?
We can't. Here's the thing. I appreciate what you're saying. Just so you know, I'm not trying to be a jerk to you. I appreciate the fans have every right to do what you're talking about.
Okay.
I can't put up with this anymore. I just can't. I've lived around too many people. I'm dead serious. I grew up in this town with a lot of people wanting to vote for this. This town fought its butt off to get the damn team here to begin with.
Yeah.
And this is crap that they have to endure. So, no, I don't want the fans to go, you know what, it's summer. It's summer. I need a hot dog. I need a brew. I need a little ball. I'm going out to the park. Oh, well. I had a friend yesterday admit to me, I'm going to go. I'm going to the game this weekend. I'm taking everybody.
The Dodgers.
Oh my God. It's never going to change.
Dude. So I didn't tell Andy what the Rockies topic is for today.
Dimebacks. What is your Rockies topic?
Hey, real quick, let me ask this
question.
Hold
on. Now we got to hear the Rockies topic.
I feel like we need 2 steering wheels.
Calm down, Mr. Real Quick. Today's Rockies topic is, what does the next step look like? And I got some stuff here, Andy, that if you're walking in at 3:00 with your head ready to explode, just wait till I give you this stuff.
There you go.
No,
you're gonna enjoy this today.
Okay, great. I got a question before you leave because I asked him and he seemed lukewarm.
You realize I have nowhere to go. I could stay here all day.
Well, yeah, but
it's a little sad, actually. I understand. Go ahead.
There's a clock. We're all going to get talked to about at some point. Probably not this week, but maybe next week.
What's the question?
Ethan Holiday. I showed them.
How about that? I saw that today.
Keith Law has Ethan Holiday falling to the Rockies at 4.
I saw that
Would
today.
that be,
I read another mock of them going number 1.
Yeah, I've heard that too. But for the sake of this, I want to
104.
know from Rockies fans, 303-504-0925, utilize the Sean Mazda text line. I don't know how Matt would feel about it. I think there's still some good feelings there, but I would ask you, if an Ethan Holiday shows up as kind of like the ground level, here's the restart guy.
Yeah.
There's some feel good to that for everybody, is
no,
there not?
No doubt.
And he's a hitter, which they've developed their hitters way better than any of the pitchers.
I think the Holiday family would be disappointed.
Yeah.
I really
don't
do. I don't either. I think it'd be a hell of a story.
Look, I need something.
But to think that Matt Holliday cares more about the Rockies is kind of ridiculous.
No, I don't think that. But
I think they would be bummed out if that were to happen. But I'm all for it. I'm.
If you're a Rockies fan, you're psyched, right?
Yes.
That becomes your guy.
Yes.
That becomes like the
Really
Ian
exciting.
Stewart,
Really exciting.
the Troy Tulowitzki, the guy from the past,
especially
that helped once upon a time.
Especially because Jackson Holliday is so highly regarded and made a very quick ascension to the major league level and is doing okay. To think that his brother, who some people say is better than Jackson, that's exciting. Stuff like that. And when you point, he's a third baseman, by the way. And how long is Ryan McMahon even going to be over there for sure? So, yes, that actually is really exciting that you might have a third baseman for the next
new rule.
15 years.
I'm creating a new rule. If your pops played for the franchise, we get dibs. Bo Bichette.
I love it.
Come on over.
Arch Manning.
All the holidays. Yes. Arch Manning. Guess what?
So
what's Peyton's actual son's name?
Marshall.
Yeah, but uncles count
Guess
too.
what, Marshall?
Uncles count too.
Hit all those 7-on-7 camps. Nix, you got 10 years.
If we learned anything from that athletic story, it is that having any institutional knowledge of the Rockies is not a positive.
No, I know.
So it's very easy for the Holiday family and their representatives to look at the Rockies and just go, don't. He won't sign.
Oh, well, okay. Are you guys worried that a few prospects could do that with all this negative press that's basically gone out the last month prior to the draft? Or someone just says, I'm not signing there?
It's very possible.
Well, he doesn't have to. He's only 18.
That does happen.
He could go to college.
Nick threw out a prep pitcher. He don't have to sign here.
No, he does not.
But also, if your option is I could get that, signing slot at number 4, a lot of guys are going to want that money.
It's hard to turn that down, and you never know where injuries are going to take you. But you're right. He doesn't have to do it. He'll be drafted in the top 5 at the worst if he goes to play whatever he does.
But people that know the inside of this organization, they don't want anything.
It's been interesting to me because I've known a couple of families and kids, Colorado kids, who have been drafted, and they did not want to go to the Rockies.
Yeah.
And they're playing professional baseball right now for other organizations. I know them. I've had the conversations with them. Even though they're from here and from Colorado and they're connected, they didn't want to be here because of the Rockies. So it's a bummer to hear that for these kids and families that you would think would love to play for the Rockies. They actually don't. And you'd be stunned how many Colorado kids every year actually do get drafted by major league teams.
How about the pitchers? How about you take some pitchers? You think we heard all the complaining in the story on ESPN about I don't want to pitch it out. Well, then why not draft some kids that have done it their whole life and don't know any different?
My man, Nolan Sparks.
What about our guys?
I'm going to give you 3 guys.
Our buddy Stinks Kid. They wouldn't even talk to Stinks Kid.
Nolan Sparks, Cherokee Trail, and Ethan Sloan, both out of Cherokee Trail, were both drafted this year. And my son's best friend, Harry Gusson, was drafted by the Padres. Rockies didn't talk to any of them. They were drafted. I'm not talking like they're just playing good college baseball. They were literally drafted by the Cardinals, the Padres, and another team.
Wasn't Melanson from here too?
Why? But it's a great point. How in the world are the Rockies
overlooking guys in their own backyard?
Yes, and I'm not talking this is they're being drafted by other professional teams, and the Rockies are just letting them go? Pitchers. 2 of those guys I mentioned are lefties.
Think about it.
I don't know how to explain it.
If you come up as a pitcher here, it's like your arm's a Sherpa. Yeah, you can deal with the altitude.
You don't care. You just know it's just what it is.
That's all you know.
You're not freaking out. That's all you knew.
And how that is
look, it's how I feel when people go, how do you run here? I'm like, what do you mean? I actually have had people tell me, what exactly are you feeling? This burning you talk about. I have not experienced it. I didn't experience it until I finally went and played ball in Vail, and then this is what they're talking about. Wow.
Yeah, but
my lungs hurt and I can't catch my breath.
You would think the one thing the Rockies would have would be
all the pitchers.
State of Colorado scout that would look at the high school kids that are going on to perform well at college, that sort of thing, knowing there's quite a few of them. Who's the kid from Regis who just beat the Rock? Davidson or Gosh darn it, I'm forgetting his name. Then there's the guy, Tyler something or other, for the Giants who pitches. Like, there are guys aside from Kyle Freeland. He is the only one.
This is a real Andy Lindahl
no,
segment.
Who's the guy
Nobody
from
can
the Mets?
remember anybody's name.
It's the guy from the Mets. Help me out. Gosh darn it.
I don't remember.
He's best friends with Kyle Freeland, and he was at Regis the same time Freeland was at TJ. And it's like, what is wrong with you, Rockies? Like, how are the Rockies not tied in to the club teams here in Colorado that are developing all the kids? How do they not have a great relationship with my friends at Slammers or some of the Marucci down the road near Castle Rock?
Bat Busters.
Why don't they have a relationship with these people? And they don't, and that is infuriating.
Well, you know who's in charge of the scouting department, don't you?
Sterling Monfort.
That's right.
See, now we've all yelled.
Now we're on the same team. We went full circle.
You got me.
And also, they still suck. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're with you today.
That's how you go to break.
Until 6 p.m. We've got so much to do on this fine radio program, but we'll take a quick break. When we come back, how do you come back from losing 2 Stanley Cup finals in a row? We'll discuss.
continue. And now they're knocking on Dynasty's doorstep. The Florida Panthers back-to-back Stanley Cup champions.
Yeah, the Panthers got it done last night. I think Reinhardt outscored Edmonton by himself in the series last night. Unbelievable. But yeah, blowout last night, and the Stanley Cup Finals come to a conclusion in 6 games. It was, they call 5 games the gentleman's sweep. Let's be honest, that was like a sweep. It just, couple of overtime victories for Edmonton, and they were able to push that thing. In the games that Florida won, outside of the one overtime game, they thoroughly dominated the Edmonton Oilers. These guys played to a 7-game series last year. Florida got better. They come back. They beat Edmonton again in 6 games. All right, Andy, if you're the Edmonton Oilers, okay, you are now you are the perpetual coyote to the Panthers roadrunner, okay? You can't stop slipping on the banana peel against these guys, and you got to come back from it. You've played all this extra hockey, and it's very clear you're not as good as them. And I guess I mean this in the micro in terms of the Edmonton Oilers, but also just in the bigger picture. Like, what's next? The Broncos lost 2 Super Bowls in a row. Hell, they lost 3 in 4 years. Like, what?
Remember it.
What's? Sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up.
Yeah, thanks.
But how do you come back from that? The Buffalo Bills style lose 4 in a row. Like, what is the next step other than just pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and get back in there, Connor McDavid?
Well, so the Broncos, when they lost 3 in 4 years, it took them a minute.
Yeah,
if you remember, that was when Dan Reeves, I want to say, so 91-92 were his last 2 seasons. 93-94 is the Wade Phillips era. And that was when Pat Bowlen got a little cheap. And I use that term because he was the one that put it out there. He got cheap, did not pay Shanahan what he wanted.
Yeah.
And didn't bring him in. So could you imagine if Mike Shanahan might have gotten in here a year or 2 earlier? Now, I've heard Mike say he doesn't think he would have been ready for the job quite the way he was after his stint with the Niners. Makes sense. He got to see how, at that time, the greatest organization in football was run. And he took a lot of that from him. The things like, just the way they do things in the private travel, which at the time was not league wide in the early 90s, mid 90s when Mike was there. So, but it took Mike even a minute. And look, you know what you got to do? You got to draft the next young, hungry superstars somehow. For the Broncos, it was finding Terrell Davis. And that, let's be honest, that was a little bit lucky. You got that guy in the 6th round. It's like finding a Nikola Jokic in the 2nd round in the middle of a Quesarito commercial or whatever it was. So you got to have a little bit of that. The hill seems long. I will never forget reading John Elway's comments in 96 or 97 then by the time, after they lost to Jacksonville. And just not sure, did he even want to come back? He had said in one of the articles that I read, do I even want to come deal with this again? The Broncos were 13-3 when they lost to Jacksonville. The best team he had been on in a long time, and he was getting towards the end of the career.
That's very common for quarterbacks. The longer they go, I feel like I saw that interview with Roethlisberger a number of times where it's just they're staring off into space and just going like, I don't know if I can do it again. And then it's, they get a couple of surgeries, they get a few weeks off, they have a couple of Mai Tais, and suddenly like, all right, maybe I'm down. Maybe I'll come back and I'll do it again. But that is not uncommon for veteran quarterbacks to just Stafford last year. Can I do this again? It's a fair, because it hurts. A football season friggin' hurts. And especially when you're already at that point of your football life where your body is broken to begin with.
Nate, you and I have talked in the past. I'll never forget getting off the plane after Super Bowl 48 with the team, the quietest plane ride home I'd ever been a part of, after they got smoked by the Seahawks. And I can remember thinking on my ride home from the airport, they'd had the heartbreak against Joe Flacco the year before in 2012, and then you just put together the greatest offensive season this NFL league has ever seen.
Yeah.
The league has ever seen. Didn't mean to throw NFL in there.
And
I
got
Mike Shanahan on you. And it felt like, and you just knew. Like I said, I always tell people, I'll never forget riding down the elevator with Terrell Davis, and I asked him, TD, what is going on? And he just was so adamant. This run game ain't it, Andy. He was angry. This is not it. They got to get a real run game. This run game, the shotgun handoff thing, that ain't a real run game. That ain't going to get it done.
Yeah.
And ultimately, they bring in Gary Kubiak and get more of what TD was talking about. But do you remember how, I don't know, maybe you weren't as obviously attached to it as I was, just even being a part of the broadcast crew, you're just like, how do they do this? This was the best offense ever.
Yep.
What is next year? And then I remember next year just felt weird because the offense was not as good as it was the year before. Remember that? And
yep.
There are all those weird landmarks with Manning where he choreographs the touchdown celebration where the guys played keep away with the football, and then the second half the Rams destroyed them.
The Rams game. I think the pass to run ratio was 54-9 in that game.
Yeah. And we all kept saying, "Where's the run game on this thing?" And Peyton hurt his leg or whatever and couldn't really throw it, couldn't drive the ball outside the numbers.
Yeah,
and everybody kept taking the middle of the field away.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that was a weird season. And then again you rebuild the thing in a different mold. Like. You come back and you win with defense. Hockey doesn't really work like that. Like, sure, the Oilers could, I don't know, stumble into some massive upgrade at goaltending, but I don't even know if goalie was like they were outskated that entire series against the Florida Panthers. Like, was their goaltending great? No, you don't have Bobrovsky. The Panthers do, but they got outskated that entire series. The Panthers' third line was shutting down the top line from the Edmonton Oilers. That's a problem.
All right. You know what I think is interesting, too, because you bring up Bobrovsky, and this kind of happened with the Avs against the Stars. It felt like if you go back to watch the broadcasts of the first 3 games of this series, and at one point I remember Wayne Gretzky saying, boy, it doesn't even look like the Panthers belong out there with Edmonton at certain points because Edmonton was just skating all over the place and yada, yada, yada. And then all of a sudden their defense takes over, and all of a sudden the goaltending kicks in, and all of a sudden shooters are getting frustrated. McDavid's not scoring, and the pressure is mounting up. And it just tells you, how do you do this? Well, Edmonton's got to get better in net. Edmonton's got to get better on the defensive end. And frankly, I think you could apply a lot of the lessons for Edmonton to Colorado.
Yeah.
Because, again, that's what happened. Remember, the start of the Stars series kind of felt like Colorado did it. They've got the depth. They've got this. They've got that. All of a sudden, Ottinger's just fine.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they're back in the middle of the lane. They're taking away your passes. They're not letting you have your money shot anymore, right? They're not giving you that cross-ice pass with the easy backside shot, making the goalie go pipe to pipe.
Yeah, destroying your power play and all of your puck movement is absolutely for naught. Yep. There's a lot of that going on.
I think for Edmonton, They've got to get better defensively. And again, I can't help but think the Avs have got to probably do the same thing.
Yeah, I think that there's no doubt about that. And it's the mental part of it of like you have been ground to a nub by this team now 2 years in a row. The hockey playoffs are so friggin' hard. It's such a freaking war, and it's, there's always the old at least a dozen of these guys will be on an operating table within a week, like that happens all the time in that sport. How do you get up, dust yourself off, and try and go and do it again 2 years in a row? I mean that is just like right now. Is Connor McDavid ever going to win a Stanley Cup? I don't know. He's an all-time great. He is a first ballot. He's a Mount Rushmore type of hockey player, and he might never win a Stanley Cup. He might have just kept running into the wrong wall over and over and over again.
Well, you know what? And we'll do the list later. They did create a list, and I got to go and look at everybody on the list. I think Doncic was on it, but they did the 5 current players on Get Up today. Mm-hmm. Doncic was 5, and they left SGA out of it because it feels like SGA is probably going to get his crown the next couple days.
Yeah.
It was interesting because McDavid was top of the list, and then they put Allen and Jackson in that order, which we can debate the order later.
Lamar and Josh
Allen. But then I thought it was interesting because, like you said right there, both guys are running into Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if McDavid gets back to one where Bobrovsky's not between the pipes.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they've got just as much scoring as you do.
There's that guy just standing there again.
And the entire AFC, which is a little interesting that Aaron Rodgers continues to stay here.
Yep.
He had a choice to get out of it and didn't, although I don't know how many choices he really had. But
We've got a great giveaway today that we're going to tell you about coming back here on the other side. Do you like a hockey stick? Do you like a hockey stick that was once owned by a Hart Trophy winner? Well, we'll tell you how you can win one of those hockey sticks when we return on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, it's summer. You're going to know that by the temperature if you don't know that already over the next couple of days. And that means longer days, warm nights, vacations, and date nights. But if you've got erectile dysfunction, you may not be signing up for date night quite as often. Don't you miss the old drive-ins? You know, a little date night at the drive-in. You know what I mean? Again, something else you probably avoid if you're dealing with ED. Take advantage of summer. Enjoy the season. Enjoy the beach. Enjoy the romance that comes along with those sunset walks. But get it all with your ED solved. You can do this over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that work for you when pills and herbals fail. So even if you've tried other things, go and see what they have to offer you. And they have treatments with success rates well over 90% and some that can have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The first visit is $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, they'll give you a test dose. If the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit's free. And they have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to having sex the next day. They have 5 locations to serve you here, including up north in Fort Collins, down south in the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We have a hockey stick that you can win right now.
Stick?
It's not just any hockey stick, Andy. Who's
Nathan
stick?
McKinnon. Heard of him?
That's right. I have heard of him. Nathan McKinnon. Yeah, we got a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. It belonged to him. It's got tape on it. It says number 29.
It does have tape at the top.
It does.
3 of them say McKinnon.
Yes.
They're labeled.
We want you to win this hockey stick. By the way, these McKinnon sticks, they're going to be selling for $400 a piece at the first Avalanche equipment sale at Ball Arena this Saturday. They're selling player sticks, helmets, skates, breezers, goalie equipment, pucks, bags, and more. All of it is adult-sized. If you're a fan, you want a specific warm-up puck for $10 or an official game puck for $20, they'll hook you up with that. Player hockey socks are $10 a pair. If you play hockey, this is good equipment that you're getting for less than you would pay at retail. Get your free ticket for entry at Ticketmaster. Parking is free at Ball Arena. All proceeds from the equipment sale go to support Kroenke sports charities. But do you want to win one of McKinnon's sticks right now? Yeah! The Shop Mazda text line is 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. You have to answer the following 2-part trivia question correctly. If you do, you are entered to win one of Nathan McKinnon's hockey sticks. Andy, you ready for this one?
Let's do it.
This is a fun one. What team did Nathan McKinnon play for in the QMJHL, the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League? What team did Nathan McKinnon play for in the QMJHL? And what number did he wear?
Ooh.
303-504-0925. By the way, the team retired his number, which is pretty cool. 303-504-0925. You have to answer both parts of the 2-part trivia question to be entered to win a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. Again, what team did Nathan McKinnon play for in the QMJHL? And what number did he wear for said club? 303-504-0925. Text your answer in. Answer both parts of the question. Include your first and last name. You are entered to win one of Nathan McKinnon's hockey sticks, which is pretty cool. Also, I just want everybody to know, yes, I've been doing like fun little like name association things for the questions from the last few days. I didn't feel like asking a question about Easton Stick, so I didn't.
Boom. But you could have.
But that was the only guy I could think of whose name was Stick.
Yeah.
So we'll just pass on that one.
Nothing from Kate McKinnon either that you could come up with?
No. Well, I suppose I could have, sure. By the way, Easton Stick, I can tell you, did throw for 179 yards back in 2013 after we replaced an injured Justin Herbert. Broncos won 24-7.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Easton Stick. Played his college ball at, Andy?
Where did he play? Was he one of the small school guys?
He was a small school guy.
Was he North Dakota State?
He sure was.
Was he the one everybody thought was going to be the next Carson Wentz?
Like Carson Wentz, Trey Lance
kind of going the
before
same
him.
way right now.
Easton Stick.
A lot of playing time. They're like the current version.
Yeah, that North Dakota State thing, not exactly. Who was the Broncos guy that was drafted out of North Dakota State? He was a linebacker.
Oh yeah, he had the weird name. He was the same thing with Sternad. He had the blonde hair, and he went to Pittsburgh after he was done with us. I know everything but his name.
7th rounder by the name of Derek Tuska.
Tuska.
Cool name.
Tuska.
It had a Z in there.
He had the crazy blonde hair, Flint. Wow, a lot of you people know this answer.
That's cool.
Holy cow.
That's awesome. Nice job, everybody. Yeah, so text in your answer, 303-504-0925. Who did McKinnon play for in the QMJHL, and what number did he wear when he played for said team? A number that is now retired by the club. 303-504-0925.
Could I give another? Well, I might confuse people. It's a famous number at a very famous lacrosse school.
Totally, man.
I know you don't know. But I'm helping my people out. What do you think of that?
There you go. the three people that know it.
I had quite a few people. This would be one where it's kind of on even the
8 people
the
that know it.
cash friend. No, we're up to 50.
Okay,
just calm down.
Up to a baker's dozen.
Is that 15? What is a baker's dozen?
13.
The hell's 13 for? Why they get one more? Because they're bacon?
Because if one of them goes bad, you still have a dozen.
Why don't we all get a baker's dozen then?
You
Maybe
can.
I need an extra. I need an emergency egg.
I think if one of them comes out looking a little stupid, you're just like you take the tax if you're the baker. You ever seen a skinny baker before? It's because of all those baker's dozens.
Yeah.
Andy. That's why.
What about the dad tax? See, you bring up the tax, and now there's the.
That's
have
also,
you done the dad tax
sure.
yet?
Oh, I know
the
the
old
dad
hand
tax.
in the back seat.
Yeah,
Give me what I just gave you.
Yeah, you know, one of those. Yeah, the Lakers are getting sold for $10 billion.
Yeah, 67.7 million, I think it is, to 10 billion.
After 5 decades of control by the Buss family, the Lakers will be sold to Mark Walter, the lead owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers, with Guggenheim Partners, at a valuation of at least $10 billion. The sale price marks the largest for a North American sports franchise and exceeds the $6.1 billion valuation for the Boston Celtics earlier this year. How about that? In the same year, the Lakers and Celtics getting sold. Jeannie Buss, the team's governor, will remain in her current role after the sale goes through. I mean, if you think about it, isn't that the best deal in the world? I still get to run the team.
Yeah.
I still get to do the job that I
It's the
like
Cuban deal.
doing. Except here's the thing. The Adelson family told Cubes basically to shove it. He has no voice in that organization.
You're right, because he insisted he wouldn't have traded Doncic.
Exactly. So, like, is Jeannie... How long is Mark Walter going to be listening to anything that Jeannie is saying? Although, like, if you're Mark Walter and you're buying that team, aren't you looking over at Pelinka and go, you traded what for Luka Doncic? I'm going to keep you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you
keep doing your thing.
Your connections in the league seem pretty strong. You kind of look like Rob Lowe. You get to keep your job, Rob Pelinka.
Now, you better pull another one of these in about 3 years.
Right, yeah.
But for now...
LeBron is, he's aging quickly, so eventually we're going to need another one of these guys. But, yeah, I'd probably keep Pelinka in that role. I would say he's earned it. I mean, really, like, I know Sam Presti's the executive of the year in the NBA. It should be Pelinka. Let's be honest.
Yeah, maybe.
It doesn't matter, like, how it got done. It doesn't matter that just because
the other guy was a doof.
Yeah, that he's buddies with Nico Harrison. You're the guy that he called. Like, you were the one that doof.
How else would you describe him?
He's a doof. Nico Harrison is the NBA's doof of the year.
Every other sports, not even NBA, sports deal that goes down.
Uh-huh.
Like, hey, what was Devers traded for?
A bunch of dudes. Yeah, a bunch of dudes.
Lot more dudes than what your guy.
Yeah, a bunch of dudes at least. Uh-huh.
So
yeah, there was some good
Nico
pieces.
Harrison, how many first-round picks are you sitting on like Memphis? Wait, what?
You know, okay, so we're in award season right now. Like, we've been getting the NHL update, the NBA we got all their awards at the end of the year. So you know how for movies they have the Razzies?
Yeah.
That they give every year for like the worst movie and the worst actor and all of that. Why don't we do that in sports?
For the worst?
Why don't we have a Razzies Awards every single year and just give worst coach, worst GM, worst player? Why don't we just award someone? Because guess what? They're all making a fortune. They're all doing fine.
Sure.
Yes.
Hey, fired coaches have
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this could be the Rockies' big year to sweep.
They would clean up
the sports Razzies.
Yeah,
they could absolutely crush it this year. And it's like I don't want all of this losing in futility to just go to nothing, which ultimately, Andy, is all it's going to go to.
Why don't you make a note, Spring? End of the year, we can award it.
We could do.
Why not?
We'll do it the day before drop of the year.
Sure.
Okay. Drop of the year is still the highest honor in all of Denver sports.
It is.
I'd say we need a joker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Best of luck, Sean.
The Broncos!
Uh-huh. Eric Johnson, Stanley Cup winner, but more importantly, drop of the year winner.
Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't quite hit him the way that the Cup did. Did we tell him? Did we forget to tell
Carl.
him?
Yeah, we told him.
Okay.
Yeah, we talked to him about it.
Forgot.
Yeah.
Hey, that interview's on our YouTube channel if you'd like to watch it again. Maybe I'll go back.
Check it out, everybody.
Try to remember. what it is we talked about.
I tell you what, 303-504-0925. It's only June 18th, but let's take Razzie's nominations. Okay,
mid-year Razzies nominations.
Here we go. Denver Sports. It's
for Denver.
Yeah, Denver Sports Razzies for 2018. Eric? Here we go. Let's go. Worst coach, worst player, and worst executive. There we go.
All right.
We'll go ahead and we'll take your suggestions at 303-504-0925.
This is just a mid-year nomination.
Andy, I would say if you get fired with a week left in the regular season, you're going to do pretty well probably in the Razzies.
Really? We've got a team on time to be all-time bad, and you think any other team is going to steal anything away from them?
I mean, again, with a week to go. But we'll see. This is why it's fun.
9-50 by the start of June. 9-50. I've learned more about 1800s baseball than I ever wanted to know, thanks to this version of the Rocks.
Okay. But here's the other thing. There's always people in the category.
Sure.
So 303-504-0925. We'll take your entrance right now. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's a Wednesday. Entries on the Denver Sports Razzies, plus the answer to the question. Again, what team did Nathan McKinnon play for in the QMJHL, and what number did he wear? Text it in. You can win one of Nathan McKinnon's hockey sticks right now. Oh, man, a lot of fun sports news coming in today. First off, Lakers going to get sold for $10 billion. Now an update from Cleveland, Andy. Browns rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders was cited by police early Tuesday morning for driving 101 miles per hour in a 60-mile-an-hour zone, according to police records. An officer for the Strongsville, Ohio Police Department stopped Sanders at 12:24 a.m. for driving 41 over the posted 60 in his black Dodge TRX truck, according to records. So Shedeur was driving 41 miles per hour over the posted speed limit, which, Andy, I thought he fell in the draft because there were questions about his speed.
Nice. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I didn't know. I thought that might be Serbian guy, but I guess not. By the way,
Bill guy now.
Okay.
Now I feel like I'm being mocked. I know I have family in Strongsville. So, yeah, not a huge community, I don't think.
He was issued a speeding ticket. He will be able to plead his case in front of a judge on July 3rd or just pay a $250 fine and move on with his life, according to TMZ, as they put it. So there you go. Brown staffers have said positive things about him.
Slow down.
Speeding.
Still, slow down.
Hit the brakes at 12:24 in the morning there, Shedeur.
Everybody slow down.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, though. Like, now Stefanski's going to have to sit there and, answer questions about.
It's not what you need, man. You just don't.
Is he mature enough?
Yeah.
And again, it's like you and I can sit here and go, what are we talking about here? Okay, speeding on the highway. What are we talking about right here? Like, this is something that many, many people do every single day, and yet it's just like, Shedeur Sanders, you were the second quarterback that they took in the draft. You fell to the 5th round. You're 4th on the depth chart right now behind Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett. It's not helping. You're not helping.
In the grand scheme of things, it's not the biggest deal. But at the end of the day, you're in a new position, a different position than you've been in at any time in your life.
Yeah.
Where, pardon the pun, you're not the favored son to win the quarterback job.
Right.
Avoid this stuff.
Yeah.
Just avoid this stuff.
Don't give them anything to be like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look, he knows he knows he can't let this happen with who he is.
Yep.
You just can't.
He knows.
Like you said, there's probably a few others that tempted that exact speed. Doesn't matter. We don't know who they are.
Yeah.
And they're not trying to be the Browns quarterback.
Keep it under triple digits, my guy. That's going to be the best thing that
5
you can do
over
for
was
yourself.
always a rule of thumb I was given. 5 over is what you ought to maybe hang to.
There you go.
Unless you're on C470. Then apparently everyone's on the Audubon.
Dude. What is... Brief aside.
Go ahead. Yeah, why not? It's summer.
Hey, everybody on C470.
Chill.
It's
just chill.
Around 6:15 at night, in particular, when Andy and I have to drive home.
Or on the way here. It's never not like that.
My God. I know, it's a free-flowing, it's a nice highway, okay? It's free-flowing. It's lovely, okay? Can I go 75 and not have you fly up and get within 8 inches of my rear bumper? Would it be okay with everybody? My God. Chill on C470, people.
Please.
For the love of God. You're all a bunch of Shedeurs out there. Just slow down a little bit, okay? Oh, man.
If you, and you know what I hate? Because we do take C470 to get here. We both do. So, I've got my son. I got my son a 2000 Ford Ranger.
How's that thing do on
there
C470?
There is nothing modern about this truck. But he's going to learn how to drive a stick, which I think is good.
There you go.
And again,
an Easton stick.
He's not going to be, he's going to have to try hard to get it to speed, which I like, right?
Yes,
That's good for a 16-year-old. I drive it sometimes if it's going to rain or snow, as you well know. That thing, I get over. I try not to even take C470 to that thing. I don't think, when they designed the 2000 Ranger, which is a 99-year model, yeah, they weren't thinking of C470. And some people, it feels like some people are doing 100.
Speaking of driving stick, you can win a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick from us. We'll take your answers for one more segment. We'll announce a winner coming up at 4:20. 303-504-0925 is the text line. Here is the two-part question. What team did Nathan McKinnon play for in the QMJHL, and what number did he wear? What team did he play for in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, and what number did he wear when he played for that club? Text your answer in 2 parts, 303-504-0925. Include your first and last name, and you will be eligible to win one of Nathan McKinnon's hockey sticks.
So I got a question. Next week, we're giving away the Core 4 jerseys, right?
Yep, the Core 4 score. It's a well-named contest.
Brilliant people put that together.
That's
the
right.
Marketing department stayed up late nights to do it.
The best people.
So Spring and I took a couple of the Nathan McKinnon sticks because all the shows are giving one away, and we shot beanbags into cornhole.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to see it, check our YouTube page under the shorts, the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page under the shorts, and you'll see it. If we potted a bag.
Are you telling people to look under the shorts?
Well, next week, should our crew, now we're one shy, so maybe we borrow Bert. Should we all put on the jerseys?
Are we allowed to?
To help promote this thing? We'll keep shirts on.
Would that devalue?
We'll keep sleeved shirts on.
Yes.
No sweat shall touch the jersey.
No pit hair will graze the jersey.
No, yeah, that is gross. That is something you worry about. But we could all put on the jerseys. I don't think I'll fit in any of them. Could I do? What do you think? Do I got a shot at either Joker or Gordon?
Yeah. I think you'll do okay.
Who's wearing MPJ? You and Spring are going to have to go for the guards. You guys can fit into Murray and MPJ, no problem.
Okay. Okay.
Although he's not a guard.
Technically a forward. But that's okay.
Yeah, he's very outside the three-point line kind of game.
Did you
Which
realize,
one are you wearing? Would you wear your boo? From
which
long
one?
Ago?
Jokic? Jokic is my boo.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Your second guy. Hey, your side piece.
I love them all. They're all perfect.
No, MPJ. Would you put on MPJ?
I like MPJ.
I know you do. That's why I'm saying, will you wear his jersey?
I will. I'll wear it.
Is that a commitment?
You got it.
Hey,
I'll give my promise ring to Michael Porter Jr.
We'll see if we're allowed to do this by whether the jerseys are still here Monday or not.
I'll promise to commit one day. The Rockies,
Andy, give
Andy,
me your letter jacket.
hit 7 home runs last night.
7, man.
Tied a franchise record with 7 home runs. Here's what's funny about it. Okay, so last night's 7 home runs were hit by Tyro Estrada, who then got plunked later in the game. Michael Tolia, who hit 2 of them last night. Hunter Goodman, and Sam Hilliard. Oh, and Mickey Moniak. Yeah.
Moniak.
Yeah, Moniak hit one last night as well in the top half of the 8th. So that was the crew of Rockies that hit 7 home runs. Okay, I bring up that list right there because the Rockies, this is the 3rd time in their history that they have hit 7 home runs in a single game. Okay? It has happened 2 times prior. The last time that it happened, May 31st, 2016. Let me give you the list of Rockies that homered that night in a 17-4 win over the Cincinnati Reds at Coors Field. Here's your list. Charlie Blackmon hit 2 home runs that night.
Okay.
2 bombs for
Wow.
Chuck. Okay. Nolan Arenado, 2 bombs
All right.
that night. DJ LeMahieu, Carlos Gonzalez, Gerardo Parra.
Wow, we got a Parra sighting.
Gerardo Parra, but the other 4 certified Rockies legends. Okay? Like capital L legends.
Yeah.
That was the last time that it happened. The first time that it happened, April 5th, 1997. Okay? 4/5/97.
Was this opening day?
This was not opening day. This was the 5th game of the year.
Okay.
Rockies at Montreal, a 15-3 victory at the Stade Olympique. All right? Olympic Stadium in Montreal. The Rockies' 7 home runs that night were hit by Larry Walker, who hit 3 bombs, Dante Bichette, Andres Galarraga, and Ellis Burks.
The Bombers.
Literally
Pure.
the entire roster of Bombers.
Well, Help needed to be in there too, right? But
he was a little later. That's the original Bombers right there.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Is Galarraga still doing that thing then?
That's Walker, that's Bichette, that's Galarraga, that's Ellis Burks. Pretty damn good. And obviously Larry Walker, who's
was Vinny
in the Hall of
Castilla
Fame.
there then? Right? He'd replaced Charlie Hayes by that point too.
Vinny was
97.
He was in the lineup that night. Yes, and
95 or 97,
and he did homer that night. Mm-hmm. Again, Dante Bichette, Larry Walker, Andre Scalaraga, Vinny Castilla, Ellis Burks. Very good. Very strong, right?
Great. Look, when you talk about the fun times of baseball in this city, both those batting lineups, both those orders, you'll remember.
Classics. Absolute classics. Okay.
Now, as far as last night,
the 7 home runs that were hit. Again, Tyro Estrada.
Yep.
Michael Tolia.
Okay.
Hunter Goodman.
Yep.
Ryan McMahon.
Yep.
Sam Hilliard. Mickey Moniak.
It's crazy because Hilliard, here's what I think is nuts about this year.
Mm-hmm.
They'd given up on Sam Hilliard. And
Hilliard's-
now he's back and he's playing pretty well for them.
That was the biggest bomb of the game last night. That was a second deck shot out of Sam Hilliard last night.
Did we enunciate?
I hope so.
Last night?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Second deck shot. Deck shot. Anyway.
By the way.
Yeah.
I already got the text, don't put the jerseys on. It didn't take 2 minutes.
Management?
When management already hit me with.
Don't do
You will not turn them. The exact word for me was into sausage casings. So we ain't wearing the jerseys, folks.
Do not devalue
Video
the jersey.
idea ruined.
Uh-huh. Don't devalue the jersey.
Get a bigger damn jersey, management.
Yeah.
I will admit the Jokic doesn't look like it fit me.
How many of those home run hitters last night will turn into capital L legends for the Rockies?
None.
None?
Now, Tolia, I thought they brought up. Tolia was a big bat, right?
He's a first-round pick.
He is.
He's
now,
one of your higher-rated prospects.
He's got to quit striking out. He's kind of wasn't John Kruk like a feast or famine guy? Give me some of the famous feast or famine guys from baseball history. Tolia is that.
I'll give you Dave Kingman.
Okay.
I'll give you Rob Deere.
Good one.
I'll give you Adam Dunn.
Oh, yeah.
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 Big time.
Todd Hollinsworth was an old Rocky that was kind of that way, too. He was either hitting bombs or striking out, I thought.
McGuire pretty much became that.
That's a good call,
over
too.
time. As he got a little bit older, McGuire basically became that. But
who do you else think? Is McMahon a legend? See,
No.
okay, you know what Ryan McMahon is to me?
He's fine.
Although I think the football player I'm about to compare it to was a little bit better. But isn't he kind of the Justin Simmons of this crew? A really good player that showed up at the wrong time for the franchise's history?
The problem with Ryan McMahon is right now he's like the second best hitter in your lineup.
And he shouldn't be.
You need like him to be like your sixth best hitter. And then you might have a good major league lineup.
He's a back half of the order problem in an ideal world.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And instead, the Rockies need him to.
He's batting fourth, and
yeah,
he clean up most nights.
Big time is what they need. We will tell you who won the Nathan McKinnon hockey stick when we come back. Again, if you want to get in, 303-504-0925. What team did Nathan McKinnon play for in the QMJHL, and what number did he wear? Text your answer in, 2-part. You got to give both parts of the answer, and you are entered to win a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. We'll announce a winner when we return. Coming up here in just a moment, we're going to do a little bleep, marry, kill with the Avalanche. This will be fun. I'm looking forward to this. It's all for the sake of conversation. We're not going to actually try to do it. Anyway.
All parties haven't agreed, so it's not official.
That's absolutely true. But first, we got to do our giveaway. We have been taking entries to win a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. Guys, this is a really cool event that's going to be at Ball Arena on Saturday. It is the first ever Avs equipment sale. It's this Saturday, June 21st. This is kind of awesome. They're selling sticks, helmets, skates, goalie equipment, pucks, bags.
Yeah, and now look, I believe it's
gear.
like, so the way this works, especially, hockey players.
Yeah.
You get just a bushel of sticks, right?
Sure.
Not all of them get to get used, but there's still a guy's sticks, a guy's helmets, a guy's gloves.
Some of them are practice sticks. Some
of them are. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have a chance. Get your hands on some.
Are any of these corked like one of Sammy Sosa's bats?
Those Nate sticks are so light.
I know.
That's the thing that's ridiculous about it, right?
Remember his excuse was it was a practice bat. Sure, guy.
Yeah. I don't use that to hit home runs and
that's
BP.
That's for BP. That's just for everybody to
I
get
make
excited
all my money
about
at BP. You don't know about that?
But yes, it's really cool. It is used Avalanche hockey equipment. If you're looking for memorabilia or if you just need well-priced hockey equipment, this stuff is going to go for less than you would pay at retail. Get your free ticket for entry to this event at Ticketmaster. Parking is free at Ball Arena. All proceeds from the sale go to support Kroenke Sports charities. But right now, it is time to give away a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. This is a hockey stick that belonged to Nathan McKinnon.
It's his sticks.
His stick. So we asked the question earlier. What team did Nathan McKinnon play for in the QMJHL? And what number did he wear? It was the last team that he played for before he donned an Avalanche sweater, Andy. And what number did he wear for that club? Spring, can I get a drum roll, please? 4, 1. Real, official, totally awesome, super rad. Nathan McKinnon hockey stick that Andy Lindahl has shot a beanbag with. Spring, the winner is?
Bo Fredrickson.
Bo!
Hello,
Beauregard Fredrickson.
Yeah, Bo.
Way to go, Bo.
Everything is Denver, and Denver's coming up Bo lately.
That's right. Nice job, Bo. Bo knows he's winning a hockey stick because Bo knows that Nathan McKinnon played for, Andy, the Halifax Mooseheads.
The Mooseheads. Not in Moose Jaw.
No.
But for the Mooseheads.
Halifax, Nova Scotia. And he wore the number 22.
Yeah.
Which is now retired by the Mooseheads.
Which it should be.
Congratulations, Bo Fredrickson. Well done. You get a Nathan McKinnon stick. Yes, he played for the Halifax Mooseheads. Why'd they name the team only after the head? Why not the entire moose?
It was one of them skinny moose.
Okay.
Wasn't an impressive moose overall.
It was the lean months.
So they're like, we'll just go with the head.
But
That's a sharp head.
But he had a good-looking head.
He had a nice rack.
Nothing but nice. Nothing but good head.
Good head and a nice rack, and you're the name of the team.
And you get to be the name of the team.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So is there just a moose head walking around at the arena?
It's all head.
Because you didn't say the moose.
Nope.
It's just the head.
No legs.
Are you scaring kids
No
with the
hoops.
mascot? Is that what you're doing?
No tails.
Just the damn head wandering up on you? Like some satanic ritual occurred in the parking lot and this thing came to life?
Giant head.
And that's inside the arena?
Uh-huh. Just another but
if the moose head rolls up on me, I'm hitting it with Nathan McKinnon's stick. Are you kidding me?
The moose domes.
I ain't taking a picture with the moose head.
Congratulations, Bo Fredrickson.
Does it have the trophy plaque on the end of it then?
Ooh.
Huh? You know what I mean?
Right.
Is that what it is?
Right.
Is Halifax known for its hunters?
Probably. I'm assuming. Isn't most of Canada?
Does Quinn Ewers like a good moose head jersey? Was he hoping to wear that when he got drafted in his Hall of Trophies?
This is a lovely room of death.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes. How many forms of animal can I hang on my wall? How many GMs are like, we're not drafting that guy? Look at all that.
I bet you know what though? I bet they looked at that and they were just like, no, it shows his commitment. It shows that he's thorough. It shows
he's
that
accurate.
He sees things all the way through to the end.
Yeah, you found out that was like a donor's house, by the way. That wasn't his house.
Wasn't even his
Pop's
house?
No, it was staged.
Some other guys with a
our guy Tyler Maughan shows up yesterday with a wall full of hats.
Wall full of hats.
Which I found cool.
A lot of hats.
Viewers decide we'll just go with heads of many different species.
So bleep, marry, kill, Andy.
Yeah, so we got to do this. And you know what? We talked about this a couple weeks ago when Brock, I always want to say Brock Bowers, but that's not him. Brock Nelson is the one that got re-signed to the
Brock Osweiler.
Avalanche. Not Brock Osweiler.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Brock Lesnar.
Not Brock Lesnar. How about Brock? Who's Sanford's buddy that used to be the old Seattle quarterback?
Brock Heward.
Brock Heward played at the University of Washington, I believe, as well.
Sports guy, Brock Heward.
Yeah, not those Brocks.
No.
Brock Nelson is our guy.
Yes.
But when we talked to John Michael Lyles, he had said it. We all know it. A move has to be made in order for you to free up money in order for the Avs to do anything else. Right now, they've only got $1.2 million left to work with, and they've got 5 defensemen on the actual roster.
So here are your options in bleep, marry, kill today.
Well, I want to be clear.
There's a reason why we picked these 3 specifically, because they are right in that sweet tradable spot contract-wise.
4.5 to 6.5 million is what we're looking at in these salary ranges. And I'm not putting Arturi Lekin in there because he's too good a value for what he does for you at 4.5. He's out.
Marty Necas.
Yep.
Will make $6.5 million next year.
Yep.
He has 1 year left on his deal.
Yes, he does.
Charlie Coyle, friend of the program, will make $5.25 million next year. He has 1 year left on his deal. Samuel Girard, will make $5 million next year. He has 2 years left currently on his deal.
But a good deal for the skill set.
Yes. Okay.
A desirable player, I would say. And then I think you could toy with the idea of Josh Manson if you wanted to. I believe it's $4.5 million.
Mm-hmm. But for the sake of the exercise, we'll keep it to these 3. Necas, Coyle, Girard. Bleep, marry, kill, Andy. Go.
You know, the guy I think... See, here's what makes this tough. What really is the deal with Marty Necas? You and I began kicking this idea around because there was a report. What's the deal with how you spell your name? No, there was the report 3 weeks ago that Necas maybe didn't enjoy his time here. Mm-hmm. And again, you and I have talked about it where, look, the cameras caught it. Nathan McKinnon and even Lyles hinted at it. Nathan is an intense guy to play with. And I'm not sure you're always completely ready for the intensity. It is one of the things that you and I said had made Mikko Rantanen unique. He didn't seem to mind the intensity of shifts with Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah.
Frankly, Jonathan Drouin he's a free agent right now. I'm not looking to bring him back, but that is also another guy that's used to playing with Nathan McKinnon. I would shop Necas for this reason. Not because he was bad as an Avalanche.
He wasn't.
He really wasn't. But that's the guy. If you're talking about these 3, Charlie Coyle is older. Charlie Coyle is you don't quite save as much money with him. And frankly, now that you've locked down Nelson, Coyle gives you that third line center. Now you got the 3 solid centers that you're looking for. And $5.25 million, that's not bad. And guess what? If for some reason Coyle isn't working out for you by the time you get to the deadline, there's a guy that could be traded again, much like you just did with last year's acquisition in Casey Middlestat, right? Yep. So I think that you could hold on to him. You'd save a little bit more money with Necas. But I would also I'm trading Sam Girard this year. I'm trading 2 of them. I would trade 2 of the 3 right now. Because I think there's a very intriguing free agent list out there. I think you could get draft picks for the guys that we're talking about, and they need to restock the draft cupboards. Especially if you can get a high draft pick for, say, Necas. That's what I would be doing. I do think, to me, between Girard and Necas, you clear $11.5 million off the books, Nate. Mm-hmm. And again, this is kind of like the Nuggets' problem. Sure, I'd love to just sit there and say, you know what, trade Keaton Middleton. Go ahead and, trade Parker Kelly. You're not freeing up any money that way. Even now, Ross Colt's another one someone would throw out there. I think Ross is still a good third-line guy. You know, a Logan O'Connor, you're only saving $2.5 million. You need to clear extensive money if you're actually going to go try to sign some guys.
Yeah.
So that's why I would go with the combo of both Sammy G and Marty Necas to free up $11.5 million to go spend.
So you're going kill Necas,
and I'm only
kill Sammy. Wow, you're cold.
I'm only kissing Charlie though. I mean, I'm not giving him an extended contract at this point. I don't know that you marry any of the three.
Interesting.
Are you marrying any of the three?
Well, I'm going to actually do the exercise.
Well, all right. If I had to marry someone, here's the problem.
Here's the thing, Andy. I respect the rules of the engagement.
You want me to make the cootie catcher thing for you
I
too,
do.
and we can do that?
I do.
Did you ever make those?
My kids do all the time.
They still do that?
Oh, they do.
There's paper to even make it with?
We
Dunder Mifflin's got to sell you something.
We got paper all over the
All right,
house.
go ahead and play the game because, again, here's the thing. If the guy I'd trade first, I'd look to trade Girard first because I want a little bit bigger defensive core.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that there's another $1.5 million saved attached to Necas that makes, and I do think
it's attractive.
Necas, I think, brings you a bigger return than what Girard would at this point.
Yeah, I think that he would, but also I like that Marty Necas scores power play goals. He scored 5 in 30 games for you as a member of the Avalanche. If you want to ask where was it in the playoffs, that's a fair question. But I'd like to see it 1 through 82.
Fair enough.
This is what I'll give you, okay? I am bleeping Marty Necas. I'm marrying Charlie Coyle, and I'm killing Sam Girard.
Okay.
And I mean it in this way. Marty Necas, I want to see a full 82 of him in an Avalanche uniform. Okay? I think he is a dynamic goal scorer that is only going to see his production rise with Nathan McKinnon. I know we were all disappointed in the way that he played in the Dallas series. I'm not going to pretend, though, for 1 second that I didn't enjoy what he was on the power play, the ability to be able to shift him and McKinnon's positioning out on the ice. I love the way that they cycled that. I thought it was a lot of fun. I want to see another year of Marty Necas here. I'm not saying sign him long-term because he's a weird case for how to sign long-term. I think what's going to happen next year is if Necas is in an Avalanche uniform, Andy, I think he's going to have a 30-35 goal season, which makes him more expensive than the $6.5 million that he's currently making, and I don't really want to pay that long term. I like Charlie Coyle. I think he is a really good culture guy on this team. To your point, Charlie Coyle, when Nathan McKinnon would jump on him, Coyle would give it right back to him. That's a salty NHL veteran right there. That guy has got sandpaper in the shorts. That is a good player to have inside your dressing room. I think Charlie Coyle is perfect to have here in an Avalanche uniform. He's 32 years of age. He's getting up there a little bit. I'm looking at giving Charlie Coyle a 2 or 3 year extension, but knock down that average annual value a little bit on Charlie Coyle. I want to pay him about $4 million per year, but I want to look at him and say, hey, you got a chance to be able to win a Stanley Cup in this place. You're a good culture guy. We value you. This is going to take you into your mid-30s. This is going to be a good contract for you. Sam Girard, I'm trading. We've seen it for far too long. I'm not saying that Sam Girard doesn't have value to this team. He is an excellent quarterback on the second power play unit, which I think gives him trade value. But also, like, you talk about it all the time, Andy, and when it comes to Sam Girard, I'm just not going to disagree with you all that much. I think it's time to get a little bit more size in my defensive core. I'm looking to move on from Sammy G. So that's where I'm at on this. I want to see Necas for a full 82. I want to give Charlie Coyle a more team-friendly contract extension, and I want to trade Sam Girard.
See, the problem is, and you already laid out the problem there with what you have, if you do keep Marty Necas this year, then I do think you have to probably marry him with the contract. Because to your point, you can't risk a goal explosion and then all of a sudden you can't afford him much more than you could afford Rantanen.
But that's just it.
You're not sure.
I'm not sure. Like,
okay,
here's the other part of it, though, is when I say that I'm bleeping Marty Necas, I also reserve the right to get to the trade deadline and say,
summer fling?
Exactly. Like, I can always move on if I need to at the deadline. You will have the possibility then, and he could be a good tradable chip. Because what happens if you get to the deadline and it's like that part of the report that we read that Nate just doesn't love it here, and you might step back and you might go, yeah, it's really not. It's just not a fit. It's whatever it is personality-wise, whatever it may be, it's kind of just not a fit, and it's just kind of weird here. Then that's when you move on. But that's what I'm doing right now. His ceiling is too high as an offensive player. And I think getting a chance to play 82 with McKinnon, I'm very interested in that. I'm very curious about it.
That's, I guess, where you and I also don't quite see eye to eye. I would put him down with Brock Nelson. And
second unit?
I would not put him – I would get him away from Nate.
But he would still be on the power play unit.
Oh, yeah, he would still be on the – well, yeah, for now he would be.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if we got too much passing and not enough shooting,
right,
like we got at times, then I would change that up. But, yes,
yeah.
Your point – you and I have talked about this. Whenever anybody wants to talk about what Florida has that the Avs don't, and frankly, the Stars and the Oilers have it right now too, they have not made near the mass change that the Avs have made over the last 2 years. When you really think about all the guys that shipped out, a lot of guys the last 2 trade deadlines.
It's one of the things of like, okay, like I loved what I saw out of the Avalanche, but also like continuity is kind of cool sometimes. And getting a chance for a group to try and come back and do it again. There was a lot of good out of the Avalanche after the deadline last year. Some of it, Andy, is just like they just ran into the bad matchup. What about another year where this group is together, and what if they have home ice advantage? What if they get a 1 seed, whatever it may be? Like I'm curious to see what it looks like when they're better positioned for the postseason.
I don't disagree. The problem is you're going to have to make some moves. Because, again, if you were to only, in your scenario, if all you're moving out because of salary is going to be Sam Girard, then I think you got to start also shopping Miles Wood, which you may have to do anyway. That's $2.5 million. There's 4 more years left on that deal. But you got to free up more, I think, than $5 million if you're really going to add some really substantial pieces to this lineup.
2 years left on Sammy G, by the way, so that's something to think about. He isn't just a pure rental. Kreckman and Lindahl, that was fun. And everybody remember that I bleeped Marty Nages. Keep it here. Kreckman, Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hope you're all having a great Wednesday afternoon. Summer Scramble tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're mixing up the lineup on you all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's going to be an awful lot of fun. So everybody make sure you tune in. You'll be hearing your favorite host with your least favorite host all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, whomever that may be. In the case of me and Vic, it's your two favorite hosts. You're just going to give me that look?
Just don't. I think you missed a memo.
No? Okay. Fine.
Anywho.
Do you ready? Do you want your head to explode? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, let's go. You already warned me about this, so let's get it done.
Here's my
I feel
Rockies.
like you tell me I got the dentist appointment, so let's walk on in. I'm in the chair. Go ahead.
Here's my Rockies topic of the day. Big win last night, by the way, about to get underway today. Little
literally.
Herman toes the slab this evening.
No, it's not.
The left-hander Mitchell Parker. Are we rain delayed?
It's delayed.
Okay, rain delay. All right, haven't started yet.
Oh, man.
Okay, good to know. So I'm reading Patrick Saunders' mailbag today in the Denver Post. And he gives kind of his – and look, Patrick Saunders has covered this team longer than anybody. When Patrick Saunders puts out an educated guess as to what's going to happen to the Rockies, you're pretty much talking to the best source in town. Okay?
Yeah, no one's more educated.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what he writes for what he thinks is going to happen next. Okay? Saunders writes this first, and he put it in bullet points. Considering the current state of the organization and with the team on a path toward the most losses in the modern era, I think a major shakeup is going to occur. If this does not happen soon, then at the end of the season, I expect to see changes in front office personnel.
All right.
All right.
Who we guessing?
With the current Major League CBA expiring in December 2026, Patrick writes, I can't see Dick Monfort stepping away from his principal duties as owner before that issue is resolved. He is a significant force in those negotiations, and I think he'll lead a push toward a salary cap and revenue sharing. All right, quick aside, he's dead on about that. Dick Monfort is, as unpopular as he may be here at home, he is beloved by his fellow mid and small market owners in Major League Baseball. He is seen as a force in labor negotiations, and he is seen as a voice for the air quotes little guy. I hate saying that because those little guys are billionaires, but that's how he views it, okay? These are the guys. These are the owners of the Rockies and the
Mariners,
Twins and the Rays and the Brewers. And
although Seattle's a good TV market, but
all of those markets where they all view the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Mets as evil, okay? Fair enough. Patrick writes, having said that, I could see Walker moving into a role as team president, that being Walker Monfort. A role in which he would handle major league big picture decisions about the team. Saunders writes, I believe that could happen at the end of this season, perhaps sooner. Walker Monfort is in his 11th year as the club's VP of Corporate Partnerships and his 16th working in a full-time capacity for the team.
Okay.
So your next Kelly McGregor is Walker Monfort.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Here we go. Saunders then writes, I know fans would howl to the heavens if Walker Monfort takes such a prominent role rather than having the team look outside the organization. I understand that sentiment. However, those inside the organization have praised Walker for his leadership, ability to think outside the box, and willingness to try new ideas. Walker could be a buffer between the GM and Dick Monfort. So again, the Monforts are not going to see any diminished role in the organization as per the educated prediction of Patrick Saunders of the Post.
And here's the other thing I don't like. Who praised him?
Those inside the organization.
Right. Unfortunately, you've proven yourself to be, after countless articles, an organization that just tells everybody everything's going great as the boat is going down.
To paraphrase our friend Tyler Maughan from yesterday, the citizens are praising dear leader.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep. Sterling Monfort is in his 4th year as the director of professional scouting, 15th year with the club. In his current role, he oversees the day-to-day operations of the pro scouting department. Sterling played a role in acquiring players such as reliever Victor Vodnik and outfielder Mickey Moniak. In the future, he'll continue to have a prominent role in baseball ops, but he's not going to become the next general manager. Not going to become the next general manager. That's an interesting point right there. Saunders adds one final thought. I often forget that Josh Kroenke, team president for the Nuggets and the Avalanche, came up through the family ranks as well. The huge difference, of course, the Nuggets and Avalanche have recently won championships. Yeah, Josh is good at this, is one of the key differences here. The Rockies are about to have their 3rd consecutive 100-loss season and could potentially be the worst team in Major League history. Okay. So we have talked about, Andy, on this show, if you reach the mark of, besting or I suppose worsting the White Sox from last year, have the worst record of the modern era, that would then force the hands of the organization to say, we need to go outside because the Monfort family way is not working. And with Patrick Saunders, who is there every single day, a guy that requests these interviews, gets rebuffed for those interviews, chases down these stories, talks to people behind the scenes. When Patrick Saunders comes out and says, it's still going to be a Monfort operation. That isn't going to change. Okay, the name on the office door is staying the same. How's everybody doing with that news? And does that give you any faith that even with the hiring of a different general manager, that this club can start to dig its way out?
Yeah, it's not shocking.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's that. I don't think anybody expects there to be a change in ownership unless some of these numbers, now I don't know what the Rockies would go for, not $10 billion the way the Lakers just did.
Yeah.
But you start seeing some of those numbers and who knows?
Maybe.
People might be like,
you never know.
That's a lot of cheese.
Exactly. What's the old saying? Everything's always for sale.
Yeah, there's a price.
Yeah.
Everyone's got a price. You know what? I wonder is Moser going to call it 10 billion clams? They went for 10 billion clams?
10 billion clams. Yes.
So anyway, it is good to know that right now they don't think Sterling Monfort is going to be the next GM, but that doesn't mean 10 years from now, if his brother's the president, that he doesn't see it that way.
One of the here's one of the things that kind of concerns me a little bit about this, a little bit, is okay, Walker Monfort could then step into the role of team president. He could run the Rockies, but the way that the Rockies currently run with their 11-member R&D staff, okay, which is the smallest in all of Major League Baseball. Is Walker Monfort going to then walk into the role of having decision-making power and then fully contradict his father's clearly stated position of that's not something we spend on?
Right.
That is not something that we put a bunch of faith in. And again, I'm not saying that analytics are everything, okay? DJ LeMahieu himself said, I think they're behind. That doesn't necessarily always translate to wins and losses. It doesn't. It's a tool that can then help you possibly identify talent and run a better ball club. I think it could be of great value here in Colorado because of the, aforementioned issues that the Rockies are up against, like being the team that plays at altitude. I think they'd be better off investing more in some of this, but if it is staying in the family, and Andy, I don't believe for 1 second that they would hire a president of baseball ops from outside of here. The Theo Epsteins of the world, are not coming to Colorado to save all of this, because I firmly believe that Dick Monfort thinks that he knows how to fix all of this.
He thinks he knows more about the baseball problem than anybody else. And,
right.
And I understand why you think you would after being around it as long as he had, but then I would offer as counter evidence the record, especially the last 3 years, where you don't have enough opposing voices in the building.
16 and 57.
Yeah, it's brutal. But, so here, how about I give you this? I'm going to try to give you a positive slant.
Okay.
I have no problem with Dick Montfort getting his son ready, the eventual owner. It sounds to me like Walker is just on the path to be the guy that takes over when Dick doesn't want to do the day-to-day anymore, okay?
Yeah.
So, no problem. It's the family business. It's what you'd expect, I guess. But here's what I'd like to see. Whether you started with Clint Hurdle. We all thought the Clint Hurdle role was going to be bigger than what it's turned out to be to this point. At least I did. From some of the things that people I'd talked to, people close to the situation, I really thought he was going to be allowed to do more. He wasn't. Now, if you get out of the way and Clint helps Walker learn the business as maybe the assistant president or, vice president, bring in a good baseball guy to pair with Walker to show him more of the baseball side of things. And I have I have a little more hope this works a little bit differently than it has.
A modern, forward-thinking general manager.
Yes, just to show Walker how things have changed. If I were Walker, I would hope Walker would seek some of this. I cannot imagine Walker Montfort, the guy that knows he's going to be overseeing a lot longer path of this than what his dad is dealing with right now, would not want some idea of what is everybody else doing that we're not. I would at least hope that thought is in his head. I can't say that it is, but if they would just bring in, he can be the president, fine. Bring in a VP.
Yeah.
Please bring in a VP to help him do a little bit better and just talk to him about some other things. Or at least maybe he's the one that brings it in. I don't know.
By the way, it's too bad he can't own the club down in Arlington, because then he could be Walker, Texas Ranger.
Well, there's that.
Thank you.
I think some Rockies fans would say, go give that a shot.
It's all yours. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including, Andy, we got a new Bronco. We got a new Bronco
I know,
today.
the Broncos!
This is fun. We'll tell you who the new Bronco is. Hint, he's in the secondary. We'll tell you all about him coming up next. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. You sign up to bid at Roller Auction, roller.bid/altitude. Then you're on the email list. They send you when the new auctions open. It's great to have. You're also eligible to win either sporting event tickets or concert tickets from us right here at Altitude. All right, here's what's going on this summer at Roller Auction. They have got some great city vehicles and equipment auctions coming up. Well-maintained vehicles selling at public online auction. Guys, you can get some phenomenal deals on these well-maintained vehicles. City of Longmont vehicles and equipment coming up on Tuesday. City of Fort Collins vehicles and equipment, if you want to go a little bit further north, opening up next Thursday. For almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to find these well-maintained city and county vehicles at great prices, guys. It's crazy when you go through this. Pickup trucks, SUVs, vans, sedans, great, well-maintained vehicles. You can get some unbelievable deals at Roller Auction. So go to roller.bid to check out the auctions and sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You can win tickets. All right, let's dive into it. We got football news right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. What do you got for us, Spring?
Hey, I've got Broncos news.
The Broncos!
We got a new Bronco. His name is Mario Goodrich. He is a cornerback who played in the UFL. So he is your newest Bronco. To make room for him, they have waived safety Tanner McAllister. In other Broncos news, the NFL announced the rookie and veteran player training camp report dates for all 32 teams. Broncos rookies will report Wednesday, July 16th, a little earlier than most rookies with other teams, while veterans report Tuesday, July 22nd, which is when most teams report.
Okay, so let's go with Mario Goodrich, Andy, out of Clemson. Okay, played for the Birmingham Stallions.
Yeah.
Of the UFL. 25 years of age, played 7 games this year in the U, 17 tackles, 6 pass breakups, 3 forced fumbles, a success story out of spring football. Mario Goodrich is going to head to camp as a member of the Denver Broncos. By the way, also, he was in the NFL, played a few games with the Philadelphia Eagles back in 2023. All right, fun little camp story, something to keep an eye on. I don't know how many cornerback jobs are going to be available for the Broncos, but Mario Goodrich is going to be a candidate for one of them.
All right, so we did our bleep, marry, kill for the Avs early. Check, catch, about 4:25 you want to hear it on the podcast. Here's the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a chance they're going to shop Jaquan McMillan?
Ooh.
Would that be – I don't want to. Part of me says just keep this thing together, enjoy it, and if he goes off and gets big money, then so be it. But
how'd the secondary do last year when Riley Moss got hurt?
Wasn't great, but Jaquan is a good nickel corner or a good slot corner.
That's what I'm saying. Like the amount of depth that you can acquire is absolutely critical. Secondary the secondary is, and I don't think this changed from last year, Andy. I think a lot of units ended up being better than we thought they were going to be, but the secondary is the best part of this football team right now. All right, so let's do a little cornerback kind of fantasy draft here. So obviously, I'm fairly confident the Defensive Player of the Year, Pat Surtain, is going to make the team. I'm fairly confident Riley Moss is going to make the team. I'm fairly confident the first round draft pick, Jahdae Barron, is going to make the team. Jaquan McMillan, he's got a roster spot, absolutely. I thought Chris Abrams-Drain showed us some kind of fun things a year ago in limited duty. It's hard to get snaps in this defense.
He's a physical, stout corner.
Yep. Okay. If they keep 6 corners, could Mario Goodrich, the former Birmingham Stallion, could that guy possibly be in the running to compete with Damari Mathis, the 2022 4th-round pick, for a 6th cornerback spot on this roster?
Yes. I am not a fan of Damari Mathis, unfortunately. That's a dude that wears 27 for you that don't remember. I've just seen way too many bad highlights with him involved. So, yes, by all means. And I don't think Damari's going to have to give up his number anyway because I think 27 is going to go to our guy, J.K. Dobbins. But, yeah, I do think I do think that there's an open 6th cornerback spot. Now, if you're a good special teamer, you better be a good special teamer. That's what is going to decide this.
Right.
It just is kind of interesting because you and I talked about this last week. They seem to be bringing in a lot of guys at positions that feel like they're fairly locked up. A lot of wide receivers. Yep. They switch out another corner.
Andy, I don't know if a single wide receiver job is available.
I'm with you.
Barring injury, which there very well could be.
The job that's available is your practice squad.
Yep.
In case somebody gets hurt. Now, I'd love you to get a few more tight ends in there. I'd love to see a little more options. You know, Loner is very intriguing, but everybody keeps saying that he's raw.
Yeah.
And, you know, you got Evan Ingram, but, I mean, again, I still would not mind a little more depth in that area, but they keep bringing in guys at position of strength, so we'll see what happens.
I mean, here's the thing, though, is like, okay, like I know like none of the combination of Adam Troutman, Nate Adkins, or Lucas Kroll were great. Nate Adkins, though, has positional versatility. Kroll was your leading receiver as a tight end last year, and Troutman's a Saint, a former Saint, which he's going to make the team.
And he's a blocker.
Yeah,
Troutman is your best blocker.
Sean Payton loves the guy. So, like, I don't – here's the honest answer. Unless Caleb Loner pops – I don't see him making the active roster. I think the tight end jobs are spoken for right now. I mean, when you add Evan Engram to the group, it looks a hell of a lot better because you're knocking a bunch of guys down the pecking order.
Yeah, it does. But at some point, I'd like you to find the guy that would have been, and Jeff talked about this, Leggy talked about this with us during the draft process. Find the guy that does both block and catch.
Yeah.
Well, Ingram's clearly the catcher. Troutman's mainly the blocker.
Yeah.
What happened to their guy?
How many of those guys are in the NFL anymore? I'm not saying that to be facetious.
No,
either.
you're right, because basically, look, Evan Ingram does not look like a tight end. I'll just lay it out there.
Yeah.
He does not have the physique of a tight end, at least for older guys like me, that the tight ends used to be kind of smaller offensive linemen. But he is the modern NFL tight end, period.
Yeah.
They are basically bigger receivers. Nate Jackson was ahead of his time because everybody's Nate Jackson now. Nate Jackson, unfortunately for him, had to show up when they wanted him to block more. If he could have shown up now, how much longer would his career have been?
Right, exactly.
They don't even worry about asking half these guys to block anymore.
It's, like I'm looking at the salary table. Like, yeah, the guys at George Kittle, Trey McBride, Travis Kelce, yeah, they can do it all. They're not elite, but they can do it. TJ Hawkinson can get in guys' ways, absolutely. Mark Andrews can do it. David Njoku can't really do it. But yeah, not many of those guys exist anymore.
But the Broncos, I think, would like to have one.
I think there's 32 teams in the NFL that would like to have one of those guys. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, almost 4 years ago in November, Henry Ruggs caused a car crash in Las Vegas that killed 23-year-old Tina Tintor and her dog. He made his first media appearance recently. He spoke to Hope for Prisoners on Tuesday night, apologizing to Tintor's family. He did express a desire to return to the NFL one day. He is eligible for parole in August of next year. He has moved to a work release program at a housing facility less than a mile from Allegiant Stadium. He said, quote, "Yes, I would love to play again. I'm in this newfound spiritual space, and I'm confident in who I am and what I can do. When the time comes, I'm sure I'll be ready." Here's a little more from Henry Ruggs, also referencing his friend in high school who encouraged him to play football, who died in a car crash in high school, and Henry felt like he should have driven him that day.
I never saw myself in that type of situation, and it eats me every day I wake up, because not only was I responsible for, a life being taken, but also lost my best friend in a car accident. So now I'm living with not only the guilt of not driving him, but the guilt of hurting someone else with me behind the wheel.
It's an unbelievably sad story, Andy. It's a young guy that acted irresponsibly and made a terrible mistake, and it cost somebody their life. I don't care if this guy ever plays in the NFL again. I'm not rooting for him to be able to make it back to the NFL. Serve your sentence and figure out a way to go out into the world and do some good. I could give a crap if you're a football player ever again, but I hope you're able to rehabilitate and somehow positively contribute to society. What an unbelievably sad story.
Yeah, it is, and it just reminds you of all the terrible details of the crash, the fiery crash
Awful.
that the young lady died in. I mean, it was just terrible, and I don't know, it's very hard, man. I mean, I think people deserve second chances if it's deemed that they're allowed one, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm with you. I'm not necessarily rooting for one thing or another, other than the family to find peace.
And as for the football part of it all, also, if he got out and he wanted to go back and play football, the league would have to decide, are we suspending you or what it is? It would just be an entire thing. Just figure out a way to do some kind of good in the world and turn something into a positive. So awful. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Well, on a
similar
note, unfortunately, Shedeur Sanders was cited by police early Tuesday morning for driving 101 miles an hour. He was 41 miles an hour over the posted 60 miles per hour speed limit in Ohio.
Yep. He wasn't going 156 like Henry Ruggs, but slow the hell down. Also, as far as we know, Shedeur was not under the influence as Henry Ruggs was. But slow down, my guy, okay? And on top of that, right now, Shedeur Sanders, you're trying to make a football team. You're the number 4 quarterback in a 4-quarterback room. Don't give them any knucklehead stuff to make the decision easier for them. You got to make this decision tough for the Browns. It's the only way you're going to get a job.
You are not the number one selection.
Yep.
You are not the top option to be the quarterback. You can't have stuff like this happen.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Ravens signed free agent cornerback Jair Alexander, who was recently cut by the Packers. The deal is worth a max of $6 million, including $2 million in incentives. Here is Ravens coach John Harbaugh on the signing today.
Just really excited about it. I had a chance to sit down with him today, which was awesome time, and he's excited to be here. We're excited to have him. He had been kind of behind the scenes in the works a little bit, and I know he wanted to be here, and we wanted him here. So for it to work out the way it did, it made Lamar happy. I think it made everybody happy. It's just an opportunity to become a better team in that sense today. So we're really excited about it.
Yeah, absolute no-brainer for them. Andy, by my count here, and I think I'm right about this, because Jair Alexander, he was a first-rounder when Green Bay took him, right?
Believe so.
Their 5 starters in the secondary were all drafted in the first round.
It's a passing league, man.
That's pretty good.
It's a passing league, and this is how you
good.
build elite defenses. So.
Yeah, they drafted Malachi Starks this year to put with Kyle Hamilton at safety. Nate Wiggins, Marlon Humphrey, and Jair Alexander. That's your starting corners right there. That's a good group. I mean, that will challenge Denver for being one of the best secondaries in the NFL.
Yeah, and it's also crazy, the deal that he got. I mean, again, that's a bargain for a corner of his caliber. I still can't understand why Green Bay let him go. So
yeah.
He was scheduled to make $17.5 million.
Yeah, a couple of injury-filled seasons. They wanted to save the dough, and that'll pretty much do it. And finally, Spring.
High five. All right, this is the type of high five it is today. The Texans have signed cornerback Damon Arnett to a 1-year deal. He most recently played in the UFL for the Houston Roughnecks.
Nothing but UFL success stories today in the high five,
You betcha. So he's been out of the NFL for 3 years. This signing by the Texans comes shortly after, on June 10th, a Colorado federal judge ordered Arnett to pay more than $78,000 to a dancer who said he assaulted her at a March 2023 house party. Arnett was accused of striking the woman and smashing her head into the ground. A first-round pick by the Raiders out of Ohio State, Arnett was released in November of 2021. That was quite the November for the Raiders. After playing a combined 13 games over 2 seasons while facing a lawsuit for an alleged hit and run, and after a video surfaced of Arnett making death threats while brandishing firearms.
It's nothing but heartwarming football stories is all that we bring people today.
I was telling Spring, we may have to switch up the high five next week to some baseball stories, because unfortunately most of the NFL news this time of year this is where the coaches just sort of cross their fingers and hope they don't open the paper, so to speak, to any news.
Hope you don't turn out to be the next Henry Ruggs or Damon Arnett, apparently. Fun stuff. Anyway, we'll take a break. When we return, Connor McDavid. No Stanley Cup yet again for Connor McDavid. He is starting to join, Andy, some unwelcome company, I would say, for all-time great athletes. We're going to talk about the all-time greats to never hoist a trophy. In particular, we're going to come up with the top 5 in Denver list. That's coming up next. All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Panthers win the Cup. Connor McDavid, 3-time Hart Trophy winner, one of the all-time greats in NHL history. Andy, there's no way to parse it. He is. When you win 3 MVPs, you're pretty damn special.
Nickname McJesus.
That's right. You know, widely regarded the best player of his era, and yet he has no Stanley Cup. McKinnon, McKinnon, those guys have Stanley Cups. Connor McDavid does not. All right. Connor McDavid is probably the best player in his sport. Does not have a Stanley Cup. Who are the other great athletes active right now that have not won it all? And you can't include Shea because Shea's about to win an NBA title tomorrow night.
All right, we're going to steal the list from the active athletes again. The active is the key word for those of you that were not that were. I don't know. You're driving, got other things going on, I would assume. But here it is. So number 1 was McDavid. Number 2 was Josh Allen. Number 3,
Josh Allen.
Thank you. Number 3 was Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
Darn it. Now I'm spacing number 4. Number 5 was Luka Doncic.
Okay.
So that's a pretty good list right there. Do you agree
say.
with the Luka one?
Yeah. Yeah,
Because doesn't there also have to be a little bit of length of time to win it? You know what I mean?
I suppose you can make an argument for Joel Embiid, who has won an MVP award. It's hurt every friggin' year. But also, if you were to ask me who would you rather have, Luka Doncic or Joel Embiid, I would tell you Luka Doncic is who I would want today. So, to me, like right now, Luka is pretty damn high on the list of NBA stars that have not won an NBA championship. I would say Anthony Edwards is also on the list of NBA stars that have yet to win an NBA championship. You got to put him pretty high on that list as well, don't you?
Yeah. Thank you. It was Aaron Judge. Somebody threw it in there. Aaron Judge was the 4th one. Doncic.
Lost the World Series last year.
And there we go. But don't see the other thing, like the thing that's crazy about McDavid, he's been in the league 10 years.
Right.
Like it doesn't feel that. He's still very young, but he's been in the league 10 years.
He's 28 years of age, but you're right about that. A 10-year career like this is, you usually get it done
You've
by
had
now.
some shots,
Right.
McKinnon got one shot, but guess what? Cashed in right away.
Yeah.
Harden and Russell Westbrook being thrown out there. Mike Trout's thrown out there. There's some good names. Did Trout not?
Trout never won. No, honestly, the Angels have been terrible most of the time. It's why Shohei Ohtani wanted out. He went to the Dodgers and he won a World Series. So, yeah, that's kind of why he wanted out of there. I think Harden and Westbrook, I mean, that's 2 future Hall of Famers that are never going to have won it all.
Another good one, CP3, Chris Paul.
Damn, Chris Paul. Would you want Chris Paul in a Nuggets uniform next year?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah,
I think that'd be your backup point guard.
I wouldn't totally hate it either.
Is he a free agent?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, got no problem with it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Although, wasn't he one of the ones stirring the things up at Melo's wedding?
That's fine. Who cares?
We let it go.
15 years ago.
Yeah, it was quite. How about Melo? Should Melo be on that list? And should he be included on the Denver list?
On the Denver list, I would put Carmelo Anthony on. Here's what's hard about it is it's like you could make this entire list just out of Nuggets and Rockies,
yeah.
right? Like Todd Helton, never won a World Series. You got to put him pretty high on the list, Tulo and Cargo and Matt Holliday and these guys all have got to go pretty damn high on the list. And yes, like every Nugget pre-2023 belongs on that list. Alex English, David Thompson. These guys never won titles here.
Here's a good list on Twitch.
Okay.
Helton, English, Floyd Little, Randy Gradishar, Champ Bailey.
Yeah, that's a pretty good list.
You know who else I have to add both nationally and Denver?
Mm-hmm.
Mutombo.
Yep.
Dikembe Mutombo never won a championship.
Okay.
Through all his travels.
How about this? Justin Simmons never played in a playoff game.
Yeah, that's crazy,
Pretty
right?
good Bronco.
Yeah. And didn't get there with the Falcons last year.
Brandon Marshall played his entire NFL career. Multiple teams.
The receiver.
Never went to the playoffs in his career, let alone won a championship. The list of NBA greats that never won a championship is absolutely mind-boggling. Some of them, the Malone, Stockton, Barkley, Ewing list, like Reggie Miller, those guys, they were just victims of Michael Jordan.
Right.
Basically, of like getting stuck playing at that era. Steve Nash is a 2-time MVP, never won an NBA championship. That's probably more on David Stern than anybody else. But there's a list of all-time NBA greats that never managed to win a championship, which is absolutely wild.
Tom Jackson's another local guy.
Tom Jackson never won a championship in this town
as a linebacker. See, you're right. For the Broncos now, you got to go back to those 80s teams.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Watson was a fun Bronco that never won a championship. I think a lot of people would think of him. See, the 08 teams got it done.
Mac never won a
definitely.
Super Bowl.
Carl Mecklenburg, Dennis Smith is another guy I'd put up there from those defenses that never got it done. That is too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Simon Fletcher is the sack leader and never won a Super Bowl. So you've got some guys there that were great. Like you said, the Rockies list could be long.
It's basically all the greats in the franchise's history.
And it's funny because it's the 2007 Rockies that actually got the crack at the thing.
Right.
And yet, it's, I don't know. It's
Larry Walker never won a World Series.
Not at all.
Nope.
What about Holiday? Holiday get one with the Cards?
Was he
did
on
Walker
the 2011
get? No, Walker didn't get
team?
one with the Cards, did he?
Was Matt Holliday on the 2011 Cardinals?
Can't remember now.
The David Freese, we will see you tomorrow night for the second time. He was on that team. He did win a World Series in 2011. Matt Holliday does have a ring.
Cargo didn't.
Carlos Gonzalez didn't win a World Series.
Obviously, Arenado hasn't.
Yeah, Nolan is not. Tulo did not. Again, the greats of their era. Ubaldo never won a World Series.
Yeah, Galarraga.
Jorge De La Rosa.
Yeah, well, look, he's a franchise leader in wins still, isn't he?
Is there Aaron Cook? I can keep going.
Well,
remember some Rockies? Yeah, it just devolves into remember some Rockies.
It does.
Unfortunately.
It's got a little of that going on.
Best football players to never win a Super Bowl. Dan Marino. Probably the best quarterback to have never won one, right?
Phillip Rivers once in the conversation.
Phillip Rivers.
Although I'm not saying he's better than Marino.
No, but he's an all-time great quarterback. Phillip Rivers never won one. Barry Sanders. Wait, did Barry? He went to the playoffs.
He
Barry
did.
Yeah.
Didn't he play in that fog bowl against the Bears?
Yeah, I think you're right.
What about did Reggie got one with the Packers, Reggie White. He got one with the Packers, but never with the Eagles. Clyde Simmons was good on that team. Jerome Brown.
Yeah.
Man, they had some players on that Philly. There was a couple Philly defenses back in the day that were so good that never made it. Donovan McNabb never won a Super Bowl.
Randy Moss never won a Super Bowl.
No, didn't he? No, you're right, because the Patriots lost in that great season he had with them.
Oh, you brought up Phillip
It's the
Rivers,
Giants.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
LaDainian Tomlinson never
You'd
got
put
one.
So Junior Seau, too. You would put
Junior
him on that
Seau
list.
never got one. He got to Junior Seau went to the Super Bowl against the Niners where they just kicked their heads
In other words, if you're a great Charger.
If you're a great Charger, you got nothing.
Let me give you a couple of names here, okay? Baseball players who have never won the World Series. Barry Bonds. Ken Griffey Jr. Neither of those guys. Arguably two of the best hitters of our lifetime. Barry is the best hitter of our lifetime. Never won a World Series. Went to Game 7 in 2002. It was against the Angels, wasn't it? Wasn't that the Rally Monkey Angels? But they did not win that series. And Barry's numbers were phenomenal. He had a great series.
He had some pretty good teammates, too. Like, Jeff Kent was a pretty good teammate. I don't know if I call him an all-time great, but...
Jeff Kent is on the list of MVPs that played for the Mets but did not win an MVP as
Well, how
a
about
Met.
that?
There you go. Yet another list for you right there.
Did Piazza ever win a series? With the Dodgers or Mets?
Don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think so either, right?
Yeah, I don't believe so. The Baseball Hall of Fame is littered with guys that never, think of it. Every great Cub, besides the guys that were there in 2016, Sandberg, Dawson, these guys never won anything. Yeah, Maddox did when he went to Atlanta, but, Ernie Banks, Billy Williams, Fergie Jenkins, all these guys, they never won anything.
But Maddox only has the one, right? How about all those great Braves teams that didn't get it done? Did Chipper Jones finally win a series?
Did Chipper win a World? Was he he was on the team in 95.
Was he?
Yeah,
okay.
He was there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they got it once In all of those years, 15, wasn't it 15 NL East titles?
Yeah, man.
Consecutively?
They were the Buffalo Bills of baseball. They were dominant.
Mm-hmm.
Did Kirby Puckett ever win a championship?
He did.
The Twins win
87
one?
and 91.
Jack Morris,
He won
Twins,
2.
all that, right?
87 and 91. Ted Williams never won a World Series. Ichiro never won a World Series. Yaz never won a World Series. He played for Boston. Tough luck for him. Tony Gwynn never won a World Series. Yeah. You can still be and Mike Trout. Put Mike Trout right there at the top of the list as all-time great to have never gotten it done.
Here's how I want to spin this a little bit. By the way, text in 303-504-0925. Keep texting us some of your great players to never win a championship. I'm sure we've missed some.
By the way, would you rather have Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson right now?
See, that's what I thought was so crazy. I wanted to take it there, and then I've got another little spin-off to branch us out to wrap it up. But I was surprised Josh Allen was ahead of Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's won more MVPs. Josh Allen got his first a year ago.
Over Lamar?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. So I was curious, why did ESPN put Allen ahead of Lamar Jackson?
Has he played in more AFC championship games? Is that why?
Maybe. Maybe because Lamar has not had great. See, that was the thing. Josh Allen's been really good in the playoffs. I think Josh Allen's been better in the playoffs than Lamar Jackson has.
Okay. I'm trying to think. Has Lamar, because I know Josh has played in 2 AFC championship games. Has Lamar played in 2?
I don't think so. He played in the one a couple years ago where they lost to the Chiefs.
Then they only scored like 10 points in that game.
Yeah, and it was at home too, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Lamar usually is one and done in the playoffs, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. He needs to do some winning. Yeah, I think Josh Allen's 0-2 in AFC championship games, and Lamar Jackson is 0-1.
But he's done more winning in the playoffs overall.
Yeah.
Has Josh Allen.
Yes.
That is a great question, though. Who would you rather have? I guess it depends on how much, if you're willing to be like Baltimore and commit to the kind of, both guys, though, kind of needed unconventional offenses, we'll call them, their first couple of years before they put in what they are now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
What about Michael Vick? Should he go on this list? Never won a championship. The guy was so good. So good as just a player.
Yeah, it's like
he was the cheat code for a couple years, man.
His ceiling, like peak Michael Vick, was absolutely special. It was just his career was a damn roller coaster, including time in federal prison.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We don't need to re-legislate all of that, but, Dan Marino never had to spend a couple of years on steel vacation in the middle of his career.
All right, so here's my. I told you about this article I read in The Athletic because I think it's interesting. We're getting articles about why aren't people watching the NBA Finals, and why aren't people. This latest one was why is nobody watching the Stanley Cup Finals? This, that, the other. How bad does known stars, need to participate in this thing? You and I talked about the markets. I don't think people care about the markets, but do they care about the stars? Because we just talked about it. I mean, look, Buffalo's not a huge TV market. They got an absolute NFL star in Josh Allen.
Connor McDavid is an all-time great and maybe the most boring athlete in sports. We played the audio of him getting asked about that assist. What was that, from game 1?
Yeah.
Game 2, whichever game it was.
Couldn't explain anything. Draisaitl had to jump in.
Right, to kind of make a joke about it, but it was just like, bleh. It was just, he was the most boring human being alive. Like, last night, okay, the Florida Panthers won the Stanley Cup. And I saw more coverage online this morning when I started reading the news of the cheap shot on Caitlin Clark in that Fever Sun game last night than anything that I saw on the Florida Panthers winning the Stanley Cup. Again, is the WNBA bigger than the NHL? No, I don't believe it is. Caitlin Clark, though, is a massively bigger star than Connor McDavid is. And you have to have something transcendent like that to make people want to look at it. I firmly believe that to be the case.
Well, I do think it's interesting because, again, they did say in this article I read in The Athletic, because for those that don't know, the average viewership of all the Stanley Cup games were at least 500,000 down from what they were a year ago. And look, they're only topping out at 3.5 million. The NFL doubles that up in a game.
Yeah.
In the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, look, fans, I don't think the author of the article did a great job to point out. I know fans don't care about ratings because ultimately, if they like the sport, who cares who else likes it with them, right?
Yeah, what do
and
you
I think
care?
we all feel that way.
Yeah, you like your sport. Who gives a crap if
right.
anybody else is watching it?
God, the one I love, I got to go to ESPN Plus and then wait for it to get on the library.
But that's
to
just
find
it. You will still find your community.
I will find it because I like it.
Yeah, you will find the sport. You will find your community.
This stuff does matter when it comes to dollars and cap numbers and all this stuff. The more people that watch, the more advertising you sell. This all feeds into rights fees, which feeds into caps. But my question to you is, again, like if Connor McDavid, is he an underdog story? Does he need to be an American? If he played in Dallas, would more people care about rooting for Connor McDavid? Because, see, I told you before the series, not even John Michael Lyles wanted to be on my side. I wanted the people of Edmonton to be able to celebrate because I just think the Cup meant more.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But nobody cares.
I think there's an element to that.
It's not an American city. We're in an American league. Do you feel like hockey fans are dying for Connor McDavid to get his cup? There's no underdog story there right now, is there?
I'm sure some hockey fan is somewhere.
Yeah, but don't you have to get old? You've got to be in the last couple. You got to be John Elway. I'll just say it.
You got to be Ray Bork.
There are plenty of people that when John Elway was blonde-haired surfer guy with the rocket arm that had turned down. I just remember all the out-of-town hate there was for John Elway because he was a spoiled rich kid from California that wouldn't go play for the Colts. But at the end of his career, it felt like everybody those last couple years, at least in 97 against the Packers, it felt like the nation kind of jumped on the John Elway bandwagon just to see this dude that was the master of the fourth quarter comeback maybe finally get his ring. Connor McDavid isn't in that air right now, is he?
You know what sucks? The Thunder don't have a single old fun player like that.
Yeah.
You know?
There's not the old guy. There's no
Joe Ingles on the
There's
Thunder.
no DeAndre Jordan.
Maybe that's
Ish Smith.
Maybe that's why they're so good.
Jeff Green.
They don't have that.
That's why they can play defense for the entire game.
Right, exactly. Maybe that's why maybe just having all young, hungry, badass dogs out there.
Maybe having 12 viable candidates to get into a game and not get run off the floor is a good thing.
Yeah, maybe that's why you win the NBA championship. I think there could be something
There's
to that a
not
little
really
bit.
anybody on Indiana, though, either, right? They're fairly young. I mean, there's no old grade two. There's no Reggie Miller in his last shot or
Sure.
Anything like that. Boy, how about Patrick Ewing? Is he a great player never to win a trophy
Absolutely.
or is he overrated?
No, Hall of Famer. All-time great. Didn't win in college either.
Did Alonzo Mourning get one? See,
Yes.
I'm thinking of all the Georgetown centers.
Yes, I believe he did win.
Okay.
Yes, like late in his career
With the
in
Heat,
Miami.
right?
Yes, in Miami. Yes, I believe he did. Trying to think, did the Pacers? TJ McConnell's their fun old player. Let's be honest.
How old is TJ McConnell?
Yeah, he's been in the league 9-10 years now, hasn't he? I feel like TJ
Has
McConnell's.
he?
I feel like McConnell's been in the NBA
I'm not
forever.
gonna argue with you.
Yeah.
It's just he looks fairly young.
Yeah, he's been in the league since 2015.
That tells you how old I am. They all look young.
He's 33.
Yeah.
The age of Christ.
Good for him.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Dominique Wilkins, there's another good one.
Neek didn't win one. Yeah. Again,
Spud Webb.
Wrong era. Yeah. Don't be in all. Hakeem Olajuwon screwed everybody by winning 2 rings. And then the funny part was when Barkley went to team up for him, he couldn't win anymore because Jordan was back.
Jordan's back.
Not that
Sorry.
they made those finals anyway. Yeah. By the way, I
okay, what about Clyde Drexler? Because now you got me thinking about who else.
He won a title.
Did he?
Second year in Houston.
Oh.
Yep. The second
He
Houston
was- I forgot
Rockets
he left
championship.
Portland.
He was on that team. Yes.
Malone then? Carl Malone?
The mailman in Stockton. Iverson never won a title. He's an MVP. Malone never won.
He didn't get one as a Laker?
MVP. Nash never won a title. He's an MVP. No, that Karl Malone team went to the finals. They lost to Chauncey and the Pistons.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
Guy.
Yeah, 04.
Well done,
Larry
Chauncey.
Brown. I'm trying to think. It was Chauncey, Rip, Tayshaun Prince, Sheed, and Ben Wallace was your starting 5 on that team.
Is there a cooler look than Ben Wallace with his big fro and the headband?
What did he win? 3, 4 Defensive Player of the
man.
Years?
Yeah, he was fun.
Unbelievable, man. Yeah, great player. Great friggin' player. Anyway, that was Remember Some Guys. Whose careers ended sadly, and they're all just going to be remembered forever as total losers. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, so there's fun Stanley Cup hijinks taking place in Florida, Andy.
Yeah, man. Yes.
Alexander Barkov walked over to his neighbor's house. Do we know what time this was?
It looks who knows? Middle of the night.
It's got 4 a.m. vibes.
It does. It does. Well, I'm sure he didn't go right home with the cup, right?
And he's on the Ring doorbell in his sport coat and shorts, and he's walking over to his neighbor's house to show them the Stanley Cup. That's fantastic.
And you and I watched the video, and what we love about it, I don't know, Spring, if you're bored enough to throw it up on the big screen, great. If not, but he goes over there, and it's like old school, because we all have Rings now, right? Everyone's got some kind of video doorbell, it seems like. And he goes over there, and you noticed it rings once, and then he hits it like 3 or 4 times like we used to on an impatient Halloween visit or something.
Jamming on the doorbell.
Open up, and then he's knocking on the door.
Come over here and look at the cup.
Then I think, is that Marchand with him? Some smaller player that goes and holds the Stanley Cup up perfectly for the ring. It's framed perfectly in the ring.
It's very funny.
So, yeah.
That's good. So, hopefully his neighbor woke up and walked outside and got to drink out of the cup. That's a good...
Well, the wife kept saying, you were like, he's coming. He's on
his way.
You know what I love about that? I'll tell a quick story. Because why not, right? We got 5 minutes. We had an older... So, when I was in college, I went to Metro. So, obviously, and this was pre-dorms Metro. This was pre-Ball Arena Metro. They were building Ball Arena.
Yeah.
Then at the time, Pepsi Center. And I used to park in a dirt lot where they were getting ready to rip it down when I went down there. And we all lived in Denver in a house. Like it was basically almost Littleton, but we lived in this house. Me and 3 other guys. Of course, our guy Jeremy, who's now got all the cows. Our cow guy,
Jersey Mike,
and
R.I.P.
So we lived in. It was a suburban neighborhood. We just rented a house, and there's a dude next door with his older wife who sounded a little like that lady on the doorbell when you listen. I'll retweet out the video. But anyway, I guess one night we were being a little too loud with our partying, and so the husband came over, and he ended up sitting down. We found out later his wife had sent him over to shut us up, and instead he's like, this is kind of a good time. He sat down and had beers with us. And so I wonder, is that an old guy in the residence bar? Is that like his old cool neighbor Barkov relies on to just keep an eye on things while he's gone?
It is Florida.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of old people.
Because she doesn't sound young in the video, right?
No. That's a good point right there. So basically, the guy next door to you, it was like Seth Rogen and Rose Byrne and Neighbors.
Yes.
Ended up hanging out all night.
Listen, she had a point. I'll give her that. You got to remember, again, I bartended. Some of the festivities.
Yeah, they start late.
I brought the social crew.
So
we wouldn't get going until 12:45.
I want to say the first year the Hawks won the Cup in the current run, 2010. The Chicago Blackhawks won the Stanley Cup, right? So the day of the Stanley Cup parade, that day, my friends and I, we'd been planning for months. We were going to go. We're going to the Cubs-White Sox game at Wrigley that afternoon. We're going to see the Fish show that night at the stadium where the Fire play, right? Toyota Park or whatever the hell it's called down in like Bridgeport. As it turned out, that day also ended up being the day of the Blackhawks Stanley Cup parade because they won the Cup. They beat Philadelphia that year to win the Cup. So, like, we added that to the itinerary. So we started at 9 a.m. at the parade.
Yeah.
So this was a day of a Stanley Cup parade, a ball game, Cubs-White Sox, and then going to a Fish show that night, of which I remember almost none.
I was going to say, did you even make the Fish show?
We made it. Oh, we made it all the way.
I tipped the cap on the stamina, my friend. My gosh.
At 5 a.m., we were playing Frisbee in the alley, my friend. We were still going. There was something different about being 29.
29? That's still impressive.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say 22.
We were built a little different out of Wakanda, Illinois. But here's what's funny, though, is one of our very best friends who was with us for the evening portion of it, but that morning, he couldn't get out of work. He couldn't go to the Hawks parade, even though it's in Chicago. And all of the employees are like, what the hell? But they had this, like, whatever. Some guy was flying in from National or whatever.
Meeting.
And they had some big meeting. Yeah. And it was like, this can't be moved. So he doesn't get to go to the parade. But he had a cool enough boss that was like, all right, well, we'll knock off early after this stupid meeting and we'll go have a happy hour. Okay? They go to some dive bar. They're just sitting around having drinks, all like everybody from his office. who plows through the door, but Joel Quenneville with the cup. It's just Joel Quenneville's watering hole, and everybody in the bar drank from the cup. So we're at Wrigley Field getting pictures texted of us of our friend drinking out of the Stanley Cup. He
wins somehow anyway.
He
right?
does. He ends up winning anyway. He's drinking out of the cup.
I'm telling you, the dive bar is the place to be during the cup. It feels like there's always the cup visits the dive.
That's where the cup goes. Mm-hmm.
More than it visits the corporate. I asked you this yesterday, and it's not really a long topic, but what's better, the parade or the night you win it?
Ooh.
Because we can all say the night we win it, but we all have better stories from the parade. Did we not?
Aaron Gordon hosted his own parade the night that they won it. AG went wandering into downtown Denver in his shorts.
Yes.
Which is pretty awesome. You're Mr. Nugget for life after that. God, they were both pretty damn good. Yeah. I'll take, you know what, for me, for the Nuggets, it was the night they won it. I thought the night they won it was just incredible.
Well,
it was because I think the disbelief that the Denver Nuggets were NBA champions was like, it was like too much to be able to comprehend.
No, I'm with you. And therefore, when you